Duan Jiang traversed into another realm, perceived as a worthless individual. Yet on the very same day, he was destined to wed the empress, a mere tool, a worthless being. Such notions are unfounded. With the system's golden finger in my grasp, as long as Duan Jiang exists, so does the heavens. Duan Jiang lamented, "Your Majesty, I was mistaken." Chapter 1. Soul Transmigration into a New World, Awakening in a Coffin. A chilling, mechanical voice abruptly echoed within Duan Jiang's mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Empress system. Scanning host personal information. Host, Duan Jiang, 18 years old. Identity, eldest son of the Duan family in Tianfeng City. Cultivation, third level of qi condensation. Duan Jiang. Eldest son of the Duan family in Tianfeng City. Third level of qi condensation. Binding object, Ning Xianglan. What on earth is going on? Had he indulged too much in drink to the point of hallucinations? In the next moment, an ominous premonition surged through Duan Jiang's heart. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by darkness. Damn, who lacks civic virtue? Carelessly discarding undergarments. Grabbing the crimson fabric that covered his face, Duan Jiang was instantaneously amused. What era is this? Who still uses such things? Which young lady would resort to this? Could it possibly belong to some elderly matron? The thought sent a shiver down Duan Jiang's spine, and with a look of disdain, he hastily flung the undergarment far away. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and the flames of anger within him dissipated significantly. He quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing his surroundings with astonishment. I have traversed realms. As he meticulously observed his environment, Duan Jiang's countenance grew increasingly peculiar. The faint, elusive fragrance of a woman wafted into his nostrils, alongside other garments belonging to a female. Whose bed is this? It seems to be... Oh, no, wait. This is the boudoir of that matron. What on earth is happening? Gulp. Duan Jiang swallowed hard, his eyes darting around in search of new revelations. No, rather, for other information. Oh no, could it be that I have fallen victim to some unspeakable fate? Duan Jiang's lips twitched, an absurd thought flitting through his mind. This is a tremendous loss. As a commendable young man from Earth, I unexpectedly find myself ensnared by a matron's clutches after my transmigration. And I am still a virgin. Duan Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to despair, sighing as he rose from the bed. Just then, a torrent of memories surged forcefully into his mind, accompanied by excruciating pain. The Hunyuan continent, the Eastern Domain's sacred sect, a family deemed worthless, a betrothed saintess. Fragments of memories flashed through Duan Jiang's mind, and after a prolonged moment, he finally comprehended the situation at hand. Not right. Suddenly, while sorting through his memories, Duan Jiang stumbled upon a revelation that left him utterly astounded. I am but a talentless waste in martial arts. Duan Jiang was taken aback, realizing he was indeed a mere waste. In a world that reveres strength, a waste could only exist as the lowest of ants. However, he took solace in the fact that he was the legitimate heir of a prominent family in Tianfeng City, thus qualifying as a genuine scion of wealth. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his mind as fragments of memory flooded back. Ning Xianglan is the holy maiden of the Celestial Sacred Sect. The holy maiden of the Celestial Sacred Sect is actually my fiancée, and the garments around must belong to her. Goodness, is today my wedding day? Why would a distinguished holy maiden choose to marry a waste like me? Given her status, dissolving the engagement should be a mere utterance. Could it be that she's enamored with my physique? Bah, how shameless. Duan Jiang's heart swelled with indignation, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to the red undergarment he had tossed aside. He approached and bent down to retrieve it. Creaked as he examined the fabric closely. The door creaked open, producing a soft sound, just loud enough for Duan Jiang to hear. In a flash, driven by a fierce instinct for survival, he hurled the item onto the bed with remarkable swiftness. Following this, a fragrant breeze wafted in as a slender, graceful figure entered the room, a striking beauty with a cool demeanor, clad in a pristine, form-fitting red dress, stood gracefully before him. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her smoky eyes sparkled like a sea of stars. She resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly exquisite. Yet, she emanated an air of sanctity and nobility, rendering her beyond reproach. Upon seeing her, Duan Jiang was utterly mesmerized. Is she Ning Xianglan, my fiancée? My future wife? Good heavens, does such a celestial being truly exist? In that moment, Duan Jiang felt that all the beautiful starlets he had previously encountered paled in comparison to her. However, as their eyes met, an awkward silence enveloped the room. At that instant, a cold, mechanical voice reverberated within his mind. System is detecting all personal information of the host's bound object. Name: Ning Xianglan. Realm: third layer of the Heavenly King realm. Identity: reincarnation of the Empress. But as Ning Xianglan observed the astonished Duan Jiang, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of disdain crossed her cool gaze. This man had been lingering at her family's estate under the pretense of delivering betrothal gifts for 3 days, displaying the utmost shamelessness. Were it not for the need to avoid drawing attention from outsiders, she would have expelled them long ago. Now, witnessing Duan Jiang's utter discomposure, Ning Xianglan had no intention of offering him any kindness. The grand wedding ceremony is about to commence, I trust all. Preparations are in order. Should any mishap occur, I shall hold you accountable. Ning Xianglan cast a frigid glance at the dazed Duan Jiang, her tone sharp and icy. This ruthless and cold voice swiftly brought Duan Jiang back to reality. He remained silent, utterly stunned by the revelation that had just reached him. The system had divulged a plethora of information regarding Ning Xianglan's identity, but what astonished him most was the shocking truth that his betrothed, the Holy Maiden, was none other than the reincarnation of the Empress. My goodness, my fiancée is the Empress. What an exhilarating revelation. However, it seems my fiancée possesses quite a temper. In a world where the strong are women and the weak are men, how shall we navigate our lives together? At her words, Duan Jiang furrowed his eyebrows, feeling somewhat aggrieved. So what if she is the Empress? If she misbehaves, I shall still discipline her. Before he could utter a word, Ning Xianglan continued, You need not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. Our marriage serves 2 purposes: to silence the whispers of the sect and family, and to quell the ambitions of the various sects' young masters. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. More importantly, I am a waste. As Ning Xianglan prepared to conclude her statement, a voice laced with sarcasm abruptly interrupted her. It was Duan Jiang, disregarding the astonishment etched on Ning Xianglan's face. With a frosty demeanor, he continued with piercing intensity. More importantly, you possess the rare and extraordinary divine body. Yet your divine essence is not fully consolidated should you engage intimately with a man of comparable martial prowess. Your power may be siphoned away, leaving you vulnerable to the covetous grasp of others, jeopardizing your fortunes and abilities. And I am but a waste with insufficient capabilities to seize your fortunes. Furthermore, our families arranged this marriage during our childhood. Thus you may seamlessly marry me and silence the multitude of voices. So, in your eyes, I am merely a tool. Am I correct, Lady Empress Fanny? Duan Jiang's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, closing the distance of mere feet between them, his eyes sharp and compelling. Of course, all these unknown secrets had just been revealed to him by the system, but he noticed his previously cold gaze soften as he approached Ning Xianglan. Under her astonished stare, he leaned in closer, whispering softly into her delicate ear, I understand that you have many formidable enemies, including those of imperial caliber. But so what? Even if your heart is not truly in this marriage, you are my fiancée, and I shall protect you and aid you in reclaiming your imperial realm. My Empress, what are your thoughts on this? Duan Jiang flashed a mischievous smile, exuding an aura of dominance, and with a gentle breath against Ning Xianglan's ear, she trembled, rendered speechless. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 resounding sounds reverberated within Duan Jiang's dantian. Congratulations to the host for coming into close proximity with the Empress, triggering a first-tier sign and reward. The Earth-level martial art Tiger Demon Ancient Fist. Congratulations to the host for coming into close proximity with the Empress, activating a second-tier primary sign and reward. The Heaven-level Mental Cultivation Method Great. Dreamheart Sutra. Congratulations to the host for a special close encounter with the Empress, successfully triggering a 3rd-tier additional special reward, the Divine Grade. Elixir Divine Mechanism Transformation Pill. Duan Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression brightening with realization. So this was how the system functioned. Being within 3 feet of the Empress enabled him to activate certain rewards. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Clang. Just as Duan Jiang basked in his triumph, an unexpected sound of a sword echoed, causing him to freeze in place, his heart racing with excitement. Gazing at the sword tip, which was less than a centimeter from his forehead, cold sweat streamed down Duan Jiang's back. Simultaneously, a sharp sword aura enveloped him, rendering him utterly immobile. "Stop, please. I mean you no harm." Duan Jiang's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, as the only part of him that could move was his mouth. "Who are you? You are not Duan Jiang." Ignoring Duan Jiang's defeated expression, Ning Xianglan's cold eyes brimmed with chilling malice, an aura of murderous intent filling the air. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall take your life this very moment." Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan's pupils constricted, her mind roaring like thunder. "He actually knows my greatest secret. How is this possible? Could he be one of my past enemies? Has my aura been leaked? No, that can't be. If he truly were an enemy from my previous life, why would he not strike at me immediately?" Ning Xianglan's thoughts raced, her chest heaving violently, while countless possibilities flooded her mind. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang's heart felt as if 100,000 wild horses were galloping through it. How am I supposed to explain this? Should I say I just transcended? That a system informed me of your identity? This person doesn't even know what a system is. How can I explain it to her? It turns out that showing off can indeed invite disaster. Duan Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wanting to weep without tears, realizing he must be a fool for uttering such nonsense. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to quietly be the Empress's useless husband? Perhaps he could even take advantage of her in the future, holding her hand or something. Now, look at what I've done. I've played myself into a corner. Just as Ning Xianglan was about to take action, a mechanical voice echoed once more in Duan Jiang's mind. "Ding! The system has detected an error in the host persona, initiating memory deletion of the bound subject and stunning them for the duration of an incense stick." A beam of golden light suddenly shot from Duan Jiang's dantian, disregarding Ning Xianglan's oppressive aura, and struck her directly. Ning Xianglan's body instantly stiffened, her eyes rolling back in her head, and before Duan Jiang's astonished gaze, she slowly collapsed. Duan Jiang hastily assisted her to sit up, and gently placed her upon the bed. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted into Duan Jiang's nostrils, causing his heart to tremble ever so slightly. Lowering his gaze, he beheld her exquisite nose, soft, supple lips, and a waist that could barely be grasped with a single hand. Who could remain unaffected in the presence of such beauty? Had it not been for his extraordinary self-control, he might have succumbed to temptation. And no, he must make his exit should she awaken to find him here. He would undoubtedly face another round of admonishment. With a sense of foreboding creeping over him, Duan Jiang quickly opened the door and stepped out, heading directly towards the grand hall for the wedding. Chapter 2. A stunning apology, shocking all. On the 7th day of the 7th month, a day renowned for its romantic allure and cherished by the youth, marks the ancient festival of lovers. This day is dedicated solely to love, forever etched in the memories of many. Traditionally, it is also deemed an auspicious occasion for marriage. Considered one of the finest days on the calendar, outside the Kaiyang Palace, countless towering peaks stretch into the heavens, forming an endless chain. The horizon is shrouded in mist and clouds, while various birds and beasts flit and soar among the mountains and forests, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Inside the palace, the grand hall is adorned with vibrant decorations as representatives from various factions, resplendent in their finery, traverse the space. Among them are the eldest sons of noble families, holy sons and daughters from other powers, as well as princes and princesses of the empire. As time progresses, the number of attendees continues to swell. All gathered here today for the wedding of the illustrious Saintess Xianglan, one of the 3 renowned saintesses of the celestial holy sect. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us now welcome the Saintess Xianglan. A middle-aged man's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, instantly silencing the cacophony. Thousands of eyes turned towards the entrance, brimming with anticipation. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from outside the palace, followed by a cascade of petals. A crimson drapery descended, revealing 9 young maidens clad in red, gracefully entering the hall. Behind them, a woman adorned in an exquisite scarlet wedding gown, her head covered by a magnificent veil, approached with poise, stepping upon the crimson fabric like a goddess descending from the heavens. Well, in an instant, the entire assembly erupted in awe. Please, everyone, maintain silence. Next, let us welcome Duan Jiang. The middle-aged man continued with a smile. As his words echoed, the hearts of the gathered crowd hung in suspense, their eyes gleaming with expectation. Who, they wondered, could be the so-called waste destined to marry the saintess? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Minutes passed, yet Duan Jiang did not appear. Outside the palace, there was still no sign of movement. Could this rascal have forgotten that today is his wedding? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He was Duan Jiang's clan uncle, tasked with presiding over the wedding ceremony. Meanwhile, Ning Xianglan exhibited no signs of worry. Instead, her expression turned contemplative as she pondered the circumstances surrounding her recent, inexplicable fainting. Just as impatience began to spread among the crowd, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a strikingly handsome young man sprinting in from outside. Breathless as he clasped his hands in apology, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. The scenery of the holy sect is simply breathtaking, and I was so entranced that I lost track of time." At this moment, Duan Jiang felt exceedingly awkward. The reason for his tardiness was that he had lost his way. The Zhutian sacred sect, as a dominant force in the Hunyuan continent, occupied an expanse of land that was truly immense, covering a radius of 1,000 miles under its jurisdiction, while Ning Xianglan's chamber was situated several dozen miles away. His legs were utterly fatigued from running. As soon as Duan Jiang's words fell, a cacophony of teasing erupted from all corners of the grand hall. Haha, this is hilarious. To be wed for the first time, and yet delayed by the allure of the scenery, this fellow is truly something. A young man, resembling a dandy, clutched his belly, laughing uncontrollably. I envy him so much. How can someone like him marry the saintess? Where is the justice in this world? Others among the youth were filled with indignation, lamenting the unfairness of fate. In an instant, the hall was rife with whispers of derision. Ahem, esteemed guests, I kindly ask for your silence. At this juncture, a middle-aged man, visibly perturbed, cleared his throat and waved his hand, signaling for quiet. This rascal has truly embarrassed himself. I shall have to reprimand him severely upon our return. And to think he dares to be late for his union with the saintess of the sect. Humph. Turns out he is merely a waste of talent at the chi condensation stage. I had thought him a person of great merit. Suddenly, a piercing voice cut through the air, silencing the crowd. They turned to see a young man clad in a black robe, Zhou Hai, the scion of the wild demon sect. His formidable prowess was well known, and he had harbored admiration for Ning Xianglan for years, a fact known to all present, though she had long since spurned his advances. With her imminent nuptials, he was naturally the first to express discontent. He could not fathom how such a mere chi condensation waste could capture the attention of the illustrious saintess. Apart from his handsome appearance, what qualities did he possess that could possibly match Ning Xianglan? The hall was filled with young elites, all of whom shared their frustration. They were the future leaders of their respective factions and admirers of Ning Xianglan. How could they be overshadowed by a mere wastrel? Upon hearing the disdainful remarks, Duan Jiang furrowed his brow in annoyance. What? Just because you possess superior cultivation, you think you are exceptional? Alas, my Xianglan is utterly devoted to me, while you can only watch and envy from the sidelines. Isn't that infuriating? Moreover, none of the esteemed leaders present have voiced any objection, so what right do you, a mere junior, have to speak out of turn? Your impudence is a disgrace to your sect. Faced with such an insufferable sycophant, he had no intention of being courteous. In that moment, silence enveloped the hall. Zhou Hai's face flushed crimson with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At this point, Duan Jiang turned to Ning Xianglan, winked at her, and cheerfully remarked, "Being late is indeed my fault. Please accept this pill as my apology." With that, he produced an ornate box from his robes, gesturing for a servant to present it to Ning Xianglan. Poof, a pill? I truly cannot fathom what remarkable elixir a mere waste of the condensation realm could possibly present. Could it be a body refinement pill? Huh. The speaker, of course, was Zhou Hai, who had previously been left speechless by Duan Jiang. Seizing this opportunity to mock Duan Jiang, he would not let it slip away easily. Why don't you open the box for us to see what kind of pill it is, so we may broaden our horizons? Zhou Hai remarked, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. His intent was clear, to humiliate Duan Jiang and simultaneously tarnish the reputation of his family, an eye for an eye. As soon as Zhou Hai finished speaking, many voices echoed in agreement throughout the grand hall, clamoring for the box to be opened. The curiosity was not limited to the crowd. Even Ning Xianglan herself was intrigued by the antics of her seemingly useless fiancé. Upon hearing their demands, a faint smile appeared on Duan Jiang's lips as he sighed inwardly. I truly am not the type to seek the limelight, but it appears I must play this role after all. It is time to reveal the truth. Do you truly wish to see? You might regret it. Despite the intense insistence from the crowd, Duan Jiang nodded in consent. He actually agreed? Zhou Hai was taken aback for a moment, momentarily at a loss, then let out a scoff. He was still too young, unable to see through such blatant provocation. Within the hall, a group of guests began to revel in the impending spectacle, eagerly anticipating what would unfold. If the contents were indeed unpresentable, it would not merely be Duan Jiang's face that would be tarnished, but that of the celestial holy sect as well. Yet, no one noticed the glint of a strange color in Duan Jiang's eyes as he cast a cold glance at Zhou Hai. If I don't scare you out of your wits, I shall consider it a clean slate. Creak. Buzz. The moment the box opened, a black and gold pill levitated into the air, captivating the attention of all present. The pill shimmered with azure light, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Suddenly, a radiant seven-colored glow emanated from the pill, piercing the very clouds. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle that would be etched in their memories forever. Boom. A river of time, transcending infinite realms, materialized from the pill itself, radiating blinding brilliance. It unleashed an endless torrent of flames, scorching the heavens. As countless formidable beasts, each more powerful than the last, manifested, illuminating the skies and tearing asunder the firmament, devouring the cosmos. A series of astonishing phenomena unfolded, even causing Ning Xianglan to widen her beautiful eyes in shock, her fingers clutching her red gown tightly. As an incarnation of an emperor who had lived for millennia, she had encountered countless treasures of the world, yet she recognized the true identity of this pill at a glance. The divine mechanism transformation pill, a genuine ancient divine elixir. At that moment, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. While they had never encountered a divine pill before, the spectacle was simply too extravagant to comprehend. Chapter 3, Lady Empress. My husband will satisfy all. What kind of pill is this? How can it evoke such astonishing phenomena? I have never heard of anything like it. An elderly man with a long beard gazed in utter disbelief at the elixir, nervously stroking his beard as if that alone could temper his tumultuous emotions. What? Even the renowned master of celestial elixirs has never encountered such a potion. From whence does this divine concoction hail? A young man exclaimed in astonishment. The master of celestial elixirs is a legendary alchemist on the Hunyuan continent, revered and admired by all. Yet, even he could not recognize the origins of this elixir, sending a wave of shock through the crowd. I have lived for centuries and have never heard of any elixir that could manifest such astonishing phenomena. It is indeed a feudal existence. Other elders shook their heads in profound reflection. In that moment, the thousands gathered were captivated, their eyes fixed upon the scene, engaging in fervent discussions. Suddenly, an elderly figure at the forefront of the hall trembled as he approached, his ancient eyes filled with awe and fervor. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he carefully cradled the black golden elixir and murmured, "This is the divine mechanism elixir. It conceals the celestial mysteries, seals the six senses, and opens the dust eye. When the divine elixir emerges, the heavenly secrets unveil. This is indeed an authentic ancient divine elixir." Murong Hai's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on the potion, letting out a low growl. In an instant, his words stirred a tempest of excitement. As soon as the words left his lips, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The leader of the sacred sect recognized this elixir. But did not the divine elixir vanish a millennium ago? How could it possibly reappear in the present? Someone posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present, save for Duan Jiang. Initially, we believed the holy maiden had suffered a grave misfortune. It now appears she has struck a remarkable fortune. The leader of a great faction could not help but exclaim, and the crowd nodded in agreement. At that moment, a frown creased Ning Xianglan's forehead. I have profited? As an empress, how could I be said to have taken advantage of another? Yet, on the surface, the truth seemed to align with this notion. The divine elixir is indeed extraordinarily precious. Even a mere pig consuming it could instantly transform into the great marshal of heaven, let alone the prodigiously gifted holy maiden Xianglan. It seems that the celestial sacred sect is destined to rise in prominence in the coming decades. However, as the crowd continued to speculate, Duan Jiang's eyes glimmered with a silvery light. Suddenly, the divine mechanism elixir, which had been peacefully resting in Murong Hai's hand, erupted with dazzling brilliance and shot forth at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it tore through the barrier of space, vanishing from sight. The crowd gasped in confusion. Where did the divine elixir go? How could it have disappeared? Then, a voice filled with despair and fury echoed throughout the hall. Where is my elixir? Duan Jiang shot forth from his original position to the spot where the elixir had vanished. Looking around, there was no trace of the divine potion. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and suddenly he recalled something, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Zhou Hai. Filled with rage. It was you. You must be the one behind this. You insisted that I open the box. Perhaps you already knew it contained the divine elixir, inciting my anger to force me to unveil it, only to secretly employ your magical artifacts to abscond with the precious pills. Even if you are not the thief, the elixir possesses sentience and might flee on its own. Are you unaware of this? What are your true intentions? This pill was procured at the risk of my very life in treacherous lands. In a flash, Duan Jiang stood before Zhou Hai, seizing his collar in a fit of rage, spittle flying as he demanded, "Return my elixir at once. Master Morong, you must advocate for me." Duan Jiang turned to Morong Hai, tears streaming down his face, his sorrow palpable. Zhou Hai was left dumbfounded. The esteemed leader of the celestial sacred sect, Morong Hai, stood in shock. Thousands of guests in the grand hall were equally astonished. Even Ning Xianglan was taken aback. A divine elixir, so rarely seen, has vanished just like that? No one dared mock Duan Jiang's emotional outburst. Rather, sympathy filled the gazes of all. This was a divine elixir. To simply lose it? If such a fate befell them, they could not guarantee their own tears would not flow more bitterly than Duan Jiang's. "Master Morong, you must stand up for me." Another anguished cry escaped Duan Jiang's lips, his tone mournful, as though he had suffered a grave injustice. Morong Hai, regaining his composure, realized the weight of the situation. This was a burden he could not bear. Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled within him. The value of a divine elixir could cultivate a genuine prodigy for the celestial sacred sect. The opportunity to elevate the sect had been lost. With his expression returning to that of a solemn leader, Morong Hai fixed his gaze upon Zhou Hai, his tone stern. "Zhou Hai, do you have any explanation for this? After all, you were the sole one who insisted on opening the box, were you not, esteemed guests?" Morong Hai's weary eyes swept across the assembly, and they were suddenly jolted into action, hastily voicing their agreement. Indeed, Master Morong is correct. The disappearance of the elixir must be connected to Zhou Hai. You must provide us with an explanation. Yes. Zhou Hai, did you know what was inside the box all along? Provoking the groom to open it, then stealing it with your secret treasures. What a cunning scheme. Accusations flew from the mouths of the guests, and in an instant, Zhou Hai found himself the target of their ire. Most of these individuals had previously supported Zhou Hai's request to open the box, including leaders of significant factions. Now, with the sudden disappearance of the elixir, they were eager to disassociate themselves from him. As he observed the sudden shift in allegiances, Zhou Hai's complexion grew increasingly grim. "What do you wish to do? At worst, I shall compensate you with spirit stones." Zhou Hai's face turned pale. With so many pointing fingers in his direction, he found himself utterly defenseless. Panic gripped him. He felt as though he had been irrevocably condemned, branded with an indelible mark of guilt. Compensate? With what will you compensate? Does your sect possess a divine elixir? Do you have 100 billion spirit stones? Duan Jiang retorted with scorn. Zhou Hai was left bewildered. Indeed, how could he compensate? With his life? Although I am the son of heaven, I am utterly incapable of mobilizing such vast resources. This is disastrous upon my return. The sect leader will surely strike me down. Zhou Hai is nearly so frightened that he has lost control. Compensation is undoubtedly required. As for how to compensate, I must trouble the esteemed sect leader for assistance. Having spoken, Duan Jiang bowed deeply to Morong Hai. Upon hearing this, Morong Hai nodded in acknowledgement. "Second uncle, the wedding shall proceed as planned." Duan Jiang's expression returned to calmness, as if nothing had transpired, showing none of the sorrow he had just exhibited. This scene, witnessed by all, prompted a collective nod of approval. Even amidst the loss of the divine pill, he did not forget the wedding. What a commendable man. A middle-aged man quickly steadied himself and proclaimed loudly, "The loving bride and groom shall now bow." In the grand hall, the two stood side by side. Observing the composed Duan Jiang, Ning Xianglan could not help but furrow her brow and inquire, "What of the elixir?" Anticipating Ning Xianglan's forthcoming words, Duan Jiang shot her a flirtatious glance, patted his chest, and replied cautiously, "As for that elixir, you can have as much as you desire in the future. Your husband will ensure your satisfaction." Ning Xianglan retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 4. I am not a genius. Gazing at the self-satisfied Duan Jiang, Ning Xianglan frowned before reverting to her previous aloof demeanor. "I hope you do not forget what I said earlier, although I do not know how you discovered my identity. Even without that knowledge, you are unworthy of me. The third level of the Qi condensation realm is far too weak." Her words were truthful to someone of her stature. The cultivation of the Qi condensation realm was no more significant than that of an ant. Duan Jiang, upon hearing this, merely smiled slightly without responding. He stepped forward, and amidst Ning Xianglan's and the others' astonished gazes, he gently grasped her delicate, fair chin with his left hand. Duan Jiang's deep-set eyes fixed on Ning Xianglan as he said softly, "Am I weak?" Boom. No sooner had he spoken than an extraordinary storm surged within Duan Jiang's body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully engaging in an intimate physical contact with the Empress, triggering a level 4 selective reward. 1. Elevate 1 major realm. 2. Celestial technique. 9 transformations demon art. 3. Demonic artifact. Ghost King banner. The host is requested to make a choice. I choose option 1. Elevate one major realm. Without hesitation, Duan Jiang declared. What he needed most at this moment was an elevation in realm. The Qi condensation realm was simply too weak. Host choice successful. Elevating realm now. Dare to tease me? This sudden action left the empress, who possessed a heart of a millennium, momentarily dazed, but she quickly regained her composure. Her delicate face turning cold. You seek. The ensuing scene left Ning Xianglan's mind in turmoil. She forcibly suppressed the impulse to slap Duan Jiang dead on the spot. This is impossible. Ning Xianglan's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth, striving to maintain her composure. What had she witnessed? Duan Jiang's martial prowess was escalating rapidly, as if time itself were accelerating. Qi condensation realm, 4th level. In the realm of the 5th layer of Qi condensation. Progressing to the 6th layer, Duan Jiang's cultivation only gradually halted upon reaching the 3rd layer of the Fate Tribulation realm. At that moment, Duan Jiang regarded himself with an expression of inexplicable astonishment, as if questioning, the Empress? Is this all? Ning Xianglan could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from the 3rd layer of the Fate Tribulation realm. It was undoubtedly no mere illusion. The fact that her fiancé's cultivation had surged to the 3rd layer of the Fate Tribulation realm in a mere 20 seconds, an entire major realm, left the thousands of guests below utterly astounded. Their mouths agape as wide as eggs. The cultivation hierarchy of the Hunyuan continent is meticulously structured, encompassing the realms of body refinement, Qi condensation, Fate Tribulation, sky breaking, Heavenly King, Heavenly Sovereign, Transcendence, and Emperor. Each realm necessitates the accumulation of time, coupled with relentless effort in cultivation, advancing step by step. Yet here was this individual, who had effortlessly leapt a major realm, rendering conventional wisdom obsolete. Could it be that his prior assertions held truth? Ning Xianglan took a full 10 breaths to regain her composure, only to realize that she understood nothing of the youth before her. Presenting a divine-grade elixir as an apology and effortlessly breaking through a major realm, what mortal could achieve such feats? He appeared shrouded in layers of mystery, eluding her comprehension. You truly have ascended an entire major realm, she uttered, only to fall into silence. Her doubt was not cast upon Duan Jiang, but rather upon herself. A woman of a millennium, the Empress, had never before felt such a sense of embarrassment. This was akin to a slap to the face at the speed of light. Yet, as a former Empress, well-versed in the ways of the world, she quickly subdued her tumultuous thoughts. The guests below, however, were in disarray, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. When had this young man become so formidable? Even Duan Jiang's second uncle stood in a state of bewilderment, muttering in disbelief. Goodness! An entire major realm. Why does it feel like even a minor realm breakthrough is more challenging than swallowing a bitter pill? Could it be that Duan Jiang is, in fact, an unparalleled genius who has been concealing his abilities all along? I recall now. His father was the one who dominated the continent decades ago. Truly. A tiger father begets no dog son. Exclamations of incredulity reverberated throughout the grand hall, filled with disbelief. Impossible. How can you, a mere wastrel, achieve such a breakthrough? This defies all logic. Surely, he must have consumed some divine potion to force this ascension. Zhou Hai's eyes burned crimson as he fixated on Duan Jiang, his heart screaming in anguish. He now harbored an intense hatred for Duan Jiang, with his only solace resting in the realm of martial prowess. Yet just moments ago, his one source of pride had shattered into fragments. Duan Jiang stood at the 3rd layer of the Fate Tribulation realm, while he languished at the 2nd layer, creating a profound imbalance within him that bordered on madness. However, Zhou Hai now found himself unable to meet Duan Jiang's gaze, for some inexplicable reason. He felt a sense of inferiority whenever he looked directly at him. A genius? Duan Jiang spoke softly, his eyes gradually closing as if lost in nostalgic recollection. Haha. Can this truly be deemed genius? A boisterous laugh erupted from within the grand hall, the source being none other than Duan Jiang himself. Suddenly, silence enveloped the hall, as thousands of eyes converged upon him, filled with confusion. In the next moment, Duan Jiang's gaze ignited with intensity, his hands clasped behind his back. And he began to speak slowly. I have witnessed a young boy in black robes, standing beneath the starry sky, his dark hair billowing, his form as if sculpted from gold, wielding a sword that cleaved the barriers of the river of time. I have seen one who, through sheer physical strength, could propel the sun and moon, leaving chaos swirling in his wake. I have encountered a man clad in white, who, for the love of his heart, could shield the heavens with a single hand, overturning the firmament. I have witnessed another who could traverse thousands of miles with a single step, unleashing a punch that shattered ancient stars, commanding the laws of the universe as myriad beings bowed before him. I have met one born a supreme being, heralded by the cries of dragons and phoenixes, with the aura of purple chi billowing for 30,000 miles without cease. I have known a blind man who dedicated his life to kindness, only to be scorned by the world, yet in a single moment he transcended, becoming a Buddha. At this juncture, Duan Jiang exhaled deeply, his gaze suddenly ablaze. And he articulated each word with fervor. I have also seen a man who bore the weight of ancient halls upon his back, embodying the blazing sun. Battling against the heavens, turning the sun and moon upon their axis, confronting the ominous alone. In their youth, they crossed realms and faced adversaries as easily as one consumes food and drink, yet they never claimed the title of genius. For they understood that the path of martial arts is fraught with thorns. There is no distinction between the mediocre and the gifted, only the struggle between life and death. If I am to be considered a genius, then what shall we call them? Those without aspirations to devour the heavens dare to label themselves as geniuses? Duan Jiang's words struck like thunder, piercing the silence of the grand hall. A profound stillness ensued. Those without aspirations to devour the heavens dare to label themselves as geniuses? Many of the young saints, princes, and representatives from various factions murmured to themselves, their expressions vacant. Could such individuals truly exist in this world? Many young faces turned ashen. They prided themselves on being geniuses. Yet, when compared to these figures, they were nothing. Duan Jiang's declaration undoubtedly served to rub the faces of the self-proclaimed geniuses present into the ground, Zhou Hai included. The expressions of the young elite among the guests grew increasingly grim, filled with shame, wishing to vanish into the earth. Wow, how handsome! Meanwhile, within the hall, numerous holy maidens, royal princesses, and imperial daughters gazed at Duan Jiang with admiration, seemingly enchanted by him. Handsome, affluent, and yet humble. Duan Jiang swiftly earned a resounding impression of excellence among these infatuated young maidens. Upon witnessing this scene, Duan Jiang could only shake his head in resignation. Ah, this damned charm of mine, so misplaced. Meanwhile, Ning Xianglan had not once taken her eyes off Duan Jiang, her gaze heavy with contemplation. Her brow slightly furrowed as she murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 5. The Empress seeks to slay her husband. Nightfall. Shengv Peak. In Ning Xianglan's chamber. The gentle flicker of candlelight illuminated their faces, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Ning Xianglan sat upon the bed, while Duan Jiang stood nearby. Their eyes met in silence, an unspoken tension hanging between them. After a lengthy pause, Duan Jiang raised his hands in surrender, his expression one of exasperation. "All right, I concede. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall answer truthfully." He could no longer endure the weight of her unwavering gaze since the moment they entered the room after their wedding. It made him feel increasingly uneasy. Where did you obtain that divine mechanism transformation pill? Moreover, how did you manage to elevate your cultivation by an entire realm in such a short span? Ning Xianglan's eyes gleamed with a frosty intensity as she fixed her stare on Duan Jiang. The divine mechanism transformation pill was a legendary elixir. Exceedingly rare even in her era, she could hardly fathom that it could belong to a mere offspring of a family. Furthermore, Duan Jiang's ability to ascend an entire realm in such a brief period astounded her. It defied all logic. Even in her time, not even the most prodigious heirs of the imperial clans could achieve such rapid breakthroughs, disregarding the fundamental principles of cultivation. In her understanding, such occurrences were utterly impossible for someone like Duan Jiang, a man once dubbed a cultivation failure. Yet, it had indeed transpired, leaving her utterly perplexed. With a mysterious smile, Duan Jiang retrieved a brocade box from his robe and placed it on the table beside him, slowly opening it. Instantly, a black gold pill, shimmering with a cerulean glow, floated into the air, dancing like a playful sprite. The room was soon filled with the fragrant aroma of the elixir. Ning Xianglan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Didn't this divine pill vanish? How has it returned? Realizing the mischievous grin on Duan Jiang's face, she suddenly comprehended. It seemed this young man had played a trick on everyone, even deceiving her. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her. As a former empress, how could she be outwitted by such a young lad? Yet, why had she not sensed his involvement at the time? At that moment, Ning Xianglan felt utterly bewildered. My dear Xianglan, do not overthink it. Everyone harbors secrets, myself included. This divine pill is for you to accept. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Xianglan was momentarily lost in thought, Duan Jiang leaned closer, whispering warm breath against her delicate ear. Duan Jiang furrowed his brow. Taking a deep breath. 3 seconds later, his expression deepened with concern. He exhaled once more, perhaps with too much force, causing a small amount of saliva to inadvertently spray onto Ning Xianglan's ear. At that moment, Duan Jiang seemed oblivious to the incident. System, I am so close. Why has the reward mechanism not been triggered? The voice of Duan Jiang echoed within his dantian, filled with confusion. Isn't the reward activated within 3 feet? Could it be that the system has malfunctioned? Ding. According to the reward rules, each level of reward can only be triggered once within a day. Any additional attempts are void. The task will automatically refresh at dawn the following day. Duan Jiang exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" The system replied, "You did not inquire." Duan Jiang sighed. "It seems I must wait until tomorrow. The hour is late. I should retire for the night." In the next moment, as he attempted to rise, a drastic change swept over his expression, as if a realization struck him. Suddenly, his body went rigid. He could not move. Even his eyes were unable to shift. A chilling sensation enveloped him, an icy gaze piercing through him. Duan Jiang's lips turned purple as he trembled uncontrollably. Panic surged within him. He had never felt such dread, even during his worst exam results. Clearly, this suffocating aura emanated from Ning Xianglan, who was trembling with rage. How dare the scoundrel treat me with such disrespect in my presence? The remnants of his saliva still lingered on her earlobe, inciting a profound sense of disgust within the usually fastidious Ning Xianglan. Who granted you the audacity to behave so shamelessly towards me? Her delicate face flushed with fury. Suddenly, the air trembled, and with a swift motion of her jade hand, a fiery red spiritual whip materialized out of thin air. Grasping it firmly, she swung it forcefully into the void. Whoosh! The air erupted with a resounding crack as the whip lashed towards Duan Jiang. Crap! I was wrong. Before Duan Jiang could finish his plea for mercy, the whip made a harsh connection with his rear end. His face turned pale as he jumped around, clutching his backside in pain. This woman is truly merciless. If you possess the strength of the Heavenly King realm, then let us engage without utilizing our powers and settle this like men. Goodness, I cannot be humiliated like this. It is my livelihood at stake. Ning Xianglan, your cruelty is tantamount to attempted murder. If you have the audacity, let us settle this in bed, without any clothes. Oh, Ning Xianglan, you wicked woman, you are serious. Please, do not be so fierce. Ease up with that strength. You might just exhaust me. Cries of lament echoed through Ning Xianglan's chamber, resonating across Saintus Peak as the morning dawned with the crowing of a rooster. Lying on the floor, Duan Jiang struggled to open his panda-like eyes, feigning a stretch while discreetly glancing at Ning Xianglan, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had not yet awakened. After observing for a few more moments and confirming that Ning Xianglan would remain in slumber for the time being, Duan Jiang turned his body and lay down, adopting a peculiar posture as he crawled toward her. Goodness, why do I feel like I'm laying siege to a fortress? This is utterly ridiculous. Duan Jiang silently cursed to himself. However, there was no alternative. Last night, the sting of that little whip had kept him awake in torment. This crossing into another realm has truly been a trial by fire. Ning Xianglan, just wait. Once my strength surpasses yours, we shall see how I deal with you. Duan Jiang's expression darkened as he vowed fiercely. Alas, lacking strength at present, he could only endure humiliation. Ouch! My backside. Duan Jiang grimaced in pain. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for having a close encounter with the empress. The system has detected this as a level 1 sign and reward. Comprehension enhanced by 100 points. Duan Jiang's face brightened with joy. Finally, something useful has arrived. As a seasoned bookworm of 10 years, he understood the significance of comprehension for a martial artist. With sufficient comprehension, his cultivation speed would naturally accelerate. Surpassing Ning Xianglan was merely a matter of time. Truly, it was as if fortune had knocked at his door. With hands on his hips, Duan Jiang laughed heartily, envisioning the scene of Ning Xianglan yielding to him. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced through the room. In the next moment, confusion crossed Duan Jiang's face as he turned to look. Early in the morning, what the heck? A sharp shout resonated through the air. Simultaneously, a beautifully slender leg magnified in his vision. Bang! A scream escaped his lips as Duan Jiang's body traced a graceful arc through the air, crashing through the door and soaring outside. Chapter 6. The ancient bell tolls 9 times, the Son of Heaven appears. This woman truly strikes with ferocity. It's as if she is aiming to guard her widowhood. In any case, there was no staying here. If he did not leave, he would surely be beaten to death. Rubbing his already battered backside, Duan Jiang felt tears welling up. Not only had he endured a night of beating, but this morning, he had also received a merciless kick. Now he was a mass of injuries. Cursed be it. Duan Jiang felt his body ache all over, utterly exhausted, his legs weak and trembling. At the same time, this made him acutely aware of the importance of strength. With Ning Xianglan being so formidable, it seemed that only brute force could conquer her. As Duan Jiang descended the mountain, he rummaged through the memories of the original host in his mind. Soon, he pinpointed a location. Buzz. With a surge of spiritual energy, Duan Jiang swiftly chose a predetermined direction and sped away. The holy sect of the heavens. The martial arts arena. This arena, spanning thousands of feet, is constructed from white jade slabs, though now weathered and ancient, as if it has borne witness to countless epics. The overwhelming aura of antiquity enveloped Duan Jiang, instilling within him a profound sense of tranquility and introspection. As he gazed around, Duan Jiang was astonished. There must be at least several thousand disciples practicing within this arena. Each disciple sat cross-legged, hands resting on their knees, absorbed in their cultivation, radiating a formidable presence. Duan Jiang found a vacant spot, settled into a meditative pose, and slowly closed his eyes. A voice filled with eager anticipation resonated in his mind. The host requests to learn the Earth-grade martial art, Tiger Demon Ancient Fist. This martial art had been a reward from the system, and he wondered about its potency, hoping it would not disappoint him. Ding! The host's request has been approved. Initiating the martial art learning process, infusing proficiency shards. Suddenly, layers of black mist surged forth from Duan Jiang, enveloping him completely. In the next moment, countless luminous shards poured into his mind, flooding his memory center. Proficiency loaded to 1/10. Proficiency loaded to 2/10. Proficiency loaded to 3/10. A quarter of an hour later. Ding! Proficiency loading completed. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in Duan Jiang's mind, leaving him dizzy, as if he were traversing through a tunnel of time and space. Moments later, as the black mist dissipated, a figure materialized before him. The Tiger Demon Ancient Fist was indeed fearsome. Duan Jiang opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment. With the energy of slaughter commanding the tiger and demonic energy entering the path, what a magnificent martial art the Tiger Demon Ancient Fist was, calming his exhilarated heart. Duan Jiang closed his eyes once more, meticulously absorbing the essence of the technique. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A brilliant flash surged through the air like a bolt of lightning. Tiger Demon Ancient Fist. Activate. Spiritual energy surged within Duan Jiang, his blood boiling. As a fierce aura flickered in his pupils, the black mist enveloped him at incredible speed, transforming his demeanor entirely. With a fierce expression, Duan Jiang clenched his right fist, channeling his spiritual energy, and struck towards the void before him with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the void exploded with sound. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. A colossal black demonic tiger, exuding an aura of slaughter, materialized from thin air, towering 10 feet high. Resembling a small mountain, its powerful limbs trampling the void, roaring incessantly, its overwhelming presence radiating in all directions. Instantly, all the disciples cultivating in the martial arts arena were jolted awake by the earth-shattering roar. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Are they seeking death? Damn it! I was just beginning to grasp this martial art, and now this thunderous roar has nearly frightened my soul away. Who is it? I will not let you off easily. Some disciples of the sacred sect abruptly opened their eyes, filled with fury. However, as Duan Jiang was enveloped by a mysterious black mist, the outside disciples could not discern who was within. At that moment, Duan Jiang remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the external clamor. Lost in a state of oblivion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the first martial art. Presenting an encouragement award, a tenfold enhancement of cultivation talent. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's heart surged with joy, exclaiming, "The system is incredible." With the martial art comprehended, it was time for his cultivation to break through. In the next instant, Duan Jiang opened his mouth, and a powerful suction erupted from within his body. Simultaneously, the demonic tiger, formed from malevolent energy, also opened its jaws, fiercely inhaling towards the void. Boom! At that moment, the disciples outside, who had been incessantly cursing, fell silent, their gazes frozen in astonishment. What did they just witness? The spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 meters was being transformed into streams of energy, devoured by the demonic tiger, while Duan Jiang's aura surged dramatically. The expressions of the disciples shifted from anger to shock. When did spiritual energy become liquid? And can it truly be consumed this way without causing harm? Observing the surrounding energy being rapidly depleted, the disciples in the martial arena exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Rumbling. Just then, the ground of the entire sacred sect trembled violently. And a deep, resonant sound of ancient bells echoed from the heavens above. Dong, 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 boom. The entire sacred sect, spanning 1,000 miles, reverberated with earth-shattering roars. And soon everyone witnessed an endless stream of light descending from the sky. The brilliance was dazzling and resplendent, exuding an aura of utmost nobility. As if it had descended from the heavens, embodying a majestic presence. Like a long rainbow piercing the sun, like starlight converging at a pinnacle. It shot down from the 9 heavens, cascading towards the martial arena below. In that moment, all within the sacred sect were awestruck by this sudden phenomenon. Meanwhile, in another part of the sect, an unkempt elder, his hair disheveled, laughed heartily, exclaiming with immense joy, "Ah, our sacred sect is destined for greatness. The time has come." The ancient bell tolls 9 times, heralding the arrival of the celestial sun. "Our sect is fated to rise." Murmuring with excitement, the sect leader, Duan Jiang, gazed at the celestial spectacle above, trembling as he uttered, "It has been 1,000 years. The celestial sun has finally appeared." At Saint's Peak, Ning Xianglan stood outside, her gaze fixed on the distance, softly murmuring, "It seems our sacred sect has indeed given rise to an extraordinary individual. Even the sect's inquiry bell has autonomously tolled 9 times. I had only managed 8. After a moment, Ning Xianglan transformed into a streak of radiant light and shot forth, stirring the attention of several influential figures who hastened in this direction. Within a grand hall of the holy sect, an elderly man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression exceedingly grim. It appeared that the plan had to be executed prematurely. Under no circumstances should this individual be allowed to grow. With that, the elder waved his hand, and a beam of light surged skyward, vanishing into the ether. A quarter of an hour later, the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated, and the disciples at the martial arts arena slowly regained their senses. "Hey, where did that person go? He was just here," exclaimed a male disciple, still in a daze. The direction he indicated was precisely where Duan Jiang had been practicing earlier. "Indeed, where has he vanished?" exclaimed another. "I swear I'll find him. How dare he interrupt my cultivation? He truly seeks his own demise." Meanwhile, Duan Jiang had already slipped away unnoticed, arriving at the foot of the Saint's Peak. Chapter 7. The Ambitions of the Wild Demon Sect. In the outside world, within the ancient hall of the Wild Demon Sect, an elderly man draped in a black robe sat upon an ancient throne, his expression dark as coal. As he gazed at the youth kneeling before him, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. Once the youth finished speaking, the elder slowly inquired, "So you suggest that the divine elixir unexpectedly escaped due to the trickery of that insignificant Duan Jiang?" The kneeling youth, who was none other than Zhou Hai, the holy son of the Wild Demon Sect, nodded vigorously. "It was undoubtedly that brat's doing. He has maliciously framed me in front of all the major factions. His heart deserves to be condemned." Zhou Hai, pallid and despondent, recounted the events to the sect leader, aware that he had been the primary suspect amidst the accusations thrown at him. After all, he truly was the most suspicious of all. It's akin to having mud drop into one's pants. It's not merely soiled, it is indeed filthy. Yet, he had been utterly bewildered at that moment. It was only later that he recognized the absurdity of the situation. He had been ensnared. The elder shook his head, his expression grave. The divine elixir possesses spirit. In the absence of restraints, it can indeed slip into the void. Logically, entering perilous grounds to acquire the divine elixir is not without reason. But what? Zhou Hai's face brightened, eagerly pressing for clarification. Was he still in the qi condensation realm when he produced the elixir? Indeed, the elder nodded. Having lived for several centuries, he possessed profound cultivation, extensive experience, and an unparalleled insight that could discern what eluded the common eye. Could the sect leader truly have perceived a flaw? Zhou Hai's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of vindication. The elder gestured for Zhou Hai to come closer, his expression inscrutable. "Come, let me share something with you." Upon hearing the words, Zhou Hai hurriedly approached the elder, filled with anticipation, and leaned in to listen closely. As he moved in a bit closer, suddenly, a deafening crash resonated throughout the grand hall. A scream echoed as a figure was violently propelled backward, blood gushing from their mouth incessantly. The calm demeanor of the elder vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming rage. "You fool! How could a mere waste of the qi condensation realm subdue the spirit of a divine-grade elixir, even tracing back 100,000 years? The lowest cultivation level of a divine elixir spirit would be that of the first tier of the king realm. Moreover, even if the elixir were genuine, how could his family possibly present it as compensation? The Duan family is hardly a prominent clan. The value of the elixir alone could purchase dozens of large cities." After a brief pause, the fury in the elder's gaze gradually dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of loss. 100 billion spirit stones, a sum sufficient to support the cultivation of all disciples of the Wild Demon Sect for an entire decade. Yet, just this morning, the sect leader of the Supreme Holy Sect, Duan Jiang, arrived with numerous elders to demand repayment, creating a tremendous uproar that attracted tens of thousands of onlookers. The Wild Demon Sect, being a well-known and formidable sect in the eastern region of the continent, naturally garnered much attention. The fact that such a significant sect was being pursued for debt was indeed a remarkable spectacle. In an instant, the entire Wild Demon Sect found itself at the center of this storm, its reputation in tatters. Duan Jiang audaciously demanded compensation of 100 billion spirit stones. To preserve the sect's honor, The elder had no choice but to acquiesce to the hefty payment. 100 billion spirit stones piled up to a height akin to a mountain, several thousand meters tall. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a staggering amount of spirit stones in their lifetime. And just like that, 100 billion spirit stones vanished into thin air. Humph. Let those ruffians from the Supreme Holy Sect enjoy themselves for a while. When the time is ripe, the entire Supreme Holy Sect will be mine to command. Casting a glance at Zhou Hai, who lay unconscious on the ground, Qiu Tianjue's eyes displayed no hint of emotion, as if he were merely observing a dead dog. Were it not for other considerations, he would never have allowed someone of such low martial prowess to hold the title of the sect's holy son. The loss incurred by the sect was so great that sparing Zhou Hai's life would be an act of mercy on Qiu Tianjue's part. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, causing Qiu Tianjue to pause momentarily. In rushed an elderly man with a bald head, seemingly clutching something in his hand. "Elder Minghua, what brings you here?" Qiu Tianjue inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "Sect leader. This is a transmission jade slip sent from the hidden sect. It appears there is something of great importance to report." The elder, referred to as Elder Minghua by Qiu Tianjue, appeared agitated, his palm outstretched. "Oh, it comes from the hidden sect? Quickly, let me see it." Upon hearing the words of Elder Minghua, Qiu Tianjue's expression turned solemn. He accepted the jade slip from Elder Minghua's hand, gently crushed it between his fingers. And a somewhat urgent voice resonated. "Elder brother, the celestial sacred sect's Tongxianzi has emerged. Our plans must be expedited." "What? The Tongxianzi has actually come into existence? Could it be that the previous phenomena from the celestial sacred sect were a portent of the Tongxianzi's arrival? Damn it." Qiu Tianjue's countenance darkened, his hands trembling slightly. Beside him, Elder Minghua's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "The Tongxianzi? Isn't that a being who appears only once every millennium?" The so-called Tongxianzi does not refer to one who has reached the Tongtian realm. Rather, it is a title. Only those extraordinary talents destined to break through to the Tongtian realm have the right to bear this title. There are but a handful of Tongtian realm experts across the entire Hunyuan continent. Each individual possessing the title of Tongxianzi is an unparalleled prodigy. Emerging only once in a millennium, their martial talent nothing short of monstrous. To think that the celestial sacred sect, whom I regard as my enemy, has birthed a Tongxianzi. This cannot stand. We must eradicate any potential Tongxianzi in its cradle. In the next moment, Qiu Tianjue abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Elder Minghua, and spoke. "I recall that a month from now is the celestial sacred sect's triannual Dragon Gate competition, correct?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Relay my orders. Immediately summon all disciples still outside. Furthermore, during this month, no disciple may leave the sect without permission. Adhere strictly to the sect master's decree. At the foot of Saintus Peak in the celestial sacred sect." Duan Jiang sauntered leisurely with a blade of grass clamped between his teeth, humming a tune. Feeling the aura within his dantian, which had thickened severalfold, he grinned broadly. It seemed that cultivation was not as arduous as he had imagined. As Duan Jiang practiced the Husha ancient demon fist, he simultaneously broke through another realm. He was now at the fourth heaven of the life tribulation realm. "Humph. Xianglan, my dear wife, just wait. One day you will be utterly captivated by me." Unable to extricate yourself, just as Duan Jiang indulged in his shameless fantasies, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted through. A delicate figure stood before him, obstructing his path. Duan Jiang regained his composure, his expression brightening as he grinned mischievously. "Wife, have you come down the mountain for something? Surely, it's not to seek me out?" Hearing Duan Jiang's unabashed words, Ning Xianglan maintained her composure, her voice cool as she replied, "I have already submitted a request to the sect master. Starting tomorrow, you will be a disciple of Kaiyang Peak. You may cultivate there in the future, without the need to continue residing with me." With that, Ning Xianglan tossed an ancient token to Duan Jiang, inscribed with the two characters Kaiyang. "What?" Upon hearing Ning Xianglan's words, Duan Jiang was left dumbfounded. "No way. This is clearly a sign that she intends to abandon me. Moreover, if I cannot be together with my wife in the future, how can I trigger the system rewards? No, I must not yield. This concerns a man's dignity. My dear wife, considering the divine elixir I gifted you, please allow me to reside with you. At worst, I shall not sleep in the same bed." Duan Jiang, with a distressed expression, gazed longingly at Ning Xianglan, full of reluctance. Chapter 8. The Gentle Empress, Truly Delightful. Ignoring Duan Jiang's shameless demeanor, Ning Xianglan continued speaking to herself. The celestial holy sect is divided into 7 primary peaks: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Except for Kaiyang Peak, The other 6 primary peaks each boast thousands of disciples. However, currently, Kaiyang Peak has the fewest disciples, nearly on the verge of extinction. At this point, Ning Xianglan glanced at Duan Jiang and inquired, "Do you know why those scions of noble families are willing to risk everything to enter the celestial holy sect?" Duan Jiang shook his head. With the original owner's cultivation and talent, he was utterly unqualified to pass the selection of the celestial holy sect. Naturally, he was indifferent to a sect he was destined not to enter, and thus, he had no impression of it at all. Seeing Duan Jiang's reaction, Ning Xianglan was not surprised. Each of the 7 primary peaks of the celestial holy sect possesses its unique peak inheritance, which pertains to the secrets of entering the transcendent realm, a matter that is known throughout the world. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's expression changed. The transcendent realm? It seems that the number of powerful beings in the transcendent realm across the entire mixed Yuan continent does not exceed a handful. Yet, each one is a formidable existence. Then why do you want me to go to the least populated Kaiyang Peak? Duan Jiang couldn't help but voice his confusion. The mere fact that it has the fewest disciples indicates that Kaiyang Peak currently holds a low status within the celestial holy sect, and it is likely the weakest peak. This also signifies that the cultivation resources there are the scarcest. So why does my wife want me to go to Kaiyang Peak? Ning Xianglan shook her head and explained, "I am not sending you to Kaiyang Peak to distance myself from you out of dislike. In fact, I was once a disciple of Kaiyang Peak, and the peak inheritance there is distinct from that of the other peaks, possessing a unique quality. To put it plainly, the inheritance of Kaiyang Peak surpasses that of the other 6 peaks combined. Unfortunately, I have only obtained a portion of that inheritance. I hope you can diligently cultivate and, one day, acquire the complete inheritance of Kaiyang, enabling you to advance further on the martial path." Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang was overwhelmed with joy. "It seems my wife truly cares for me. She is considerate in every aspect. I am profoundly moved. Furthermore, in just a month, the sect will hold its triennial grand competition, and I hope you can achieve an excellent ranking, garnering the attention of the peak masters from other primary peaks. As for the reason why disciples at Kaiyang Peak are scarce, you will come to know once you arrive there. Let us depart now." "Huh? We leave at this very moment?" Observing Ning Xianglan's frigid countenance, Duan Jiang could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well then." Suddenly, Duan Jiang felt an unexplainable lightness in his body, as an invisible force enveloped him, gently lifting him into the air. Inhaling the fragrant breeze wafting towards him, Duan Jiang experienced an unparalleled sense of refreshment. "By the way, my dear, what if a young lady at Kaiyang Peak takes a fancy to me? After all, with my exceptional qualities, I fear she might harbor ulterior motives." Watching Ning Xianglan, who was earnestly flying ahead, Duan Jiang spoke with a playful demeanor. "Should you dare engage in any inappropriate conduct behind my back, I shall ensure you never encounter another woman for the rest of your life." Duan Jiang, truly, the empress speaks with such authority. Instinctively glancing downwards, Duan Jiang suddenly recalled an ancient verse, "Before the expedition's success, one may perish. Thus, heroes often weep." He felt a surge of pity for the original owner of this body. Had he not traversed into this world, it seemed he would have never known a woman's touch. Duan Jiang instinctively retracted his head, falling silent. A quarter of an hour later, the two finally arrived at Kaiyang Peak. "Is this the pinnacle of Kaiyang Peak?" As he beheld the scene before him, Duan Jiang slowly spoke, his gaze ablaze with astonishment. Before him loomed a colossal peak, soaring thousands of feet into the sky, ancient, vast, mysterious, and magnificent. "We have arrived." A cool, clear voice pulled Duan Jiang back to reality. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sound of air being sliced apart resonated. A young and handsome man clad in white appeared before Duan Jiang. The man smiled gently and bowed to Ning Xianglan, saying, "I greet you, Saintess Xianglan." Ning Xianglan nodded and replied softly, "Brother Bai, do not stand on ceremony. Though I am a saintess, I remain a disciple of Kaiyang Peak. That will never change." Naturally, the young man then turned his gaze to Duan Jiang, laughing heartily. "I presume this is the husband of the saintess?" To break through to a significant realm during the wedding ceremony in front of the world is truly unprecedented. Duan Jiang, upon hearing this, awkwardly scratched his head. "All of this is the system's doing. It has nothing to do with me. The saintess has already informed me of your matters, and I have received the sect's approval. Henceforth, you may cultivate here with peace of mind, and I shall be your third senior brother. This shall be your home." The young man's tone was gentle. Duan Jiang's heart stirred suddenly. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Duan Jiang expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. "No need for such formalities. Come, let us return home together." The young man replied with a smile. "Please allow me a moment, brother. I must discuss a few matters with my husband before he departs with you." Ning Xianglan interjected. "Saintess, take your time." Bai Changhai nodded and slowly retreated. Once he had distanced himself, Ning Xianglan hesitantly spoke, "If you truly wish for my acknowledgement, then strive diligently in your cultivation. Presently, you are far too weak. Should you remain insufficiently powerful in the future, you may not even be able to safeguard your own life." She handed him a token of passage to her residence, adding, "Should you wish to visit me in the future, this token will grant you unobstructed access to my holy maiden peak. And thank you for the divine pill." With those words, Ning Xianglan ascended into the air, her gentle smile reminiscent of an ethereal orchid hidden in a deep valley, yet unseen by anyone. Holding the aquamarine token bestowed by Ning Xianglan, Duan Jiang felt a warmth in his heart, yet a weightiness lingered in his spirit. He understood the burdens that his beloved bore, far too many and excessively heavy. Enemies of imperial caliber, and not merely one. They would inevitably sense Ning Xianglan's aura and come seeking vengeance. A sudden urgency surged within Duan Jiang. No matter what, if they dared to extinguish Xianglan's life, he would ensure they returned to their origins without success. But the prerequisite was that he must become sufficiently powerful. As long as he gained the strength, he would make them line up and kneel before the world, singing of their submission. As he watched Ning Xianglan depart, Bai Changhai approached. Noticing Duan Jiang's somber expression, he instantly understood. "Junior brother, there is no need for such despondency. Although we lost the divine pill due to Zhou Hai's machinations, the wild demon sect has paid a hefty price under the reproach of the sect master." Duan Jiang paused, suddenly recalling the matter of the compensation for the divine pill. It seems the sect master is quite efficient. Oh, what did the wild demon sect compensate? 10 billion spirit stones. Goodness. I have never seen so many spirit stones in my life. Duan Jiang was taken aback. My goodness. They truly compensated 10 billion spirit stones. I merely mentioned it casually. What about the spirit stones? Duan Jiang questioned, snapping out of his reverie. Did the holy maiden not provide them to you? Duan Jiang. Chapter 9. A Friendly Brotherhood. Junior brother, look, that is our home. Bai Changhai smiled as he pointed towards a distant location. Let us go. Bai Changhai then took hold of Duan Jiang's arm, and with a single step, they transformed into streaks of light soaring towards the center of Kaiyang Peak. After a few breaths, Duan Jiang finally entered the confines of Kaiyang Peak. Above the firmament, Duan Jiang appeared, gazing downwards as he surveyed the surroundings. The entirety of Kaiyang Peak lay before him. It was a main peak brimming with vitality. In the distance, the mountains undulated majestically, vast and boundless, with azure ponds and spiritual lakes emanating an enchanting aura. Everywhere was suffused with a refreshing life force, and everything was so exquisite, akin to a paradise beyond the earthly realm. Should such a scene manifest on Earth, it would undoubtedly be classified as a top-tier scenic area. Yet this is merely one half of Kaiyang Peak. On the other half, Duan Jiang perceives nothing but the soaring crimson flames, fiercely ablaze, enveloping the entire other side of Kaiyang Peak. One half resembles a paradise untouched by time, while the other half resembles a fiery inferno. Such is Kaiyang Peak, eccentric and enigmatic. In an instant, a profound curiosity surged within Duan Jiang. Are you not intrigued? Does the peculiarity of Kaiyang Peak captivate your imagination? Fear not, for in due time, you shall uncover the mysteries that lie ahead. Come, let us return home. Once more, the third senior brother grasped Duan Jiang's arm, guiding him toward the idyllic half of Kaiyang Peak. During this journey, however, Duan Jiang keenly discerned something remarkable. He noticed that the aura of cultivation emanating from his third senior brother was indeed formidable, yet it concealed an inexplicable frailty. Indeed, a frailty. This revelation caused Duan Jiang's gaze to flicker, sensing an undercurrent of contradiction. He silently committed this observation to memory, opting to inquire further at a more opportune moment. Shortly thereafter, they paused before a picturesque valley. It was there that Duan Jiang beheld a towering statue, 100 feet tall, fashioned in the likeness of a humanoid figure. The statue stood with arms crossed behind its back, its physique imposing and countenance handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes gazing upward, as if seeking the heavens. Yet its expression remained cold, as though harboring the essence of celestial bodies. A formidable presence. Duan Jiang immediately recognized it as a paragon of strength that once dominated the continent. Third senior brother, who is this statue? Duan Jiang inquired, awestruck. In response, Bai Changhai sighed softly, the former master of Kaiyang Peak. So it is the master of the peak. Just as I suspected. Wait, the former master? Then who is the current master? Duan Jiang pressed on. Kaiyang Peak has been without a master for several centuries, Bai Changhai replied with a shake of his head, revealing the truth. Although the whereabouts of the former master remain unknown, our sect leader has stated that every true disciple who joins the lineage of Kaiyang must pay homage to this statue. Bai Changhai's words caused Duan Jiang's eyes to shimmer with contemplation, yet he remained silent. Under the watchful gaze of his smiling third senior brother, Duan Jiang approached the statue. His demeanor solemn as he clasped his fists and bowed deeply in respect. Excellent. With your homage to the statue, you have truly entered the lineage of Kaiyang. Come. Let me guide you into the valley to meet your fellow brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters? Third senior brother, how many do I have? As they walked side by side, Duan Jiang followed his third senior brother into the valley, a place of breathtaking beauty, as picturesque as a painting. In our esteemed lineage from the peak of Kaiyang, there are a total of 8 siblings, each meticulously chosen by our venerable master. However, through the passage of time and various circumstances, 3 of them have tragically fallen. Yet, even in their absence, they remain our cherished brothers and sisters, eternally inscribed in the annals of Kaiyang Peak, never to be forgotten. Presently, including myself, there are 3 brothers and 2 sisters remaining, one of whom is the current saintess of Xianglan. As Bai Chahai paused momentarily, his gaze turned to Duan Jiang, a warm smile of joy blossoming on his face as he declared, "You are the youngest disciple of the Kaiyang lineage, ranked 9th. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Old 9. Duan Jiang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling what his wife had mentioned before, that the number of disciples at Kaiyang Peak is the least among the 7 peaks. Yet, he had never anticipated it would be so few. Compared to the other peaks, Kaiyang Peak could be considered nearly deserted. Feeling the sincere warmth of his third brother's joyful gaze, Duan Jiang regained his composure and nodded gently, accepting this new identity. Haha, Old 9. Let me take you to meet our eldest brother. With that, under the guidance of his third brother, the 2 made their way towards a valley, soon encountering an extraordinary stone dwelling that came into view. This stone house, embedded within the cliffside, was nearly engulfed by various vines, with only a door and a window faintly visible, both covered in dust, indicating they had not been opened for many years. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the air. Stepping forward to the shadowy window, Bai Changhai smiled and called out, "Eldest brother, I have delightful news. Starting today, we have gained a new little brother named Duan Jiang, who is also the husband of Xianglan. I have brought him to meet you." Duan Jiang stood quietly, gazing at the stone dwelling. After his third brother's words fell, the dwelling remained shrouded in silence, devoid of any response. "Oh, by the way, Old 9, I forgot to mention. Our eldest brother has been in seclusion for an exceedingly long time, possibly delving into deeper meditation, and may not have heard me just yet, but he will soon. In our hearts, our eldest brother is like a father and a brother to us. Whenever our master is absent, we often seek his counsel regarding any matters." The gentle words echoed in Duan Jiang's ears, causing a tremor within him, and his gaze towards the stone dwelling shifted. Is this truly our eldest brother? Has he remained confined within this stone chamber, never to show himself? It was almost inconceivable. Yet, in the next moment, a male voice resonated suddenly, imbued with an exquisite warmth, carrying a profound sense of loneliness that seemed to transcend time itself. Old 9. Duan Jiang was momentarily startled, for this voice not only rang in his ears but also resonated deeply within his heart. This was a feat achievable only by one who has attained an extraordinary mastery of spiritual consciousness. At that moment, Duan Jiang clasped his fists and offered a slight bow towards the stone dwelling nestled against the mountainside, saying, "I have come to pay my respects, senior brother." A gentle chuckle resonated from within the stone abode. "Ah, my dear 9th brother, now that you have joined our Kaiyang lineage, we are family, and there is no need for such formalities. Although I am unable to meet you in person for the time being, rest assured, your senior brother will always be by your side whenever you need." The soothing tone, akin to a gentle spring breeze, echoed from the stone house, instilling within Duan Jiang an indescribable sense of security, such as the presence of the senior brother, merely hearing his voice, without sight of his form. Yet it bestows upon one a profound and tranquil strength. "Thank you, senior brother," Duan Jiang replied with a smile. "It appears that this otherworldly realm differs somewhat from my expectations." Subsequently, a smile slowly graced Duan Jiang's lips. "Haha, senior brother, continue your seclusion. I shall take 9th brother to meet 4th brother." Bai Changhao laughed heartily, then led Duan Jiang away from the stone dwelling towards another direction in the valley. Chapter 10. The Unusual Kaiyang Peak. Approximately a quarter of an hour later. "Here we are, 9th brother. Do you see that precipice? Your 5th senior sister is up there." Before a sheer cliff, 3rd senior brother halted, pointing towards the summit of the cliff. Duan Jiang followed his gaze, and upon looking, his heart trembled. He beheld the precipice, cloaked in eternal ice, radiating an aura of extreme cold, as if capable of freezing the very heavens and earth. At the edge of the cliff stood a graceful figure in a flowing white gown, her skirt billowing in the cold wind, facing the abyss, with her back turned to the universe. Following 3rd senior brother, Duan Jiang ascended the cliff. As he approached within several dozen yards of her silhouette, he seemed to hear a faint whisper in his ear. Love, once it arises, can lead to life or death. But that which cannot be reborn is not the utmost of love. In that instant, Duan Jiang's steps faltered slightly. Hello, fifth brother. This is our junior disciple, the newly arrived ninth brother, who is also the husband of sister Xianglan. I have brought ninth brother to see you. Third senior brother's footsteps halted, no longer advancing. As he called out to the figure ahead, ninth brother, your fifth senior sister may be somewhat peculiar, a bit extreme. Alas, you do not know, once upon a time, fifth sister and fourth brother were destined for each other, chosen together by master to enter the Kaiyang lineage. They were childhood sweethearts, supporting one another through thick and thin. Unfortunately, fourth brother fell, leaving fifth sister all alone. Ever since, she seems to have transformed entirely, standing here day after day, year after year. Murmuring the words you just heard, the voice of third senior brother conveyed a hint of sorrow and compassion, stirring Duan Jiang's heart. The figure, seemingly aware of third senior brother's call, slowly turned around. She gazed blankly at Duan Jiang, as if she had uncovered a profound truth. Her crimson lips parted softly. I sense it. You harbor a deep affection within your heart. You are indeed a person of great emotion. Very well, very well. Lao Jiao, I apologize for startling you. Senior sister Wu, you are too kind. There is no need for formality, he replied. All right. Lao Wu, please continue. Lao Jiao, let us depart. The third senior brother cheerfully interjected, taking Duan Jiang by the arm and turning to leave. After a brief sprint, Duan Jiang followed the third senior brother away from the precipice. Yet, at that moment, his heart was anything but tranquil. Senior brother, senior sister Wu. After encountering both of them, Duan Jiang sensed an unusual aura surrounding them. With this thought in mind, his gaze shifted to the third senior brother, who was leading the way. In truth, Duan Jiang had already perceived that the seemingly most ordinary third senior brother also possessed an air of peculiarity, just as unusual as the others. Lao Jiao, you have already met 4 of our 5 siblings. There remains one more, your 7th senior brother. Now, I shall take you to meet him. Thunderous roars soon reached Duan Jiang's ears. It was the sound of a majestic waterfall, under the guidance of the third senior brother. Duan Jiang arrived before a grand and magnificent waterfall, cascading down from the mountain peak in a breathtaking display. Old Seven, are you there? Old Seven. Standing before the waterfall, the third senior brother called out loudly. Splash. In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted from the waterfall, and a figure shot forth, leaping out from within its embrace. It was a tall man with dark skin and tousled hair, yet his features held a certain rugged handsomeness, particularly his exceptionally bright eyes. Hee, it's the third senior brother. Are you here to play with me? It's been so long since you last accompanied me. The third senior brother seized Old Seven and gestured towards Duan Jiang, saying, Old Seven, this is Lao Jiao. From now on, he will be our little junior brother. Our family. The once cheerful Old Seven, upon hearing the third senior brother's words, turned his bright and innocent eyes upon Duan Jiang. In an instant, he stepped forward, scrutinizing Duan Jiang carefully before reaching out to pinch his cheeks. Hiki, Lao Jiao, I finally have a little junior brother. Hiki, Lao Jiao, I'll get you some candy. With that, Old Seven turned and leapt back into the waterfall, seemingly on a quest for sweets. Observing Old Seven's retreating figure, the third senior brother displayed a tender expression, gently sighing to Duan Jiang. Lao Jiao, I trust you have realized that Old Seven is often referred to as a fool by others. Yet, our master and fellow siblings have never viewed him as such. In our hearts, Old Seven is family. Regardless of what transpires, we shall protect him with all our strength, just as he will fiercely guard us in return. Listening to the third senior brother's resolute words and feeling the camaraderie embedded within his tone, Duan Jiang slowly nodded. Splash! The waterfall roared as the seventh brother reappeared, rushing back, breathless. He cautiously extended his right hand towards Duan Jiang and then opened it. Hee, ninth brother, here, have some candy. The confection was exquisite, shimmering like the stars in the heavens. Duan Jiang smiled gently, took the golden treat, and placed it directly in his mouth. Seventh brother, your candy is truly delightful. Thank you. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's words, the seventh brother leaped with uncontainable excitement, his joy seemingly lifting him off the ground, clapping and laughing exuberantly. The third brother, observing this scene, gazed at Duan Jiang with an expression softened by warmth. In the distance, the waterfall thundered, and Duan Jiang turned to look, only to discover a massive stone tablet standing majestically upstream, seemingly inscribed with something akin to an ancient mural. This sight stirred something within Duan Jiang, prompting him to focus intently. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has automatically detected the presence of treasures within 100 feet of the host. The treasure analysis function can be activated when the host is within 30 feet. Duan Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then elated, quickly informing the third brother before dashing towards it. Within 30 feet. Requesting host confirmation for analysis? Analyze. Request successful. Commencing comprehensive analysis. Analysis progress, 1%. Analysis progress, 2%. Watching the progress bar materialize in his mind, Duan Jiang felt a bit dazed. Wow. My system has so many functions. He suddenly realized that his system diverged significantly from others he had encountered. While other hosts had singularly focused systems, his was replete with numerous features. Not only did it offer a rich reward mechanism and assist in learning martial arts, but it could also detect nearby treasures and, astonishingly, analyze them. He sensed that there were still other functions yet to be uncovered. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He felt that if he were unable to ascend to greatness, it would be a disservice to the system. Chapter 11. The Undying Golden Body of the Great Multiverse. In the distance, beneath the waterfall, the third brother gazed at Duan Jiang, his expression shifting. He was astonished that the ninth brother's martial talent was so remarkable. On his first visit here, he had already discerned the extraordinary nature of the mural. Seventh brother, ninth brother is engrossed in comprehending the body refinement technique. Let us not disturb him and find another place to play, shall we? Observing Duan Jiang's focused contemplation of the mural, the third brother promptly tugged at the jubilant seventh brother. All right, we mustn't disturb the ninth brother. The seventh brother chimed in, his words laced with innocence, as he deliberately lowered his voice and took hold of the third brother's arm, ready to depart. Seventh brother, slow down. It hasn't been long. And you're already worried about the ninth brother. Under the playful scolding of his third senior brother, the two departed from the waterfall, leaving Duan Jiang in a serene environment. Before the colossal stone wall, Duan Jiang sat quietly, resembling a statue. As days passed, time flowed like the rising and setting of the sun. Before long, several days had slipped by. Duan Jiang remained seated, his expression having transformed from initial excitement to a state of drooping fatigue, with the corners of his mouth betraying a hint of drool. Clearly, he had succumbed to slumber. He had never anticipated that the process of deciphering the treasure would take such an extended period. Initially, the progress seemed swift, but as time wore on, it diminished. Crucially, he could not stray more than 3 paces from the mural, or the deciphering would be interrupted. With no alternatives, he had no choice but to doze off for 2 days. Until, at a certain moment, Duan Jiang's seated form suddenly trembled. Ding. System analysis progress at 100%. Analysis complete. Please retrieve the results. Treasure name: Immortal Golden Body of the Great Multiverse, Body Refinement Technique. Rarity level, 4, highest is 9. The host requests to learn the technique Immortal Golden Body of the Great Multiverse. Duan Jiang exclaimed in excitement. Ding. Host request approved. Initiating technique learning process. Injecting proficiency shards. Buzz. Layers of black mist surged from Duan Jiang's body, enveloping him. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted from behind him, enveloping the heavens and earth, spreading wildly towards the skies. In the next moment, countless golden light shards continuously surged into Duan Jiang's cerebral memory center. Proficiency loaded to 1/10. Proficiency loaded to 2/10. Proficiency loaded to 3/10. Meanwhile, the summit of Kaiyang suddenly erupted with a tremendous roar. In the next instant, a startling transformation occurred. A deafening beastly roar erupted from the half of Kaiyang Peak engulfed in crimson flames. As this roar reverberated, a cacophony of additional roars followed, shaking the very heavens and earth, as if a legion of thousands of troops and myriad beasts were surging forth. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. From within the half of Kaiyang Peak consumed by crimson flames, hundreds of colossal figures charged forth, enshrouded in terrifying crimson flames. These were various fire elemental demonic beasts, each exuding a dreadful aura, none beneath the first level of the Calamity Realm. Within their fierce and cruel eyes surged an insatiable desire, all fixated on the same direction, where Duan Jiang remained. The boundless crimson flames billowed, resembling waves of fire sweeping across the void. Roar. The earth-shattering beastly roar that had first sounded echoed once more through the skies. An unforeseen peril descended upon them, and even Duan Jiang himself remained oblivious. Yet, at this very moment, within the stone dwelling at the end of the valley, enveloped in darkness, 2 radiant beams of light abruptly ignited, akin to stars illuminating the night sky, dazzlingly brilliant. Those were indeed a pair of eyes. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of anticipation surged within the gaze of the eldest disciple. It was the ninth brother, delving into the mural, having reached a crucial juncture in his contemplation. Suddenly, An overwhelming, unyielding aura erupted within the pitch-black stone chamber. A flash of light flickered before the window of the stone dwelling. It had been quite some time since one had ventured out. A hushed whisper emanated from the shadows, and in an instant, the figure stepped forth, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, at the other end of the valley, atop a precipice, the fifth sister, who had been turned away from the heavens and earth, slowly lifted her delicate head. The murmuring ceased abruptly as her graceful silhouette turned. How dare they covet the life of a ninth brother? Whoosh! In an instant, the fifth sister's figure disappeared from the edge of the cliff. At that very moment, beneath the waterfall where Duan Jiang stood, a figure, reminiscent of a jade tree swaying in the wind, approached leisurely, a warm smile gracing his face. It was the third brother. At this moment, the third brother radiated joy and warmth, yet within his eyes surged a profound sense of tranquility. Indeed, it was tranquility, so serene that it bore no trace of worldly affairs, so tranquil that it evoked a sense of dread, even causing one's heart to quiver. The entirety of his being seemed to embody an indescribable enigma and mystery. Above the waterfall, before the immense stone tablet, Duan Jiang remained seated in meditation, a hint of exhilaration illuminating his countenance. Almost there, just a little more. Roar. In the next instant, accompanied by a ferocious roar, an overwhelming heat surged forth. As a beastly silhouette and hundreds of fire elemental monsters arrived, lion-headed, deer-horned, tiger-eyed, elk-bodied, dragon-scaled, and bull-tailed. Above the void, a colossal figure, towering 100 feet, finally revealed its true form. It was none other than a Hellfire Qilin. This Hellfire Qilin, cloaked in obsidian hues and enveloped in flames, possessed eyes that radiated a cruel, anthropomorphic superiority, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Devour him. By consuming this human lad on the verge of attaining the immortal body of the great heavens, it could evolve its bloodline, escape its confinement, and shatter its shackles. The Hellfire Qilin gazed down upon Duan Jiang seated before the massive stone tablet, an overwhelming desire and greed surging within its depths. After enduring a protracted era of suffering, it had finally awaited this day. With this thought, the Hellfire Qilin could no longer restrain itself and plunged downward with its 100-foot frame. Yet in the very next moment, as it approached within 100 feet of Duan Jiang, three figures suddenly materialized in the void before him. The foremost figure was a faint silhouette, somewhat indistinct, yet radiating an indomitable, iron-blooded aura that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was the eldest disciple. To the left stood an enchanting figure, draped in a flowing white gown, exuding an extreme chill and solitude. It was the fifth sister. To the right, a figure of striking elegance stood tall, embodying the very essence of grace. It was none other than the third senior brother. These three silhouettes materialized seemingly out of thin air, positioning themselves resolutely before Duan Jiang amidst the void. In stark contrast to the colossal size of the infernal Fire Qilin, their forms appeared diminutive. Yet each emanated an unwavering presence, akin to three steadfast mountains eternally guarding Duan Jiang. Simultaneously, a fourth figure emerged, rather than appearing from the void. He came sprinting from afar, wielding a formidable wolf-toothed club measuring 3 zhang in length, his hair disheveled. It was the seventh senior brother. Hiki, the ninth senior brother will protect you, he declared with a foolish grin, cautiously approaching Duan Jiang. Chapter 12. At all costs, I shall protect you. At Kaiyang Peak, all 4 of Duan Jiang's senior brothers and sisters had gathered, standing resolutely before him. In the skies above, the infernal Fire Qilin fixed its fierce gaze upon the quartet, a wave of scorn and fury slowly surging within its depths. The roar of a beast echoed thunderously, transforming into a voice that was both resounding and tyrannical, exuding raw ferocity. Yet, in the face of the terrifying might of the infernal Fire Qilin, the 4 figures remained unmoved. The eldest brother stepped forward, proclaiming with a commanding voice, either leave or perish. The third brother and the fifth sister positioned themselves behind the eldest brother, the trio forming an unyielding barrier akin to a chasm that severed the advance of the infernal Fire Qilin. They were determined to protect Duan Jiang at any cost. Upon hearing the eldest brother's words, the infernal Fire Qilin's fierce eyes erupted with 2 streams of blazing flames, accompanied by an indescribable aura of terror that permeated the heavens and the earth. 3 human ants, seeking death, it roared. The only entity on Kaiyang Peak that could instill fear within it was that ancient figure, long since departed. These 3 insignificant beings were utterly beneath its notice. Possessing a trace of Qilin blood, and being a variant of the lineage, how proud the infernal Fire Qilin was, despite their previous indifference to one another. It could no longer contain itself. If it could devour this human boy who had attained the undying golden body of the great heavens, it would successfully evolve. mastering the Qilin inherent refining technique and truly deserving of a place among the pure-blood Qilin lineage. Should you obstruct this king, you shall be consumed alongside him. It bellowed. With an irate roar, the infernal fire Qilin, having lost its patience, opened its maw wide, unleashing a colossal fireball the size of 1,000 zhang, enveloping the three brothers. After all, a beast, stubborn and unyielding. Let us see just how capable you truly are. The eldest brother's domineering voice echoed once more, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Kill. No sooner had the eldest brother's words fallen than a graceful figure shot forth, aiming directly at the infernal fire Qilin. Within the atmosphere suffused with unbearable heat, a chilling aura suddenly surged forth, and from the heavens descended countless crystalline snowflakes, freezing everything in their wake. The one who had made the first move was none other than the fifth sister. Crackle, crackle. The blazing fireball, towering high, was unexpectedly encased in ice, transforming into a colossal block of ice that crashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the infernal fire Qilin narrowed its fierce eyes slightly, its fury intensifying. Suddenly, a gigantic hoof silhouette materialized in the void, tearing through the heavens and descending to impose its might. Aha! What a splendid opportunity! The third senior brother boomed, stepping forward with an air of bravado, extending his long right hand. Yet, as he clenched his fingers gently, a resounding blast of invisible energy erupted, as if two colossal hands were forcefully grasping together in the firmament. However, a hint of an awkward smile soon surfaced on the third senior brother's face, for while his strike appeared earth-shattering and imposing, the actual power unleashed was merely that of the fifth layer of the Fate Tribulation realm. Such strength was akin to a mere tickle in the eyes of the infernal fire Qilin. Alas, I exerted less than 1,000th of my strength just now. Now, I offer you a chance. Will you not flee? You colossal insect, do you truly wish to compel me to subdue you? The third senior brother exclaimed, one hand on his hip while the other pointed accusingly at the infernal fire Qilin's nose. Useless. The infernal fire Qilin's nostrils flared with rage, flames erupting from them as it sensed the humiliation inflicted by this human cultivator. With a swift motion, a claw from the hoof silhouette transformed into a blade of light, darting through the void at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the third senior brother. Step back, third, the eldest senior brother commanded, his tone tinged with a subtle sense of resignation. At last, he made his move. With a wave of his hand, a vast and overwhelming power collided with the claw, and the two formidable forces clashed, instantly dissolving into nothingness. He then flipped his right hand, revealing a black token inscribed with a character of prohibition. Incantations flowed from the eldest senior brother's lips as he seemingly recited an ancient spell, raising the black token toward the sky. In an instant, waves of black radiance emanated from the token. The bodies of hundreds of fire element beasts behind the infernal fire Qilin trembled violently, emitting agonizing and fearful roars as they struggled desperately, soon losing their combat ability and collapsing to the ground. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Either depart or face annihilation, echoed the eldest senior brother's voice in the void. A thunderous roar erupted from the infernal fire Qilin in the distance, fully incensed, teetering on the brink of frenzy. Its fierce gaze turned once more to Duan Jiang, who was steadfastly protected by the seventh senior brother, and the greed in the infernal fire Qilin's eyes morphed into a wild madness. For the sake of freedom and the evolution of its bloodline, it was willing to sacrifice everything. In the next heartbeat, the infernal fire Qilin's 100-foot form erupted with an unrestrained, furious aura, its hooves pounding the heavens, the terrifying energy surging wildly, now 3 times stronger than before. Be cautious, Lao San and Lao Wu. This beast has awakened its bloodline power. Do not be negligent. The elder brother's shadowy gaze flickered momentarily, offering a warning. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left his lips than the infernal fire Qilin vanished from sight. The fifth sister, unflustered in the face of danger, cautioned, stay alert. Now, simultaneously, the elder brother struck, his shadow merging into the void as an overwhelming force began to coalesce. Crack. A thunderous roar echoed, heralding a cataclysmic clash once more. No. It was not merely a bloodline eruption, it was a reckless consumption of its very essence. This is bad. It intends to launch a surprise attack on Lao Jiao. Lao Qi, be careful. Protect Lao Jiao. Suddenly, the elder brother's voice erupted with furious urgency, echoing loudly. There, the infernal fire Qilin, having inexplicably shrunk to a mere 10 zhang, reappeared out of thin air, charging directly at Duan Jiang. Its previous assault had merely been a ruse to mislead the elder brother and his companions, aimed at utterly devouring Duan Jiang. Whoosh. The terrifying heat descended with a cataclysmic wave, its fierce gaze radiating a primal ferocity and insatiable hunger. Yet, at that moment, the seventh brother's bright Innocent eyes brimmed with an equally reckless madness, blood vessels visibly pulsating. "No, I shall not allow you to harm our little junior." With muscles taut, he summoned every ounce of strength to wield his three-zhong wolf-toothed club, striking fiercely at the infernal fire Qilin. "Lao Qi, be cautious." "No." Lao Qi, the elder brother, third brother, and fifth sister's eyes turned crimson in an instant. Their figures flickered as all three descended into a frenzy. But it was too late. The infernal fire Qilin's speed was simply too formidable. Bang! In that moment, a sound akin to metal clashing erupted, causing the very earth to fracture. Puff! The terrifying backlash struck the seventh brother, sending him reeling, and he spewed a mouthful of blood that splattered into the swirling black mist. In that instant, Duan Jiang, having just mastered the great celestial undying body, fell the jolt. "Cough! I cannot allow you to harm our little junior." "Heh. Cough, cough." The seventh brother spread his arms wide, blood trickling from his lips, yet he bore a foolish grin, his singular thought being the imperative to protect his little junior. For this, he would sacrifice everything, even his own life. Lao Qi. From a distance, the third brother, submerged beneath a barrage of fireballs, let out a hoarse roar. Buzz. At that critical juncture, Duan Jiang, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the first body refinement technique. Based on the difficulty of the technique, an encouragement reward of 1,000 points in comprehension has been granted. As Duan Jiang opened his eyes, he beheld the Tenzhong infernal fire Qilin radiating an aura of unfathomable terror and ferocity, its greedy and frenzied gaze fixated upon him. He saw the elder brother, third brother, and fifth sister, their figures obscured by hundreds of towering fireballs, their eyes ablaze with fury. Before him stood his seventh senior brother, arms wide open. Drenched in blood, with a gaze of unwavering determination, rushing towards him without a hint of hesitation. In that instant, Duan Jiang's eyes turned crimson as well. "Old Ninth, you're awake. Rest assured, your senior brother will protect you." At this moment, it felt as if countless volcanoes erupted within Duan Jiang's heart. "Thank you, seventh senior brother. Now it is my turn to shield you. Having just embarked upon this foreign realm, I was still unversed in the ways of violence. Today, I shall brandish my blade in your defense." A soft whisper echoed as Duan Jiang's figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 13. Duan Jiang's Fury, the Immortal Golden Body Unleashed. "If you harm my seventh senior brother, you shall pay with your life." Unleash the great heavenly immortal golden body, fixating on the menacing infernal fire Qilin before him. Duan Jiang's gaze turned frigid. Suddenly, his right fist was raised, and an astonishing spectacle unfolded. His entire right arm and fist shimmered with a resplendent golden hue. Imbued with an indescribable ferocity, the great heavenly immortal golden body. This was a divine ability of the physical form. In the next moment, Duan Jiang unleashed his fist. The air erupted with a deafening roar, as mountains crumbled and the earth trembled. A thunderous sound reverberated. An unfathomable force detonated, engulfing the entire realm in a brilliant golden radiance, shattering the ground inch by inch. A roar, filled with incredulity and madness, echoed, imbued with an overwhelming sense of terror and despair. Within the vast golden brilliance, the infernal fire Qilin reverted back to its colossal form, hurtling away in disarray. In an instant, the Qilin was left battered and bloodied, with its essence splattering across the void. "Wow, Old Ninth is remarkable. Although he pales in comparison to senior brother S might, I doubt anyone rivals his handsomeness aside from me." From a distance, the third senior brother animatedly gestured, his face alight with excitement. His words fell on deaf ears for the first senior brother and fifth senior sister, who appeared unfazed, accustomed to the third senior brother's audacity. "Fear not. With Old Ninth's current prowess coupled with the unique suppression of the great heavenly immortal golden body, the infernal fire Qilin cannot stir up any tempest." The fifth senior sister casually glanced and then approached the seventh senior brother, administering healing elixirs. With a resounding impact, Duan Jiang's furious fist struck the infernal fire Qilin with an indescribable, terrifying force. One punch, two punches, three punches, four punches. Each strike landed with brutal precision. A display of sheer savagery. At this juncture, the infernal fire Qilin was gravely injured, its fierce eyes now reflecting only boundless fear and despair. A quarter of an hour later, "Stop. Old Ninth, there's no need to slay him. He still holds some value for Kaiyang Peak." Observing Duan Jiang's intent to deliver a lethal blow, the fifth senior sister hurriedly interjected. This infernal fire Qilin had been captured by the Peak Master thousands of years ago to guard Kaiyang Peak. Only the former Peak Master knew the underlying reasons. Hearing her words, Duan Jiang ceased his assault, nodding in acquiescence. Since the Kaoyang Peak still holds significance, Duan Jiang decided to spare its life. The infernal fire Qilin, being quite astute, seized the opportunity upon noticing Duan Jiang's cessation of action and promptly vanished without a trace. Old Nine, let it be. This creature has recognized your prowess and dares not show itself recklessly again. A black shadow approached Duan Jiang and spoke. Elder brother, is seventh brother unharmed? Duan Jiang inquired with evident concern. Old Seven is tough-skinned and hardy. He merely sustained some superficial injuries. A few days of rest will suffice. You need not worry. Reassured the elder brother. Hearing these words, Duan Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But where did this demon beast originate? He furrowed his brow and questioned. In response, the elder brother smiled mysteriously, his gaze enigmatic. It is connected to you. Duan Jiang's heart jolted, and his confusion deepened. Connected to me? What do you mean, elder brother? You will understand in due time. All right then. Duan Jiang decided not to press further since the elder brother chose to remain silent. However, his body suddenly trembled slightly, and his pupils constricted in an instant. For from his vantage point, gazing toward the heavens above Kaoyang Peak, he suddenly discerned an ancient, majestic, and towering edifice looming in the sky. No way. Why had I not noticed this towering structure before? Old Nine. Only from the very center of Kaoyang Peak can one behold this martial extreme tower. The elder brother's voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of emotion. As he too gazed at the giant tower. Martial extreme tower? Duan Jiang queried in confusion. Indeed, to the disciples of the holy sect. The martial extreme tower is akin to a sacred ground, the ultimate goal every true disciple aspires to conquer. In the Hunyuan continent, martial arts hierarchies are strictly defined. Only above the heavenly king does one attain the heavenly sovereign realm. Once a martial artist enters the heavenly sovereign realm, their very existence undergoes an unprecedented elevation. Furthermore, the heavenly sovereign realm is divided into 3 stages: the ultimate heavenly sovereign, the peerless heavenly sovereign, and the annihilation heavenly sovereign. Duan Jiang nodded at this, for he had been informed of these hierarchical systems before. How many levels does that martial extreme tower have? 9 levels. Correct. 9 levels, each representing distinct significance. Should one surpass the 3rd level, it signifies a future potential to ascend to the ultimate heavenly sovereign tier. If one conquers the 5th level, they earn the qualification to challenge the annihilation heavenly sovereign. Should one surpass the 8th level, it indicates an unparalleled achievement in martial aptitude, heralding the potential to step into the transcendent realm, where one traverses the starry rivers and envelopes the universe, all within a mere moment. The elder brother spoke eloquently, and upon uttering the final phrase, Duan Jiang's spirit reverberated with intensity. To traverse the starry rivers and envelop the universe, what sensation could that possibly evoke? As he slowly articulated these 6 words, Duan Jiang felt an overwhelming aura wash over him. Alas, it is a pity that such extraordinary talents are exceedingly rare. The elder brother seemed to recall something, shaking his head with a sigh. Only those extraordinary prodigies, hidden among the infinite beings of the endless race, are capable of ascending to the 8th level of the martial extreme tower. Since the establishment of our esteemed celestial sect, only one individual has ever reached the 8th level. I require time. I must grow stronger for Xianglan and for myself. Upon this realization, a fierce glimmer, akin to blades capable of cleaving the heavens, ignited within Duan Jiang's brilliant gaze. After learning that his 7th senior brother was unharmed, Duan Jiang's spirits lifted. Old Ninth, I shall take my leave now. With 3rd brother here, he will handle everything well. Shortly thereafter, the shadow vanished, as if it had never existed. The sudden departure of the senior brother left Duan Jiang momentarily stunned, having not even had the chance to express his gratitude. Senior brother, thank you. Ultimately, Duan Jiang softly uttered his thanks towards the spot where the shadow had dissipated. With one last glance at the martial extreme tower, Duan Jiang's eyes sparkled with determination. I shall soon experience the martial extreme tower myself. He then swiftly moved towards the waterfall. Upon returning to the waterfall, Duan Jiang discovered that 5th senior sister had already departed, leaving only 3rd brother and 7th brother behind. 3rd brother, 7th brother, I am immensely grateful for this. As he landed beside them, Duan Jiang spoke with solemnity. Haha, Old Ninth, what are you saying? I have already told you, from now on, Kaoyang Peak is your home. And we, the 5 siblings, are one family. Is there a need for thanks among family? Hiki, we are family, indeed. 7th brother replied with a radiant smile, his innocent and bright eyes filled with genuine joy. Duan Jiang reciprocated with a subtle smile, his demeanor calm and serene. Furthermore, through this encounter, Duan Jiang had come to comprehend the profound depth of his senior brother. The senior brother had merely sent a clone. His true self remained in seclusion within the stone chamber of the mountains. In the time that followed, under the guidance of third brother, Duan Jiang arrived at a modest disciple-esque dwelling. Though the room was small, it was well-equipped, and he found it quite satisfactory. After third brother departed, Duan Jiang lay down on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. System, please, host, arrange your training schedule wisely and do not succumb to laziness. Duan Jiang, I still need to meet my wife tomorrow to complete my sign-in task. Is it too much to go to bed early? System. Chapter 14. The Empress takes the pill, body of divinity evolves. Nightfall. Saintess Peak. In Ning Xianglan's chamber. Sigh. Suddenly, an inexplicable sigh echoed throughout this realm. As if emanating from another world, devoid of any earthly essence. The endless void began to tremble violently, and a sacred aura spread forth like a vast ocean, from which emerged a tall figure. Before her stood a figure of elongated grace, possessing a physique of flawless proportions akin to pure gold, her skin glistening like jade, exuding an aura that was both arcane and resplendent. The tiny divine body, one of the 10 ancient divine physiques, had ultimately been fully evolved by me. To my surprise, this divine form was accompanied by a fateful defensive artifact, the Tying battle armor. With a soft sigh, the figure manifested completely. Ning Xianglan's eyes were filled with complexity as she stepped outside, bathing in the moonlight. Clad in jade-colored battle armor that accentuated her perfect form, she was irresistibly alluring. Her long, jade-hued hair cascaded like a waterfall, enveloped in a divine radiance, reminiscent of an empress surveying the world below. At that moment, Ning Xianglan had finally absorbed the divine mechanism transformation pill bestowed by Duan Jiang, resulting in an unprecedented surge in her power. Her cultivation had soared from the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm to the 8th level, a staggering leap of 5 minor realms. Even she, who possessed the heart of an emperor, could not help but feel a tumult of emotions. However, there was no trace of joy in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with a profound and solemn expression. For during the refining of the pill, she had uncovered a staggering secret. Even divine pills, after enduring the erosion of time, would inevitably lose some potency, even if preserved in pristine condition. Yet, what left Ning Xianglan in disbelief was that the potency of this divine mechanism transformation pill had not diminished in the slightest. This was utterly impossible, since it was not a divine pill from a millennium ago. There was only one possibility left. This pill could not have been obtained by Duan Jiang from a perilous location. Duan Jiang was deceiving her. But if that were not the case, then from whence did this divine pill originate? She was certain that in the present world, there were no divine alchemists. And even master-level alchemists were exceedingly rare. Even if prodigies in alchemy emerged, without the ancient texts of divine pill crafting from bygone eras, creating a divine pill was simply unattainable. So how had Duan Jiang acquired this divine pill? Suddenly, Ning Xianglan's expression shifted, her heart quivered, and a most improbable thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this divine pill was crafted by him? No, that was absolutely impossible. She swiftly dismissed the notion, deeming it too absurd, too insane. Ning Xianglan raised her gaze to the moon, her delicate brows furrowing, her expression profoundly intricate. Ah, the sacred sound, you have reincarnated. Believing you grasp the essence of all things, unaffected by joy or sorrow. Yet now, a mere 18-year-old youth has disturbed your tranquility and unsettled your spirit. In the main hall of the celestial sacred sect, despite the night's embrace, the grand chamber remained brilliantly illuminated. Hundreds of stewards and elders stood in silence, their heads bowed, the atmosphere heavy with tension. It had been 2 full days without confirmation of the identity of the celestial sun. Does anyone have a good idea for identifying the celestial sun? Morong Hai paced back and forth at the forefront of the hall, his brow furrowed tightly. In the past 2 days, in his quest to locate the celestial child, Morong Hai discreetly enlisted the assistance of the stewards and elders. However, the martial arts arena remained open throughout the day, with countless disciples coming and going, making it exceedingly difficult to intentionally seek out a specific individual. Nonetheless, from the words of the concerned disciple, it was revealed that the phenomenon was manifested by a disciple imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence. Morong Hai perceived this as an exceptional breakthrough. Yet, he soon found himself at a loss, with thousands of disciples in the holy sect. Those steeped in malevolence were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Moreover, this individual seemed to be deliberately evading the sect's scrutiny, which left Morong Hai feeling quite troubled. Given the significance of the celestial child, he dared not act too ostentatiously. Thus the knowledge of this matter was confined to the several hundred elders and stewards present, along with a few supreme elders. Why not mobilize the entire sect to assist in the search? Perhaps a disciple may recognize this person, suggested a middle-aged man in white, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Morong Hai shook his head, his expression grave. This course of action had indeed crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The emergence of a celestial child was a once-in-a-thousand-years event. Should the news of the celestial child's presence in their sect become widely known, the consequences would be dire. After all, the significance of the celestial child's emergence was clear to all present. The crowd fell silent. They had lived for at least several centuries and understood what the celestial child represented. If the celestial child were to flourish within the sect, the benefits would extend beyond mere elevation in status and strength. It would signify that the holy sect had the potential to establish a foothold in the central region for centuries to come. The Hunyuan continent is generally divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and central. Among these, the central region boasts the highest overall martial prowess, coupled with the most abundant cultivation resources. Gaining entry into the central region is the ultimate goal for countless powerful factions across the east, west, south, and north. However, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. The magnitude of the recent phenomenon was far too great, spanning 1,000 miles. It was certain that many sects had taken notice. If the news of the celestial child's emergence were to leak, the celestial child would be in grave danger. At this, all present were taken aback. Indeed, if another faction were to learn of the celestial child's identity first, they would undoubtedly act with lethal intent. In the next moment, Morong Hai's eyes brightened as he conceived a brilliant plan. With merely a month remaining until the sect's grand competition, the celestial child, gifted and impetuous, would surely desire to contend with others. Yet, should he participate, he would inevitably reveal himself. At that juncture, they could forcibly take him away and present him as a direct disciple to the supreme elders, thereby binding him irrevocably to the sect. The ascendance of our holy sect would then be an inevitable outcome. With this thought, Morong Hai's spirits lifted considerably. Well, let us set this matter aside for now. A few days ago, the marriage of Duan Jiang to our holy maiden must still linger in your memories, I presume? Morong Hai's tone shifted as he turned to face the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. How could they possibly forget a man fierce enough to present divine elixirs as a gift? Observing this reaction, Morong Hai nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Duan Jiang has married our holy sect's holy maiden, and henceforth, he shall be one of our disciples. I have arranged for him to reside at Kayang Peak, and I trust you all will extend him your support in the future. Now, as the hour grows late, I bid you all to return. As you command. The crowd replied in unison. Chapter 15. The Empress and her strict oversight of finances. The following morning, Duan Jiang, holding the passage token given to him by Ning Xianglan, arrived early at the Holy Maiden Peak. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld Ning Xianglan deeply engrossed in her cultivation within the room. He quietly closed the door and cautiously seated himself on the bed, silently observing her. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your close encounter with the Empress. After system assessment, you have earned a level 1 sign-in reward. Ancient elixir, golden breaking sky pill. A familiar cold voice resonated in Duan Jiang's mind. However, he remained unchanged in demeanor. Fixated on Ning Xianglan, a look of awe upon his face. Little did I know that in this lifetime, I would be fortunate enough to marry the Empress. The ethereal sounds of the celestial chant, the Empress of celestial melody. How splendid. Even her name is melodious. Alas, I lament my lack of opportunity to witness her grandeur. Surely, she is unparalleled and radiant. Yet, I ponder, when will my beloved acknowledge me? At present, we cannot even hold hands. When will we reach that next stage? My heart is in turmoil. Nevertheless, with the system at my disposal, my cultivation will inevitably ascend. Gaining my wife's recognition is merely a matter of time. What shall we name our future children? Perhaps Duanteng? My son will surely possess the qualities of a great emperor. Indeed, it is settled. I wonder whether my wife prefers boys or girls. Furthermore, where shall we be buried when our time comes? Duan Jiang gazed dreamily at Ning Xianglan, lost in thought. After a while, she finally spoke. Are you a ghost? You've been here for ages without a word. Ning Xianglan slowly opened her bright eyes, regarding the entranced Duan Jiang with a hint of discomfort. Upon hearing her voice, Duan Jiang jolted awake, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Hee. I saw you so focused on your cultivation, I didn't want to disturb you, he said, scratching his nose. Ah, my dear, you seem even more beautiful than before. Duan Jiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder, as if he had discovered a new continent. Yet, the change in Ning Xianglan was not in her appearance, but rather in her aura, which now radiated a more sacred and noble presence than before. Ning Xianglan, however, did not respond to Duan Jiang's compliment. What brings you here? Are you struggling to adapt to the environment of Kayang Peak? No, The senior brothers and sisters from Kaiyang Peak have always treated me well. So what brings you here? Ning Xianglan's gaze was slightly unfriendly. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang awkwardly scratched his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. His wife truly was the ultimate conversation ender. Alas, what a lack of charm. Humph. What kind of look is that? Are you afraid I might be tempted by your allure? At this thought, Duan Jiang's anger surged, and he indignantly sat on Ning Xianglan's soft bed, arms crossed, hand over the spirit stones. What spirit stones? Ning Xianglan retorted. The 100 billion spirit stones the sect master gave you. My third senior brother told me that the sect master has given you the compensation from the wild demon sect, so don't you dare default on it. Observing Ning Xianglan's oblivious expression, an ominous premonition flashed through Duan Jiang's mind. She wouldn't try to weasel out of it, would she? Oh, you mean the spirit stones for the divine pill compensation? Yes, that's my hard-earned performance fee. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang brightened, nodding furiously. It seemed he had been overthinking. After all, as the empress, how could she possibly default? However, Ning Xianglan's next words left Duan Jiang utterly stunned. That 100 billion spirit stones shall be considered the betrothal gift from the Duan family. Ning Xianglan cast a glance at Duan Jiang and said calmly, Duan Jiang. What? A full 100 billion spirit stones as a betrothal gift? Which power in the Hunyuan continent marries with such extravagance? Seeing Ning Xianglan's nonchalant demeanor, Duan Jiang realized that this matter was likely non-negotiable. Dear wife, you are the holy maiden of the sacred sect of all heavens, certainly not in need of spirit stones. You need not give them all, but surely you could part with some? Besides, I have already provided my betrothal gifts. Duan Jiang muttered discontentedly, still unwilling to concede. Ning Xianglan, you are the illustrious empress. How can you hoard my private funds? He no longer hoped for her to give him everything, but he would be satisfied with just a portion. What? You're reluctant? Ning Xianglan turned her head, looking at him coldly. Duan Jiang, how could that be? You are my wife. How could I be unwilling? However, with so many spirit stones, you surely cannot spend them all alone. Wouldn't it be better to find someone to share the burden? Don't you think? Duan Jiang argued, his face flushed. Ning Xianglan, seeing Duan Jiang's face turn red, suppressed a smile and replied coolly, that's not something you need to worry about. At that moment, Duan Jiang felt a mix of despair and helplessness. He had no way to contend with her. The empress was strict in managing the household and hoarding private funds. How inhumane. Alas, one must bear the burden of their own spouse. By the way, why did I sense the aura of the infernal fire Qilin yesterday? That mutated Qilin typically wouldn't venture outside its territory. Ning Xianglan abruptly shifted the topic, furrowing her brow in inquiry. The aura released by the infernal fire Qilin yesterday was so immense that even Ning Xianglan, dozens of miles away, had sensed it. However, she did not seem inclined to rush there, for with the senior brother present, there would be no cause for alarm. Yet, her curiosity was piqued. Why had the infernal fire Qilin ventured beyond its own territory? Was it not wary of the potential intervention from its senior brothers and sisters? Uncertain. Duan Jiang scratched his head. The senior brother was being enigmatic, withholding information, although he did mention it was related to him. Related to you? Ning Xianglan echoed, her confusion evident. Duan Jiang had only recently arrived. How could this concern him? Nonetheless, the senior brother was known for his composure and spoke only with solid reasoning. Suddenly, Ning Xianglan's expression shifted as if she had recalled something significant, pressing further. Have you perhaps learned the techniques inscribed on the stone wall beside the residence of the seventh senior brother? At that moment, a sheen of perspiration appeared on Ning Xianglan's palms. That seemed improbable. The intricacies of that body refinement technique were daunting, even for her during her initial exploration, let alone for Duan Jiang. Nevertheless, during her contemplation, she realized that this particular technique was ill-suited for female practitioners, prompting her to abandon it. Undoubtedly, the arduous nature of that body refinement technique was not to be underestimated. It demanded exceptional perseverance and innate talent from any warrior. A single misstep in its practice could lead to catastrophic failure, mildly resulting in reversed qi and blood, or grievous injuries, and severely leading to regression in cultivation or demonic deviation. Oh, you must be referring to the undying golden body of the great celestial realm, right? I have indeed mastered it. To be honest, that technique is quite challenging. It consumed an entire day of my effort. It is truly no trivial matter. Duan Jiang remarked with a sense of awe. You truly mastered it? Moreover, how did you discern that the mural on the stone wall concealed a hidden technique? Ning Xianglan was taken aback. Duan Jiang's ability to name the technique was a clear indication that he had indeed uncovered it. Ning Xianglan found herself questioning her own existence. Was he the reincarnation of a great emperor, or was she? A mere glance revealed the anomaly. Duan Jiang replied, amused by Ning Xianglan's astonishment. What kind of serious person paints on a stone wall? He recalled that the system had assessed this technique as merely a level 4 treasure. Whereas the highest tier reached level 9, level 4 was hardly remarkable. Ning Xianglan, observing Duan Jiang's indifference, felt utterly perplexed. Could it be that Duan Jiang was also a reincarnated prodigy? The more she pondered, the more incredulous it seemed, as if it were the only explanation for everything unfolding before her. Furthermore, this was not the Duan Jiang she had previously known. Had he perhaps been usurped by an emperor or an existence beyond? Just as Ning Xianglan was engulfed in wild speculation, a cheeky voice interrupted, "Dear wife, do you prefer boys or girls? My grandfather has issued a stern decree. If I do not present him with a grandchild this year, he will break my legs. You understand. I am indifferent, but my grandfather is anxious. My parents went missing years ago, and he is a lonely old man at home. We might as well fulfill his wish." On one side, Duan Jiang lay languidly on the bed, munching on fruit while earnestly attempting to persuade. His intentions, however, were transparently deceptive. At that moment, Ning Xianglan, her expression darkened, swiftly dismissed the possibility of Duan Jiang being possessed. Throughout history, which formidable warrior has not been fervently devoted to the pursuit of martial cultivation, only to achieve success after a protracted period? A character like Duan Jiang, who meanders through life without seriousness, could never be associated with greatness. My husband speaks the truth. Are you waiting for me to disrobe? With that, Ning Xianglan slowly removed her crimson garment, leaving only her form-fitting attire, elegantly accentuating her flawless figure. In that instant, Duan Jiang found himself parched, swallowing hard. "Wait, my dear, are you serious?" I am not prepared," he stammered, his gaze fixated on Ning Xianglan's porcelain skin, blood streaming from his nose. Yet, Duan Jiang remained rooted in place, his rational mind cautioning him that the situation was far from simple. At this moment, Ning Xianglan gracefully rose and cast a fleeting glance at Duan Jiang, who harbored desires but lacked the courage to act. "What did you say? Do you dare to underestimate me?" For the sake of a man's dignity, Duan Jiang was determined to prove himself to Ning Xianglan. Just as he was about to make a move, his eyes widened in horror, his complexion paling drastically. "Hey, Ning Xianglan, don't play games." It was the familiar long whip, the well-known scent, and the echo of a familiar wail. Chapter 16. The Arrival of Unwelcome Guests. Goodness, could this empress truly be a sadist, so fond of domestic violence? Ouch, this hurts so much. I didn't retrieve a single spirit stone and ended up battered. I swear never to speak carelessly again. On the way back to Kaiyang Peak, Duan Jiang was on the verge of tears, one hand clutching his rear, limping as he walked. At this time, at Kaiyang Peak, little bunny, stop running. Hee, don't run. The 7th senior brother, filled with excitement, chased after a rabbit, blissfully unaware as he inadvertently reached the heart of Kaiyang Peak. However, he had been warned countless times by the 1st and 3rd senior brothers not to cross into the other half of the peak. A caution he had fervently etched in his mind. Yet, consumed with the desire to catch the little bunny, he completely forgot their admonitions. Just then, a radiant beam of teleportation light appeared in the void above the 7th senior brother, manifesting a teleportation portal. Gradually, 3 youthful figures emerged from within, each exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, all of them masters of the breaking heaven realm. Among them, the handsome young man at the forefront radiated the most profound energy. As these 3 figures materialized, their gazes surveyed Kaiyang Peak, revealing unabashed pride and disdain. What an unfortunate turn of events. How did I end up with this arduous task of retrieving 6 fire-type beast cores from Kaiyang Peak? Is this a place meant for humans? To acquire those 6 fire-type beast cores, one must venture into that hellish realm. At this moment, one of the 3 companions behind voiced his discontent. "This is an order from Senior Brother Qian. Do you dare to defy it?" Moreover, Brotherly has yet to voice any complaints. Another seemed to offer consolation, yet his tone betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction as well. The leader of the trio, a handsome young man, maintained an expressionless demeanor, gazing down upon Kaiyang Peak with an icy glare that was truly terrifying. Li Yifeng found himself burdened with this task due to a lost wager, and the perilous nature of this assignment could lead to injury or even death. However, the mere thought of Senior Brother Qian sent a chill through him, filled with trepidation. Yet, this chill was swiftly replaced by a more intense fury. "Wang Ting, just you wait. This matter is far from over. We shall see." Li Yifeng spoke coldly, and as his gaze swept across the scene, he immediately spotted the 7th brother joyfully chasing a plump rabbit below. "Goodness, who is that fool? Huh? Isn't that just the simpleton from Kaiyang Peak?" The 2 behind him chuckled, their voices laced with mockery and malicious amusement. Observing 7th brother, the flames of anger in Li Yanfeng's eyes gradually waned into indifference. Among the siblings on Kaiyang Peak, there was one turtle hiding from the light, a madwoman, a good-for-nothing. And now this fool below. Humph. I truly wonder why such a lineage has not been eradicated. It is utterly embarrassing. Kaiyang Peak. It has long ceased to be worthy of comparison with the other 6 peaks. With his heart ablaze, it was the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations on this simpleton and toy with him. With that, a cruel smile crept across Li Yanfeng's face, mirrored by his companions, as they vanished into thin air. Rabbit, rabbit, don't run. On Kaiyang Peak, 7th brother was closing in on the plump rabbit, now less than a yard away. His bright and innocent eyes sparkling with joy as he reached out while running. Just as 7th brother was about to touch the rabbit, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and a gust of wind howled. In an instant, a foot appeared from nowhere, ruthlessly stomping down on the rabbit. In a split second, the rabbit was reduced to a bloody pulp, staining the ground beneath. Ah, rabbit. 7th brother was momentarily stunned, but soon, profound sorrow and grief filled his bright and innocent eyes, tears welling up as he halted, looking up the leg to see Li Yanfeng and his companions. The foot that had crushed the rabbit belonged to none other than Li Yanfeng. Why did you step on the rabbit? Why? 7th brother, heartbroken, questioned Li Yanfeng. Haha, what a fool. This is quite entertaining, Li Yanfeng replied, pressing his right foot down again before lifting it, bloodied and dripping. The fool of Kaiyang Peak. You appear rather despondent. Yet, it is merely the demise of a single rabbit. Are you afraid of being alone? Fear not, for I shall keep you company. With a sinister grin, the malevolence in Li Yanfeng's eyes intensified immensely. You are a wicked person. The 7th senior brother, wiping away his tears, gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless white rabbit, heartbroken that such a vibrant life had been so cruelly extinguished. In the next instant, Li Yanfeng raised his bloodied right foot, causing the air to tremble and a terrifying howl to erupt as he viciously aimed a kick at the 7th senior brother. Bang! The 7th senior brother was struck by Li Yanfeng's kick and was instantly sent flying. Li Yanfeng, driven by a desire for vengeance, delivered the kick with utmost ferocity. Though he refrained from using spiritual power as a formidable being at the 3rd level of the breaking heaven realm, his kick was sufficient to severely injure an ordinary practitioner at the life tribulation stage. A cruel smile graced the faces of Li Yanfeng and his companions, their anger finally finding an outlet in the torment of such a fool. Do not allow this fool to land. Indeed, brotherly. Let us each deliver a kick to keep him airborne. Haha. Even the 2 behind Li Yanfeng raised their feet, grinning wickedly, poised to strike the 7th senior brother again just as he was about to descend, continuing this torment indefinitely. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 7th senior brother, propelled by Li Yanfeng's kick, was enveloped in a radiant golden glow of spiritual energy, which transformed into a golden shield, protecting him from harm. Thus, Li Yanfeng's vicious kick merely sent the 7th senior brother soaring, the immense force entirely absorbed by the golden shield. Haha, I am flying. I am truly soaring. Instead of fear, the 7th senior brother, kicked into the air, was filled with delight, his arms outstretched as if he were a bird experiencing flight, his heart brimming with excitement. A spiritual energy shield. Someone is protecting this fool. Even a fool has a guardian. Then I shall trample him. Li Yanfeng's gaze turned icy, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes as he lifted his right foot once more, this time channeling his spiritual power into the strike. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yanfeng's expression froze. The coldness and cruelty in his eyes transformed into an overwhelming terror. Chapter 17. Tell me, who gave you the audacity? A colossal, terrifying presence descended upon him, pressing down upon his spine, bending him at the waist. Crack, crack. His bones and joints ground against one another violently as Li Yanfeng trembled, desperately resisting, yet maintaining the absurd posture of one leg raised, resembling a grotesque rooster. Who is it? Plop. At this moment, the 2 individuals behind Li Yanfeng knelt down simultaneously, their faces ashen with terror, as the overwhelming aura bore down upon them, forcing them to the ground. They were even unable to move. Have the courage to show yourself. Li Yanfeng cursed in a mixture of anger and fear, as the unseen presence exerted such pressure that the 3 of them could not withstand it. You cowardly wretches. Suddenly, Li Yanfeng's voice was cut off, his pupils dilating in shock as he gazed into the distance. There, a tall and slender figure was slowly approaching. Mere moments ago, they had been several miles away. Yet in the blink of an eye, they appeared merely dozens of feet away. A pale, elongated hand gently reached out, stopping the flying 7th senior brother midair, securing his body with ease. Hee, old 9th. Did you see that? I was flying just now. 7th senior brother exclaimed, turning back with a silly grin, dancing joyfully. Clearly delighted, the newcomer smiled warmly in return. Indeed, 7th senior brother was flying. Then, Duan Jiang extended another hand, surprisingly holding a rabbit. 7th senior brother. This is for you. Wow. A rabbit. I see a rabbit. Seventh senior brother's face lit up with boundless joy as he carefully accepted the rabbit. Rabbit, let me take you to drink some water and eat some candy. He spun around happily. Then, after flashing a goofy smile at Duan Jiang, he dashed off in the direction of the waterfall. After watching seventh senior brother's figure fade into the distance, Duan Jiang finally withdrew his gaze. In the next moment, the warmth vanished from his handsome face, replaced by an icy coldness and boundless chill. Tell me, who gave you the audacity to toy with my seventh senior brother? His gaze turned sharp, the frigid intensity like the depths of winter bore down upon Li Yanfeng and the others. Boom. Upon feeling Duan Jiang's penetrating gaze, Li Yanfeng trembled, his pupils constricting violently. It was as if he glimpsed the realms of yin and yang and witnessed endless purgatory within that gaze. In an instant, Li Yanfeng's throat convulsed, and a mouthful of blood erupted, staining the ground. Infinite terror exploded within him. Just a single glance. Merely a single glance had left him unable to bear it, causing him to bleed. What kind of terrifying existence was this? And so remarkably young. In the face of this individual, Li Yanfeng felt as if he were confronting 1,000 senior brothers. No. This person exuded an aura even more dreadful than that of 1,000 senior brothers. Duan Jiang coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Yanfeng and his companions, the chill emanating from his eyes nearly solidifying into ice. Had he not returned in time, seventh senior brother would have surely suffered at the hands of these tormentors. Duan Jiang had not anticipated that, apart from the 5 of them, his fellow disciples, others would also appear on Kaiyang Peak. However, it is not entirely his fault, for he had only recently arrived at Kaiyang Peak and was still unfamiliar with everything here. Who are you? There is no one of your name on Kaiyang Peak. Li Yanfeng bellowed, a wave of fear enveloping him. Simultaneously, he was consumed by immense confusion. As far as he knew, there were only 4 disciples on the peak. Where had this young man suddenly emerged from? I am Duan Jiang of Kaiyang Peak, he replied coldly. Casting a casual glance and noticing 3 individuals clad in identical martial robes, adorned with the embroidered emblem of the mountain on their chests, he had begun to formulate a hypothesis. Duan Jiang? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Li Yanfeng's eyes. He genuinely did not recognize the name. However, at that moment, the 2 individuals behind him froze upon hearing Duan Jiang's name. Suddenly, their expressions morphed dramatically, as if they had recalled something significant. Their gazes met, both filled with shock and a bitter pallor. One of them hastily spoke to Li Yanfeng in a hoarse voice, trembling as he said, Brother Li, he is Duan Jiang. He is the husband of the Saintess of Xianglan. At the wedding ceremony, within the span of 10 breaths, he elevated his cultivation by an entire realm and casually produced a divine pill that had been lost for millennia. Upon hearing this, Li Yanfeng was rendered speechless. To elevate one's cultivation by an entire realm in just 10 breaths? This is utterly impossible. It is nothing short of legend and myth. He had indeed heard of this incident, but at the time, he had been skeptical. Yet that day, with countless witnesses present, it was undeniable. Now, confronted with Duan Jiang himself, he believed it wholeheartedly. To produce a divine pill so effortlessly, was that something an ordinary individual could achieve? Surely, there must be a powerful figure backing him. Otherwise, how could he marry the exalted and renowned Saintess of Xianglan, who was said to be a peerless genius with the potential to challenge the emperor? One must understand that the Saintess of Xianglan was reputed to possess the qualifications to ascend to the throne of a great emperor. How could the sect possibly marry her off to an ordinary person, despite only having the cultivation of the fate tribulation realm? He could unleash such terrifying power. This defied all logic. The more Li Yanfeng pondered, the more his heart trembled. Yet, feeling the icy gaze of Duan Jiang upon him, his inherently narrow-minded nature was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Even though he was not the most outstanding disciple of the Yaoguang lineage, he was far from being an ordinary disciple. He had never been looked down upon in such a manner. Duan Jiang, do not be so arrogant. You are merely a newcomer who has just entered the celestial holy sect, and you have even entered this Kaiyang wasteland. What if you are exceptionally talented? You are merely digging your own grave. Dare you challenge us 3? We are the true inheritors of the Yaoguang lineage, and the sect rules will surely punish you. Li Yanfeng roared, his heart filled with humiliation and fury, as he had completely lost his reason. Confronted by Li Yanfeng's bluster, Duan Jiang maintained an impassive demeanor, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Despite his usual lighthearted and frivolous nature, the gravity of the situation stirred a chilling intensity within him. In his past life, he had witnessed too much injustice, with countless ordinary individuals, longing for a peaceful existence, being toyed with by the offspring of the powerful. In his previous existence, he was powerless to intervene. However, in this life, he possessed the right to resist. Oh, the sect rules will punish me? I am truly terrified. But do not worry. I shall not take your life. I shall merely repay you in kind. Was it not you who kicked my seventh senior brother? Duan Jiang remarked with a cold laugh. What do you intend to do? Li Yinfeng's calm yet chilling words sent a shiver down his spine, igniting a profound sense of unease within him. The two individuals behind him were already trembling, their eyes reflecting boundless fear and despair as they gazed at Duan Jiang. It is quite simple. Before you depart, you shall repay my seventh senior brother with a kick. In an instant, the three of them witnessed Duan Jiang lift his right foot and aim it at them. This kick appeared gentle, seemingly devoid of any violence. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yinfeng felt as if an enormous foot, akin to the heavens themselves, was rapidly enlarging before his eyes. With a resounding crash, akin to a tempest howling or thunder cracking, the surrounding air erupted with a deafening roar. Duan Jiang's seemingly light kick enveloped Li Yinfeng and his companions, consuming them entirely. Bang, 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 like three mere scarecrows. The bodies of Li Yinfeng and his companions were sent tumbling through the air, emitting anguished cries that were unbearable to witness. Chapter 18. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Tower of Tao. Li Yinfeng struggled desperately, his face ashen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His gaze filled with a bloody rage as he fixed his eyes on Duan Jiang. Duan Jiang, Duan Jiang, I shall remember you. Cursing fervently within, Li Yinfeng tremblingly produced his identity token, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped the three of them, pulling them skyward. Under such circumstances, he dared not linger on Kaiyang Peak any longer. Duan Jiang made no effort to impede their departure, nor did he spare them a glance, simply turning away. It was an act of blatant disregard. As he observed Duan Jiang's indifferent retreat, the malice in Li Yinfeng's eyes reached a fever pitch, his lips quivering in rage. Duan Jiang, just you wait. Today's events are far from over. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, I know you must be regretting your choices immensely right now. Look at your fellow disciples on Kaiyang Peak, a coward, a useless one, a madman, a fool, and now you. The imbecile who chose the Kaiyang lineage. From the moment you joined, your future was irrevocably sealed. You of the Kaiyang lineage are destined to remain the lowest of the low in the esteemed sect. At Kaiyang Peak, not a single individual has managed to breach the martial extremity tower. What a collection of ineptitude. Ha ha ha. Li Yinfeng threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his crimson eyes gleaming with delight. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped the three, transporting them away from Kaiyang Peak. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang halted abruptly, turning slowly to gaze at the void where Li Yinfeng and the others had vanished, his expression remaining impassive. He murmured the words Kaiyang's wasted lineage, and a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. With a flash of light from his right hand, an identity token materialized, channeling his spiritual energy. He too conjured a portal of light in the space above. Stepping into the void, his raven hair billowed wildly. Li Yinfeng's words had served as a wake-up call. Clearly, the state of the Kaiyang lineage among the 7 peaks of the sacred sect was far worse than he had anticipated. Yet, having joined the Kaiyang lineage, he could not allow anyone to insult his seniors. Although he remained unaware of the trials faced by his elder brother, third brother, fifth sister, and seventh brother, which kept them from descending Kaiyang Peak, he was certain they had their reasons. Though his wife had once been a disciple of Kaiyang Peak, she now held the title of saintess and, in name, no longer belonged to Kaiyang. As the 9th disciple of the Kaiyang lineage, it was incumbent upon him to take a stand. Thus, in a mere moment, Duan Jiang made his decision. He would incite a storm within the sacred sect. He would restore the honor of Kaiyang Peak. The martial extremity tower? He would dare to challenge it. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished into the void. At the very instant Duan Jiang disappeared, within the dark stone dwellings of the valley, a pair of shadowy eyes flickered to life, imbued with a gentle glimmer. Old Ninth, if you wish to act, then pursue your ambitions without hesitation. On the other side, atop the precipice, fifth sister's delicate form stirred, her murmurs ceasing as her icy gaze lingered on the direction of Duan Jiang's disappearance, unwavering. In a clean and tidy stone chamber, third brother, soundly asleep, stirred slightly. Though he did not open his eyes, a gentle smile graced his lips. Old Ninth is indeed formidable, he whispered before rolling over to resume his slumber. At the Heavenly Tao Plaza, a vast expanse stood at the very heart of the sacred sect, encircled by the 8 peaks like stars orbiting a moon. This alone underscored the plaza's significance. However, the true importance lay in the presence of the martial extremity tower at its center, the 9-tiered edifice. To conquer the 3rd tier would signify the potential to ascend to the realm of the supreme heavenly sovereign. Surpassing the 5th tier would grant one the qualification to strive for the status of world-extinguishing sovereign. Should one successfully breach the 8th level, it would signify an unparalleled achievement in martial prowess, indicating the potential to ascend to the transcendent realm that reigns supreme in the universe. Thus, throughout the ages. Since the establishment of the celestial sacred sect, the martial extreme tower has represented the ultimate aspiration of every true disciple. Status, glory, power, identity, these coveted treasures lie within reach for those who conquer the martial extreme tower. In the ancient and vast Dao Square, beams of teleportation light flicker continuously, with figures arriving, departing, or entering. Each silhouette radiates a formidable and boundless aura, each individual standing out with an impressive demeanor and eyes sharp as blades, showcasing their uniqueness. These figures are the true disciples who have journeyed from the other 6 peaks. Each one represents a priceless asset to the celestial sacred sect, embodying the future hope of the sect and contributing significantly to its renown throughout the Eastern Domain. After 3 months of arduous training, I am determined to conquer the 2nd level this time, to break into the top 1,000 of the martial extreme rankings. The top 1,000 in the martial extreme rankings? How formidable is the 2nd level? Even if you manage to breach it, it would merely be a small success. Alas, I know, I am merely speaking in jest. The 9 levels of the martial extreme tower present challenges that escalate in difficulty exponentially, with each level more daunting than the last. How many true disciples have been thwarted in their pursuits? It is indeed a formidable challenge. This conversation unfolds between 2 true disciples as they gaze at the towering ancient edifice of the martial extreme tower that stands majestically in the center of the square. Their voices tinged with a sense of resignation. Let us go. We must at least make an attempt. With these words, the 2 disciples rush toward the martial extreme tower. At that moment, a flicker of teleportation light sparkles behind them, and a tall figure clad in a black robe steps forth. It is none other than Duan Jiang. Is this the Dao Square? Each true disciple possesses an identity token that enables teleportation to this square once activated. Figures of true disciples appear from all directions, each exuding remarkable strength and solid foundations, all worthy of being called prodigies. Suddenly, as Duan Jiang walks forward, his gaze sharpens, and he pauses slightly. For he has spotted a colossal meteorite suspended before the martial extreme tower. Perched atop this immense rock is a frail and ancient figure, seated quietly. Meanwhile, numerous others have already gathered around the meteorite, their eyes fixed eagerly upon the towering celestial body. As Duan Jiang draws near, he notices that the surface of the meteorite is densely inscribed with an array of names. Prominently displayed in the central region are 3 imposing characters that shine with an overwhelming presence. Martial extreme rankings. Upon reflection, Duan Jiang realizes that this must be some sort of ranking list, a concept he is no stranger to from his previous life. As Duan Jiang cast his gaze downward, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of gilded characters. Feng Wujishan of Tianshu Peak, having achieved unparalleled talent, has successfully passed the first 7 trials of the Wujida Tower and triumphantly completed the 8th. Upon reading this, Duan Jiang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Clearly, the Wujida Tower serves as a record of all the true disciples of the 7 veins who have conquered its challenges, symbolizing a mark of honor. For instance, Feng Wujishan, who ranks first on the Wujida leaderboard, is undoubtedly the foremost figure among the true disciples of the 7 peaks of the celestial sacred sect. However, as Duan Jiang continued to examine the leaderboard, he quickly discerned its distinct features. Chapter 19. Excuse me, who are you? The entire Wujida leaderboard is divided into 4 tiers, each inscribed with characters of varying colors. The names from 1st to 100th are etched in gilded script, grand and imposing, exuding an air of dominance. From the 101st to the 1000th position, the names are inscribed in silver, slightly less prestigious than the gilded script, yet still exuding nobility. From the 1001st to the 3000th, the characters are rendered in bronze, naturally inferior to the silver, but still noticeable. The first 3 tiers stand majestically above, while those ranked beyond 3000 appear dull and insignificant, a stark contrast. Suddenly, Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened, for he had distinctly spotted the name at the very bottom of the Wujida leaderboard, Li Yinfeng of Yaowang Peak. His expression remained unchanged, but as he continued to scan upward, his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing the names above his own. 3rd from the last, Feng Wui of Kaiyang Peak. 4th from the last, Mo Ling of Kaiyang Peak. 5th from the last, Bai Changhao of Kaiyang Peak. 6th from the last, Li Yu of Kaiyang Peak. Duan Jiang was thoroughly aware of who these 4 names belonged to. Feng Wui was the 7th senior brother, Mo Ling was the 5th senior sister. Bai Changhao was the 3rd senior brother, and Li Yu was naturally the eldest brother. But where was his wife? He raised an eyebrow and continued to look upward. Ning Xianglan of Saintus Peak, 2nd place. Ah, indeed, my wife. Just one word, fierce. However, judging by this situation, it seems that Kaiyang Peak is truly at the bottom. With just these 4 individuals, nearly at the very end, Duan Jiang spoke softly, his demeanor calm. The reason he had come to the Tiandao Square was to vindicate Kaiyang Peak, to inform the other 6 Fanes that Kaiyang Peak was not a useless Fane. At the very least, there was still him, Duan Jiang. Just as Duan Jiang's thoughts swirled, a true disciple standing opposite him suddenly blinked, and then his gaze sharpened. And he exclaimed loudly, "Duan Jiang! It is Duan Jiang!" At this declaration, the atmosphere around them erupted in a fervor. Indeed, it is him, right across from us. Who would have thought he would come to Tiandao Square? What? Duan Jiang? Is that the so-called waste who married Saint Xianglan? TSK, do not speak thus. He is, after all, a prodigy who has ascended an entire realm in a mere 10 breaths. Aha! Setting aside the method by which he achieved such rapid advancement. If my memory serves me correctly, he is currently only at the 3rd level of the Fate Tribulation realm, truly a waste. Indeed, to ascend to the martial extreme rankings, one must possess at least the 3rd level of the heaven-breaking realm, unless he miraculously elevates his cultivation once more. Haha. Nevertheless, he does present himself quite well. What use is a pleasing appearance? Can it be consumed as sustenance? I simply cannot comprehend why the Saintess of Xianglan would take an interest in this lad. In terms of talent and background, I am confident I surpass him 100-fold. Hush. Speak softly, should word reach the ears of the Saintess. You shall find yourself in dire straits. Her temper is not to be trifled with. Whispers resonated throughout the crowd, with countless pairs of eyes fixated upon Duan Jiang. Their gazes swirling with curiosity, mockery, disdain, and a touch of schadenfreude. Yet, the overwhelming sentiments were those of confusion, regret, and even pity. To them, Duan Jiang was akin to a pig that had stumbled upon a prized cabbage, eliciting a deep-seated envy. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the gathered disciples, Duan Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. His brilliant eyes cast a fleeting glance at the martial extreme rankings before he turned and departed. Gradually, he made his way towards the towering martial extreme tower, a scene that momentarily stunned the onlookers, followed by a collective change in expression. What in the world? Is Duan Jiang truly attempting to challenge the martial extreme tower? What a jest! How could a mere trifling Fate Tribulation realm cultivator possess the audacity to confront such a formidable structure? He likely has not even mastered the foundational techniques of our lineage. I had thought he merely wished to observe. Yet, it appears he is indeed an extraordinary talent, inherently different from the rest. However, the harsh reality will soon reveal that without the tempering of time and the steady consolidation of skills, those who are gifted will only suffer more grievously at the foot of the martial extreme tower. Hehe, come. We must not miss the opportunity to witness the Saintess's consort in a state of disarray. Observing this, Duan Jiang could not help but smirk inwardly. It seems there are those who intentionally spread rumors about my joining the Kaiyang Peak, stirring the pot behind the scenes. Disregarding the crowd, Duan Jiang approached the majestic and ancient martial extreme tower, which was guarded by 2 colossal puppets radiating a chilling and iron-blooded aura. As he readied his identification token to enter, a sudden, cold, and lifeless voice echoed forth. Only 100 individuals may enter the martial extreme tower at a time. As the quota is currently filled, please await the next round. At these words, Duan Jiang's gaze flickered momentarily before he resumed his stance with hands clasped behind his back, patiently waiting to the side. Behind him, several hundred disciples stood densely packed, creating a lively atmosphere. Is that not Duan, a disciple of Kaiyang? Among the crowd, a young man of striking appearance and formidable presence stepped forward with measured grace. Within the depths of this individual's eyes danced a mirthful light, yet a sinister flicker lurked beneath the surface. It was he, Tan Gongming of Tianquan Peak. Hiss. Just moments ago, Tan Gongming had successfully traversed the 4th level. Indeed, he had recently ascended into the top 800 of the martial extreme rankings, now regarded as a formidable expert within the Tianquan lineage. Truly, he had earned the right to venture into the starry battlefield. As these words resonated from the lips of a true disciple, an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere, with everyone revealing a blend of anxious anticipation and fervent eagerness in their gazes. Within the celestial sacred sect, there exists a regulation. Any true disciple who conquers the 1st level of the martial extreme tower is entitled to leave the sect, representing the celestial sacred sect in the starry battlefield, engaging in bloodshed and battle. Starry battlefield? These 4 words also reached Duan Jiang's ears, causing a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. It seems I must find a moment to consult my wife. However, Duan Jiang refrained from responding to Tan Gongming's remarks, for he was entirely unfamiliar with this individual, and his instincts warned him that this man bore ill intentions. Having heard that junior brother Duan had presented divine pills as a gesture of goodwill in the Kaiyang Hall, stirring the entire eastern region, it was clear that he had indeed distinguished himself. shining brightly. Just having become a true disciple and daring to challenge the martial extreme tower was truly an eye-opener for me, his senior brother. Ha! Tan Gongming stepped forward from the crowd, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, inciting laughter among those nearby. Yet, despite this, Duan Jiang maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, gazing expressionlessly at the martial extreme tower, showing no inclination to engage with Tan Gongming. This caused a momentary pause in Tan Gongming's smile, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. Clearly, Duan Jiang was disregarding him. Junior brother Duan, am I not your senior brother? Is it not a touch unkind for you to display such disdain? Tan Gongming continued, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he stepped forward. Do you look down upon me, Tan? With these words, he affixed a label of disrespect upon Duan Jiang. It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness, not entirely foolish. Duan Jiang replied with a nonchalant tone, casting a fleeting glance at him, as if regarding a simpleton. Hearing this, Tan Gongming was incensed. What did you say? You arrogant waste. What of being the husband of the saintess? In the sacred sect, it is strength that matters. Nevertheless, junior brother Duan, since you dare to confront the martial extreme tower, surely you would not mind sparring with me, your senior brother? Upon hearing Duan Jiang's words, Tan Gongming's face flushed with anger. An unparalleled genius? Merely a newcomer. No matter how high your talent, without the refinement and accumulation of time, what does it amount to? Once I have trampled this so-called unparalleled genius beneath my feet and conquered the 4th level of the martial extreme tower, the combined glory will undoubtedly elevate my name throughout the celestial sacred sect. With a cold smirk in his heart, Tan Gongming felt an overwhelming sense of pride, envisioning himself stepping over Duan Jiang to achieve fame. This is the true intention of Tan Gongming. Chapter 20. Utter Indifference, Entering the Martial Tower. As for whether Duan Jiang would agree to spar, Tan Gongming held ample confidence in this matter. He believed he had identified Duan Jiang's Achilles heel, encapsulated in 4 words: youthful arrogance. A remarkably gifted genius at such a tender age would undoubtedly possess boundless ambition, with aspirations soaring higher than the heavens. Such individuals cannot withstand even the slightest provocation. Even if they are aware of the baiting, they will still advance. With this thought in mind, a smug and sinister smile spread across Tan Gongming's face as he envisioned Duan Jiang, filled with rage, ascending the combat stage to challenge him. However, Tan Gongming was soon left dumbfounded. The scene he had imagined never materialized. Duan Jiang remained standing with his hands behind his back, side-facing the crowd, not even casting a single glance in Tan Gongming's direction. His demeanor was unchanged, still one of disregard. It was as if Duan Jiang had not heard Tan Gongming's words at all. How could this individual remain so composed? This is unexpected. Tan Gongming's eyes flickered with confusion and anger, his heart heavy with frustration. The turn of events had surpassed his expectations, akin to striking out with all one's might only to hit a pillow. The surrounding disciples, who were keenly observing, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. No one anticipated that under the public gaze, Duan Jiang would exhibit such indifference, unfazed. Where was the spirited genius of youth? He resembled a cunning little fox with profound depths. Junior brother Duan, what does your silence signify? Are you fearful? If so, it would be better to admit it openly. Pretending to be profound and enigmatic serves no purpose. After all, so many of our fellow disciples are watching. Tan Gongming's tone had turned cold, his words increasingly aggressive. Duan Jiang, with his hands still behind his back, maintained a calm expression. Upon hearing Tan Gongming's remarks, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Truly bothersome. Some insignificant characters wish to engage me in sparring? Who do you think you are? Since acquiring the system, Duan Jiang's perception and resolve had reached unprecedented heights. How could he fail to recognize the ulterior motives of this sudden emergence of Tan Gongming? What appeared as grandiosity masked a hidden agenda, merely an attempt to ascend by stepping on him and to gain fleeting fame. In this perilous fantasy world, even with the system at his disposal, Duan Jiang would not belittle others. It was imperative to act with diligence and maintain a low profile to survive until the end. However, this does not mean that Duan Jiang would endure humiliation in silence. What is most vital for a warrior? It is the nature of the heart. What is the nature of the heart? It is pride, its spirit. If one lacks these qualities, what merit is there in pursuing martial arts? Moreover, his own strength does not permit such complacency. As soon as Duan Jiang's words were spoken, Tan Gongming was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, fury surged within him, his gaze transforming into something truly terrifying. He could no longer maintain the composure he had previously exhibited, and coldly declared, Duan Jiang, do you dare to insult me? Indeed, I am insulting you. What of it? Should I present you with an award? Duan Jiang replied nonchalantly. Tan Gongming was utterly enraged. He suddenly realized that the eloquence he had always prided himself on was utterly dismantled by Duan Jiang, leaving him feeling woefully inadequate. Duan Jiang, even if you boast with your words, it merely conceals the fear that lies within your heart. You dare not spar with me, with so many fellow disciples present. Do you think you can deceive anyone? Around them, many true disciples frowned upon hearing Tan Gongming's words, clearly perceiving that he was attempting to leverage their collective presence to attack Duan Jiang, hoping to reclaim his dignity, or even provoke Duan Jiang into action. Excuse me, do you really think you are worthy? However, in response to Tan Gongming's renewed taunts, Duan Jiang merely uttered a few words that left Tan Gongming utterly speechless. Spar? Absolutely not. I simply look down upon you. You are unworthy. With those succinct statements, Duan Jiang's sharp tongue and difficult temperament were unmistakably revealed to all. Suddenly, at the front of the martial extreme tower, a radiant light flickered, and figures began to materialize from within, most wearing expressions of bitterness and discontent, evidently having failed their challenges. Yet, a select few displayed excitement and exhilaration, having either improved their rankings or reaped significant rewards. The current round of challenges had concluded, and the next round was poised to commence. Soon, dozens of individuals gathered before the martial extreme tower, including the ever-patient Duan Jiang. Identity tokens were raised, reflecting a soft glow, and then surged into the depths of the tower. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon Duan Jiang, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Duan Jiang was truly about to challenge the martial extreme tower. How bold, indeed, to be a young novice unafraid of tigers. Many marveled, seemingly unable to believe that Duan Jiang would undertake such a venture. A newcomer, blind to the wisdom of his seniors, daring to challenge this tower simply because of a hint of talent. I had intended to take the opportunity to impart some guidance, but it seems only the harsh realities will make him recognize his limitations. Watch closely, I Tan. Declare here and now that he won't even conquer the first level of the martial extreme tower. In less than a quarter of an hour, he will be driven out like a stray dog. Tan Gongming's voice rang out, coldly mocking as he observed Duan Jiang's silhouette entering the tower, his tone laced with subtle derision and arrogance. At the front of the martial extreme tower, many true disciples awaited, perhaps all eager to witness the folly of this unparalleled prodigy. Inside the martial extreme tower, at the first level, lay an expansive plain, stretching endlessly into the horizon. A radiant beam of light flashed, and a tall, slender figure materialized out of thin air, none other than Duan Jiang. At Kaiyang Peak, Duan Jiang, this was the first level. Within half an hour, if you could slay 30 eight-legged centipedes, you would pass with minor success. If you could kill 90, you would achieve major success. And should you vanquish all the eight-legged centipedes, you would attain complete success. Remember, the tower spirit will constantly monitor the battle. Should it detect that you are in mortal peril, it will immediately teleport you out of the martial tower, signifying your failure to conquer it. If, after half an hour, you have slain fewer than 30 eight-legged centipedes, it will likewise be deemed a failure. This is your first venture into the tower. I wish you good fortune. A voice devoid of any emotion echoed across the heavens, elucidating the rules to Duan Jiang. At the moment the tower spirit's voice faded, Duan Jiang's gaze flickered slightly as he beheld an endless plain teeming with densely packed eight-legged centipedes. Each was approximately 3 zhang in size, their 6 knife-like legs glistening ominously, radiating ferocity and a thirst for blood. There were nearly 200 of them. Hiss! In the next instant, the 200 eight-legged centipedes detected Duan Jiang's presence and charged toward him in unison, an overwhelming aura of malice rushing forth, shaking the very earth. Each centipede was formidable enough to rival a first-tier warrior of the sky-breaking realm. How intriguing! The trial of the martial tower is indeed formidable in a one-on-one confrontation. Few would fear these eight-legged centipedes, but with a coordinated force of 200, the danger escalates exponentially. It appears that the martial tower not only aims to test the challenger's combat prowess, but also employs a beastly tactical approach to extract every ounce of potential from the challenger. Observing this, Duan Jiang's gaze burned brightly, betraying no hint of fear. Then let it come. With a single step, Duan Jiang surged forth like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his body radiating brilliant light as the immortal body of the great heavens activated, propelling him towards the eight-legged centipedes. A one-sided onslaught commenced. Before the martial tower, silence reigned. Many true disciples silently counted the moments, curious as to how long it would take for Duan Jiang to be eliminated. Tan Gongming stood with his arms crossed, a self-satisfied smirk adorning his face, seemingly awaiting the spectacle of Duan Jiang's downfall. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Yet before the martial tower, there was still no sign of disturbance. Duan Jiang showed no indication of being eliminated. In the distance, atop a mountain, a figure of unparalleled elegance stood, gazing at the martial tower. I wonder if you can still surprise me. Chapter 21. Ascending the rankings, achieving complete success. Time trickled away, and half an hour swiftly elapsed. However, Tan Gongming's expression grew increasingly grim. Who can tell me how a warrior of the third tier of the Fate Calamity realm can endure for such an extended period? Even the weakest of the beasts possess strength in the sky-breaking realm. In just a few breaths, he would surely be eliminated. Yet, before Tan Gongming could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a nearby true disciple standing beside the martial ranking, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look! Du Jiang's name has ascended the martial extreme rankings, and it continues to soar." The announcement sent waves of astonishment throughout the gathering. What? How is this possible? A ranking surge? In a moment, exclamations of disbelief erupted like a chorus. Tan Gongming's pupils narrowed slightly as he swiftly moved to stand before the martial extreme rankings. When the multitude turned their gaze towards the board, they beheld the astonishing sight of Du Jiang, who had previously occupied the penultimate position, now climbing at an unimaginable pace. From 3,000 to 2,800, 2,600, 2,100, and finally 2,000. Within a mere span of breaths, Du Jiang surged from the second to last position to the 2,000 mark, advancing a full 1,000 ranks. His name transformed from a dull gray to a radiant bronze hue. Moreover, this remarkable ascent showed no signs of abating, continuing at an extraordinary velocity. 1,900, 1,700, 1,600. Every true disciple present was momentarily frozen in awe. They stared blankly at the martial extreme rankings, their minds overwhelmed. As if 100,000 mountains had erupted simultaneously. Incredible. Silver. Du Jiang's name had turned silver. At that moment, another true disciple gasped, his voice trembling with astonishment. For on the martial extreme rankings, Du Jiang's name had shifted once more, this time from bronze to silver. The rankings are divided into 4 distinct tiers, and only those who breach the top 1,000 earn the silver designation. Simultaneously, within the second layer of the martial tower, a resounding thud echoed. As Du Jiang retracted his right fist, a beast before him, as massive as a tiger, let out a despairing wail. This was the last beast to fall under Du Jiang's might within the first layer of the Earth Trial. With his hair flowing wildly, Du Jiang stood tall, his eyes filled with astonishment. The spiritual energy within him felt as if it were an endless source, showing no signs of depletion. The indestructible golden body of the great multiverse is truly extraordinary, though his spiritual energy was continuously being consumed. The rate at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence was astonishingly rapid. It achieved a reversible balance, ensuring his combat prowess remained at its peak. It felt as though he were cheating. At this moment, within a radius of several dozen miles around him, 300 beast corpses lay scattered. In the next instant, the voice of the tower spirit rang out once more. Du Jiang of Kaiyang Peak has slain all 300 demon tigers within half an hour, successfully conquering the second layer. A radiant beam descended, enveloping Du Jiang's figure, and when it dissipated, he found himself in the third layer. Has it transformed into a map this time? Du Jiang gazed into the distance, standing upon a vast spiritual lake, its surface tranquil and unruffled, resembling a flawless mirror. In the Kaiyang realm, at the segment of Duan Jiang, this marks the third gate. Within half an hour, should you slay 50 nether serpents, you shall achieve minor success. If you vanquish 90, you shall attain major success. And should you eliminate all the nether serpents, you will achieve perfection. The moment the voice of the tower's spirit reverberated, the tranquil spirit lake erupted with countless waves, revealing a multitude of serpents, their scales a deep azure and each measuring approximately 10 fathoms in length. With a thunderous splash, the nether serpents breached the water's surface, their haunting cries resonating through the air as they lunged toward Duan Jiang with lethal intent. Finally, a challenge worthy of my strength. I can stretch my limbs now, Duan Jiang murmured softly, his gaze sharp as a blade, a glimmer of fierce delight curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the air around his right arm shimmered as a surge of ferocity erupted forth. Meanwhile, in front of the martial extremity tower, numerous esteemed disciples remained transfixed. Their eyes glued to the tower, where the name of Duan Jiang sat at the 1,000th position, leaving them momentarily speechless. Is Duan Jiang even human? In less than 3 days since entering Kaiyang Peak, he has already ascended to the 1,000th rank in the martial extremity tower. And he has done so at the third level of the life tribulation realm. Unbelievable. Is this the terrifying nature of an unparalleled genius? He defies all logic. I am but a mere mortal, and he appears as a celestial being. Here I am languishing in the 2,000 range, while Duan Jiang has soared to 1,000. After a prolonged silence, many esteemed disciples finally found their voices, each laden with profound astonishment. Duan Jiang had effectively slapped the faces of all his critics with his remarkable achievements, rendering them speechless. At that moment, Tan Gongming stood quietly. Yet a close examination would reveal a shadow of intense darkness swirling in his gaze. It seems I underestimated this individual. Yet even so, I can still easily suppress Duan Jiang. I have conquered the entire 4th level of the Martial Extremity Tower and currently rank 791. He is merely at the 1000th rank. The gap between us is akin to that of heaven and earth. With this thought, Tan Gongming's expression softened slightly. It is well known that once one breaks into the top 1000 of the Martial Extremity Tower, the disparity in strength increases dramatically with each rank. Even a mere 10 ranks apart can signify a vast difference in power, clear and indisputable. Thus, Tan Gongming remained confident in his ability to easily subdue Duan Jiang. However, at that very moment, a frail, aged figure seated within the Martial Extremity Tower gently opened one eye, astonishment flashing across his features. In the next instant, gasps of shock erupted once more before the tower. My heavens! It moved. Duan Jiang's ranking has begun to soar again. 99th, 98th, 85th, 71st, 66th. When Duan Jiang's ascent finally halted, he had astonishingly surged from the 1000th position to the 600th. Boom. A collective shockwave reverberated through the hearts of all esteemed disciples before the Martial Extremity rankings, their expressions shifting dramatically, as if struck by 1,000 bolts of thunder. Their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. 600th rank. He has astonishingly reached the 600th rank. How is this even possible? Has Duan Jiang already conquered the 5th level of the Martial Extreme Tower? A voice trembled in disbelief, quaking with incredulity. No, this cannot be. How could his ranking surpass mine? At that moment, Tan Gongming finally succumbed to utter despair. The 600th position on the Martial Extreme ranking. What does this signify? It implies that in the presence of Duan Jiang, he, Tan Gongming, is utterly insignificant. Should they face off, it would be he, Tan Gongming, who would be effortlessly subdued. How could Tan Gongming possibly come to terms with this? At this juncture, a venerable voice resonated, as if it had not spoken in ages, carrying a faint rasp, emanating from the elderly figure seated atop the Martial Extreme Tower. How could Duan Jiang attain the 600th rank without breaching the 5th level? Some true disciples were perplexed. Their minds clouded with confusion. Quickly, look at the statistics of Duan Jiang's tower challenges. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, numerous gazes turned toward the source of the revelation. Duan Jiang from the Kaiyang Peak has flawlessly traversed the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the Martial Extreme Tower. Boom. The moment this line of text became clear to everyone present, the eyes of each true disciple widened once more in astonishment. Flawlessly conquering the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels? Their scalps tingled. They were left dumbfounded. Nearly everyone in attendance found it hard to believe their own eyes, with many, including Tan Gongming, displaying a look of sheer bewilderment. At this moment, Tan Gongming was utterly stunned. He stared blankly at that line of text, rendered speechless. No wonder Duan Jiang, who had just entered the 4th level, could rank 600. It was because he had flawlessly completed the first 3 levels, resulting in an absurdly high rank. Flawlessly passing through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. This was a feat achieved only by the top contenders of the Martial Extreme ranking during their tower challenges. Yet, Duan Jiang had accomplished the same. Could it be? The trembling voice faltered, unable to continue. However, in that moment, every true disciple present silently voiced the unspoken half of that thought. Could it be that yet another prodigy is to emerge from the celestial holy sect? On the Martial Extreme ranking, the elderly figure seated there, resembling a statue with his gaunt and aged visage, slowly revealed a chilling smile. This child possesses remarkable potential. At the 4th level of the Martial Extreme Tower, buzz. As the radiant light of the teleportation enveloped him, a glimmer of anticipation surged within Duan Jiang's brilliant eyes. Is it the 4th level? How exhilarating! The so-called waste husband of the Saintess Xianglan, having joined Kaiyang Peak for less than 3 days, has ascended to the 600th position on the Martial Extreme ranking. Solely relying on his cultivation at the Fate Transformation realm, having passed through the first 3 levels with remarkable fervor. The news of his recent ascent to the 4th level of the Martial Extreme Tower reverberated through the Tiandao Square like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the hearts of countless true disciples present. This revelation spread with the fervor of a wildfire, reaching every corner of the holy sect. If Duan Jiang's earlier venture into the Martial Extreme Tower had only stirred minor ripples, this revelation ignited a genuine sensation, amplifying the stirrings by several magnitudes. An increasing number of true disciples flocked to the scene, even the esteemed disciples from the 6 principal peaks, who were renowned and held in high regard, were equally stirred by the news. At Tianqin Peak, beneath the shade of an ancient tree that seemed to touch the heavens, sat a tall and imposing figure clad in a blue robe. His eyes were gently closed, radiating an aura of tranquility and steadfastness. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, and a jade slip glimmered with light. After a few breaths, he withdrew it from his forehead, his eyes gradually opening. The husband of the saintish Yanglan? He has successfully conquered the first 3 trials of the martial extreme tower? It seems the days ahead will not be monotonous. In the next instant, the blue-robed man vanished from his spot, reappearing several dozen feet away. He walked forward with measured steps, instilling awe in all disciples he passed. Greetings, Brother Yao. Brother Yao. Good day. The blue-robed man was named Yao Tianwei, one of the 3 esteemed disciples of Tianxian Peak, holding a status far above that of ordinary true disciples. At Tianji Peak, by the serene, mirror-like spirit lake, a slender figure repeatedly tossed a communication jade slip into the air. A proud expression adorned his sharp features. After several breaths, the slip shattered with a resounding crack, and a hint of disdain flickered across his lips. A mere newcomer thinks he can stir up monumental waves? The Kaiyan family should be suppressed. The slender man then closed his eyes once more, a vast and terrifying aura radiating from him. At Yuhing Peak, within a picturesque pavilion, 2 women were seated across from each other, engrossed in a game of chess, resembling a scene from an ancient painting. One woman, donned in a delicate yellow martial skirt, possessed an elegant figure and flowing hair that cascaded over her shoulders. Her slender left hand rested on her chin, exuding an enchanting allure. The other woman, dressed in white, was even more stunning, her eyes bright and clear, skin fair and delicate, her demeanor as gentle as water, evoking deep admiration and affection. Among the disciples of Yuhing Star, only one was qualified to engage in a game with the woman in white. She was the sole direct disciple of Yuhing Star, Bai Ling. Suddenly, a beam of light approached and landed before Bai Ling, who grasped it with ease. Moments later, she remarked, "Steward, please take a look." Her expression held a hint of surprise as she passed the jade slip to the woman in white. The steward, without suspicion, placed the slip against her smooth forehead. After several breaths, her eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a blend of astonishment and admiration. What an extraordinary talent Duan Jiang is. Truly remarkable. It seems that our celestial sacred sect has produced another remarkable talent. Successfully conquering the first 3 layers of the martial extremity tower has truly astonished her. The steward, having joined the Kaiyan Peak for less than 3 days, has managed to ascend to the 600th position on the martial extremity ranking. It must be said, this Duan Jiang is indeed extraordinary. However, what is most astonishing is that his cultivation level is merely at the 3rd layer of the Fate Calamity realm. He is now preparing to challenge the 4th layer. Could it be that he aspires to break into the top 100? A glimmer of light flashed in Bai Ling's beautiful eyes, causing the steward Yuming to shudder slightly, her charming face becoming gravely serious. Perhaps he truly harbors such ambitions. Yet if he can indeed penetrate the top 100 of the martial extremity ranking, the implications would be wholly different. It would signify that he possesses boundless potential, with the qualification to step into the realm of the Annihilation Sovereign. Bai Ling continued in the vein of Yuming's words. Unfortunately, this young man has joined the now waning Kaiyan Peak. In an instant, their gazes met, both recognizing the shock and regret reflected in each other's eyes. Within just 3 days of joining Kaiyan Peak, he has entered the top 100 of the martial extremity tower with his cultivation at the Fate Calamity realm. These accomplishments alone are enough to demonstrate that Duan Jiang's talent is not inferior to that of the direct disciples of the various peak masters. In fact, he may even surpass them. After all, those direct disciples typically possess a cultivation level of at least the Breaking Heaven realm when they challenge the martial extremity tower. Alas, achieving such feats is indeed an arduous task. Throughout the long history of our celestial sacred sect, how many exceptional prodigies have emerged. Yet, only a scant few have ultimately risen to prominence and achieved extraordinary feats across various eras. Sighing softly, Yuming gazed into the void. At that moment, Bai Ling slowly rose. Since you, steward, hold this Duan Jiang in such high regard, I am quite curious. Thus, I shall witness his prowess for myself. With a light laugh, Bai Ling vanished from her spot, teleporting to the heavenly Dao Square. Chapter 23. The 3 direct disciples appear together. At the summit of Yaoguang Peak, a dozen figures stood, each exuding an unmatched formidable aura, among them the pale-faced, listless Li Yanfeng. Suddenly, at the center of the peak, an eerie flame enveloped the tall figure, manifesting out of thin air, radiating intense heat. The moment the others sensed this chilling aura, their expressions shifted dramatically. I have met Senior Brother Qian. A voice filled with utmost reverence echoed, prompting everyone to bow slightly. Li Yanfeng also bent at the waist, yet unease and fear surged across his face. The bodies of those behind him trembled violently, for the man who had appeared before them was none other than Qian Yanju, one of the 3 direct disciples of Yaoguang Peak. As he sat upon the throne at the peak, the eerie flame extinguished, revealing the true visage of Qian Yanju. A young man with fiery red hair and eyebrows possessed an imposing and striking appearance, his eyes resembling 2 blazing stars, captivating all who beheld him. With a clang, a jade slip was hurled by Qian Yanju, landing on the ground. Li Yanfeng, you claim that your failure to complete the task I entrusted to you at Kaiyang Peak is due to this individual? Qian Yanju spoke in a calm tone, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authoritarian essence. At that moment, Li Yanfeng was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion pale, rendered speechless as he bent down to pick up the jade slip for inspection. Upon a glance, his expression transformed dramatically, slowly raising his head. Disbelief and terror surged in Li Yanfeng's eyes, yet he stammered, in response to senior brother Qian, it is indeed this Duan Jiang. I am no match for him. Kaiyang's discarded lineage, Duan Jiang? Qian Yanju remarked softly, his gaze inscrutable. Meanwhile, the motionless Li Yanfeng's eyes flickered with fleeting malice and resentment. Senior brother Qian, this Duan Jiang is utterly arrogant. I followed your command to Kaiyang Peak to obtain the fire-type beast core, maintaining courtesy throughout, never disturbing a single blade of grass. Yet upon encountering Duan Jiang, he outright refused our entry, regardless of my earnest pleas, exhibiting extreme tyranny. Eventually, I had to inform him that I came on your orders. But he retorted, who is Qian Yanju? What is he to me? And then he ruthlessly injured all 3 of us. Boom. As Li Yanfeng concluded his statement, an uproar erupted atop the peak, filled with fierce exclamations. How reckless. This Duan Jiang is courting death. How dare a mere newcomer from the discarded lineage of Kaiyang insult senior brother Qian? Is he seeking his own demise? Each individual present wore expressions of icy fury, their anger palpable. Bending low, a flicker of satisfaction and cold laughter emerged in Li Yanfeng's gaze. This was the very outcome he desired. Duan Jiang, I have vowed that our feud is far from over. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me will be repaid tenfold. In his heart, Li Yanfeng reveled in his scheming, distorting the truth to cast aspersions upon Duan Jiang, aiming to foster enmity and establish him as an adversary. Ideally, he hoped to provoke Qian Yanju into confronting Duan Jiang. Bang! However, in the next instant, Li Yanfeng was sent flying, struck by an unseen force, sustaining severe injuries and spewing blood. The assailant was none other than Qian Yanju. Upon the throne, Qian Yanju maintained a stoic expression, yet his terrifying gaze scrutinized Li Yanfeng, devoid of any emotion. Did you truly believe your pitiful performance could deceive me? How could a trifling warrior of the 3rd layer of the heavenly realm lose to one of the 3rd layer of the fate tribulation realm? Tell me, why are you so utterly useless? His indifferent voice resonated, causing Li Yanfeng to tremble violently, his complexion paling, as fear engulfed his heart. Elder brother, please, calm your wrath. Elder brother, please, calm your wrath. Yet, in the next moment, Qian Yanju slowly rose from his seat, transforming the summit into what resembled an active volcano. However, you are my dog. That Duan Jiang dared to harm you, thus insulting my dignity. How amusing. Ranked 600 on the martial extremity list. You shall witness this formidable newcomer who is destined to wed the saintess. Surely, he cannot be entirely inept. After this soft utterance, Qian Yanju's figure vanished from the peak. Within the celestial holy sect, the news of Duan Jiang from the heavenly Dao Square spread like wildfire, causing a tremendous uproar and capturing the attention of countless individuals. Yet, each peak displayed a unique reaction. Some were astonished, others dismissive, and some curious. Undoubtedly, today, the name Duan Jiang resonated throughout the entirety of the celestial, holy sect once more. At the heavenly Dao Square, beams of teleportation light flashed as more true disciples hurried from various locations, eager to witness this newcomer who had reignited the fervor within the celestial holy sect. Before the martial extremity list, as the crowd swelled, they formed layers upon layers, a sea of black. Was Duan Jiang still ranked 600? Had he ascended further? Of course not. How much time had passed? The trials of the 4th layer had likely just commenced. A newcomer bursting into the ranks of 600 on his first attempt, achieving perfection in all 3 trials, was indeed astonishingly talented. However, the 4th layer of the martial extremity tower was an entirely different realm. Indeed, the 4th layer is a watershed moment. It is likely that Duan Jiang will find it exceedingly difficult to proceed further. True disciples engaged in lively discussions, each expressing their opinions. Yet suddenly, the once dense crowd erupted into a cacophony. Incredulous exclamations rang out. Hiss! Look, is that not Yao Tianwei, one of the 3 direct disciples of the Tianxin lineage? He has actually appeared. Not just Yao Tianwei. Look over there. That is Bai Ling, the the direct disciple of the Yuheng lineage. Even she has come here? This is significant. Yao Tianwei approached with his hands clasped behind his back, and wherever he walked, all true disciples displayed expressions of reverence, parting to make way. Meanwhile, in another direction, under the gaze of countless fervent eyes, Bai Ling glided forward like an ethereal fairy from an ancient painting. Her exquisite beauty adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of flowing water. The arrival of Yao Tianwei and Bai Ling struck the heavenly Tao square like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the place. In the illustrious realm of the celestial sacred sect, these two individuals stand as paragons of excellence, occupying the pinnacle of the hierarchy as distinguished disciples of their respective lineages. What qualifies one to be deemed a direct disciple? Only the most formidable few earn such a title. Both Yao Tianwei and Bai Ling are ranked within the top 20 on the martial extremity list. Yet, before the crowd could fully express their astonishment, an overwhelming wave of searing heat surged forth, heralding the arrival of another figure. My heavens! Qian Yinjue, the direct disciple of the radiant light lineage, has also made an appearance. In an instant, the direct disciples from 3 lineages within the celestial sacred sect erupted onto the scene, igniting the entire heavenly Tao Plaza. Simultaneously, within the martial extremity tower, on the 4th level, Duan Jiang stood resolutely atop an ancient, dilapidated battle platform. In the 3 directions before him loomed 3 towering azure apparitions, each measuring a full yard in height. As a disciple of the Kaiyang lineage, Duan Jiang comprehended that within half an hour, he could vanquish 1 bronze puppet for minor success, 2 for major success, and annihilate all for complete victory. With a thunderous proclamation from the tower spirit, the 3 bronze puppets sprang to life. With a deafening roar, Duan Jiang felt an indescribable tempest of terror descend upon him. Compared to the 3rd level, the difficulty of this 4th level had escalated tenfold. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. The 4th level of the martial extremity tower finally warranted the full extent of his power. Each of the 3 bronze puppets possessed the cultivation of the 6th layer of the Breaking Heaven realm. And even a typical practitioner at the 8th layer of the Breaking Heaven realm would struggle against their combined might. Yet, he himself was merely at the 4th layer of the Fate Calamity realm. In terms of combat prowess, he could barely rival an ordinary practitioner at the 8th layer of the Breaking Heaven realm. Duan Jiang's eyes sparkled with determination as he contemplated his strategy. As the 3 bronze puppets approached within 3 feet of him, a flash of dark malevolence flickered in Duan Jiang's gaze. Drawing upon his spiritual energy without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, the void erupted with sound, a cacophony echoing throughout. With the invincible golden body of the great celestial and the ferocity of the ancient tiger demon fist, the might of Duan Jiang's strike was vividly displayed. Crack! As his golden right fist swept through, 1 bronze puppet was obliterated, reduced to a shower of fragments. Following that, a tempest roared forth as Duan Jiang pivoted his fist, enveloping the remaining 2 bronze puppets in a torrent of unrestrained violence. With 2 explosive sounds, the last 2 bronze puppets met the same fate as the first, shattered into countless shards. In less than 10 breaths, all 3 bronze puppets had been thoroughly vanquished by Duan Jiang's overwhelming force. He had successfully completed the 4th challenge with absolute perfection. Duan Jiang remained contemplative. Perhaps I am slightly more formidable than the average practitioner at the 7th layer of the Breaking Heaven realm. Outside the martial extremity tower, at the forefront of the crowd, the 3 esteemed disciples each occupied a position, exuding an extraordinary aura. They first bowed in respect to the gaunt elder seated atop the martial extreme tower before engaging in light-hearted conversation amongst themselves. Senior Brother Yao, it has been some time since we last met. Your presence now radiates a profound and boundless energy. It seems your cultivation has indeed reached new heights. White Ling's gentle voice shattered the silence. Haha, junior sister Bai, I cannot accept such praise. If we speak of progress, your prowess has surpassed that of 6 months ago during the personal disciple competition by leaps and bounds. Yao Tianwei responded with hearty laughter, his demeanor exuding a sense of grandeur, yet his gaze remained steady and unwavering. And Senior Brother Qian, it has been far too long. Your elegance remains as striking as ever. White Ling's enchanting eyes flitted over to Qian Yinzheng, whose response, while equally mild, carried an unmistakable tone of indifference compared to Yao Tianwei. In terms of charisma, how could one compare to junior sister Bai? You remain as beautiful as ever. Qian Yinzheng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze assertive and tinged with a hint of aggression as he looked at White Ling. We have ample opportunities to reminisce, yet I surmise that both of you share a common purpose with me today, to witness the astonishing talents of our junior brother Duan. Yao Tianwei stated, his eyes glancing at the name of Duan Jiang on the martial extreme tower, his gaze flickering with intrigue. It is said that he has entered the top 600 of the martial extreme rankings with a cultivation level at the third stage of the life tribulation realm, a remarkable achievement that I could scarcely hope to match at that time. Such a figure naturally piques one's curiosity. How could one let this opportunity slip away? White Ling too gazed at the martial extreme tower, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. A newcomer brimming with talent, yet unaware of his own limitations. He requires a lesson. Qian Yinzheng remarked with a cold laugh, his tone indifferent. This immediately caught the attention of Yao Tianwei and White Ling, hinting at an underlying tension. Was there a rift between Qian Yinzheng and Duan Jiang? No wonder Qian Yinzheng had appeared. It was evident he came with ill intent. However, they chose not to inquire further, as their sole purpose was to behold the true visage of this illustrious prodigy renowned throughout the celestial sacred sect. At that moment, an unexpected gasp erupted from the previously quiet crowd. Look, Duan Jiang's rank is rising again. My heavens! This exclamation drew the attention of everyone towards the martial extreme tower. Indeed, the name that had previously stalled at 600 was now ascending once more. 600, 580, 550, 540, 640. When it finally came to a halt, it astonishingly reached 393, an elevation of 207 places. This revelation left countless true disciples agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. It seems this visit was far from wasted. This junior brother Duan truly is a dragon emerging from the depths, poised to stir the boundless tides of fate. Yao Tianwei's tone was now laced with awe, his eyes reflecting a newfound wonder. Previously, he had only heard of such feats through messages. Witnessing it firsthand was a shock of an entirely different magnitude. Bai Ling remained silent, yet a glimmer of unusual brilliance flickered in her enchanting eyes. Similarly, Qian Yinzhu did not utter a word, but his captivating gaze narrowed slightly, as if stars were colliding and exploding within. Suddenly, a radiant light shimmered before the martial extreme tower, and a tall, slender figure gradually emerged. Long black hair flowing, none other than Duan Jiang. However, at this moment, Duan Jiang appeared disheveled, his countenance far from pleasant. He gazed skyward, his eyes filled with regret. How could I have faltered at the 5th level? According to the words of the senior brother, my future limitations can only reach the realm of annihilation, celestial sovereign. How could someone endowed with a defying system like Duan Jiang possibly endure this? Yet, he could hardly blame himself. Who could have anticipated that the 5th level would test one's Tao heart? A throng of scantily clad young girls encircled him. Their attire so minimal it felt as if they were wearing nothing at all calling him Brother Duan. Upon hearing this, his entire being melted, rendering him incapable of fighting back. Who could withstand such temptation? If only they were a bit more demure, Duan Jiang muttered quietly to himself. Observing the expression on Duan Jiang's face, everyone felt a slight tremor in their hearts, quickly followed by a shared thought. This guy has finally failed. As Duan Jiang was teleported out of the martial extreme tower, countless gazes were immediately directed towards him, and he spotted a dense throng of true disciples surrounding the tower not far off. This caused a flicker of his eyes, yet he remained indifferent. In fact, it was precisely the scene he had hoped to witness. This was the very purpose of his journey, to vindicate the Kaiyang lineage. However, in the next moment, he felt an aggressive and domineering gaze sweep over him. It was none other than Qian Yinzhu. Are you Duan Jiang? Qian Yinzhu called out from a distance, his tone far from cordial. And you are? Duan Jiang replied, his expression neutral. You harm my dog, yet you do not know who I am? Such arrogance and audacity were undeniably irksome. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the heavens and earth became palpably tense. However, Qian Yinzhu's tone shifted, his contempt growing ever more pronounced. Relying on a modicum of potential, you are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. I have encountered many such newcomers. Remember, you are of no consequence. In fact, you currently lack even the qualification to warrant my regard. Only when you penetrate the top 100 of the martial extreme rankings may you begin to have a semblance of merit. I advise you, as a newcomer, to learn the virtue of reverence. Having uttered this, Qian Yinzhu turned to leave. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, a series of incredulous gasps erupted around them. Look at the martial extreme rankings. Duan Jiang's position has surged again. To their astonishment, Duan Jiang's ranking, which had previously stalled at 158, suddenly soared. 121. Amidst the collective astonishment and disbelief, it ultimately settled at 97. The name has transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, beneath the golden name of Duan Jiang, a line of elegant script revealed itself. From the Kaiyang lineage, Duan Jiang has triumphantly traversed the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of the Wichita Tower, achieving perfection in each. All disciples of the 7 peaks of the Xingzong are urged to take this individual as their exemplar, to battle on the martial path, ceaselessly. At that moment, a tranquil voice echoed within Duan Jiang's mind. Your exemplary performance and exceptional talent have earned you this gift, which I bestow upon you, hoping you will utilize it wisely. Upon discerning the voice, Duan Jiang raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the voice of the tower spirit. Following this, an invisible stream of black light surged into Duan Jiang's embrace at an astonishing speed. Thank you. Duan Jiang maintained his composure, offering silent gratitude. Simultaneously, a resplendent celestial sound reverberated in the hearts of all present. It was as if countless thunders erupted in their minds, causing a cacophony that filled their heads. Their spirits roaring and their pupils constricting sharply. What had they just witnessed? The birth of a being beyond humanity. This was nothing short of a living miracle and myth. Clap, clap, clap. Concurrently, countless individuals seemed to hear the crisp sound of slaps against faces. At this moment, Qian Yinju's countenance darkened drastically, becoming utterly unsightly. He had been publicly humiliated. Just a moment prior, he had asserted that Duan Jiang was leagues away from breaking into the top 100 of the Wujibang. Now, Duan Jiang had surged into the 97th position. The slap was resounding. He possesses extraordinary talent. Yao Tianwei gazed intently at Duan Jiang, slowly articulating these 6 words with a grave tone. Meanwhile, Bai Ling also fixated on Duan Jiang, her exquisite face etched with profound astonishment. Buzz. Yet at that instant, an indescribable, vast wave of energy suddenly erupted in the heavens, as if an endless universe had descended upon them. Upon sensing this overwhelming force, Yao Tianwei's expression first showed surprise, quickly transforming into one of sheer alarm. This aura? How can this be possible? But then Yao Tianwei clasped his hands in salute. His demeanor solemn, bowing deeply towards the heavens, his voice resonating with deep respect and reverence. Disciple Yao Tianwei pays homage to the Peak Master. At these words, the world fell silent. All the true disciples present appeared as if struck by lightning, their faces reflecting profound shock and disbelief. The Peak Master. This was a figure of supreme stature, standing at the pinnacle of the Shengzong, on par with the sect leader Murong Hai. Typically elusive, how could they suddenly manifest today? You are Duan Jiang? Beneath the heavens, a vague figure radiating a white glow emerged, accompanied by a lofty voice. Indeed, it is the disciple. Before the Wujida Tower, Duan Jiang was equally taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle, yet he upheld the decorum, clasping his fist in respect and addressing the presence. However, the subsequent scene plunged the entire martial tower into an abyss of silence. The lofty voice resounded like the morning bell or evening drum, echoing through all directions. I, Tianxian Zi, the master of Tianxian Peak, ask you, will you become my disciple? If you agree, from this day forth, you shall be the holy son of Tianxian Peak. Chapter 25, The Rejection of the Peak Master leaves all in shock. The celestial voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, cascading down from the firmament, reverberating in the ears of everyone present at the heavenly Tao Square. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the crowd. One could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere rendered all present utterly stunned, their hearts quaking with trepidation. Who was it? It was Tianxian Zi, one of the 6 peak masters of the esteemed celestial sacred sect, a figure of immense renown throughout the eastern domain. Such a pinnacle figure not only made an unexpected appearance but also uttered such words, offering to take Duan Jiang as his apprentice. This was the sort of event that one could only dream of. Before the martial rankings, all the true disciples found themselves in a daze, gazes vacant. Jealousy, envy, both were present. Yet, more so was the sense of awe, a realization of one's own inadequacy, even reverence. When someone surpasses you by leaps and bounds, when they stand on an entirely different plane, what fills your heart is no longer jealousy, but astonishment and respect. Duan Jiang was evidently such a person. At this moment, the 3 foremost disciples present were also engulfed in indescribable shock, with Yao Tianwei's emotions being the most intricate. As one of the direct disciples of the Tianxian lineage, he was particularly aware of Tianxian Zi's arrival. According to the long-standing historical patterns of the true disciples across the 7 peaks, it was not unheard of for a peak master to take on a disciple. Typically, those chosen to become a peak master's apprentice would be selected from among the direct disciples of that lineage. Of course, even direct disciples had only a slim chance. Even if a peak master took notice of them, they would only be accepted as registered disciples. To truly become the rightful heir of a peak master, one must ascend to the status of a holy son, the pinnacle of all disciples within the 7 peaks, embodying the highest talent and being the true prodigy among them. Yet, within the celestial sacred sect today, aside from the exceptional Xiang Lan, no other lineage had produced a holy son. Why? Because Ning Xiang Lan was simply too powerful. No male disciple could compare to her. Thus, the sect had not established a new holy son. For Ning Xiang Lan, none of the 6 peak masters qualified to be her mentor. After all, to be her master, one would need to possess at least the strength of an emperor. Yet now, the master of the Tianqian lineage had suddenly descended, personally offering to bestow the title of Holy Son upon Duan Jiang. This is clearly the rhythm of cultivating Duan Jiang to become the next master of Tianqian Peak. How could this not complicate Yao Tianwei's emotions? Yet, Yao Tianwei remained acutely aware, understanding the rationale behind this scene. For Duan Jiang had demonstrated through his actions and achievements that he possessed extraordinary talent. Only true prodigies would attract the attention of the revered Peak Master and warrant an exception to accept Duan Jiang as a disciple, bestowing upon him the title of Holy Son. Such occurrences are not without precedent. For instance, Feng Wujia, who ranked first on the martial extremity list, was similarly accepted as a holy son by Master Tianshu of the Tianshu lineage, forever altering his fate and soaring to great heights. Under Master Tianshu's diligent mentorship, and owing to his own unparalleled talents, he later earned the invincible title of Extreme King, renowned across the Eastern domain, captivating the world. Now, another Duan Jiang has emerged, drawing the attention of Master Tianxian, leaving one in awe. Truly, the world has long been graced with remarkable talents, each commanding their own prominence for centuries. Bai Ling, with her ruby lips parting in a deep sigh, gazed with her enchanting eyes at Duan Jiang, who stood before the martial extremity tower, equally astonished. Yao Tianwei's emotions were tumultuous. Bai Ling was profoundly moved, while Qian Yinjue, in stark contrast, was gnashing his teeth in frustration. Why? Naturally, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred. In Qian Yinjue's eyes, Duan Jiang had merely been a newcomer with slight potential, someone who had humiliated him and tarnished his reputation. Thus, he had come to observe, hoping to impart an unforgettable lesson to Duan Jiang, ideally shattering his resolve. However, his arrival had instead allowed him to witness Duan Jiang's remarkable rise. Not only had Duan Jiang severely embarrassed him, but he was now on the verge of attaining the extraordinary opportunity he had long coveted, becoming a disciple of the master of Tianqian Peak. This ignited an inferno of jealousy within Qian Yinjue. His gaze darkened, fixating on Duan Jiang, lost in his thoughts. The once silent Dao Square began to stir with life as many true disciples seemed to awaken from their boundless astonishment. Duan Jiang's destiny was poised for transformation. After all, he had become the holy son of the Peak Master. What heights would Duan Jiang's future reach? Would another prodigy akin to Feng Wujie arise from the seven true lineages? Ah, truly, the comparison is enough to incite envy. It is unfathomable where this extraordinary figure, Duan Jiang, originated from. Moreover, I find myself unable to summon even a shred of jealousy. Remarkable. Whispers filled with astonishment and reflection began to rise, as every gaze was filled with awe. Before the martial extremity tower, Duan Jiang stood alone, listening to the continuous expressions of wonder and shock around him, yet his heart remained unfazed. Little did Duan Jiang anticipate that merely breaching the martial extremity tower would attract the master of Tianqian Peak, who would seek to take him as a disciple. He naturally understood that becoming a disciple under such a prominent figure would undoubtedly offer unimaginable cultivation and a boundless future. However, this was merely the perspective of an ordinary person. But was Duan Jiang an ordinary individual? His own wife was the reincarnation of an empress, and as her consort, how could he possibly accept a mere Peak Master as his teacher? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to his wife? What of the title of Saint Son? I am destined to traverse the vast realms. Why would I care for a trivial name? Moreover, if this were to reach my wife's ears, I would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. At that moment, Duan Jiang suddenly furrowed his brow, an expression of incredulous fear flashing across his eyes. But it settled just as swiftly. A killing intent? How intriguing. Never mind, I shall find a reason to decline. Yet, I must leave no trace of my intentions. Taking a slow, deep breath, Duan Jiang cupped his hands in the direction of Tian Xuanzi. Witnessing this scene, everyone let out a collective sigh. Duan Jiang was going to accept the apprenticeship. However, in the next instant, he spoke, shocking the crowd. May I inquire, esteemed Peak Master, if I were to become your disciple, would that signify my departure from Kaiyang Peak? Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily froze, their minds racing with a singular thought. Was this a redundant question? High above in the heavens, the blurred figure of the radiant Tian Xuanzi remained still, yet his magnificent voice resonated once more. Indeed. Upon accepting me as your master, you shall sever all ties with the Kaiyang lineage. From this moment forth, you will be a disciple of the Tianqian lineage and shall no longer return to Kaiyang Peak. After uttering these words, silence enveloped the world once more, as all understood that the Peak Master awaited Duan Jiang's answer. Before the martial extreme tower, Duan Jiang stood tall, his expression unchanged, a cold smile forming within. With cupped hands, he casually addressed Tian Shuzi, esteemed Peak Master. I comprehend the magnitude of this extraordinary opportunity. It is a chance that countless brothers and sisters yearn for. Your regard for me is indeed a blessing. However, at this juncture, Duan Jiang's tone hesitated slightly. If it requires me to leave Kaiyang Peak and sever all connections with the Kaiyang lineage and my 4 senior brothers and sisters, I cannot comply. Therefore, I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed Peak Master, but I must respectfully decline and cannot accept your goodwill. Boom. The entire realm fell into an absolute silence once more. Every true disciple gasped in shock, as if 100,000 meteors had crashed upon them, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Could it be that my ears are deceiving me? Did Duan Jiang just refuse the esteemed Peak Master? A trembling true disciple stammered, his voice hoarse. At that moment, every true disciple felt an overwhelming impulse to faint. He actually turned it down? Is Duan Jiang truly deranged? Is he even aware of his actions? At this moment, Yao Tianwei stood with his mouth slightly agape. His gaze fixated on Duan Jiang, filled with an indescribable sense of shock and incredulity. Bai Ling's delicate frame trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes frozen in disbelief. Even Qian Yanju's face had turned rigid, his eyes swirling with a near-dazed confusion. No one had anticipated that Duan Jiang would dare to reject the master of Tianshu Peak. Such an event seemed utterly unfathomable, as if it belonged only to the realm of dreams. In the heavens above, a vague yet ethereal voice resonated once more. Are you certain? I am certain. In the exchange, Duan Jiang's gaze remained resolute, devoid of any wavering. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a cold smirk played upon Duan Jiang's lips as he contemplated the situation. How intriguing. I never expected the master of the holy sect to reveal murderous intent towards me. Were it not for the system's reminder, I would have remained blissfully unaware. The most astonishing aspect is that he wishes to take me as a disciple and bestow upon me the title of Holy Son. Truly fascinating. Chapter 26. A shocking secret that stuns Duan Jiang. In the next moment, the shimmering figure that radiated infinite brilliance tore through the void and vanished entirely. As if it had never existed, the master of Tianshu Peak had departed. As a peak master of his lineage, his personal inquiry into Duan Jiang demonstrated his sincerity. Now that Duan Jiang had declined, he took his leave without further ado. The entire Tiandao Plaza remained enveloped in silence. Duan Jiang slowly straightened his body, casting a profound glance in the direction where the master of Tianshu Peak had disappeared before departing the plaza and returning to Kaiyang Peak. What a remarkable individual my junior brother is. Yao Tianwei sighed softly, a hint of admiration emerging in his expression. A faint smile graced Bai Ling's face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. An ignorant fool. Qian Yanju snorted disdainfully, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes, before he too departed. In the following days, the entire holy sect of all heavens was thrown into an uproar. Everyone learned of Duan Jiang's ascendance into the top 100 of the martial extreme rankings. It became common knowledge that he had audaciously refused the master of Tianshu Peak's offer to become the holy son of his lineage. In the hearts of all, the question arose, had Duan Jiang lost his sanity? Yet amidst the astonishment, they could not help but acknowledge Duan Jiang's extraordinary prowess. In summary, Duan Jiang and Kaiyang Peak had finally made a name for themselves within the holy sect of all heavens, stirring a tempest of gossip and excitement. Duan Jiang's initial objective of infiltrating the martial extreme tower had been splendidly accomplished. Within the confines of Duan Jiang's chamber at Kaiyang Peak, he sat quietly upon his bed, his demeanor serene as a faint golden aura swirled around him, seemingly honing his cultivation. At this moment, a voice echoed within his mind. System, are you certain that the one who previously exhibited murderous intent towards me was that figure in the sky? Indeed, host. The system is passive. It can automatically detect any life forms that harbor murderous intent towards the host and pose a lethal threat. Upon hearing the words, Duan Jiang was utterly perplexed. I had no interaction with him. From whence did his murderous intent arise? Logically, as the master of a peak, he should rejoice at the emergence of a martial genius within the holy sect. Yet, more strangely, even if he harbored disdain for me, why then would he bestow upon me the title of Saint Son of Tianshu Peak? Was he seeking an opportunity to approach me with the intent to eliminate me? But I held no enmity towards him. My family resided far beyond 100,000 miles away, lacking the capability to engage with individuals of such caliber. Thus, there exists but one possibility. The issue lies not with me but with him. Contemplating this, Duan Jiang's gaze flickered. System, is there a method to discern the motive behind his murderous intent? Or, from whence does such hostility originate? Duan Jiang had personally experienced the formidable capabilities of his system. However, he was uncertain whether it possessed features for this specific inquiry. Regrettably, this system does not offer such a service. However, the host may expend 100 comprehension points to uncover the true personal information of the target. Current comprehension points, 1,401 points. Shall the host proceed with the inquiry? Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang, whose expression had been one of distress, suddenly appeared invigorated. I consent to the inquiry. After all, I still have over 1,000 comprehension points. It's not a significant loss. Post request successful, 100 comprehension points deducted. The following is a detailed display of the target's personal information. Moments later, an azure luminescent screen materialized in Duan Jiang's mind. True name of Taiyang Xuanzi, Qiu Tianlong. Personal identity, younger brother of Qiu Tianjua. The sect master of the Wild Demon Sect. Cultivation level, late stage of ultimate celestial venerable. Age, 585 years. At that moment, Duan Jiang was rendered speechless. What was this? The master of Tianxian Peak of the Holy Sect was actually the younger brother of the sect master of the Wild Demon Sect? It was evident that, as a peak master, one's strength and identity must undergo rigorous scrutiny before being appointed by the sect's higher-ups. Being a peak master conferred immense power and influence, and the sect would undoubtedly impose strict selection criteria. He had encountered undercover disciples before, even those at the elder or steward level. But Duan Jiang never anticipated that one of the few peak masters within the holy sect would be an infiltrator. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat exasperated. Positions of peak master were rarely altered. This meant that the undercover Taiyang Xuanzi had been in his position for at least a century or so. Duan Jiang was curious as to why the holy sect had not yet met its demise. Furthermore, the ongoing animosity between the holy sect and the wild demon sect was common knowledge in the eastern region. Then, a chill crept up Duan Jiang's spine. It appeared that the wild demon sect had grand ambitions. They intended to consume the holy sect whole. This was untenable. This matter must be conveyed to my wife. After all, this was her sect as well. Contemplating this, Duan Jiang promptly prepared to rise and head towards Saintus Peak. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he halted in his tracks. A pivotal question emerged in his mind. Would my wife believe me if I shared this with her? I had only recently joined the Celestial Sacred Sect and was now claiming that the leader of Tianxian Peak was, in fact, the younger brother of the Wild Demon Sect's master, with no evidence to support such a bold assertion. Who would take that seriously? Duan Jiang scratched his head in frustration. Alas, perhaps it would be wiser to first examine the gifts bestowed upon me by the Martial Extreme Tower. With that thought, he retrieved a black box from within his robe. As he opened it, a blinding radiance burst forth. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain of the sacred sect, in a tranquil and serene courtyard, the gentle sound of flowing water was melodious and soothing. By a brook sat an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his unkempt hair cascading around him as he quietly fished with a worn fishing line. Strangely, the old man appeared to be dozing, his eyes half closed, on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he slowly opened them. A frail, ancient voice echoed through the air. Is the identity of the Tongxianzi confirmed? As the old man's words fell, a surge of spiritual energy stirred in the nearby void, and a figure emerged from within. Upon hearing this, Morong Hai, whose face had previously been adorned with smiles, momentarily froze. Returning to you, father, the identity of the Tongxianzi has yet to be established. However, Morong Hai's tone was hesitant. And just as he was about to offer a defense, his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, a dull thud resonated. You insolent brat. You dare show your face here without finding the Tongxianzi? The gray-robed elder regarded Morong Hai with cold, piercing eyes, exuding an unyielding demeanor. If you cannot manage this trivial matter, then you need not concern yourself with the position of sect master. Why yes, father. Rest assured, I will discreetly resolve the matter of the Tongxianzi without troubling you. Morong Hai grimaced, covering his head, his expression one of despair. Despite the sting of his father's reprimand, he dared not voice any complaint. The reason was simple. The seemingly ageless man before him was, in truth, his father, a being who had lived for over 1,000 years. The only supreme elder of the Celestial Sacred Sect, Morong Changkong. At the same time, Morong Hai felt a sense of helplessness. Why had his immortal father not yet passed on? In his youth, Morong Changkong had not possessed particularly remarkable talents compared to his peers, yet through sheer longevity, he had outlasted others and naturally ascended to the position of sect master. Eventually, Morong Changkong had passed the mantle to Morong Hai, earning his son's deep admiration for his resilience and fortitude. Indeed, longevity is the ultimate triumph. However, the sole source of discontent for Morong Hai lies in his father's temperament, which often inclines towards chastising him. How old is he now? Over 500 years. Fortunately, his father prefers solitude, choosing to reside in the desolate mountains behind their sect. Otherwise, if outsiders were to witness the illustrious leader of a great sect receiving a sharp slap from an unkempt old man, what would become of his dignity? The Grand Master of the Celestial Sacred Sect, a figure of the esteemed heavenly sovereign level, being reprimanded by a disheveled elder. Morong Changkong disregarded his son's resentful gaze and slowly closed his eyes, exuding an air of tranquility. Once the identity of the celestial prodigy is confirmed, I must ensure he is brought to me without delay, otherwise, those ancient relics will certainly not let the matter rest. Do you understand? Now tell me, what brings you to seek me today? Upon hearing this, Morong Hai offered a mysterious smile, delaying his response and evading the question. Father, do you ever catch any fish with such antics? Smack. Another dull thud echoed. Your father does not fish for fish but for solitude. You know nothing. Speak quickly. How did I end up with a son like you? I should have pinned you to the wall. Yes, I shall speak. Morong Hai exclaimed. Just yesterday, the young man who wed Xianglan ventured into the martial extreme tower for the first time, and with his mere life tribulation cultivation, he ascended to the 4th level, passing all trials with flying colors. Father, it seems our sect is destined for greatness. Morong Hai stroked his beard, bursting into laughter. Smack. Another dull sound resonated. Morong Hai clutched his head, bewildered. Father, why do you strike me again? I may be aging, but I am not foolish. Do you take me for a simpleton? I swear it is true. In that moment, Morong Hai was on the verge of tears, raising his right hand in a gesture of oath. There were thousands of disciples present, and the tower's spirit would not falsely report the results. It is impossible. Moreover, after he emerged, Taiyang Xuanzi personally came to accept him as a disciple, even promising him the position of Holy Son, which he declined. Upon hearing this, Morong Changkong let out a cold laugh. Taiyang Xuanzi? That fool likely remains unaware that his identity has already been exposed. Indeed, for so many years, I have hidden it well, showing no signs of deviation. Morong Hai nodded, his eyes glinting with cold light. He could no longer suppress his concerns regarding the appearances of the celestial prodigy in Duan Jiang. In the near future, I will closely monitor all movements of the wild demon sect. Additionally, we must reinforce protection for Duan Jiang. After the competition, I will personally take him as my disciple. If you are not deceiving me, then his talent is undoubtedly on par with that of the celestial prodigy. Yes, Father. Chapter 27. Blood Enhancement, True Dragon Bloodline. As Duan Jiang gazed at the contents of the box, an unusual expression crossed his face. After a brief moment, as the radiant glow dissipated, the items within were revealed. Duan Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. He discovered that the black box was filled with a vibrant crimson liquid, emanating an aura reminiscent of golden-red flames. The liquid lay still as a mirror, yet it continuously radiated waves of an unsettling energy that sent shivers down his spine. His instincts suggested that this substance was indeed some form of blood. System, from which creature does this blood derive? Reminder, the host must expend 100 comprehension points to activate the inquiry function. Duan Jiang's expression darkened. Then how many comprehension points do I currently possess? The host currently has 1301 comprehension points. Is there any possibility of a discount? Discounts are not available outside of holiday periods. Duan Jiang could not help but feel disdain for the system's mercenary nature. Very well, I request the activation of the inquiry function. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. After all, comprehension points could be acquired through daily attendance, making them relatively easy to obtain. A mere 100 points did not reach the threshold of being too precious to spend. Ding. The host's request has been successfully processed. 100 comprehension points have been deducted. The following detailed information regarding the blood will now be presented. Immediately, a cerulean light screen appeared within Duan Jiang's mind. Blood source, Zhu Jiaoyin, ancestor of the serpent race. Also known as Zhu Long overview. A being that is half dragon, half snake. It resides perpetually underground. Zhu Jiaoyin possesses but a single eye. When it opens, it is day, and when it closes, it is night. Its breath is the tempest, embodying the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Zhu Long abilities, mastery over certain aspects of the laws of time. Origins of Zhu Long, unknown. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Duan Jiang was utterly astonished. Zhu Long. This was a dragon of renown. Though not the most exalted of dragon species, it was nonetheless a formidable entity wielding the laws of time. This implied that by absorbing this essence of Zhu Long's blood, he could gain mastery over time itself. He understood all too well the immense power of the laws of time. Duan Jiang's gaze blazed with fervor. System, can I now directly absorb Zhu Long's blood? At this moment, he was brimming with eagerness, his mind already conjuring visions of himself having assimilated the dragon's blood, exuding an aura of undeniable might and dominance. The host may indeed absorb Zhu Long's blood. However, while Zhu Long is a dragon, its capabilities are extraordinary. It is ultimately not a pure blood, and its lineage is not the most noble. Duan Jiang's heart raced at this revelation. Zhu Long was not a pure blood dragon. Its lineage was not the most esteemed. Were there dragons even more formidable than Zhu Long? With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What do you mean, system?" The host may use Zhulong's blood as a catalyst to summon a true pure blood dragon. However, the sole drawback was that the system had not finished speaking when it was abruptly interrupted by Duan Jiang's voice. "Enough, summon it quickly." Upon hearing the system's words, Duan Jiang's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. A true pure blood dragon clan. Across the myriad realms, countless races exist. Yet the dragon clan undoubtedly stands as one of the pinnacle races, its noble bloodline transcending innumerable others. Its power is indisputable, formidable enough to send shivers down one's spine. Are there any conditions required for summoning a pure blood dragon clan? Such a summoning technique is so extraordinary that it could be deemed akin to altering the heavens and earth. Duan Jiang found it hard to believe that the system would be so benevolent. The host only needs to expend 1,000 comprehension points to acquire a single use of the bloodline summoning technique, the system clarified. Duan Jiang's expression darkened. He had anticipated that it would not be so simple. It was evident to him that the system would not relent until it had drained his comprehension points completely. However, to learn the dragon clan's secret arts and inherit their bloodline, this small amount of comprehension points seemed inconsequential. System, will having too few comprehension points affect my intelligence? Duan Jiang inquired with some concern. If 1,000 comprehension points were deducted, he would only have 301 left. He was uncertain whether having too few comprehension points would impair his intellect. After all, a higher comprehension point total equated to greater intelligence. It won't, host. Your initial comprehension points were 1, and you didn't turn into a fool, did you? The system responded. All right. I agree to expend 1,000 comprehension points to exchange for the bloodline summoning technique. Please hold on for a moment. Activating the bloodline summoning function, the system replied. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful. 1,000 comprehension points deducted, bloodline summoning function activated successfully. To ensure the safety of the host's life, you will be temporarily relocated to a small dimensional world, where all external perceptions will be isolated, the system explained. Simultaneously, a miraculous scene unfolded. The world around Duan Jiang underwent a dramatic transformation. The plane room vanished, the heavens and earth disappeared, and he felt as though he had been transported to a mysterious location in a different dimension. As Duan Jiang surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an immense plaza. Yet he was utterly alone. Bloodline summoning technique is now activating. Concurrently, the black box in Duan Jiang's hand detached and soared into the sky. Vivid red blood also emerged from the black box, floating in the void, and in an instant, a powerful and unmatched mysterious aura began to emanate. Bloodline summoning. The true dragon descends. Upon the utterance of these words, the crimson blood suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, seemingly stirring the very heavens and earth. At the same time, an atmosphere imbued with unparalleled terror enveloped the area. Roar. Suddenly, an indescribable, resounding dragon-esque roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. Duan Jiang's heart raced, and his gaze was filled with astonishment. What kind of dragon-esque roar was this? Supreme? Unparalleled? Dominant? No adjective can adequately describe its magnificence. The dragon's roar, as heard by Duan Jiang in the television series during his previous life, pales in comparison to this sound. It is merely the hissing of snakes and the chirping of insects. Is this truly the roar of a genuine dragon? Suddenly, Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened as he noticed a transformation in the blood-red mass in the sky. In an instant, a resplendent golden dragon tail swept across the heavens, and the dazzling light vanished, replaced by radiant golden divine beams. In the next moment, Duan Jiang's eyes narrowed, and his spirit resonated with thunderous excitement. Before him appeared a dragon. It was a magnificent creature, entirely enveloped in golden scales, shimmering with a hint of purple. Its crystalline horns resembled 2 legendary swords of unparalleled craftsmanship, perpetually radiating a fierce divine brilliance. The golden dragon's body stood majestically in the void, each scale glistening with a mysterious, iron-like hue. The dragon's head exuded an overwhelming dominance, its 1,000-foot-long whiskers floating between heaven and earth, while its 9 golden claws rested casually, surrounded by what seemed like swirling stars, embodying supreme authority. System, what species is this golden dragon? Duan Jiang gazed at the scene in a daze, nearly rendered speechless. So this is what a true dragon looks like. Congratulations, host. This dragon is known as the Golden Emperor Dragon, the true sovereign of the dragon lineage. Golden Emperor Dragon. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's eyes ignited with fervor. Just the name itself is incredibly impressive. Friendly reminder, the Golden Emperor Dragon is the supreme divine dragon of the dragon lineage and one of the 10 most fearsome imperial beasts, inherently noble and unmatched. Those who dare to covet it will face a dire fate. System, what do you mean by that? Duan Jiang felt an odd sensation upon hearing the system's friendly reminder. Suddenly, A voice, commanding and fierce, resonated through the skies. Who dares to covet the bloodline of my dragon clan? Show no mercy. Chapter 28. The arrival of the dragon clan. Duan Jiang passes the buck. In an instant, a crystalline dragon claw, as transparent as glass, surged through the void, expanding infinitely, overshadowing the sun and sky. Akin to a grinding mill crushing the heavens as it reached for Duan Jiang. Thunderous roars echoed. The void collapsed, and it seemed as if stars in a different dimension were shattering and disintegrating. Yet, just as the jade-like dragon claw was about to make contact with Duan Jiang, an inexplicable wave of energy suddenly emanated from him, and within mere moments, that jade hand was utterly obliterated into nothingness. What on earth is happening, system? Feeling the devastating aura radiating from that jade hand, Duan Jiang exclaimed in shock. This is not a good omen. In all realms, whenever a new pure blood dragon is born, it will resonate with the dragon blood of the ancestral land, drawing the attention of powerful dragons. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's expression twitched. Are you implying that the visitors are from the dragon clan? Indeed. The visitors are from the Jade Crystal Dragon lineage, one of the more noble dragon breeds. What do they want? To escort the Golden Emperor Dragon back to their clan. If I take this dragon back, how will I inherit its bloodline? Rest assured. Host, the system will assist you in resolving these troubles. The system will activate the multiverse barrier, providing protection until you fully inherit the dragon lineage. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, his previous concerns dissipating in an instant. With the system's assurance, he felt confident that everything would be fine. Just then, the earlier commanding voice resounded once more. No wonder one dares to covet the bloodline of my dragon clan. It appears there is some strength behind that audacity. However, those who provoke the dragon clan shall meet their demise. Buzz. Suddenly, the distant sky warped, and a petite figure emerged from the distortion. As the light shifted, the true visage of this being became vividly apparent to Duan Jiang. He beheld a young girl clad in white, arms crossed over her chest, with two braided pigtails, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror. Yet, within her bright, alluring eyes lay an unmistakable glint of murderous intent. She, Long Tianlan, would not spare this boy who dared to covet the bloodline of her dragon clan. Witnessing this, Duan Jiang stood frozen for a full 10 seconds before finally regaining his senses, uncertainly inquiring, "Little girl, are you of the dragon clan?" Gazing at the seemingly adorable girl, Duan Jiang's expression became peculiar. He had expected the dragon clan's envoy to be an imposing figure of great authority, yet here stood a mere little girl. There was no sense of danger at all. Wow, little girl? You're the little girl. Your whole family are little girls. I am countless times older than your ancestors. In terms of age, I am your forebear. The girl in white suddenly retorted fiercely, her glare fixed on Duan Jiang, her silver teeth grinding audibly, as if she wished to devour him whole. Following this, she launched a devastating attack towards Duan Jiang. However, protected by the system's multiverse barrier, her assault once again turned to nothingness, causing no harm whatsoever to Duan Jiang. Observing the furious girl before him, Duan Jiang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he remarked, "All right, little girl, save your efforts. Your strength is too weak. It's best if you return. This purple gold emperor dragon is of great importance to me, so refrain from meddling." As she regarded this boy, who remained unfazed even in the face of her overwhelming assault, Long Tianlan's expression grew increasingly grave. Just moments ago, she had secretly invoked the dragon clan's secret technique to awaken the purple gold emperor dragon, yet it showed no response whatsoever, as though it had fallen into a deep slumber. "What exactly are you? How dare you oppose my dragon clan?" Long Tianlan glared coldly at Duan Jiang, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Moments prior, she had discreetly employed her secret methods to probe Duan Jiang, only to discover that this boy was merely 18 years of age. It was well known that her own strength was among the pinnacle of the younger generation within her clan. Otherwise, the ancient elders of her clan would not have dispatched her to bring him back. Such an age, capable of subtly eroding one's own strength, could not possibly belong to a descendant of the human race. This individual must be a scion of an ancient and formidable lineage, merely transformed into human form. In contrast, Duan Jiang, emboldened by the protection of the system, grew increasingly audacious. Upon hearing these words, Duan Jiang's gaze shifted, his hands clasped behind him, standing resolutely in the void. "And who might you be? I advise you to return whence you came. You shall not take this slippery eel away." With these words, Long Tianlan's azure dragon eyes suddenly glinted fiercely, a surge of overwhelming malevolence emanating from within. "Arrogance, regardless of your race. Daring to covet the dragon lineage is tantamount to forging a profound karma with the dragon clan. Do not presume that your formidable prowess grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Throughout the endless epochs, no adversary has ever escaped the dominion of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the Purple Gold Emperor Dragon is the supreme breed of our clan, and we shall not let this matter rest. Even if a figure of imperial stature stands behind you, the Dragon Clan shall ensure their blood stains the starry sky, their life extinguished. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's countenance twitched, his aura significantly diminished. My heavens! The Emperor is to meet his demise. Surely this maiden cannot be jesting. System, is she speaking the truth? It is indeed true, host. Even those above the Emperor possess no right to oppose the Dragon Clan, and you have already forged an indelible karma with them. They will pursue your essence and will inevitably come to seek you out. Duan Jiang was left dumbfounded. Why did you not mention this earlier? Due to your heightened emotional state at the time, you did not fully heed my caution. Oh dear, this troublesome system. What am I to do now? Being targeted by the Dragon Clan, even the halo of a protagonist cannot save me. Suddenly, a thought flickered across Duan Jiang's mind. What is your name? Reveal it. His tone was now imbued with arrogance, entirely devoid of the previous despondency. Humph. I am Long Tianlan, a dragon maiden of the jade crystal glazed dragon lineage. The girl in white looked down at Duan Jiang with disdain, her scorn unmistakable. Across the myriad realms, regardless of the opponent's race, upon hearing her name, they would bow their heads in submission. Oh, a dragon maiden of the jade crystal glazed dragon lineage? I have yet to hear of a son of the phoenix lineage. Duan Jiang replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by her prestigious identity. At this, Long Tianlan's beautiful eyes narrowed in shock and fury. You hail from the phoenix lineage? What audacity! With a fierce reprimand, her eyes seemed ready to unleash flames. Our ancestors signed an ancient covenant eons ago, vowing non-interference. How dare you breach this promise? Do you not fear igniting a war between our clans? Your phoenix lineage is renowned throughout the cosmos, with ancestors who have produced unparalleled figures. Why then, are you so untrustworthy? Long Tianlan's eyes blazed with fire, her entire form trembling violently, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that seemed capable of annihilating the very heavens. Observing her reaction from within the barrier of myriad worlds, Duan Jiang felt a jolt in his heart, cold sweat soaking through his martial robe. Thankfully, the barrier protected me. Otherwise, I would have been ground to dust long ago. Duan Jiang swallowed hard. System, to what extent has this young lady's cultivation reached? The host needs to pay 100 comprehension points to proceed. Never mind. I refuse. Duan Jiang hurriedly declined. With only 301 comprehension points remaining, he could not afford to squander them on this matter. System, how can I eliminate my concerns and ensure that the Dragon Clan can never locate me? The host needs to pay 1,000 comprehension points to lift the Dragon Clan's lock on your aura. System, you are extorting me. I do not possess such abundant comprehension points. Duan Jiang felt a surge of frustration. The host retains the right to refuse. Duan Jiang, this system is utterly unreasonable. A succinct and straightforward statement left Duan Jiang momentarily speechless. Chapter 29, Bloodline Inheritance, The Arrival of the Saintess. The preparations for bloodline fusion have been completed. Does the host wish to commence now? Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang sighed. Having already forged a profound connection with the Dragon Clan, it was time to come to terms with it. Life must go on. One must leave a legacy in this world. At the very least to prove that Duan Jiang once existed. Let us begin. A resolute voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. As soon as the words left his lips, layers of black mist surged forth, enveloping him completely. Host requests to proceed. Now extracting the essence blood of the purple gold emperor dragon's head to replace the host's bloodline. No sooner had the system spoken than a beam of white light shot into the head of the purple gold emperor dragon. Simultaneously, threads of purple gold essence blood gathered from the light beam, converging at the crown of Duan Jiang's head. Duan Jiang could not suppress a groan as a wave of tingling sensation surged from his feet. To his surprise, the process of inheriting the bloodline was devoid of any pain. Instead, it was exquisitely refreshing. Bloodline inheritance loading progress, 1,000th. Bloodline inheritance loading progress, 2,000ths. Bloodline inheritance loading progress, 3,000ths. Time passed gradually, and Duan Jiang, unable to resist the encroaching drowsiness, succumbed to slumber. At the same time, a pristine cocoon of light materialized out of thin air, enveloping him. Long Tianlan gazed at Duan Jiang. Shrouded in layers of black mist, her silver teeth clenched in anger. The bloodline of the purple gold emperor dragon was unparalleled in nobility. It belonged to my clan's sovereign, and its lineage had long been severed. To her astonishment, a young dragon of the purple gold emperor dragon had emerged in this universe. This matter was of immense consequence and must be reported to the ancestral ground for the Dragon Emperor's judgment. The Phoenix clan dares to defy the Eternal Covenant. The Dragon Clan shall ensure they pay a price. No one can infringe upon the dignity of the Dragon Clan, not even the Phoenix Clan. With these words, Long Tianlan ceased to linger. He forcefully tore through the void and vanished in an instant. In the chaotic realm of the myriad worlds, the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan was enveloped in boundless divine radiance, resplendent and dazzling. Upon returning to the ancestral land, Long Tianlan immediately reported the matter to the higher echelons of the Dragon Clan, which instantly stirred a tremendous uproar, alarming many supreme beings of the Dragon Clan. At a certain location within the ancestral land, Long Tianlan awaited anxiously. Suddenly, the horizon erupted with a brilliance that seemed capable of illuminating the heavens and the earth. A towering yet indistinct figure stepped forth through the void, and wherever he passed, countless dragons lowered their proud heads, their expressions filled with profound reverence, akin to pilgrims. All hail the Dragon Emperor. Long Tianlan bowed deeply, his tone imbued with immense respect and adoration, recounting the unfolding events with meticulous precision, leaving no detail unmentioned. The voice of the Dragon Emperor resonated from afar, as if echoing from the outer realms, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy, yet at that moment, it carried a tremor that could shake the very fabric of the myriad worlds. To covet the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and defy the Eternal Covenant is nothing short of a blatant provocation. Long Tianlan lowered his head slightly, feeling a profound sense of shame. He then recounted everything that had transpired without omitting a single detail, and with no exaggeration. I am certain it was the young dragon of the purple gold Emperor Dragon, and the opponent's strength is unfathomable. With a bone age of merely 18, undoubtedly a prodigy of the ages. Furthermore, he claimed to be the son of the Phoenix Clan. Ultimately, Long Tianlan bowed his head in acknowledgement of his shortcomings. I, Tianlan, have failed to capture the young dragon of the purple gold Emperor Dragon. I beseech the Dragon Emperor to impose punishment. Do you know his current whereabouts? I do not. The laws of that region are deficient, and I speculate that this individual must be hiding in an alternate dimension. Are you certain he is the son of the Phoenix Clan? Has he ever revealed his true form? The Dragon Emperor's brow furrowed, and he inquired in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Long Tianlan's expression faltered. The opponent had indeed declared his identity, yet she could not guarantee the veracity of his words. Long Tianlan shook her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is there a likeness of this individual? At this, Long Tianlan promptly nodded. Indeed, Dragon Emperor. I have discreetly recorded the contents of our conversation on this jade slip. With that, Long Tianlan hurriedly presented a jade-colored bamboo slip into the hands of the Dragon Emperor. The purple gold Emperor Dragon is the supreme bloodline of our clan. Though this lineage has been severed for several epochs, yet it has truly re-emerged. It must be brought back to the ancestral land, regardless of the cost. The voice of the Dragon Emperor resonated, devoid of any discernible anger, yet its calmness sent shivers down the spine. However, the identity of this individual remains unknown, and he is likely to be deceitful. Since you have already discerned his aura, there is no fear of his disappearance. This person claims to be the offspring of the Phoenix Clan, and regardless of the truth, I shall seek an explanation from the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix. If his claims are false, I shall use the Phoenix Clan to apprehend him. If true, they shall pay the price. This being dares to insult my dragon lineage and must not be spared. This is the decree of the Dragon Emperor, simple yet profound, causing the very heavens to tremble in response to the dragon's might. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor raised his right hand. Convey my decree. Summon all dragon kings from the chaos celestial domain to accompany me to the Phoenix ancestral grounds. As you command. In the void, countless seven-colored dragons roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the Dragon Emperor flicked his grand sleeve, unleashing a dazzling golden radiance that soared into the sky. Even the system did not anticipate that its host would simultaneously become an adversary to both the Dragon and Phoenix clans. At Kaiyang Peak, near a grand waterfall, a handsome young man clad in white was deeply engrossed in the mural on a stone tablet. Suddenly, he sighed, "My little junior brother is truly a genius." He grasped the essence of it with just a glance. Unlike me, who has been here for years, weary of this mural, yet still unable to unravel its mysteries. With his cultivation at the Life Tribulation realm, he managed to pass the first 4 challenges of the Martial Extreme Tower with perfection, only slightly inferior to me. Suddenly, the young man's expression shifted as he turned around. Upon seeing the newcomer, he smiled warmly. It was none other than his junior sister, Ning Xianglan. Ning Xianglan also smiled gently and slightly bowed to Bai Chonghao. Greetings, third senior brother. I have come to find Duan Jiang. Hearing this, the third senior brother was taken aback. Did my junior brother not come to look for you? I just visited him. He was not in his dwelling. I thought he had gone to share good news with you. Upon hearing his words, Ning Xianglan furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head. He did not come to find me. How strange. My junior brother has just arrived at the holy sect, unfamiliar with his surroundings. Where could he possibly go? The third senior brother scratched his head, puzzled. If he returns, please inform him to seek me out. Understood. The third senior brother nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Ning Xianglan rose to leave. Chapter 30. Forging the Dragon Body, attaining the imperial art at this moment, within a small world of another dimension, time passed slowly. Duan Jiang slept and awakened repeatedly, unaware of how long it had been. Finally, at a certain moment, the message appeared, Bloodline Inheritance Loading Progress, 1000. Buzz. The pure white cocoon pulsated in the void, emanating a magnificent and overwhelming aura. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting the purple gold Emperor Dragon bloodline and forging the true dragon body within the cocoon of light. Duan Jiang sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes suddenly opening, dispelling all remnants of sleep. I have finally succeeded. In the depths of Duan Jiang's mind, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the very center. He felt a surge of vitality coursing through his entire being, banishing the lingering aches and pains, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of unparalleled power. A ferocious strength capable of tearing the heavens asunder erupted from within Duan Jiang's body, surging forth like a tempest across the cosmos. Surrounded by 9 dragons, he appeared as if a celestial emperor had awakened, radiating an awe-inspiring dragon might. The once crimson blood within Duan Jiang had now transformed entirely into a majestic golden dragon blood exuding nobility and authority. With a gentle shake of his right fist, a thunderous force erupted forth, creating a deafening crack in the void. Hiss. My physical strength has surged tremendously. Hiss. And my cultivation level has reached the 9th layer of the Calamity Realm. What is happening? Duan Jiang stood still, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Ha! In the next instant, Duan Jiang let out a low shout, forcefully turning his palms upward. The purple gold imperial dragon, now reduced to a foot in length, soared skyward. In the void, the purple gold imperial dragon materialized, its golden body vast and boundless, shimmering with infinite brilliance. The dragon scales radiated an overwhelming presence, while its fearsome head reared back, roaring into the void. Just as Duan Jiang reveled in his excitement, the system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defying fate during the bloodline inheritance. You have additionally acquired one of the 5 supreme divine abilities of the true Dragon Emperor art, the heaven-splitting supreme art. Boom. Duan Jiang's mind was ablaze with fervor. The 5 supreme divine abilities of the true Dragon Emperor art system hasten the process of unlocking the cultivation learning space. I wish to master this divine ability. Duan Jiang could not contain his exhilaration. The host requires the expenditure of 10,000 comprehension points to learn this divine ability. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang was left dumbfounded. 10,000 comprehension points? Surely, the system must be out of its mind. I have already provided comprehension points. This is an additional acquisition. Why should I incur a fee? 10,000 comprehension points? Why not just rob a bank? Duan Jiang trembled in indignation. Apologies, host. This is the system's regulation. Duan Jiang, you are unbearably slow to load, and yet I have not even complained. Suddenly, Duan Jiang seemed to recall something important. Staring blankly, he inquired, System, how much time has elapsed? 20 days. What? Has such a considerable amount of time truly passed? A sudden realization struck Duan Jiang. Does this mean there are only 8 days left until the sect competition? The matters concerning Tian Xuanzi remain unresolved. This infiltrator cannot continue lurking in the shadows. I must devise a way to report his identity to the sect. Otherwise, the day his identity is uncovered will spell disaster for the holy sect. At Kyung Peak, within Duan Jiang's chamber, he reclined upon his bed. After 20 days, Duan Jiang had finally exhausted the precious blood gifted by the tower spirit. Sigh. It has been a full 20 days since my last login, resulting in a loss of at least 1,000 comprehension points. Nevertheless, I have made significant progress in my cultivation. I have successfully fused with the bloodline of the Golden Emperor Dragon, becoming half of the dragon lineage. However, this is not the most crucial aspect. The most important revelation is that I have obtained one of the 5 supreme divine abilities of the true Dragon Imperial art, the sky-splitting dominance technique. Such a gain is nothing short of a grand adventure. Although I currently lack the comprehension points to practice this technique, it is only a matter of time before I delve into it. There is no rush. Alas, I cannot help but wonder if the Dragon clan will spare me. Even the mightiest of emperors cannot contend with the dragon lineage. This implies that even if my beloved were to regain her peak strength, it would still be insufficient. Now, Duan Jiang unexpectedly feels a greater pressure than Ning Xianglan. Her concerns are merely about a few emperors seeking her out. while he is apprehensive about the entire dragon clan coming after him. His newfound strength is not only to protect Ning Xianglan but also to safeguard himself. It is time to venture out. I wonder if my wife has missed me during these days. With a sigh, Duan Jiang opened the door and soared towards the Sanus Peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a close encounter with the Empress. The system has detected a level 1 sign-in reward, 200 comprehension points. At the Sanus Peak, in Ning Xianglan's room, a cool voice reverberated through the air. Speak. What have you been up to these days? Ning Xianglan remarked coldly, gazing at Duan Jiang, who had sprawled on her bed with a look of helplessness. She did not wish to meddle in his personal life, as her feelings for him were rather indifferent. As for the divine pill he gifted her, she intended to repay him in other ways gradually. However, throughout these 20 days, the sect leader had come to seek Duan Jiang every 3 days, which left her somewhat perturbed. Noticing Ning Xianglan's indifferent demeanor, Duan Jiang pouted in discontent. Of course, I went to cultivate. Where else could I have gone? He sighed inwardly, finding the thoughts of women truly elusive. Not long ago, everything seemed well, and now she presents herself with an air of detachment. Being a man is challenging, but being a man of an empress is even more arduous. Suddenly, a thought struck Duan Jiang, and his expression turned serious as he whispered to Ning Xianglan, "Dear wife, I have discovered that our celestial sacred sect harbors a spy from the wild demon sect." He fixed his gaze intently on Ning Xianglan, hoping to catch a glimpse of surprise or disbelief on her face. However, to his disappointment, she maintained her calm demeanor throughout. After a moment of silence, Ning Xianglan spoke softly. "You mean Tian Xuanzi, correct?" Boom. Duan Jiang's mind reeled. How could she possibly know? Bewildered, he stammered. "Wife, how do you know?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan's exquisitely beautiful lips curved slightly as she spoke softly. "Ever since the arrival of that wild demon sect individual, I have been aware." Duan Jiang was taken aback for a moment and then inquired, "Is the sect master aware of this?" Ning Xianglan nodded and continued. "Although sect master Moron was not informed as early as I was, he became aware of it 30 years ago, regarding the impersonation of Tian Xuanzi. For the sake of confidentiality, only the heads of the major peaks and the sect's sole grand elder are privy to this information." Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang raised an eyebrow. What about the real Tian Xuanzi? He perished on the battlefield of the starry expanse. Duan Jiang frowned, perplexed. If the sect knows that Tian Xuanzi is the brother of the wild demon sect's master, why have they not sought an opportunity to eliminate him? One must understand that individuals of such caliber possess knowledge that is not comparable to ordinary elders. It is conceivable that many elders and disciples within the sect may have been compromised by him. Duan Jiang speculated while stroking his chin. This scenario seemed quite plausible, given that Qiu Tianlong had been in power for so many years without taking action. If that were the case, the number of spies implanted by the wild demon sect within the sect could be staggering. Suddenly, Ning Xianglan's expression stiffened as she turned to Duan Jiang. "What? Are you saying that Tian Xuanzi is the biological brother of Qiu Tianjue?" Chapter 31. Duan Jiang's slip of the tongue. The Empress is astonished. "No. How do you know that Tian Xuanzi belongs to the wild demon sect? And how do you know he is the biological brother of the wild demon sect's leader? If I am not mistaken, you are unaware whether Qiu Tianjue even has a brother." "Speak." A sharp call emanated from Ning Xianglan. It was then that she realized something was amiss. How long had Duan Jiang been here? How could he possess such secrets? She recalled that had it not been for her discreet reminder to Morong Hai back then, he might still be oblivious to the fact that the Tian Xuanzi returning from the battlefield of the starry expanse was, in fact, a member of the wild demon sect. Yet, she only knew this much. Now, to learn from Duan Jiang that Tian Xuanzi was the biological brother of the wild demon sect's leader left her utterly astonished. Duan Jiang scratched his head, glancing at his wife as he spoke earnestly. "Dear, you should know that after I traversed the martial extreme tower, Tian Xuanzi intended to take me as his disciple and confer upon me the title of Holy Son of Tianxian Peak, right?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan furrowed her delicate brows but nodded nonetheless. "I have indeed heard about that matter." Subsequently, Ning Xianglan fixed her gaze upon Duan Jiang, her tone laced with intrigue as she coldly remarked, "However, it must be said, certain individuals are indeed exceptionally charming. Since that incident, Bai Ling from Yuhing Peak has approached you 3 times. Bai Ling? Who is Bai Ling?" Duan Jiang felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed Ning Xianglan's displeasure. At the same time, he was utterly bewildered. "Bai Ling, the direct disciple of Yuhing Peak. You don't know? Yuhing Peak. I have not encountered anyone from Yuhing Peak, except for you and the 5th senior sister. I have not conversed with any other woman, hence I naturally remain oblivious to her identity," Duan Jiang explained with utmost seriousness, stealing a glance at Ning Xianglan. whose demeanor had gradually softened. He silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he inwardly berated himself. Who is this Bai Ling? It is one thing to harbor feelings for me, but she must not let my wife become aware of it. Does she not understand the nuances of unrequited love? Observing that Ning Xianglan had ceased to dwell on the matter, Duan Jiang hastily returned to the main topic. That day, Tian Xuanzi came to take me as his disciple. And in the course of our conversation, he inadvertently revealed a faint trace of murderous intent. Although it was exceedingly subtle, I nonetheless detected it, which is why I declined his offer. As for how I discerned, he was a member of the wild demon sect. It was due to the demonic aura I sensed emanating from him. When it comes to demonic energy, members of the wild demon sect are undoubtedly the most formidable. Demonic energy? Why am I not sensing it? Ning Xianglan mused, her gaze growing contemplative. Indeed, one can distinctly perceive varying intensities of demonic energy on the bodies of disciples from the wild demon sect, yet Tian Xuanzi is an exception. Ning Xianglan speculated that he might have employed some secret technique to conceal his aura. Perhaps I am simply more sensitive to demonic energy by nature. Duan Jiang chuckled awkwardly. By the way, you have yet to inform me why the sect leader has not sought an opportunity to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan shook her head and gently parted her lips. It is not as straightforward as you might think. As for Qiu Tianlong's strength, we need not elaborate, for he is at least in the mid-stage of the extreme celestial venerable realm. Within the sect, the only ones capable of defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation are the sect leader and the Grand Elder, both of whom have reached the pinnacle of the extreme celestial venerable realm. Killing him would be advantageous, but should they fail, it would not only alert him but also implicate innocent disciples, yielding no benefit to us. It is wiser to wait for a future opportunity to apprehend him all at once. Duan Jiang nodded in understanding. He naturally recognized the difficulty of eliminating someone at the extreme celestial venerable realm. Even a slight difference in realms does not guarantee victory. This approach, indeed, seems prudent. However, they might not have anticipated that Qiu Tianlong has already ascended to the late stage of the extreme celestial venerable realm. One more step forward, and he would be on par with the sect leader. Nevertheless, Duan Jiang dared not disclose too much. Otherwise, he would truly appear as an oddity in his wife's eyes. By the way, what is the starry battlefield? I recall hearing the disciples mention it when I once ventured into the martial extremity tower. It must be a battlefield of sorts, correct? Upon hearing Ning Xianglan state that the true Tian Xuanzi perished in the starry battlefield, Duan Jiang's curiosity only deepened. What sort of place is this that even a peak master met their demise there? In response, Ning Xianglan lightly nodded, a hint of murderous intent subtly lacing her tone. Indeed, the vast expanse of the starry battlefield stretches infinitely, extending for countless miles, harboring endless crises and terrors within. A moment's carelessness may lead to one's demise. As exemplified by Tian Xuanzi, this realm is a brutal and sanguine convergence, where myriad races engage in relentless warfare and bloodshed. However, it is precisely because of this that the starry battlefield conceals countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters. With enough luck, one might seize an unparalleled chance to break free from their shackles and soar to greatness. Yet, this is merely one of the significances of the starry battlefield. Another pivotal role it plays is that of guardianship. At this juncture, Ning Xianglan rose gracefully, opened the door, her martial attire fluttering as she gazed into the distance. The origin of the starry battlefield, its age, remains shrouded in mystery, with no one capable of tracing its history. In the myriad realms, among countless races and beings, wherever life exists, survival is paramount, leading to interests, conflicts, and even the eruption of grand racial wars. Some races act tyrannically, cold, and unfeeling, bent on seizing more territory and resources, while others are compelled to rise in resistance, fighting to protect their kin, their lands, and their homes in a bid for survival. The warriors of the Hunyuan continent are also participants in this struggle. Thus, generations of blood and fire, invasion and defense, have forged unimaginable grudges. Ultimately, it is the supreme beings who intervene, delineating boundaries, allowing the races to clash within, forbidding the flames of war from spilling beyond. That is the starry battlefield. Upon hearing this passage, Duan Jiang was profoundly shaken, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and indignation swelling within him. How often had his own nation been trampled by formidable foes? The land lay in ruins, countless compatriots slaughtered mercilessly. How many innocents, powerless to resist, endured torment and humiliation, even in a foreign realm? He could not, and would not forget. The horrific atrocities haunted his mind, refusing to fade. In that life, he existed under the protection of his ancestors, yet felt no semblance of luck. Instead, he was consumed by the relentless passage of time. And in this life, suddenly, an unrelenting storm of spiritual energy erupted within Ning Xianglan's room. The entire space descended into chaos as the formidable aura of a ninth-tier calamity realm surged forth, its overwhelming power rivaling that of a first-tier king realm expert. Ning Xianglan, momentarily taken aback, turned to gaze at Duan Jiang with confusion. Unable to comprehend the sudden transformation he underwent, even forgetting her anger. At that moment, veins bulged on Duan Jiang's forehead, his face a mask of unbridled killing intent. After a long pause, the tumultuous energy emanating from him gradually subsided. Ignoring Ning Xianglan's bewildered expression, he spoke with somber gravity. What conditions must one fulfill to gain the right to enter that place? Hearing this, Ning Xianglan furrowed her brow. When did this fellow dare to speak to me in such a manner? Suppressing her inner dissatisfaction, Ning Xianglan continued, naturally, one's strength must not be too lacking. Our mixed Yuan continent has long established alliances with dozens of surrounding continents. Every significant power on each continent is required to send a substantial number of disciples to the starry battlefield within a specified time. Not only to infuse fresh blood, but also to hone these disciples. For instance, in our celestial sacred sect, the majority of our disciples at the Heavenly King realm are there undergoing trials in battle, with only a few exceptions. Duan Jiang's gaze deepened, a flicker of inscrutability in his eyes. It seems that reaching the Heavenly King realm is the most basic prerequisite for participation in the conflict. Indeed, it is not a low bar. One must understand that warriors at the Heavenly King realm are already considered formidable in their own right, holding considerable status even within smaller powers. Just as Ning Xianglan was about to elaborate further, her eyes suddenly shifted, and she slightly bowed towards the void ahead. I have come to see the Sect Master. Chapter 32, Brotherhood and the Sect Master's Conspiracy. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang raised an eyebrow and turned around. Buzz. The moment Ning Xianglan finished speaking, the void trembled, and an elder clad in a purple robe emerged. An immensely profound aura enveloped the realm. The newcomer was none other than Murong Hai. Haha, Xianglan, this time my journey was not in vain. With a hearty laugh, Murong Hai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Duan Jiang, fearful that he might flee. Duan Jiang quickly responded, mirroring Ning Xianglan's gesture of respect, as he said, I have come to see Sect Master Murong. Do not call me Sect Master, it feels too distant. From now on, you shall call me Brother Murong. Murong Hai jovially pulled Duan Jiang into an embrace, resembling a brother reuniting with a long-lost sibling. This scene left both Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan somewhat bewildered, unsure of Murong Hai's intentions. Sect Master, you jest. As a mere disciple, I lack the qualifications to call you brother, Duan Jiang insisted, repeatedly gesturing in refusal. Hearing this, Murong Hai's expression soured. Does Brother Duan look down upon me? This matter is settled. Do not decline any further. Looking at the youth before him, Murong Hai felt a deep sense of admiration. Surpassing the first 4 trials with merely his fate tribulation realm cultivation. What does this signify? It indicates that Duan Jiang possesses the strength to transcend an entire realm in battle. Apart from those who have historically ascended to the heavenly sovereign position, he had never witnessed anyone achieve such a feat. Murong Hai understood that this was no coincidence. Duan Jiang undoubtedly harbored a tremendous secret. Perhaps he even possessed a divine physique. For someone of such caliber, the celestial sacred sect was merely a temporary haven. Sooner or later, he would ascend to greater planes. In the face of such an individual, maintaining one's distance and failing to cultivate a good relationship would render the past few centuries of existence utterly futile. Observing Murong Hai's serious demeanor, it was evident that he was not jesting in the slightest. Duan Jiang, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement. Upon seeing Duan Jiang acquiesce, a smile finally graced the aged features of Murong Hai. Brother Duan, did you not conquer the first 4 trials of the Martial Extreme Tower 20 days ago? Indeed. At that moment, Murong Hai felt a jolt of astonishment, despite having mentally prepared himself for the news. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and addressed Duan Jiang with a serene expression. I have come to inquire whether you would be willing to take me as your mentor. Duan Jiang was taken aback. What is this? You just recognized me as your junior brother, and now you wish to become my master? This seems rather inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. I understand that this relationship is somewhat convoluted. Henceforth, you shall call me Brother Murong, and I shall refer to you as my disciple. We shall each maintain our own roles. Murong Hai patted Duan Jiang's arm and, as he spoke, produced a golden token inscribed with the characters for Murong in gilded script. From this day forth, you will have unrestricted access to any part of the sect, allowing you to cultivate without concern. Before Duan Jiang could decline, Murong Hai thrust the token into his embrace. At this moment, Ning Xianglan's gaze flickered. Soon after, a melodious voice chimed in. The sect leader's visit must surely entail more than just this matter? Upon hearing these words, Murong Hai was momentarily stunned. He then smacked his forehead. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten the main issue altogether. With a wry smile, he shook his head, his expression turning serious. In truth, I have come primarily to discuss the affairs of the Wild Demon sect. Ning Xianglan remained composed. Are you suggesting that the Wild Demon sect has been making moves recently? Morong Hai nodded gravely. Indeed, recently, disciples from the intelligence pavilion within the sect reported a significant number of Wild Demon sect members returning from outside, seemingly summoned by some directive. This includes even those from the starry battlefield, which is quite unusual. Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan raised an eyebrow, her demeanor becoming remarkably lively. It appears that the Wild Demon sect can no longer contain itself. The clandestine summoning of all disciples back indicates that they are plotting something significant. Has the sect discovered the identity of the Heavenly Sun? As she spoke, Ning Xianglan cast a subtle glance at Duan Jiang. Morong Hai shook his head in response, followed by a sigh. Who exactly is this Heavenly Sun? To this day, there is still not a shred of evidence. It is as if he vanished completely after that day he appeared. Yet, it should not be the case. Would he not desire to reveal his identity and attain the sect's support? Morong Hai found himself perplexed. Noticing the furrowed brow of Morong Hai, Ning Xianglan's lips curved into a slight smile. There is no need for the sect to be anxious. Perhaps the Heavenly Sun himself is unaware of his true identity. However, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed. At this juncture, Ning Xianglan cast a subtle glance at Duan Jiang. Perhaps. Morong Hai nodded helplessly, reluctantly accepting this rationale. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang inquired with curiosity, who is the Tongxianzi? Is he truly formidable? Indeed, he is a peerless genius. An extraordinary prodigy who has emerged only once in a millennium, Morong Hai patiently elucidated. A moment later, an unexpected chill enveloped the room. Ning Xianglan's gaze shifted, as if she sensed an impending revelation. Master, Tongxianzi must be aware of the Tongxianzi matter, correct? Morong Hai nodded in affirmation. As the peak master, he cannot be kept in the dark regarding such matters. How many days remain until the sacred sect grand competition? Approximately 8 days. Suddenly, Morong Hai's expression changed dramatically. Are you suggesting that they might act on the day of the competition? Before he could finish his thought, Ning Xianglan interjected. Indeed, the matter of the Tongxianzi is of utmost significance. Since Tongxianzi is already informed, it implies that the Wild Demon sect is also aware of the Tongxianzi's presence within the sacred sect. Qiantianju is ruthless and decisive. He will not remain idle. This means, before she could complete her thought, she was interrupted by Morong Hai. This means that on the day of the competition, Tongxianzi and Qiantianju will coordinate their efforts to annihilate our sacred sect. An explosive voice filled with fury reverberated through the air. At that moment, Morong Hai's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity, and beads of sweat streamed down his back. He had been careless, truly careless. Time had indeed dulled all senses. Years of tranquility had diminished his vigilance to its nadir, even to the brink of obliteration. As the peak master, Tongxianzi had been in his position for so long. Despite Morong Hai's efforts to shield him from the sect's secrets, who could ascertain what he had exploited during his tenure and what knowledge he had acquired? The foundational strengths of the sacred sect and the Wild Demon sect were not vastly disparate. Should one side be oblivious while the other lay in ambush, the outcome would be dire. The sacred sect would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Morong Hai's countenance darkened. The scheme of the Wild Demon sect must be thwarted, and the only course of action now was to take measures against Tongxianzi. However, how could he eliminate him without arousing suspicion? Xianglan, do you possess any viable strategies? Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan lowered her head slightly, contemplating a plan. In the next moment, she raised her gaze. Master need not worry excessively. I have a promising idea. Oh, pray, enlighten me. Morong Hai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. May I inquire, Master, if Tongxianzi were to discover the whereabouts of the Tongxianzi, what would he do? Ning Xianglan posed her question with subtle significance. In no time, Morong Hai replied sternly. He would hasten to the location and eliminate the Tongxianzi. Ning Xianglan nodded in agreement, affirming Morong Hai's assertion. Precisely. Although Tongxianzi possesses unparalleled talent, he has yet to mature and is left with no choice but to await his demise in the face of someone of the caliber of the extreme heavenly sovereign. By using Tongxianzi as bait and revealing his aura outside the sect, it will undoubtedly attract Tongxianzi. At that moment, it will be up to the sect master to take action and suppress him. This will sever his connection with the Wild Demon sect, preventing them from acting recklessly. Morong Hai's mind buzzed with excitement, his expression brightening. What a splendid plan. However, the identity of Tongxianzi remains unknown. How can he serve as bait? The solution is simple. Let Duan Jiang assume that role. Ning Xianglan's gaze shifted to Duan Jiang as she spoke with a hint of significance. The fact that Duan Jiang rejected Tongxianzi is well known among the sect. It would be difficult for Tian Xuanzi to act within the sect. But if Duan Jiang were outside the sect, unprotected, would Tian Xuanzi refrain from making a move? Furthermore, Duan Jiang has demonstrated his genius by overcoming the first 4 trials of the martial extreme tower with his fate calamity realm cultivation. He is indeed worthy of the risk of exposure to take action. After all, he would inevitably reveal his identity within 8 days. Before that happens, why not eliminate a talented adversary from the opposing camp? Ning Xianglan's unwavering gaze fixed on Duan Jiang, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. Upon hearing her words, Duan Jiang appeared bewildered, staring blankly at Ning Xianglan. Do you not feel any remorse for betraying a comrade? You want me to be the bait? Truly, the empress is decisive in her actions. But it seems I am not going along. My dear, is there no way to avoid this? If I were to perish, would you not be left a widow? Duan Jiang gazed at Ning Xianglan with reluctance. In response, Ning Xianglan furrowed her brow slightly. After the mission is accomplished, I can grant you one condition as compensation. An unconditional one? Ning Xianglan nodded. Immediately, Duan Jiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn, eyes resolute. Gazing skyward, for the safety of the thousands of disciples within the sect, I shall press on without hesitation, even if I know it leads to death. Moreover, with Brother Morong holding me in such high regard, how could I decline? Chapter 33. Luring the snake from its hole, the cat plays with the mouse. Half a day later, in a certain dark corner of the heavenly sacred sect, an ominous gloom enveloped the area. Within, a vague figure seemed to sit quietly. Shrouded in obscurity, utterly still, a terrifying aura emanated, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Suddenly, from the darkness, like a bolt of cold lightning, a pair of shadowy and icy eyes snapped open, brimming with an uncontrollable, intense killing intent. Death. Duan Jiang must die. The cultivation of the 5th level of the Fate Calamity realm possesses the combat power of the Heavenly King realm. This monstrous being has transcended an entire realm. How could such a creature be allowed to live? He must die. And that unidentified Tongtianzi must die as well. A voice, laden with boundless murderous intent, stirred the void, its killing intent sweeping across the heavens, capable of toppling the very skies. One must find a way to unearth the celestial monarch and eliminate him at once. However, in comparison to the celestial monarch, that Duan Jiang is nothing more than a mere trifle, merely a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Damn it, who on earth is the celestial monarch? Thoughts swirl like a devilish whisper in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, in the next moment, this figure suddenly froze, and a glimmering jade slip materialized in his hand. Placing the slip against his forehead, he gently closed his eyes, and after 3 breaths, he realized that Duan Jiang, that little rascal, has left the celestial holy sect? Truly, fortune has favored me. I have been fretting over how to find an opportunity to kill you. Haha. However, at that very instant, the boisterous voice abruptly ceased. Buzz. Suddenly, an aura, seemingly leaking inadvertently from an unknown source, enveloped the area with an exceedingly frail and sickly presence that was instantly sensed by this figure. This unique aura belongs to the celestial monarch. Yet, almost immediately, that extremely weak presence vanished, as if it had succumbed to exhaustion. The figure's eyes lit up. No, this sensation is one of profound weakness. Perhaps he is gravely injured and on the brink of death. I understand now. He must have encountered a formidable foe in the outside world, with his unparalleled talents. How could he not be proud and offend others? Ultimately, he has crossed paths with an individual not to be trifled with, leading to such a fate. Still in the same direction? Ha ha ha, a buy one get one free opportunity, truly a divine chance. The source of the aura is indeed outside the sect. Moreover, it appears to be quite a distance from the sect itself. Indeed, he is merely clinging to life, lacking even the strength to return to the sect. At this moment, the frail aura gradually dissipated, and without hesitation, the figure rose, cloaked in a shroud of inky mist that concealed his true form. He surged forth from the celestial holy sect like a specter, the entire process unnoticed by any. Outside the celestial holy sect lies a vast plain in the eastern domain, stretching for countless miles. Yet at this moment, the frail aura seemed to vanish into thin air. This caused the mist-shrouded figure to halt in a certain spot in the void. A ruse of confusion, going around in circles. The celestial monarch is not as foolish as I had presumed. Perhaps had it been another, you might have truly escaped. Alas, I am most adept at concealment and search. Having lived for 400 years, how could I not comprehend that anyone acknowledged by the ancient bell of the celestial holy sect surely harbors earth-shattering secrets? A breathtaking opportunity indeed. If I can uncover his secrets, I might possess the potential to ascend to the realm of the supreme deity. It is crucial to note that throughout the entire eastern domain, there is not a single being at the level of the annihilating deity. Even those with extraordinary talents, upon breaking into such a realm, tend to depart the eastern domain for broader, more prosperous territories. Even if I cannot step into the realm of the Supreme Being, it is an undeniable truth. When that time comes, beneath the stars of the eastern domain, I shall fear nothing. Who could possibly stand against me? Ha ha ha. As if recalling moments of glory, the figure shrouded in mist could not help but emit a piercing, sinister laugh, brimming with exhilarating excitement. Found it. Buzz. In but a breath's time, a pitch-black shadowy butterfly emerged from the misty figure's surroundings. From a distance, it appeared as though a pair of vertical eyes were incessantly blinking on the wings of the dark butterfly, creating an intense sense of horror. Yet in the next instant, this ebony butterfly suddenly quivered its wings and darted towards a direction on the plain like an arrow released from a bow. It turned out to be hiding in the east. Look where you're running. Upon witnessing this, the misty figure let out a strange, sinister laugh, and instantly vanished from sight as if it had never existed. At that moment, Duan Jiang was indulging in wine. He reclined against a massive rock, resting his head on his left hand while leisurely swaying a wine jar with his right, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of unparalleled relaxation, akin to a young lad on a leisurely outing. Surrounding him was an expansive plain, a vast area cleared amidst a primal jungle. Suddenly, a crisp, cold voice emanated from the token nestled in Duan Jiang's bosom. The snake has emerged from its den. According to the plan, everything has been meticulously arranged, awaiting the fish to bite. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang remained unfazed, taking another swig of wine. The sect leader can hardly contain his excitement. I have patiently endured for decades. I intend to have a good chat with this wild friend from the demon sect. Morong Hai's chilling laughter resonated from within Duan Jiang. My dear, are you truly not coming? I was prepared to give that Taiyang Xuanzi a thorough beating. Duan Jiang, with a face of indulgence, caressed the saint's token while sipping his wine, exuding an air of roguish charm. Humph. Drink less, or else, at the critical moment, someone might forget who they are. At that moment, Ning Xianglan was not with Duan Jiang, but was instead diligently cultivating on Saint's Peak. With the sect leader's protection, she was not concerned about any mishaps befalling Duan Jiang. However, she remained vigilant through the Saint's token, keeping close watch on the situation there, just in case of unforeseen events. After 10 breaths, a terrifying, unparalleled wave of energy, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, suddenly enveloped the area, eradicating even the dust in an instant. In but a fleeting moment, a radius of 1,000 miles was locked down. The fish is bitten. Xiao Tianlong. Should I have a child with Xianglan, you will be the first I thank. Duan Jiang's previously half-closed eyes abruptly opened wide, gazing toward the heavens above, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 34. A polar reversal, shocking all. Crack. With a resounding crack, the vast expanse of the plain appeared to be ceaselessly stirred and agitated by an invisible hand, resonating with a thunderous roar as it cracked and splintered. Reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, the heavens and the earth, in every conceivable direction, were utterly sealed off. At this moment, the entire plain transformed into a prison devoid of any escape route. Surrounding the misty figure, a dark butterfly continuously circled, only to dissipate into a black radiance. Who could this celestial sovereign be? A direct disciple of the sect? It matters not. The truth will soon be unveiled. A sinister laugh escaped the misty figure. Even now, concealed within the black fog, he remained hidden from view. Suddenly, he stepped forth, resembling a black meteor as he surged ahead, while a mocking, derisive laughter slowly erupted. Celestial Sovereign, come forth. I am an elder of the Celestial Holy Sect, come to rescue you. Rest assured, we will not let those who pursue you escape. The next moment, this taunting voice underwent a startling transformation, morphing into a low growl filled with infinite rage and disbelief. The misty figure seemed frozen in place, eyes widening in shock, fixated upon the individual before him, as if encountering a ghost in broad daylight. At this instant, at the end of this person's gaze, on a massive stone in the empty plain, reclined a young figure leisurely swaying a wine jar in hand. It was none other than Duan Jiang. Yet, within the perception of the dark figure, it should have been the celestial sovereign appearing here. How could it be Duan Jiang? At this moment, the dark figure felt as if its head might explode. An elder of the Celestial Holy Sect? Rescue me? I wouldn't trust you for a moment. That cunning old man is up to no good. Reclining on the stone, Duan Jiang disdainfully glanced toward a certain point in the void, rolling his eyes and speaking with irritation. I must say, you are exceptionally cautious. Even at this juncture, you maintain your disguise, your voice not even your own. TSK, TSK. Truly a wily old fox. Duan Jiang's leisurely voice echoed across the realm. Yet, in the ears of the dark figure, It incited a surge of astonishment and fury upon the mist-shrouded visage. So, you were quite shocked to see me here. Let me guess. Your current expression must be quite entertaining, almost comical, as if you had just ingested 250 pounds of excrement. Am I right? As he spoke, Duan Jiang lifted the wine jar and slowly sat up, not forgetting to take a sip, embodying a state of utter relaxation. However, while the misty figure remained motionless, akin to a statue, turmoil erupted within, and his mind roared with chaos. Duan Jiang's words had revealed far too much. It seemed this youth had discerned his identity. No. Impossible. No one could uncover my true self. Even that old fool Murong Hai could not detect it. How could a mere fledgling youth possibly uncover my disguise? My ruse is utterly flawless. There is no way anyone could discover me. At this moment, the shadow cloaked in mist was roaring within, its gaze transforming from astonishment and fury into a fierce intent to kill. Fool, there is nothing impossible. Just then, Duan Jiang suddenly uttered a phrase that seemed to pierce through the shadow's inner turmoil, striking with precision. This caused the misty figure to shudder slightly. Indeed, your disguise is commendable, your character sly and patient, shadowy and venomous. But alas, even the most perfect disguise must possess flaws, and you cannot escape. At this juncture, Duan Jiang remained unperturbed, as if this revelation was his own discovery rather than a system prompt. Oh, really? Duan Jiang, do you think you can intimidate me? I have consumed more salt than you, and your father have rice. Do you think you can deceive me? Do you believe yourself worthy? In the void above, the misty figure's voice, cold yet indistinct, dripped with derision. After all, being an ancient demon, the shadow quickly regained its composure, adopting a strategy of retreat while ridiculing Duan Jiang. It simply did not believe that Duan Jiang had truly uncovered its identity, thinking he was merely attempting to deceive it. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Very well, I shall entertain your little game. Duan Jiang sneered and took another swig of his drink. His tone and demeanor caught the shadow's attention, causing its eyes to narrow slightly. It seemed that after years of masquerade, he had forgotten his true identity. Upon hearing this, the misty figure trembled slightly once more. What does this mean? Could it be that he truly... I do not know what you are speaking of. At this, Duan Jiang chuckled softly, his gaze towards the misty figure now imbued with a sense of pity. You cannot possibly believe that I was unaware of the murderous intent you revealed that day, can you? Not only did you wish to take me as your disciple, but you also aimed to kill me? How amusing. As the peak master of the celestial sacred sect, you wish to slay the unparalleled prodigy of our sect. A dragon among men, a peerless genius. Something feels amiss. Allow me to guess, who exactly are you? Are you Tian Xuanzi, the peak master of the celestial sacred sect? Or a spy from the wild demon sect? Each of Duan Jiang's words cut like a knife, resonating in the ears of the misty figure like 1,000 thunders crashing down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere disciple of the fate transformation realm perceive my intent to kill? Just based on you? Even if you were 100 times stronger, you could not achieve this. In the void above, the misty figure roared with rage, filled with shock and terror. I have stated before, there is nothing impossible. Your disbelief in the impossible stems merely from your ignorance of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. On the massive stone, Duan Jiang slowly rose to his feet, his thick hair billowing in the wind, his expression inscrutable, his radiant eyes devoid of any emotion, fixated upon the misty figure. Then, a chilling voice resonated once more. Do you not agree with what I have said, Qiu Tianlong? Boom. The moment those last 3 words escaped Duan Jiang's lips, the world around him seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, as if even the air had solidified. Standing tall upon the stone, Duan Jiang had his left hand resting behind him, while his right held a wine jar, his brilliant gaze locked onto the ethereal figure above, his eyes sharp as blades. Utterly devoid of feeling, regardless of the strength of the one who sought his demise, Duan Jiang would not let him escape. Chapter 35. A fortuitous turn of fate. A vow to slay Duan Jiang. A gust of wind swept by, rustling Duan Jiang's martial robe, making it billow audibly. Simultaneously, the shadowy figure in the void began to shake violently, escalating with intensity. Hee-ha-ha. In the next moment, a sky-splitting laughter echoed through the air. Buzz. The dark mist surrounding the figure in the void began to expand slowly, like ink spreading, tainting the sky. The entire firmament seemed to be cloaked in thick, foreboding clouds, casting an ominous atmosphere. Soon, a tall figure with hands clasped behind his back emerged gradually from the swirling black mist, becoming increasingly distinct. When the last trace of the inky fog dissipated, the figure was finally revealed in the world, laid bare before Duan Jiang's eyes. His stature was grand, shoulders broad, and merely standing there exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, his resplendent martial robe billowed in the wind, crackling with energy. This man was none other than Tang Xuanzi, the master of Tianxian Peak among the 7 peak masters of the Celestial Sacred Sect. Simultaneously, he was a spy planted within the Celestial Sacred Sect by the Wild Demon Sect. Who could have imagined? In the eyes of millions of disciples of the Celestial Sacred Sect, who knew him to be stern yet fair, with a gentle temperament that garnered admiration throughout the Eastern domain, he was merely a mask of deception. I must concede, Qiu Tianlong, you are indeed formidable. Duan Jiang spoke with a calm tone, a hint of sentimentality in his voice. He held great admiration for individuals with such remarkable patience, for they possessed a resilience and wisdom that few could match. Truly, it is no small feat. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Duan Jiang shook his head with a sigh, feeling a twinge of regret. Upon witnessing Qiu Tianlong's acknowledgement of his identity, Duan Jiang felt a slight chill in his heart. He surmised that in Qiu Tianlong's eyes, he had likely already been marked for death. This was evident in the lack of any rebuttal, as the truth of his identity was laid bare without any attempt at denial. Duan Jiang, you are truly astute, far exceeding my expectations. From the day you rejected my proposal, I have had my sights set upon you. Even if you are not a celestial being, with your intellect and talent, your future achievements may very well rival theirs. Alas, you are not a disciple of my wild demonic sect. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly place great trust in you. Above the void, the contemplative voice of Qiu Tianlong echoed, resonating throughout the expanse. Since you are so astute, you must have already surmised why I have offered no rebuttal. Correct? A faint smile graced Qiu Tianlong's lips, yet his gaze towards Duan Jiang was as frigid as ice. In response, Duan Jiang remained expressionless, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Truly perceptive, Tang Xuanzi could not help but clap his hands in delight. However, Qiu Tianlong abruptly shifted his tone, gently lifting his head as if gazing into the vast heavens. Duan Jiang, in truth, I owe you my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's eyes flickered, and a subtle smile crept upon his face. Is that so? I find myself quite curious. I am all ears. For so many years, I have painstakingly concealed my true self, carefully maintaining this faade, to the point that at times, I genuinely believed I had become another person. The burden has been increasingly unbearable. Keeping secrets within for an extended period ignites an overwhelming urge to divulge everything in a single breath. Qiu Tianlong's voice now bore a hint of exhilaration and fervor. Thus, upon realizing my identity, aside from shock, I felt a tinge of excitement. After all these years, I finally possess an opportunity to unveil all my hidden truths and reveal my authentic self. Once this matter concludes, I believe I shall find immense relief. I truly owe you this, Duan Jiang. Had it not been for you, I would have continued to stifle my emotions. Even now, I already feel significantly lighter. A wicked satisfaction illuminated Qiu Tianlong's face, as if he relished the moment. Oh, since you have been granted such a rare opportunity, why not share a few more secrets? For instance, Duan Jiang's smile deepened, yet his brilliant eyes remained fixed unwaveringly on Qiu Tianlong's. Will the wild demonic sect strike against the holy sect during the grand competition? The instant the words left his lips, Duan Jiang observed the flicker of brilliance within Qiu Tianlong's eyes, keenly noting his immediate reaction. Soon after, Duan Jiang saw that Qiu Tianlong maintained his mild smile, seemingly unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. However, Duan Jiang perceptively caught a fleeting glint of sharpness in Qiu Tianlong's gaze. Even if it was but a momentary flash, your inquiry is indeed intriguing, and I would very much like to respond, but alas, I truly do not know. Nevertheless, since you posed a question to me, may I also inquire about something? After all, it is a matter I will need to address sooner or later. So let us get straight to the point. The faint smile on Qiu Tianlong's face instilled a sense of dread. Noticing Qiu Tianlong's deliberate evasion of his sudden inquiry, Duan Jiang's smile grew more pronounced. If his earlier suspicions were merely conjectures lacking certainty, he now had undeniable assurance. The wild demon sect would indeed strike during the grand competition of the Celestial Sacred Sect. Otherwise, Qiu Tianlong would not exhibit such a conspicuous reluctance to address the matter. It could be said that one of the most significant gains from this encounter had already been secured. Duan Jiang, however, remained non-committal regarding Qiu Tianlong's words, maintaining a faint smile as he took another sip of wine. Observing this, Qiu Tianlong's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he continued with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, "Are you truly the Tang Xuanzi?" Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang furrowed his brow. What was Tang Xuanzi? He had overheard Murong Hai and his wife discussing it in Ning Xianglan's room, yet he refrained from interrupting as they were strategizing against Qiu Tianlong. Now, with Qiu Tianlong bringing it up again, his curiosity about Tang Xuanzi was rekindled. However, Qiu Tianlong's expression shifted to one of confusion upon Duan Jiang's response. Could it be that he was not Tang Xianzi? I have been pursuing the aura of Tang Xianzi, only to find Duan Jiang waiting here. He exclaimed, You truly are not Tang Xianzi? Duan Jiang shook his head. I am Duan Jiang. What nonsense is this Tang Xianzi? Is he truly formidable? Tang Xuanzi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but grimace, wishing to slap this ignorant youth for his naivety. Then tell me, how did a mere waste of the Fate Disaster Realm manage to pass the first 4 trials of the Martial Extreme Tower, at not yet 20 years of age? You possess the strength of a heavenly king. This cannot be attributed solely to talent. There must be extraordinary fortune and opportunities behind it. At this thought, Qiu Tianlong's eyes turned bloodshot. Chapter 36. The Sect Master appears, Tianlong bewildered. Indeed, fine wine reveals true faces, and wealth stirs the heart. Greed has always been the original sin of sentient beings. Duan Jiang spoke slowly, infused with a hint of melancholy. If I am not mistaken, the true Tang Xuanzi must have been slain by you. Ha 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 ha, you know this too. Indeed, that fool was killed by me. Qiu Tianlong laughed heartily, his words laced with deep sarcasm. TSK, that old fool was truly foolish, ambushed by me and the alien race, perishing in the starry battlefield. I doubt this old dog ever closed his eyes in death, having been betrayed by his own allies. On the boulder, Duan Jiang listened quietly to Qiu Tianlong's mockery of Tang Xuanzi, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze void of feeling. Yet, the fury within him surged violently, trembling uncontrollably. For the alien race spoken of by Qiu Tianlong was none other than the sworn enemy of the primordial continent in the starry battlefield, collectively referred to as the alien race. Yet, how audacious of Qiu Tianlong to covertly conspire with foreign races to eliminate our esteemed masters. Truly reprehensible. My anticipation grows to fathom the secrets that lie within you. Initially, I had relinquished hope of stepping into the realm of the Supreme Celestial. Yet I could scarcely have imagined that fate would deliver you to the sacred sect of all heavens, and even closer to me. Qiu Tianlong's gaze bore into Duan Jiang, imbued with a frenzied greed and exhilaration. Do you truly believe I am oblivious? Have you not, in fact, ascended to the 9th heavenly layer of the Fate Tribulation realm? In merely a few days, your cultivation has surged to such heights. No wonder you possess divine pills as offerings. A dark glimmer flashed in Qiu Tianlong's eyes, evidently employing some arcane technique to unveil Duan Jiang's true power. Yet, what does it matter? Shall I present you with an award? Duan Jiang replied with a hint of resignation as he picked his nose. Qiu Tianlong merely snorted in disdain. Ignoring him, the very reason you dare to expose your aura and lure me out of the sect must stem from an overwhelming confidence in your ability to confront me. What astonishing card does a 9th heavenly layer warrior possess to challenge a celestial sovereign? I find myself utterly intrigued. I surmise that this card is likely your greatest secret. Is it not, Duan Jiang? High above in the void, Qiu Tianlong concluded with a smile, as if everything lay within his grasp. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause resonated, emanating from Duan Jiang's hands, as he applauded Qiu Tianlong. Remarkable. Truly, the cunning old fox who has lived for 5 centuries. His words, sharp as blades, cut to the core. So, Qiu Tianlong, are you prepared for the journey ahead? Duan Jiang spoke with a smile, yet it concealed a fierce and chilling intent to kill. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's words, the smile on Qiu Tianlong's face deepened, as he stood proudly in the void, gazing down at Duan Jiang atop the boulder, his expression taking on a strange demeanor. TSK, look at you now, brimming with confidence. It would be a shame for that to change. However, after enduring for centuries, I can no longer wait for this rare opportunity. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure surged from Qiu Tianlong, shaking the very stars and causing the void to tremble, sweeping across the heavens and shattering the universe. The plains for 1,000 miles quaked violently. The boulder beneath Duan Jiang began to splinter, the earth shaking and mountains trembling. The once confident expression on Duan Jiang's face transformed dramatically, turning pale, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Qiu Tianlong above, his entire body trembling. Why your cultivation? You are not merely at the early stage of the extreme celestial sovereign. Of course, I am not at the early stage of the extreme celestial sovereign. I broke through to the late stage of the extreme celestial sovereign a century ago. Haha. Qiu Tianlong laughed heartily, his mirth seemingly shattering the boulders in the air. You wished to send me on my way, did you not? Come forth, Qiu Tianlong said with a mocking smile, his expression brimming with derision and scorn. As though he were toying with Duan Jiang like a cat with a mouse, reveling in the sheer terror reflected on Duan Jiang's face. Do you truly believe that a mere external object can contend with someone of my caliber? A late-stage Supreme Celestial? How foolish you are. Crack, crack, crack. The plains began to disintegrate, fissures splitting the earth apart. In the nearby primordial jungle, towering ancient trees toppled and shattered, crashing into the ground. All of this transpired solely due to the overwhelming pressure radiating from Qiu Tianlong, a being of the Supreme Celestial Realm. His mere presence was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth, extinguishing stars and sweeping across the 10 directions, let alone Qiu Tianlong, who had reached the late stage of the Supreme Celestial. This was merely the result of him deliberately suppressing his power. Otherwise, the moment he revealed his cultivation, everything and everyone within 1,000 miles would vanish in an instant. Why are you silent now? Why the grim expression? Weren't you just composed, calm, and formidable? The heavens roared, and Qiu Tianlong stood proudly in the void, his mocking voice resonating clearly as he fixed his gaze on the trembling Duan Jiang, delighting in the moment. He truly relished this feeling. To be honest, I really don't want to kill you. It is a rare occurrence to encounter a monstrous talent like you, one that emerges only once in a millennium. It would indeed be a pity to slay you. However, the thought of extinguishing a prodigy like you fills me with indescribable excitement and exhilaration. Such a feeling must be intoxicating, and I revel in it. Ha ha ha. Qiu Tianlong laughed maniacally, his expression a blend of ferocity and thrill. Please, don't come any closer. I'm truly terrified. Duan Jiang stammered, his face pale with fear and despair. This only intensified the cruel smile on Qiu Tianlong's face. I am genuinely terrified. Yet, in the next instant, the once pale and fearful Duan Jiang suddenly transformed. Flashing a mocking smile at Qiu Tianlong, the pallor and trembling vanished in an instant. Master, how do you find my performance? Duan Jiang said with a beaming smile. The fear he had just displayed was nothing but an act. Duan Jiang's sudden shift and words momentarily caused Qiu Tianlong's cruel smile to falter, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. However, being a seasoned old demon, he quickly regained his composure, sneering, daring to mock me when death is upon you? It appears you truly have a death wish. Or perhaps you believe that your hidden card can still contend with me. If that is the case, do feel free to reveal it and give it a try. Qiu Tianlong remained aloof, looking down upon Duan Jiang. Flatter you once for being clever and formidable, and you genuinely think you are something special? In this moment of arrogant rambling, do you genuinely believe your words hold any truth? Poor fool. The chilling voice of Duan Jiang resonated, reverberating in all directions. This immediately caused Qiu Tianlong's gaze to sharpen. For reasons unknown, the sight of Duan Jiang's icy demeanor stirred within him an unsettling feeling that had long been dormant. Yet, almost instantly, Duan Jiang smiled once more, an enigmatic grin that hinted at anticipation. Alas, only a formidable figure of the divine realm could contend with the supreme being of extreme limits. Old dog, allow me to introduce you to an old friend. Do not blink. Now, let the performance commence, Brother Morong. Chapter 37, A Daylight Encounter with a Ghost, the Sect Leader's Fury. Swish. In the void above, Qiu Tianlong felt a fleeting blur before him, and then, at an unknown moment, a towering figure materialized 100 zhang away, as if a deity had descended, yet exuding not the slightest ripple of energy. Boom. The instant he beheld this apparition, Qiu Tianlong's mind felt as though it were boiling. You. Qiu Tianlong was utterly horrified, akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. It had been a full 300 years since their last meeting, my old friend. I thought you had truly perished. Morong Hai spoke with a chilling smirk that sent shivers down one's spine, rendering the once tumultuous plain utterly still at that moment. How are you here? Qiu Tianlong bellowed, his entire being trembling slightly. You may have secretly departed the sect, but does that mean I cannot appear outside? Had I known 30 years ago that you were the younger brother of Qiu Tianjua, I would not have waited until now. Morong Hai's voice seemed to emanate from the depths of an icy hell, capable of freezing the vastest of voids. Qiu Tianlong's eyelids twitched violently. But soon he regained his composure, his astonishment replaced by a similar chilling indifference. No wonder this brat feels invincible. It turns out he has you as a trump card. However, I am most curious to know what you intend to use to contend against me now. Do you rely on the strength of the late phase of the supreme being of extreme limits? Unfortunately, I too possess that power. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the late phase of the supreme being of extreme limits erupted once more, shattering the heavens. This time, Qiu Tianlong no longer restrained himself. Instead, he unleashed his full might, fracturing the void within 1,000 miles. With his hair flying wildly, he stood in the void like a god or demon, an overwhelming force surging through him, casting a disdainful gaze upon Morong Hai. Qiu Tianlong roared, a radiant surge of spiritual power exploding forth from his being. As he charged directly at Morong Hai, taking the initiative to attack, Prepare for impact. However, just as Qiu Tianlong surged forward, he suddenly halted in midair. The last syllable of his threat caught in his throat. For at that moment, an enormous hand, seemingly forged from solid iron, had inexplicably seized his throat. With a swift motion, Qiu Tianlong was abruptly lifted into the air by a colossal hand, suspended as if by sheer will. The master of this hand was none other than Murong Hai. In that moment, Qiu Tianlong struggled desperately, his eyes wide with disbelief. Swirling with an overwhelming sense of terror and confusion, he had not even caught a glimpse of Murong Hai's movements before his throat was seized, lifting him entirely off the ground. It must be noted that he was at the peak of the extreme celestial sovereign realm, a being of equal stature to Murong Hai. How could there be such a vast disparity? How was it possible? Unless, boom, in an instant. It felt as though a million stars had fallen upon Qiu Tianlong's mind, exploding in a cacophony that sent shockwaves through his very being. You are at the pinnacle of the extreme celestial sovereign. Qiu Tianlong mustered all his strength, his face flushed as he finally managed to utter those words. His entire body trembling violently, turning icy cold under the weight of his inexorable dread. Meanwhile, Murong Hai gazed down at the flailing Qiu Tianlong, who resembled a frantic rabbit, and smiled ominously. What do you think? Will this sect master devour you alive, or shall you be subjected to 1,000 cuts? Care to guess? Qiu Tianlong, in his current state, was likely unable to even recall his parents' names. His heart was consumed by boundless fear and despair, struggling with all his might. Attempting to break free from Murong Hai's grasp, the terrifying aura emanating from Murong Hai was as deep and boundless as the ocean. An explosion of power that sent shivers down Duan Jiang's spine, threatening to rend his very soul. This moment allowed Duan Jiang to deeply appreciate the sheer terror of a being at the pinnacle of the extreme celestial sovereign realm. Presently, even with the activation of his dragon lineage and full exertion, despite reaching the zenith of the heavenly king realm, there remained a palpable gap between him and the initial stage of the extreme celestial sovereign, let alone the perfected realm. Observing this, Duan Jiang exhaled a silent sigh of relief. It appeared that the sect master's cultivation was not merely as his wife had described. Just the peak of the extreme celestial sovereign. Initially, he had harbored some concern, but now there was no cause for worry whatsoever. Buzzing. Qiu Tianlong's struggles continued in frantic desperation. Yet, Murong Hai's massive hands, which gripped his neck, possessed a strength capable of rending the heavens, rendering Qiu Tianlong's wild thrashing futile. No matter how fiercely he exerted his power as a late-stage extreme celestial sovereign, or how violently he clawed at the air, even as the surrounding void shattered inch by inch, Murong Hai remained utterly unmoved. Qiu Tianlong could not even affect a single finger of Murong Hai. All he could do was flail his legs comically, his face turning a deep crimson, veins bulging, and contorting grotesquely, a sight both tragic and ludicrous. Duan Jiang, observing the spectacle, shook his head in disbelief, unable to suppress a flicker of pity in his gaze towards Qiu Tianlong. Murong Hai's animosity towards Qiu Tianlong was palpable. A hatred that ran to the very marrow, collaborating in secret with foreign races to assassinate our sect's peak master. And now, conspiring with the wild demon sect to engulf the sacred sect. Such enmity has long been a matter of life and death. The ensuing scene is one that Duan Jiang can vividly imagine, drenched in bloodshed. Old friend, why do you not respond to your sect master? Or is it that you find it difficult to choose? With a chilling voice that sends shivers down the spine, Murong Hai's words once again resonate. Whispering to Qiu Tianlong like the murmur of a grim reaper, eliciting a palpable fear etched on his contorted face. Since you find it so hard to decide, allow your sect master to assist you, shall we? Let us combine both options. It will be straightforward and brutish, and you shall find satisfaction. In that moment, under Qiu Tianlong's terrified gaze, he witnessed Murong Hai raise his other hand, forming a claw-like grip, from which a vibrant crimson spray erupted. The blood splattered forth. Ah! Qiu Tianlong emitted a muffled groan of agony as Murong Hai's right claw embedded itself into his shoulder, instantly ripping through flesh, before leisurely withdrawing, revealing a warm mass within. It was the very flesh and blood from Qiu Tianlong's shoulder, now forcefully extracted by Murong Hai. Ah! Splatter! Ah! Following this was a series of flesh-rending sounds, accompanied by Qiu Tianlong's profound, pained grunts. Yet throughout, he only emitted muffled sounds, refraining from any wails of despair, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Murong Hai, brimming with a maddening venom and icy resentment. After a relentless barrage of torment lasting several moments, Murong Hai finally ceased his actions, gazing with a grin at the contorted features of Qiu Tianlong, remarking chillingly, "Indeed, you possess more endurance than I had anticipated. Ha ha ha. Do you wish to torment me to derive the pleasure of revenge? Think again. If you have the guts, just kill me. Ha ha." Qiu Tianglong shrieked, laughing maniacally. Consumed by madness. Very well, your display of defiance reassures me. It would be dull if you were to beg for mercy so quickly. Come, let us continue. Chapter 38. Fury Unleashed. Li takes the place of Tao. Ha 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 ha. Come at me. Am I to fear you? Qiu Tianglong howled in deranged laughter, his face a mask of disdain and mockery. Yet perhaps only he knew that his laughter was merely a facade to conceal the terror and dread within. Splatter. Ah. A new round of torment commenced, and it was destined to endure for a protracted period. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang observed impassively, harboring no sympathetic thoughts for Qiu Tianglong. In the theater of war, sometimes the most detestable adversary is not the enemy, but the traitor like Qiu Tianglong, who secretly colludes with the foe, endangering our soldiers. However, Duan Jiang had no desire to linger and witness further. He turned and departed for a leisurely stroll, for such a scene was beyond his comfort. The spectacle was too vivid, too haunting to behold. With a wine jar in hand, Duan Jiang wandered across the plains, occasionally taking a swig, his expression betraying a hint of tranquil ease. The unveiling of the spy Qiu Tianglong and his subsequent capture marks a significant achievement and a promising beginning. With this infiltrator eliminated from the upper echelons of the heavenly sacred sect, it is akin to severing the most formidable tentacle of the wild demon sect, inflicting substantial losses upon them. However, according to Duan Jiang's reasoning, Qiu Tianglong must not meet his demise just yet, for a dead man holds no value. It is believed that with Brother Mu's skills, he can extract something of worth from Qiu Tianglong. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Duan Jiang's eyes as he suppressed his thoughts and indulged in the wine. Although he had seldom partaken in alcohol in his previous life, he could not deny the extraordinary quality of the wine from this otherworldly realm. Half a day later, a voice filled with terror and incredulity echoed across the heavens and earth. A hoarse and wretched scream from Qiu Tianglong, abruptly silenced thereafter. Lying atop a towering ancient tree, Duan Jiang's previously half-closed eyes snapped open, gleaming with a spark of brilliance. He instantly sat up, and with a flash of his form, he vanished from his location. In the vast expanse of the plain, Brother Murong stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor impeccably clean. Yet, within a 10-mile radius, a heavy stench of blood permeated the air. Beneath Brother Murong's feet lay a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, barely recognizable as human, from which the overwhelming odor of blood emanated. Clearly, this was Qiu Tianglong. However, he could no longer be considered a person. This mass of flesh quivered intermittently, a testament to his lingering existence, yet he was in a state worse than death. In the next instant, Duan Jiang's figure materialized beside Brother Murong. Casting a glance at the bloodied remnants of Qiu Tianglong, his expression devoid of emotion. Brother Murong, what do you make of this? Duan Jiang inquired with a hint of expectation. Brother Murong let out a cold chuckle and replied, "It appears that the wild demon sect has been orchestrating a grand scheme for a long time. Qiu Tianglong and Qiu Tianjue likely aim not merely to incite a war between the two sects, but rather to swallow the entire heavenly sacred sect whole." At these words, Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened. Ha! To devour the entire heavenly sacred sect? They need not fear bursting with arrogance. Just how can they accomplish that? I am eager to see what these old hounds intend to use to consume it. Is it Qiu Tianjue's doing? Brother Murong laughed heartily, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura, majestic and inscrutable as a true deity. With Brother Murong's current cultivation, he alone could surely upheave the wild demon sect. Duan Jiang spoke with a smile. Given your prowess, Brother Murong, you stand at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain, at the apex of the extreme celestial sovereign realm, mere steps away from the legendary celestial sovereign realm. As for the wild demon sect Qiu Tianjue, he stands no chance. However, the wild demon sect, with its long-standing heritage, is not significantly inferior to our celestial sacred sect. The profound foundation accumulated over generations is not easily rivaled, especially within the perilous confines of the wild demon sect, which can aptly be described as a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Even an existence at the pinnacle of the extreme celestial venerable level would likely meet their demise if they dared to intrude. Murong Hai's voice echoed once more, devoid of mockery, now imbued with a tone of calm observation. In response, Duan Jiang also nodded slowly, expressing his agreement. The power of a sect should never be underestimated. Each sect possesses its unique treasure, a safeguard against catastrophic disasters. Suddenly, Duan Jiang's gaze fixated once again on the bloodied and mutilated Qiu Tianglong, a spark of insight igniting in his eyes as if he had just had a moment of clarity. Murong Hai turned his attention to Qiu Tianglong, a fierce intent radiating from him. Since the old wretch had revealed all his secrets, retaining him would serve no purpose. It would be far better to eliminate him entirely, thereby instilling a sense of shock and dread in that pack of old dogs from the wild demon sect. With that thought, Morong, dear brother, slowly extended his right hand, preparing to strike. Wait, dear brother Morong. But just then, Duan Jiang's voice rang out, laced with a mysterious amusement. Morong's hand halted abruptly, and he looked at Duan Jiang with a hint of perplexity. Duan, do you have something in mind? Indeed. In truth, killing him is not the wisest course of action. His demise would undoubtedly terrify the wild demon sect, yet it might also compel them to act recklessly, triggering an all-out bloodbath. Should that occur, although our sect would not falter, a true clash between the two sects would inevitably lead to sacrifices and fatalities. How many disciples of our sect would perish in such a conflict? It would be most unwise. Rather than slaying him and inciting war, there exists a far superior method of handling this situation. At this juncture, a composed and serene smile graced Duan Jiang's face, radiating confidence. Stop teasing and just tell us. Morong chided playfully. Yet, Duan Jiang took his time, slowly approaching the bloodied Tian Xuanzi, crouching down as if to meticulously examine him before finally speaking. Brother Morong, in his current state, can you fully control your perception of him? Humph. Naturally. I have already employed the soul-searching secret technique. If I so wish, I could uncover even the identity of his first love, Morong proclaimed with pride. Then that makes things simpler. Upon hearing Morong's words, Duan Jiang rose with a gentle smile. What I have always favored is to return the favor in kind. Since the wild demon sect has gone to great lengths to infiltrate our sect with spies, why should we not do the same? To put it more plainly, in the days to come, dear brother Morong, would you be interested in taking his place and temporarily masquerading as Tian Xuanzi? After all, he is not yet dead, and thus, in the eyes of the wild demon sect, Tian Xuanzi would still be Tian Xuanzi, and communications intended for him would continue unabated. Listening to Duan Jiang's words, a faint smile graced Mu Laoji's face, and the brightness in his masked eyes intensified. Retreating to advance, is it a case of Li Dai Tao Jiang? How intriguing. Mu Laoji chuckled, evidently in full accord with Duan Jiang's scheme. The only question remained. Could Mu Laoji flawlessly disguise himself as Tian Xuanzi without leaving any trace? Duan Jiang gazed at Mu Laoji. Of course, there is no issue. I have studied numerous secret arts, and with the enhancement of my perfected extreme celestial cultivation, even beings at the pinnacle of the extreme celestial realm would be oblivious to my disguise. Mu Ronghai's face radiated confidence. Then there is no problem. For the time being, you shall temporarily endure the guise and identity of Tian Xuanzi within the celestial sacred sect. However, upon hearing this, Mu Ronghai shook his head. As the sect leader, there are many matters that require my personal involvement. I fear that I may become too stretched and expose flaws. Duan Jiang fell silent as well. Mu Laoji raised a valid point. Such a possibility indeed exists. Then, a smirk appeared on Duan Jiang's lips. The sect leader need not worry. I have previously learned a secret method that excels in this regard. If the sect leader trusts me, allow me to take on the role of Tian Xuanzi. Chapter 39. The Art of Deception, the Empress Embarrassed. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's proposal, Mu Ronghai regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Duan Laodi, are you certain you can perfectly impersonate Xiao Tianlong? It is important to note that Xiao Tianlong is a genuine powerhouse at the late stage of the extreme celestial realm. The aura of such a formidable being is not something an ordinary person can mimic. Although Duan Jiang is exceptional, it does not guarantee his ability to flawlessly impersonate Xiao Tianlong. A mistake at this juncture could jeopardize everything, thus necessitating Mu Ronghai's caution. Rest assured, Mu Laoji, I once stumbled upon an exceedingly profound technique and have cultivated it to a considerable degree. Disguising a mere extreme celestial warrior poses no problem at all. Duan Jiang spoke casually, exuding an air of confidence in his competence. Yet at that moment, Duan Jiang inwardly cursed. System, can you not be a bit more lenient? I only possess 301 comprehension points. Where am I to procure the 500 comprehension points? Apologies, but all items in this system are non-discountable on non-holidays. System, are you foolish? What holidays exist in this alternate realm? Duan Jiang found himself at a loss for words. Other systems are free to use, with no cooldowns. Yet is required comprehension points for every action. However, the host can exchange previously acquired and unused rewards for corresponding comprehension points. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's expression brightened instantly. He recalled that he still had a considerable number of unused rewards. Perfect timing. He could exchange them for comprehension points. The host requests to exchange the Heavenly Level Heart Technique, Great Dream Heart Sutra, and the Ancient Elixir Golden Breakthrough Pill. Duan Jiang stated without hesitation. Although these two items are indeed valuable, they currently hold little utility for me. Therefore, I shall convert them into comprehension points to maximize my benefits. Ding. The host's request has been successfully processed. The treasures are now subject to value assessment and retrieval. The evaluation is complete. The host may exchange them for 300 comprehension points. Do you agree? Agreed. Ding. Exchange successful. The host now possesses 601 comprehension points. Would you like to activate the identity disguise function? Agreed. Host's request successful. 500 comprehension points have been deducted. The simulated disguise system for Qing Tianlong will activate in 30 seconds. Observing the hesitant expression of the sect leader, Duan Jiang chuckled lightly. I understand the gravity of this matter and will not treat it lightly. Please, do not blink. With that, Duan Jiang slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a dark mist erupted from his form, and under the astonished gaze of Murong Hai, both his appearance and aura rapidly transformed. At the holy sect of the heavens, in the room of Ning Xianglan at the Saintess Peak. Darling, how does my disguise look? Ning Xianglan stared in shock at the grinning figure of Tian Xuanzi in her room, her heart racing. The dark mist emanating from Duan Jiang bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi Tianlong, both in appearance and aura. It was astonishing that a warrior at the fate transformation stage could flawlessly masquerade as a figure of the extreme celestial master level. After a moment of stunned silence, Ning Xianglan regained her composure. Since you can nearly perfectly impersonate Tian Xuanzi, you must ensure that your speech and actions are flawless. Qi Tianlong has held power for many years, and there are surely spies he has placed within the sect. This is something you must remain vigilant about. Duan Jiang nodded, stroking his chin. I understand this well. Rest assured, I might even uncover other infiltrators. Qi Tianlong has been in power for so long. He must have engaged in numerous schemes. Given his status, there are countless possibilities. This was clear to Duan Jiang. He then shifted the conversation. My dear, do you remember what you said before? He gazed at Ning Xianglan with eager anticipation. Since arriving here, their relationship had not made any significant progress. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Of course I remember. So, have you thought through that condition? Ning Xianglan shot him a fleeting glance with her beautiful eyes. Indeed. I have made my decision, Duan Jiang replied with a mischievous smile. In a swift motion, he took hold of Ning Xianglan's delicate hand, gently caressing it in his palm. The extraordinary sensation elicited a soft gasp from Ning Xianglan. In her previous life, although she had been an empress reigning for millennia, she had remained completely oblivious to matters of romance. In this moment, Ning Xianglan found herself utterly taken aback as her hand was firmly grasped by Duan Jiang, who toyed with it at his leisure. This sudden act left her stunned for a full 3 seconds. It was only after that brief lapse that she regained her composure. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. A chill swiftly enveloped the entire room. Her eyes, ablaze with fury, fixed mercilessly on Duan Jiang, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Shaken from his earlier daydreaming, in a flash, he darted to the far corner of the room, shielding his head with both hands. My dear wife, you previously assured me that all requests would be honored. As a first-generation saintess, you cannot go back on your word. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Ning Xianglan, Duan Jiang lamented internally. Though she was his legally wedded wife, even the simplest touch seemed forbidden. Ning Xianglan, her cheeks still aflame, bit her silver teeth and glared fiercely at the trembling Duan Jiang beside her. Rest assured, I shall not renege on my words. This time, I will let it slide. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang exhaled in relief, his anxieties momentarily alleviated. He genuinely feared that Ning Xianglan might unleash her wrath upon him once more. For the blessings of a female emperor were not to be trifled with. A sense of awkwardness settled in the atmosphere. Regaining her composure, Ning Xianglan shifted the conversation. In just a few days, the sect's grand competition will commence. Due to the recent disturbances caused by the Wild Demon sect, I have proposed to the sect leader to alter the competition to a contest exclusively among the inner disciples. This will significantly reduce the number of participants and enable us to dispatch more disciples to covertly monitor the movements of the Wild Demon sect. Her gaze then returned to Duan Jiang. Currently, your status as a true disciple does not qualify you to compete among the inner disciples. However, if you express your desire to participate to Senior Brother Bai, he will assist you. Moreover, I will now elaborate on the matters concerning Tianshan Peak in order to prevent you from revealing any missteps. Thank you, dear Xianglan. Ignoring Duan Jiang's impertinent demeanor, Ning Xianglan continued, Tian Xuanzi resides in the central Tianshan Hall on Tianshan Peak, located to the west of the Holy Sect. His inner disciple is named Yao Tianwei. Chapter 40, Ascending Status, Inner Disciple. Duan Jiang's speed was remarkable. In mere moments, he had traversed from Saintess Peak to Kaiyang Peak. By the way, system, what is this round's reward? He suddenly recalled the matter of rewards as he landed. The host has successfully engaged in exceedingly intimate physical contact with the empress, triggering a level 5 selective reward. 1. 1,000 comprehension points. 2. Soul power elevated to the first tier. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's heart leapt with joy. The reward was unexpectedly substantial. The previous summoning of the Dragon Clan monarch had only cost him 1,000 comprehension points. He had not anticipated receiving a direct grant of 1,000 comprehension points this time. However, what precisely was this soul power? Duan Jiang speculated that it might pertain to a power of mental intent. At this stage, it was likely unnecessary, so he opted for 1,000 comprehension points instead. After all, comprehension points could be exchanged for numerous valuable items. Suddenly, Duan Jiang raised his eyebrows. System, does it mean that as long as one possesses sufficient comprehension points, they can perform bloodline summoning to inherit the bloodlines and abilities of other ferocious beasts? It is known that there are not just one, but a total of 10 ancient ferocious beasts. Theoretically, that is the case, but the prerequisite is that the host must possess the corresponding ferocious beast's essence as a catalyst, and each bloodline summoning is not guaranteed to succeed. The more types of bloodlines the host possesses, the lower the success rate of the summoning. If the summoning fails, the comprehension points consumed will not be refunded. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang stroked his chin. Indeed, it was not as simple as he had imagined. He decided to set it aside for now. Upon arriving at Kaiyang Peak, he did not linger for even a moment and quickly entered the small valley. As he stepped into the valley, Duan Jiang's gaze brightened slightly. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his third senior brother and seventh senior brother were present. As for fifth senior sister, she had naturally been atop the cliff all along, while first senior brother must be residing within the stone chamber of the cliff. Wow. Old Nine, you finally returned. Where have you been for the past 20 days? Upon seeing Duan Jiang, third senior brother immediately rose from his reclined position, exclaiming with exaggerated surprise. Seventh senior brother grinned at Duan Jiang before resuming his own activities. That's odd. After 20 days, Old Nine, you seem to have become even stronger. TSK, no wonder you managed to win over Sister Xianglan. Third senior brother quickly noticed Duan Jiang's transformation, displaying an exaggerated look of astonishment and giving him a thumbs up. Observing the expressions of third senior brother and seventh senior brother, Duan Jiang smiled. But then his demeanor turned serious. First senior brother, third senior brother, fifth senior sister, seventh senior brother, Old Nine has a matter to inquire. His voice resonated within the small valley, carrying a tone of solemnity. Old Nine, please speak freely, came first senior brother's voice, suddenly echoing throughout the valley. At this moment, the gazes of third senior brother, fifth senior sister, and seventh senior brother all converged upon Duan Jiang. Feeling the warmth of their concerned eyes, Duan Jiang's heart swelled with warmth. The Sect's Direct Disciples Grand Competition is about to commence, but to participate, one must be a direct disciple of each lineage. Therefore, I wish to become a direct disciple of Kaiyang Peak. Regardless of the challenges, please, senior brothers and senior sisters, let me know. I will give it my all. After expressing these words, Duan Jiang deeply bowed to first senior brother, third senior brother, fifth senior sister, and seventh senior brother. He understood that, regardless of how few disciples there were in the Kaiyang lineage now, given his current qualifications and status, he was fundamentally unqualified to become a direct disciple. Yet, he absolutely needed to possess that identity. Thus, Duan Jiang needed to clarify his intentions to the four of them. The transformation of the sect competition into the personal disciple contest was something they were well aware of. However, since the demise of the Kaiyang Peak master, the talent in Kaiyang Peak had dwindled, and they had not participated in such contests for many years. Oh, I thought you were going to reveal something significant, Old Nine. Isn't it just about being a personal disciple? Haha, that's quite simple. With these words from the third senior brother, it was now Duan Jiang who appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet, immediately after, the gentle voice of the first senior brother, laced with a hint of amusement, echoed, since you, Old Nine, wish to participate, there must be a reason behind it. A mere title of personal disciple is hardly of consequence. Old Nine, present your identity token. Somewhat bewildered, Duan Jiang instinctively produced his identity token. Buzz. The token was enveloped by a boundless force and floated into the void. Simultaneously, the third senior brother also revealed his identity token, and with his assistance, the seventh senior brother retrieved his token as well. From a distance atop the cliff, the fifth senior sister's identity token shot forth like a streak of light. Within the stone chamber's window, the first senior brother's identity token also soared at great speed. Swish, swish, swish. A radiant brilliance emanated from the four identity tokens, enveloping Duan Jiang's token. In that moment, witnessing this spectacle, Duan Jiang suddenly comprehended the truth. To become a personal disciple of their lineage, one must gain the recognition of all the true disciples of the sect, signified through their identity tokens. Yet at this moment, the first senior brother and the others unhesitatingly bypassed the numerous preliminary steps, directly conferring upon Duan Jiang the status of a personal disciple of Caoyang Peak. This clearly demonstrated the trust and support they had for Duan Jiang. Buzz, as the identity token belonging to Duan Jiang radiated a dark crimson light that enveloped him. His gaze sharpened. He felt that he had now acquired the identity of a personal disciple of Caoyang. Thank you, first senior brother, third senior brother, fifth senior sister, and seventh senior brother for your support. A warm wave surged within Duan Jiang, and he bowed deeply towards the direction of the four. Aha, old nine. Since you are prepared to partake in the personal disciple contest, you now represent Caoyang Peak. We seldom intervene, but if we must, let's create a sensation that shakes the very foundations. The third senior brother laughed heartily, embodying a spirit of chaos that was quite at odds with his usual demeanor. Old nine, do not heed your third senior brother's wild words. The personal disciple contest is a grand event for the celestial holy sect, and its significance is self-evident. Each personal disciple from every lineage is formidable, holding prestigious ranks on the martial extremity list, and should not be underestimated. The first senior brother conveyed a single sentiment. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not if you lose, as long as you return safely. His gentle words, infused with concern, warmed Duan Jiang's heart even further. Hee, old nine, let us go. Here is some candy for you. Seventh senior brother spoke with a smile. His bright gaze imbued with pure blessings, even rushing over to present Duan Jiang with a piece of golden candy. With a beaming expression, Duan Jiang eagerly accepted the sweet, promptly popping it into his mouth. Not far away, fifth senior sister, perched on the edge of a precipice, subtly nodded her head in Duan Jiang's direction. Although she did not vocalize her sentiments, a hint of blessing was unmistakably present. Senior brothers and sisters, I shall commence my cultivation now. Rest assured, ninth brother will never bring shame to Caoyang Peak. With these words, Duan Jiang turned and departed, naturally heading towards the location of Tianshan Hall. At that moment, the voice of the senior brother resonated once more, echoing with a touch of mirth. This time, the personal disciples competition is finally not as mundane as it usually is. A few days later, at Tiandao Square. Today, the square was unusually devoid of anyone attempting to challenge the martial extremity tower, yet it was already bustling with a crowd. A cacophony of excitement. It could be asserted that nearly 70% of the true disciples of the celestial sacred sect had gathered here. For today marked the day of the personal disciples competition. Of course, this was orchestrated by Murong Hai, who had arranged for the remaining disciples to be elsewhere. At this moment, within Tiandao Square, an immense martial arena stood prominently, exuding an ancient, majestic aura. Beneath the arena, 7 thrones faced one another, arranged in a diamond formation. On 6 of these thrones sat youthful figures, who were none other than the 6 principal disciples. Chapter 41, Sect Competition, the Scorn of Many. Among them was Yao Tianwei, the personal disciple of Tianshan Star, who had previously caught attention during Duan Jiang's first tower challenge. Also drawing the most gazes of fervor and admiration was Bai Ling, the personal disciple of Yuhing Star. Behind Bai Ling stood the true disciples of the Yuhing lineage, all women, each possessing exceptional beauty and grace, igniting fervent glances from onlookers. Thus, the presence of the Yuhing lineage in every personal disciples competition was one reason all true disciples were eager to witness. The personal disciple of the Tianji lineage was Yi Long. This individual, slender in stature, bore an air of aloofness, with piercing eyes that shone like a drawn blade, exuding an intimidating aura. Seated before the Rawang lineage was a tall figure with crimson hair and eyebrows, whose imposing visage radiated confidence, his eyes seemingly ablaze with stellar fire. This was Qian Yinzhu. Meanwhile, the personal disciple of the Tianwan lineage was a portly fellow, currently dozing off, presenting a rather comical sight, Tan Shu, a true disciple of Tianquan lineage. Yet at this moment, despite their apparent differences, the gazes of the 5 lineage disciples subtly converged on a single direction. There, upon a throne, sat a remarkably outstanding young man, exuding an aura of grandeur, with a striking visage and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He sat there with an air of majesty, as if perched among the stars, exuding an indomitable presence. Every true disciple present in the Tiandao Square regarded him with profound reverence and admiration, for he was the direct disciple of the esteemed Tianshu lineage, one of the 7 true lineages. Moreover, he stood out as a paragon of strength among his fellow disciples. The solitary vacant throne among the 7, of course, belonged to the Caoyang Peak. However, it was well understood that the Caoyang lineage had long since waned, rendered nearly obsolete, with no one having participated in the direct competition for quite some time. This time, it seemed, would be no different. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from the heavens, reminiscent of a star exerting its dominion over the universe, evoking boundless respect. In the next heartbeat, a figure, radiant with an infinite glow, descended from the void, landing gracefully upon the vacant throne at the center of the combat stage. "We greet the master of Tianshu Peak," resounded a thunderous voice filled with reverence across the Tiandao Square. Each direct competition featured a peak master presiding, and this time, it was indeed Tianshu Zi's turn. With merely 15 minutes remaining before the commencement of the direct competition, the aged voice of the bald steward echoed, announcing the countdown to all. Countless true disciples brimmed with excitement, casting eager glances at their own lineage's representatives, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. However, at that moment, a tall and imposing figure began to approach from the distance, striding alone into the Tiandao Square. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, this figure arrived before the sole vacant throne representing the Kaiyang lineage and seated himself with grace. As he settled, he respectfully clasped his fist towards Tianshu Zi and the 6 esteemed stewards, followed by a voice, tinged with respect yet nonchalant, resonating throughout the square. "Duan Jiang of the Kaiyang lineage, here to participate in the direct competition." Upon his declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The gathered true disciples were well acquainted with Duan Jiang, for his earlier foray into the Wuji Tower had stirred a significant uproar within the sacred sect. His prowess had even attracted the attention of Tian Xianzi, who sought to take him as a disciple, only to be rebuffed by Duan Jiang himself. It could be said that Duan Jiang had garnered considerable renown within the sacred sect, regarded as a prodigious talent with boundless potential. Yet, despite his fame, a question lingered. What was Duan Jiang truly attempting to accomplish? Did he fully comprehend the significance of his actions? For this was the direct competition, a stage reserved exclusively for the direct disciples of each lineage, not a contest among all true disciples. The newcomer, who had recently ascended to the celestial sacred sect for less than half a year, audaciously proclaimed his intent to represent the Kaiyang lineage in the prestigious personal inheritance competition. At that moment, Duan Jiang resembled a mere jest. The once silent Dao Square was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of laughter. How amusing Duan Jiang was! To claim he would represent the Kaiyang lineage in such a significant contest? Was he still in a dream? Regardless of his boundless potential or extraordinary talent, did he truly possess the strength to participate in this competition? Potential does not equate to strength. Setting aside the question of capability, Duan Jiang likely had yet to comprehend the rules of the personal inheritance competition. Even if he desired to enter, he simply lacked the qualification. The true disciples were in an uproar, many bursting into laughter, deeming Duan Jiang's actions utterly ridiculous. It was an epitome of ignorance, bordering on the absurd. Seated quietly upon the throne, Duan Jiang remained unfazed by the uproarious laughter echoing throughout the Dao Square, his expression tranquil as still water. Yet, a subtle smile graced Bai Ling's lips, barely perceptible. Similarly, the numerous elders on the throne of the combat arena wore expressions of disbelief. They had never anticipated Duan Jiang's presence here, let alone his wish to compete. Had it not been for the prior directive from the sect leader to treat him kindly, they would have long since expelled him. After all, in their eyes, he was merely a promising junior. "This lad truly surprises us at every turn," remarked one of the younger elders with a hint of exasperation. "Alas, this boy likely seeks to vindicate the Kaiyang lineage. Given a few more years, I would not doubt his eligibility for the personal inheritance competition, perhaps even for the championship. But for now, it is far too soon for him." However, the boy had even turned down the esteemed Master Tian Xian. His unpredictability had become commonplace, and his attempt to enter the personal inheritance competition was hardly astonishing. Alas, despite his enthusiasm, he remained unqualified for this contest. A bald elder absent-mindedly rubbed his head and stated as much. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that aspiring to participate in the personal inheritance competition necessitated certain prerequisites. "Let us extend a hand to this boy," the bald elder concluded, shaking his head, his voice resonating with age and authority. "Duan Jiang, you may not fully grasp the rules of the personal inheritance competition. This contest is exclusively for the true disciples. It is not a stage for all true disciples. If you wish to participate, it is not impossible, but you must meet 2 specific criteria. However, I fear that, at present, you are unable to fulfill these requirements." As the bald steward spoke, his tone remarkably gentle, reminiscent of a kind reminder to a wayward junior. Everyone instantly comprehended that he was providing Duan Jiang with a graceful exit. Upon hearing the steward's words, Duan Jiang, seated upon the throne, experienced a fleeting glimmer in his gaze. To participate in the competition for the direct disciples, 2 conditions must be met. Chapter 42, Confrontation, Duan Jiang Fearless. At this moment, across from Duan Jiang, the expressions of the 6 direct disciples occupying the other thrones varied significantly. Yao Tianwei from the Tianxin lineage regarded Duan Jiang with wide-eyed astonishment. Bai Ling of the Yuheng lineage mirrored this surprise, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. Meanwhile, the portly Tan Shu from the Tianquan lineage remained oblivious, still dozing. In stark contrast, Qian Yinju of the Yaowang lineage exhibited an unreserved sneer and disdain in his gaze. Sharing a similar expression was Yi Long of the Tianji lineage, who regarded Duan Jiang with a mixture of scorn and derision. In contrast, Feng Nanhao of the Tianshu lineage appeared to be in a state of serene detachment. His eyes half closed as if lost in his own world, unaffected by the external commotion. May I inquire, esteemed steward, what are the two conditions for participating in the Direct Disciples Grant competition? Duan Jiang leaned slightly forward, his voice resolute. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's inquiry, a hint of helplessness flickered in the bald steward's eyes, mirrored by the other stewards. They could discern that Duan Jiang remained obstinately hopeful. Countless true disciples across the realm erupted in laughter and mockery, deeming Duan Jiang to be tragically oblivious, as he could simply step down gracefully from the throne, yet instead persisted in his folly. Did he truly believe he could partake in the grand competition for direct disciples? Surely, he would become the subject of ridicule. Nonetheless, the bald steward patiently elucidated, the grand competition is exclusively designed for the direct disciples of each peak. In other words, to participate, one must first be a direct disciple of a lineage. Do you comprehend? The steward's implication was clear. Duan Jiang was merely a true disciple, not a direct one. Now I understand. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed steward, Duan Jiang replied with a nod. Just as everyone anticipated that Duan Jiang would finally recognize the futility of his pursuit, he suddenly raised his right hand, a radiant glow emanating from it, and his identity token soared into the air. In a flash, a dark crimson light erupted from the token, enveloping Duan Jiang in a resplendent aura, illuminating the surroundings and rendering him akin to a war god. Simultaneously, the characters for Direct Disciple prominently appeared on his identity token. Boom. All true disciples present were left utterly dumbfounded, many rendered speechless. This was a glory that only direct disciples could possess. Duan Jiang had actually become a direct disciple of the Kaiyang lineage? What in the world? How could this be possible? How many days has he been part of the Kaiyang peak? The world has once again fallen into a profound silence, as all present are utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. No one anticipated that Duan Jiang would truly become a direct disciple of the Kaiyang lineage. On the throne, the various elders wore expressions of disbelief, and soon after, Elder Yumeng sighed with a bitter smile, remarking that this young man seemed to have come thoroughly prepared. The aged eyes of Elder Bald also flickered with a hint of astonishment. However, at that very moment, a voice laced with disdain and coldness abruptly pierced the air. A direct disciple of the Kaiyang lineage? Merely a joke. There are only a few grasshoppers on Kaiyang Star, and with you included, there are a mere 5 individuals, 5 chosen ones to select a direct disciple? Are you jesting? The speaker was none other than Qian Yinju. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Duan Jiang and was eager to teach him a lesson. The last time Duan Jiang entered the tower, he had intended to intervene. But to his surprise, Duan Jiang had surged into the top 600 of the Wuji ranking, even drawing the attention of the esteemed Taiyang Xuanzi. This filled Qian Yinju with a sense of extreme frustration and jealousy. Now, with Duan Jiang aspiring to participate in the direct disciple competition, Qian Yinju could no longer contain himself and directly targeted Duan Jiang with his words. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Such an embarrassing direct disciple utterly tarnishes the reputation of our true lineage's direct disciples. You wish to partake in the direct disciple competition? What makes you think you are worthy? Another voice, dripping with scorn and derision, rose to echo this sentiment. It was none other than Yi Long of the Tianji lineage. His gaze was laced with unmistakable contempt and chill, fixated on Duan Jiang, as if he were merely an ant beneath his lofty stance. As 2 prominent direct disciples spoke out against Duan Jiang, the atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Many spectators scoffed, believing that Duan Jiang had brought this upon himself. Yet a fair number cast sympathetic glances in his direction. However, Duan Jiang appeared entirely oblivious to the words of Qian Yinju and Yi Long. Not even deigning to glance at them, his demeanor was one of blatant disregard. This immediately sent a chill through the eyes of both Qian Yinju and Yi Long. Duan Jiang's gaze was solely fixed upon Elder Bald, and he spoke once more. Elder, I have fulfilled the first requirement. May I inquire what the second condition is for participating in the direct disciple competition? Witnessing Duan Jiang's relentless pursuit for answers, Elder Bald felt a deep sense of resignation. Letting out a soft sigh, the second condition is that one must conquer the 6th level of the Wuji Tower. As Elder Bald's words left his lips, all true disciples instinctively turned their gazes towards the towering Wuji Tower that loomed in the distance. a surge of intense yearning coursing through them. The 9 levels of the Wuji Tower. Should one conquer the 3rd level, it signifies the potential to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm in the future. If one were to conquer the 5th level, they would earn the qualification to strive for the title of Annihilation Sovereign. If one can traverse the 8th level, it signifies an unparalleled achievement in martial arts talent, heralding the potential to ascend to a realm that surpasses all others. The term Transcendent Realm is a dream cherished by countless true disciples. To comprehend the heavens is to overshadow the world. At this juncture, Duan Jiang should surely recognize the futility of his endeavor, for even the 6th level of the Wuji Tower is not easily conquered, even by direct disciples. Indeed, having already navigated the first 4 levels, perhaps with an additional 5 to 8 years, Duan Jiang's aptitude could allow him to reach this stage, overcoming the 6th level. But certainly not at this moment. Many true disciples murmured, believing that Duan Jiang would inevitably withdraw and depart. As anticipated, in the next instant, Duan Jiang, who had been seated upon the throne, slowly rose to his feet. Witnessing this, Qian Yanju and Yi Long exchanged cold smiles, their expressions thickening with disdain and contempt. A brazen fool, he ought to return whence he came. Yet just as everyone assumed Duan Jiang would concede defeat and leave, his voice resonated once more. It turns out that the second condition is to conquer the 6th level of the Wuji Tower. My gratitude to the bald steward for the revelation. Calculating the time. There remains a stick of incense before the commencement of the disciple tournament. Ample time indeed. After uttering this proclamation, Duan Jiang's form flickered, and without further ado, he surged toward the nearby Wuji Tower. At that moment, all felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by a powerful hand, their spirits reverberating with anticipation. Chapter 43. Uncle Wang stares, step upon them. What does Duan Jiang intend? Is he truly attempting to conquer the Wuji Tower? To overcome the 6th level and then return to participate in the disciple tournament? Has Duan Jiang lost his mind? A mere newcomer. From whence does he derive such confidence and strength? Countless true disciples felt their minds overwhelmed. Duan Jiang's actions defied all expectations, even those thought inconceivable. This is the Wuji Tower, not merely the stairs of Uncle Wang next door, to be traversed at whim. How audacious the newcomers have become. So much so that one might feel compelled to deliver a slap to bring them to their senses. Qian Yanju spoke icily, his fiery gaze imbued with frost. An irksome presence indeed, Yi Long remarked coldly. Clearly, at this moment, everyone in the Tiandao Plaza regarded Duan Jiang as recklessly ignorant of his limitations. Before the Wuji Tower, Duan Jiang's figure gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, the gaunt old man in the black robe seated upon the Wuji list exhibited a flicker of life in his previously dull gaze. With a slight movement of his right hand, the Wuji list transformed into a radiant light screen. The 97th position, Duan Jiang's rank, became starkly visible to all. How long is the duration of a stick of incense? It is but the blink of an eye. At this moment, the various stewards on the martial combat platform wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces reflecting a vacuous, bitter smile, rendered almost speechless. The bald steward sighed deeply and exclaimed, "This lad is truly something extraordinary." Yet, his words were only half uttered before they escalated into an overwhelming, astonished roar. In the next instant, the other 5 stewards exhibited drastic changes in their countenance, rising abruptly from their thrones, each fixating intently on the shimmering martial rankings displayed in the void, their eyes brimming with profound shock and disbelief. Simultaneously, the true disciples also turned pale, as if struck by 1,000 bolts of thunder. Their eyes widened to the brink of popping from their sockets, and many trembled uncontrollably. Before them, the martial rankings illuminated in the void revealed that Duan Jiang, who had initially occupied the 97th position, was now soaring through the ranks. 97th, 80, 70, and finally, he settled at the 49th position. Concurrently, following Duan Jiang's golden name, a line of text emerged, radiating a resplendent golden glow, capturing the attention of all. From Kaiyang Peak, Duan Jiang has successfully navigated through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the martial tower, achieving perfection in each. Boom. It was as if countless thunderclaps erupted in the hearts of everyone present, their minds buzzing incessantly. Duan Jiang had conquered the 6th level of the martial tower. In a mere span of a few hundred breaths, he had accomplished such a feat with flawless precision. Instinctively, everyone began to rub their eyes, doubting the reality before them. Yet, the golden script was unmistakably clear, leaving no room for error. Upon the throne, Qian Yanju's eyelids twitched violently, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. On the other side, Yi Long's expression transformed sharply. his piercing gaze harboring an unmistakable blend of astonishment and fury. However, this was not the end. In less than 100 breaths after Duan Jiang's flawless completion of the 6th level, his previously stagnant rank began to surge once more. Duan Jiang's rank was climbing again. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the air, voices trembling with incredulity. 49th, 40th, 30th, 20th, until finally, when Duan Jiang's rank settled again, it had astonishingly reached the 18th position. 18th on the martial rankings. Simultaneously, the text following his golden name shifted yet again. From Qiang Peak, Duan Jiang has successfully navigated through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of the martial tower, achieving perfection in all 8. Hiss. The instant this line of text materialized, the entire Tiandao square reverberated with the sound of countless gasps. At that moment, every true disciple felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their neck. Were they dumbstruck? Were their minds in turmoil? Such descriptors were woefully inadequate to convey the emotions coursing through the hearts of all the true disciples present. They felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, experiencing the most astonishing events imaginable and witnessing the most incredible phenomena. A newcomer who had barely joined Qiang Peak for less than a month. In that very moment, before the eyes of all present, he soared through the 8th level of the Martial Extreme Tower in less than a quarter of an hour, ascending to the 18th position on the Martial Extreme rankings. What other explanation could there be, if not a dream? Buzz. Just as the crowd began to regain their composure, the 8th level of the Martial Extreme Tower trembled violently, eliciting a faint smile from the various elders. The enchanting Dream Spirit Elder, with her ruby lips parted in a seductive smile, remarked, "Ah, it has indeed emerged. This lad is truly extraordinary. This fluctuation seems unusual." However, in an instant, the Dream Spirit Elder's expression shifted, her delicate face tightening, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as an incredulous thought surged through her mind. Not only the Dream Spirit Elder, but the expressions of the other elders, including Tian Shizi, also changed dramatically. Could it be? Tian Shizi's face paled, his gaze becoming vacant as if recalling something significant. Yet before anyone could utter another word, a chilling and resounding voice echoed forth. It was the declaration of the Tower Spirit. Disciple Duan Jiang of the Sacred Sect, astonishingly gifted, has shattered ancient shackles and successfully breached the 8th level of the Martial Extreme Tower, in accordance with the regulations of the glorious sect. Thus, we announce this to the heavens above and the nether realms below. The Tower Spirit's proclamation reverberated through the entirety of the Sacred Sect. Boom. The pupils of several elders and Tian Shizi widened in shock. Meanwhile, the true disciples outside were rendered speechless. What a monster Duan Jiang is. Where did this anomaly emerge from? Is he truly human, or an unknown entity cloaked in human form? Many true disciples felt as though they were losing their sanity. Their mouths agape, their tones trembling with disbelief. Clap, clap, clap. In the next instant, it was as though many had once again heard the resounding sound of slaps to the face. Whose face was being slapped? Naturally, it was Qian Yanju and Yi Long. They had previously mocked and derided Duan Jiang, belittling him. But now, Duan Jiang had, with decisive action, brutally smacked their faces in a straightforward and overwhelming manner. Right before the eyes of the crowd. Especially for Qian Yanju, this was the second time Duan Jiang had delivered such a stinging rebuke. This lad. How could it be possible? Qian Yanju's eyes seemed to burn with fury, yet he struggled to suppress himself, the energy around him becoming increasingly tumultuous. Yi Long fared little better, gripping the armrests of his throne tightly, wanting to speak, yet finding himself utterly at a loss for words. Yao Tianwei and Bai Ling were both struck with shock, which soon transformed into admiration. The previously drowsy chubby figure, Tan Shu, had also awakened. His small eyes fixed intently on the Martial Extreme rankings, a glimmer of brilliance stirring within them. Even the ever-slightly closed eyes of Feng Nanhao slowly opened, revealing a gaze akin to an unfathomable abyss, which suddenly stirred with tumult. At that very moment, a radiant light shone forth before the Martial Extreme Tower, and the tall, statuesque figure of Duan Jiang stepped out, reappearing before the eyes of all. His expression remained tranquil, his eyes profound, and throughout, his countenance exhibited no discernible change, yet within, he grappled with an undeniable shock. He had not anticipated the terrifying potency of the bloodline of the purple gold emperor dragon. With a single punch, merely one punch, he had obliterated all his adversaries. Had he not intentionally concealed his prowess, he would likely have already surpassed the 9th barrier. However, witnessing the wide-eyed disciples, Duan Jiang could only shake his head with a sigh. I truly am not one to indulge in showmanship. Duan Jiang took a step forward, once more striding toward the throne below the martial combat platform, which represented the direct disciples of Qiang Peak. Ah, the timing is just right. After murmuring to himself, Duan Jiang turned his gaze toward the array of stewards, their faces frozen, collectively resembling lifeless statues. He addressed one of the bald stewards with a calm demeanor. "Steward, I believe I have now earned the right to participate in this direct disciple competition." Upon uttering these words, Duan Jiang once again sat gracefully upon the throne as if he had never departed. The moment his words fell, the entire Tiandao Square descended into an abyss of silence, where even the faintest sound could be heard. Chapter 44. Yilong takes action, a stunning melody. At this instant, in the minds of all present, Duan Jiang had metamorphosed into an unparalleled prodigy. All skepticism, ridicule, and mockery evaporated entirely, replaced by profound reverence, deep, abiding awe. At this juncture, within the hearts of all true disciples, Duan Jiang's standing surged with the ferocity of a mountain torrent. If in the past he was merely a peerless talent brimming with infinite potential, now he had transformed that potential into a formidable force. Duan Jiang was now capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the 6 foremost direct disciples. Even as 10 breaths passed since Duan Jiang resumed his seat, the realm remained enveloped in profound silence. All true disciples continued to stare at him, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment, none daring to utter a word. Cough, cough. It was only when the elderly bald steward's dry cough pierced the stillness that the silence was finally shattered. "I hereby announce that Duan Jiang, direct disciple of Kaiyang Peak, is qualified to represent Kaiyang Peak in this upcoming direct disciple competition." With these words, no one dared to contest. Duan Jiang had captivated all with his raw, direct, yet breathtakingly brilliant display, earning his place in the direct disciple competition. The rules for this competition remained unchanged from the past, a draw for the arena battles. Whoever among the 7 could stand victorious on this martial combat platform would be deemed the winner. The allocation of resources for the subsequent 6 months would be determined by the standings in this direct disciple competition. Remember, during the duels, any act that endangers the life of an opponent is strictly prohibited. Any transgressor, regardless of identity, will face severe repercussions. Certainly, as he spoke, the bald steward paused slightly, his aged eyes reflecting the presence of the 7 esteemed disciples, a glimmer of brilliance surfacing within. After a brief pause, he continued, "This time, the ultimate reward is akin to that of the previous grand competition among direct disciples. The individual who claims the first position will not only secure additional sect resources for their lineage, but will also gain entry to the back mountain to receive guidance from the esteemed elder for half a month." At the moment the steward's words concluded, the flames of ambition ignited in the eyes of the 6 direct disciples, as if they might burst forth from their very sockets. However, Duan Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure. Guidance from the esteemed elder? It dawned on him. Unlike the others, Duan Jiang exhibited no trace of desire upon hearing this. Instead, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. Guidance. Did he truly require someone else's mentorship? Nevertheless, to avoid disappointing his wife, he resolved that in the forthcoming competition, regardless of who stood in his path, he would triumph over all challengers. "Now, you 7, present your identity tokens, and I shall commence the random selection of combatants for the arena battles." With a whoosh, 7 identity tokens soared into the air, swirling chaotically under the steward's influence. The first task was to determine who would receive a bye in the initial round. After 10 heartbeats, 1 token shot forth, shimmering in the void, signifying that its owner would be exempt from the first round. The bye goes to Feng Nanhao. Upon the steward announcing this name, whispers erupted among the gathered direct disciples, all nodding in tacit approval, clearly satisfied with the outcome. After all, Feng Nanhao hailed from the celestial pivot peak and was subtly regarded as the strongest among the direct disciples. Duan Jiang immediately grasped the implications. This was likely a maneuver orchestrated by the sect's higher-ups. As the acknowledged strongest disciple, any opponent he faced would likely find little success. Granting him a bye would allow the remaining 6 to identify the top 3 contenders, thus enhancing the competition's excitement. Seated upon his throne, Feng Nanhao remained composed, his expression inscrutable, indifferent to who his opponents might be or when they would emerge. He was acutely aware that ultimately, victory would belong to him alone. Once more, the 6 remaining tokens began to whirl in the air. After 10 heartbeats, 2 of them shot forth, landing in the steward's hands. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. The 6 direct disciples, excluding Feng Nanhao, fixed their gazes upon him, a palpable air of dominance swirling around them. Gazing at the 2 identity tokens in his hands, the steward's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the first round, the opening match features Yilong from the Celestial Equator Peak against Duan Jiang from the opening Sun Peak. Boom. At this announcement, the entire Heavenly Path Square erupted with excitement. How remarkable! Yilong and Duan Jiang were set to clash in the very first bout, and the situation promised to be intriguing. especially since Yi Long had previously mocked Duan Jiang. Truly, they were adversaries destined to meet. Yi Long possesses extraordinary and inscrutable abilities, making him a formidable opponent. One cannot help but wonder how Duan Jiang would fare against him. Although Duan Jiang is an astonishingly talented prodigy, Yi Long, having been a direct disciple for many years, possesses a depth of foundation that is difficult for outsiders to fathom. It seems that in this battle, Yi Long has a greater likelihood of emerging victorious. Whispers began to circulate among the numerous true disciples, fervently discussing the impending clash. Go, brother Yi. Defeat him. Our Tianji Peak is truly invincible. The mere existence of Kaiyong Peak, which has languished for so many years, amounts to nothing. At that moment, every disciple of Tianji Peak was shouting, cheering with enthusiasm. From the throne, the slender figure of Yi Long slowly rose, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips as his sharp gaze looked down upon Duan Jiang. Duan Jiang, I am quite pleased at this moment, for I have encountered you in the first battle. It seems my wish has been fulfilled. This is an opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens to trample you beneath my feet. With a swift motion, Yi Long leapt into the air, landing upon the martial arena. How presumptuous of this inexperienced newcomer to believe he has the right to flaunt his qualifications in the competition of direct disciples. What makes him worthy of comparison with us? I shall make you realize that attaining the qualifications for this competition is but a cruel nightmare for you. Therefore, you may come forward now. Yi Long's cold laughter echoed, his voice chilling, his hair dancing without wind, exuding immense power. From afar, on the throne, Duan Jiang slowly rose. Without any visible movement, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear on the martial arena, standing in stark contrast to Yi Long. His expression remained calm and unperturbed. Just as it had been before, there was no need for words with such an opponent. He simply needed to be defeated. Are you done speaking? If so, let us begin. After I deal with you, there are others waiting. I do not wish to squander too much time. Duan Jiang spoke with a serene tone, revealing no signs of tension. If he could not handle such an adversary, how could he protect his wife? Upon hearing this, the hearts of all true disciples were stirred. Their gazes fixed upon him with incredulity. How audacious! To describe Yi Long with such dismissive words is sheer contempt, delivered so nonchalantly. He does not regard Yi Long as a worthy opponent at all. Must this boy always flaunt his bravado? Muttered the bald steward atop the martial arena. Ha ha, Duan Jiang. You truly possess a sharp tongue. Excellent. You have succeeded in provoking me. Thus, I shall let you experience what despair truly means. Yi Long laughed in fury. But in the next instant, his figure vanished. Simultaneously, the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. Suddenly, everyone's ears were filled with ethereal sounds. As an unknown ancient melody resonated, its rhythm vast and mysterious, as if emanating from the heavens. Beneath the throne of the martial arena, at this moment, aside from Feng Nanhao, the gazes of the other four direct disciples were all fixed intently. To their astonishment, Yi Long had commenced with the soul of the underworld right from the outset. It was evident that he had been thoroughly provoked by Duan Jiang. Bai Ling's voice rang out, clear as a spring, yet tinged with a hint of gravity. The remaining disciples also exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of seriousness. Chapter 45. A single strike, silence envelopes all melodies. Upon the martial stage, Duan Jiang stood tall and expressionless. The power of slaughter, commanded through melody, bore a remarkable resemblance to my tiger demon's ancient magic fist. This was indeed intriguing. Suddenly, the ancient tune transformed into an urgent, piercing sound of the pipa. Imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter and a chilling essence that resonated throughout the heavens, sweeping in all directions. Yi Long's figure finally emerged, standing proudly amidst the throng, gazing down at Duan Jiang like a deity. Duan Jiang, I present to you a melody of the underworld. I invite you to experience it. Yi Long mused coldly. Fear not, you shall not perish. At worst, you will merely wish you had. At that very instant, the deadly pipa notes resounded once more, and the myriad forces in the void surged towards Duan Jiang with fervor. The 9 turns of the netherworld, the stars in their celestial dance. Yi Long's voice echoed like a demonic wail as he initiated the first movement of the soul of the underworld. His most formidable technique of slaughter was unleashed from the very beginning. Duan Jiang was surely in peril. Quickly, seal your 5 senses with your mental force. Do not heed that infernal melody, lest the consequences be unspeakable. A voice rang out among the true disciples, prompting many to become alert. Yet, some were still slow to react, their bodies trembling before collapsing to the ground like lifeless husks, pallid and vacant, as if ensnared in a realm of infinite terror. What a formidable soul of the underworld! Regardless of how many times one witnesses it, the heart races with trepidation. To wield mental force in orchestration of slaughter, Yi Long's prowess must not be underestimated. In terms of mental strength alone, he is perhaps the mightiest among us. Yao Tianwei reflected, having been rivals for many years. The 6 direct disciples were well acquainted with each other's capabilities. Could Duan Jiang endure this onslaught? Bai Ling interjected, her beautiful eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Humph, just him. Yi Long's melodic prowess could extinguish him as easily as one sips water. Qian Yin spoke coldly, his gaze sharp as ice. Only Tan Shu and Feng Nanhao remained silent. With Tan Shu fixated on the martial stage. Boom. In the next heartbeat, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a radiant darkness. The pipa's notes erupting as streaks of obsidian meteors cascaded down. The soul of the underworld. It is a melodic technique, yet fundamentally an assault of mental force. Targeting the very souls of its victims, enigmatic and elusive. In the void above, Yi Long observed as the martial stage succumbed to the deluge of his melodic assault. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. To receive my strike without flinching or evading is sheer foolishness. Had it not been for the prohibition against causing harm during the disciple competition, he would have met a fate of shattered soul and death by now. Yet, in the very next moment, as the pitch-black, ethereal glow enveloping the martial arena dissipated, all gazes converged in astonishment. This is impossible. The first to voice this incredulity was Qian Yinju, his eyes brimming with disbelief, fixated intently on the arena. Yao Tianwei and Bai Ling were momentarily taken aback, only to soon mirror his incredulity. This cannot be. In the following instant, a voice filled with rage and disbelief resounded from the void. It was Yi Long. At this moment, the cold smirk that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fury. For there, standing upon the martial stage, was Duan Jiang. As steadfast as an ancient, demonic mountain, not a single thread of his garment disturbed, utterly unscathed. Yi Long's previously terrifying strike had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Duan Jiang. Your technique is commendable, yet its power falls short. The underworld melody? An impressive name for a spell. Do you possess even more formidable moves? Unleash them all. Duan Jiang's calm voice echoed, striking Yi Long as if 1,000 hammers had descended upon him. Fury ignited within Yi Long, yet, as a direct disciple, he forcefully suppressed the tempest of anger and disbelief within. It appears I have underestimated you. Very well, I shall resolve this in one fell swoop. Clang, clang. In an instant, the ancient melodies resonated once more throughout the darkened world, reverberating across the heavens. A palpable pressure suddenly emerged. First movement, azure clouds shatter. Second movement, earth cracks open. Ancient demon melody, severance of the sky. Break for me, Yi Long bellowed, his voice harmonizing with the ancient tune as he unleashed the most potent form of the underworld melody. Behind him, the surge of spiritual energy erupted. The aura of the 9th tier of the breaking sky realm radiating fiercely. All at once, the power surged forth, the force of his mental will detonating. Sweeping across the firmament, morphing into a pitch-black veil enveloping Duan Jiang, its might amplified manifold. Boom. The martial arena was engulfed once more. The obsidian veil blazed brilliantly. Ancient melodies echoing. With each note that resounded, a terrifying force of mental energy exploded. Whoosh. Whoosh. Above, Yi Long gasped for breath, his countenance pale. When the final vestiges of the black glow faded, a panting Yi Long trembled, growling in a hushed tone. No, this is impossible. This cannot be. Silence enveloped the world, an eerie stillness prevailing. The true disciples gaped, their eyes glazed over, their minds buzzing. There stood Duan Jiang upon the martial platform, still upright. Hands clasped behind him, his martial robe billowing, his expression serene, unscathed. On the throne, Yao Tianwei and Bai Ling exchanged glances, astonishment flickering in their eyes, speech eluding them. Tan Shu's small eyes sparkled with intensity, his demeanor turning gravely serious. Had all techniques been exhausted? It appears there are no greater contenders, to be frank. I find myself somewhat disappointed. Thus, it is better not to waste any more time. You should rest. As Duan Jiang's words fell, he soared into the sky, his profound gaze reflecting a pitch-black radiance, an embodiment of sheer violence, an epitome of wildness. A surge of destructive intent erupted, sweeping across the heavens, obliterating all in its path. The tiger's fury, ancient devil fist. The fist unleashed. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. A dark brilliance enveloped Duan Jiang. At that moment, no one could discern his face. A thunderous roar resounded. In the next instant, a colossal boom reverberated through the skies and the earth. The black luminescence surged, engulfing everything, rendering all invisible. After a span of several breaths, as the dark radiance finally dissipated in the astonished and incredulous gazes of all, on the martial stage stood a solitary figure, Duan Jiang. Another figure lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Trembling violently in utter disarray, it was Yi Long. Yi Long fixed his gaze on Duan Jiang, a flicker of fear flashing in his crimson eyes. yet more so an overwhelming disbelief as he strained to lift his head, yearning to utter something. You are actually at the ninth heaven of the fate tribulation realm. At last, with all his might, Yilong let out a quavering scream of those 4 words, then his head tilted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Regrettably, aside from Duan Jiang, no one could decipher his words. In the silent expanse of the heavenly Dao Plaza, countless eyes turned towards Yilong, then towards Duan Jiang. As all the true disciples felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, Yilong unleashed his full power, revealing the mightiest strike of the soul melody. Yet it could not harm Duan Jiang in the slightest. With a single punch, Yilong was obliterated by Duan Jiang, a complete and utter domination. In the first round, the victor was Duan Jiang of the Kaiyang Peak. The bald steward's voice, tinged with shock and age, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, announcing the result of the first battle. Chapter 46, A Heart Secretly Captivated, an Additional Admirer. It is simply unimaginable. Yilong's defeat was so decisive. On the throne, Bai Ling's beautiful eyes fixated on Duan Jiang, who leaped down from the martial stage, murmuring in disbelief, her tone laden with astonishment. It must be noted that Yilong's mental prowess ranks among the foremost of the true disciples. Yet, even so, it could not suppress Duan Jiang in the least. Could it be that Duan Jiang is also a master of mental power? To remain unaffected by another's mental force, one must possess mental strength that is at least equal to that of the opponent. Alternatively, could Duan Jiang possess a rare treasure that counters mental power? However, throughout the encounter, Duan Jiang had not shifted an inch, nor exhibited any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Thus, the likelihood of utilizing a treasure is minimal. Yet, Yilong is a quasi-soul king. How then did Duan Jiang neutralize Yilong's mental force? Could it be that Duan Jiang is a soul king? With this thought, Bai Ling's heart jolted. Impossible. Across the vast expanse of the Eastern domain, those who can attain the rank of soul king in terms of spiritual prowess are undeniably ancient beings of extraordinary caliber. Yilong's ability to reach the threshold of a quasi-soul king at such a tender age is undoubtedly linked to the extraordinary treasures he has previously consumed. In other words, mastery over the realm of the soul hinges entirely on fortune and innate talent. Thus, the fact that Duan Jiang has achieved the status of soul king at such a youthful age is something Bai Ling finds utterly incredulous. Yet, it is the undeniable truth. Consequently, Bai Ling's curiosity regarding Duan Jiang has intensified. In fact, even other direct disciples harbor immense trepidation towards Yilong, as the potency of his spiritual attacks is both terrifying and enigmatic. Alas, misfortune has befallen him in the form of Duan Jiang. Having inherited the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, Duan Jiang undergoes an unprecedented transformation, elevating the essence of his life to unparalleled heights. Both his physical and spiritual powers experience a significant augmentation. Even without prior training in spiritual energy, his current spiritual strength far surpasses that of Yilong. Therefore, Yilong's spiritual assault lacks the qualification to even harm Duan Jiang. This battle, in truth, has been a farce from beginning to end. Not only is Bai Ling astonished, but so too is Yao Tianwei. With Duan Jiang's current combat prowess, I fear, Yao Tianwei's gaze is similarly appraising Duan Jiang, gradually revealing a hint of admiration in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's beautiful eyes gleam momentarily. Meanwhile, Qian Yinju raises an eyebrow and coldly remarks, Yao Tianwei, you are truly regressing. What does it matter if this newcomer possesses remarkable spiritual abilities? Though Yilong is formidable, without his spiritual energy, he is but a toothless tiger. Being a direct disciple signifies that one possesses both intelligence and exceptional talent. Naturally, he quickly discerns that Duan Jiang's spiritual essence is unlike that of ordinary individuals, indicating that he is likely trained specifically in spiritual energy. One can only hope that this lad encounters me later, otherwise, I shall make him grasp the meaning of fear. Qian Yinju's voice carries a chilling intensity. The outcome of Yilong being vanquished by Duan Jiang indeed astounds him. Yet it is swiftly supplanted by an even more fervent desire for vengeance. On the other side, Duan Jiang resumes his seat, his expression serene and demeanor unruffled, akin to a refined gentleman returning from an excursion, seemingly oblivious to Qian Yinju's piercing gaze. However, the myriad true disciples of the realm remain transfixed, their eyes fixed upon Duan Jiang, unable to look away for an extended period. They had anticipated a fierce contest, yet the outcome has unfolded in this manner, truly astonishing. Some true disciples instinctively open their mouths, only to find themselves at a loss for words. Particularly, the true disciples from Tianji Peak appear utterly despondent. For Yilong's defeat at the hands of Duan Jiang signifies their peak's position as the last. However, there is no recourse, for their direct disciple has encountered the anomaly that is Duan Jiang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void above, the remaining 4 identity tokens begin to spin chaotically once more. Soon, 2 identity tokens shot forth and landed in the hands of Deacon Bai Ling. In the second match, Bai Ling of Yuheng Peak faced off against Qian Yanzhu of Yaoguang Peak. With the challengers of the second bout revealed, the combatants for the third match naturally emerged. Yao Tianwei of Tianshan Peak would confront Tanshu of Tianquan Peak. Hey, junior sister Bai. I never anticipated you would be my opponent in this battle. Well, let me gauge your progress over the past 6 months. Rest assured, I shall show you mercy. Qian Yanzhu declared as he rose, his gaze fixed upon Bai Ling, an overwhelming aura radiating from him like a surging inferno, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it might melt away at any moment. Senior brother Qian, you might find yourself on the losing end this time. Bai Ling responded, descending onto the martial platform like a butterfly flitting among flowers, her enchanting figure captivating, yet her tone bore a hint of an inscrutable depth. Oh, it seems junior sister Bai is quite confident. Very well, let us proceed. Qian Yanzhu dismissed her words lightly, landing on the platform like a descending mountain of flames. The pressure palpable across the expanse. Boom. A fierce clash erupted. Moments later, a resigned feminine voice echoed softly, "In this battle, I have lost." As the brilliance faded from the martial platform, Bai Ling's slightly disheveled silhouette became visible, her exquisite face reflecting not only resignation, but also a trace of astonishment. Junior sister Bai, I did promise to show you mercy. Qian Yanzhu's mocking laughter rang out as he gazed at Bai Ling, his eyes filled with a predatory gleam, as if he intended to devour her whole. At that moment, the true disciples gathered in Tiandao Square instinctively swallowed hard, their faces pale, their gazes towards Qian Yanzhu tinged with hostility. Bai Ling averted her eyes from Qian Yanzhu and gracefully descended from the martial platform. However, Qian Yanzhu remained, standing proudly upon the stage, withdrawing his gaze from Bai Ling and turning it towards Duan Jiang, who sat quietly not far away, a cold smirk slowly forming on his lips. Duan Jiang, your turn will come soon. I will also show you mercy. You shall not die, but your suffering will be unbearable. Qian Yanzhu's chilling laughter resonated, instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. This was indeed a provocation from Qian Yanzhu. Yet, his strength had grown even more formidable than half a year ago. Bai Ling was no match for him, and he had indeed held back, not unleashing his full power. If Duan Jiang were to face Qian Yanzhu, it would surely be a fierce clash. Many murmured among themselves, but no overwhelming consensus emerged regarding who would prevail. Clearly, both Qian Yanzhu and Duan Jiang were regarded as formidable figures among the true disciples, and one could not ascertain who was stronger without having faced them directly. However, in response to Qian Yanzhu's provocation, Duan Jiang remained undeterred, not even casting a glance in Qian Yanzhu's direction. Like Feng Nanhao, he closed his eyes slightly, feigning slumber. This demeanor immediately sparked dissatisfaction among many true disciples. Do you fancy yourself as Feng Nanhao, putting on an air of profundity? Yet in Bai Ling's eyes, Duan Jiang exudes an enigmatic allure at this moment. Chapter 47. The second round. The Celestial King realm emerges. This lad grows increasingly formidable. However, his confrontation with Qian Yanzhu promises to be a spectacular battle, for Qian Yanzhu is no ordinary contender. The current youth truly surpasses all expectations. The bald steward caressed his smooth head and sighed softly. Observing Bai Ling's dazed expression, the dreamy steward couldn't help but emit a quiet sigh. It had been years since she had seen Bai Ling so disheartened. The last time Bai Ling sought out Duan Jiang, she had already sensed it. Bai Ling was undoubtedly smitten. Yet, despite the jovial banter among the stewards, their demeanor remained respectful, imbued with a natural reverence. For at their center, Tian Shuzi sat quietly. However, the brilliance emanating from Tian Shuzi obscured all visibility, as if this eminent figure of the supreme sacred sect remained utterly unaffected. No one could fathom his thoughts, nor had they witnessed any movement from him. On the martial stage, Qian Yanzhu let out a cold snort. Yet, a quarter of an hour later, the third contest concluded as well. The victor was not Yao Tianwei, but Tan Shu of the Tianquan Peak. Generations produce talents anew. I never anticipated that junior brother Tan would progress so remarkably in just half a year. I concede this battle with utmost respect, Yao Tianwei remarked with admiration. Brother Yao is overly modest. I nearly lost. It was merely luck. Tan Shu replied unexpectedly humbly, a smile adorning his face, devoid of any arrogance, though none could forget the ferocity and sharpness he exhibited in battle moments prior. The first round of the personal disciples competition has concluded. This steward announces that the 4 advancing to the second round are Feng Nanhao of Tianshu Peak, Duan Jiang of Kaiyang Peak, Qian Yanzhu of Yaoguang Peak, and Tan Shu of Tianquan Peak. You 4 shall receive an hour's respite. The second round shall commence in 1 hour. An hour passes in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. In the void above, the remaining 4 identity tokens spun randomly under the bald steward's control. At this moment, all eyes within the heavenly Dao Plaza were fixated upon those 4 tokens. After 10 breaths, the first battle was set, Qian Yinjue of Yaoguang Peak against Duan Jiang of Kaiyang Peak. The second battle, Tinshu of Tianquan Peak versus Feng Nanhao of Tianshu Peak. Boom. At the instant the results were announced, the entire heavenly Dao Plaza erupted in fervor. Ha ha ha, the heavens align with my wishes. Duan Jiang, you can no longer escape. Come forth. A haughty laughter resonated as Qian Yinjue soared into the sky, landing firmly on the martial stage. The air grew scorching and billowed in all directions, as if the entire stage had plunged into a sea of flames. A fierce clash was about to unfold. Compared to half a year ago, Qian Yinjue had become significantly more terrifying. Moreover, I have an unsettling feeling that Qian Yinjue has retained a significant portion of his strength during our battle. Bai Ling gazed at Duan Jiang, who had also risen to the martial arena, and spoke softly. Compared to Yi Long, Qian Yinjue is indeed far more formidable. However, junior sister Bai, there is no need for you to underestimate yourself. Defeating you while holding back a substantial part of his strength seems rather implausible. Although Yao Tianwei had already been defeated, his inherently open-minded nature allowed him to remain unaffected, wholeheartedly embracing the role of an audience member, expressing a differing opinion on Bai Ling's words. Regardless, let us await the outcome with bated breath. On the martial arena, Qian Yinjue and Duan Jiang faced each other from a distance. Qian Yinjue fixed his gaze upon Duan Jiang, his eyes ablaze with a fire capable of incinerating the void. At last, I have captured this irksome rat. I am genuinely thrilled. I shall entertain you thoroughly, ensuring that your existence becomes a living hell. With a series of cold laughs, Qian Yinjue emanated an overwhelming aura. The earlier Yi Long was even more arrogant than you, suggesting that you two are cut from the same cloth, utterly detestable. It is best to seize this opportunity to dispose of you both. Duan Jiang's tone remained calm, yet it too carried a hint of chill. Ever since he had begun his ascent in the martial extreme tower, Qian Yinjue had repeatedly targeted him, now that they had crossed paths. It was time to resolve this matter directly. Duan Jiang's words caused Qian Yinjue's gaze to narrow, followed by a burst of derisive laughter. Imbued with a sense of pity, it seems that your victory over Yi Long has inflated your pride. Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your limitations. I find you quite pitiable. In the next moment, Qian Yinjue ceased his laughter, his eyes fixed on Duan Jiang, swirling with a strange and chilling mirth that was utterly captivating. Duan Jiang, open your eyes wide and be sure not to blink. Buzz. The instant his words fell, an indescribably terrifying heat radiated from Qian Yinjue, enveloping the entire martial arena. The sound of crashing waves echoed as numerous rings of spiritual energy manifested behind him, overwhelming in their grandeur and terror. The entire Tiandao Square had plunged into a profound silence. All the true disciples gaped in awe, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Qian Yinjue, their expressions frozen in shock. Even the typically graceful Bai Ling displayed a look of astonishment upon her stunning face. The first level of the King S realm? How could this be possible? Qian Yinjue has advanced ahead of us into the King S realm. The various deacons were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. At this moment, Feng Nanhao also opened his eyes, directing a fleeting, radiant glance at Qian Yinjue. Simultaneously, the brilliance surrounding Tian Shuzi flickered slightly. On the martial arena, Qian Yinjue regarded Duan Jiang, his expression rich with mockery and condescension, transforming from pity to overwhelming derision in an instant. Originally, this power was intended for confronting Feng Nanhao, yet it matters little now. For the sight of your despair brings me great joy. Qian Yinjue paused slightly, and the entire martial arena trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Boom. Qian Yinjue moved, descending like a blazing star, his right hand clenched into a fist, exuding an overwhelming might capable of incinerating the world. He struck towards Duan Jiang. The void quaked, melting and cracking under the pressure. Tremble in fear, Duan Jiang. In my eyes, you are akin to an ant that can be crushed effortlessly. Within his voice lay an infinite fervor, as if Qian Yinjue, the god of fire, had descended, radiating ultimate disdain and passing judgment on life and death. The fierce, yet ashen flames burned fiercely, enveloping the entire sky, as a fiery fist emerged, seemingly capable of tearing apart and annihilating everything. Hiss! Across the Tiandao Square, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Some of the true disciples nearby displayed ashen faces, lips cracked, throats parched, drenched in sweat, feeling as if they were on the verge of melting away. My heavens! How terrifying! A master of the heavenly king realm. If Qian Yinjue's punch were to land, Duan Jiang wouldn't just be unable to withstand it. He might be reduced to ashes in an instant. A raspy voice from a true disciple echoed, trembling and voicing the thoughts of nearly everyone present. It is simply unimaginable. In just 6 months, Qian Yinju has reached this level. He truly possesses the strength to challenge Feng Nanhao. Alas, while Duan Jiang has risen valiantly, he has underestimated the true disciples of the Seven Veins. Unparalleled prodigies are not limited to him alone. Chapter 48. The true dragon fist emerges, all shall perish. In the eyes of many disciples, this battle held no suspense. Confronting the first layer of the Heavenly King realm, even a single punch from Qian Yinju meant certain defeat for Duan Jiang. On the row of thrones above the martial arena, the expressions of the various attendants reflected a mixture of shock and helpless amusement. Truly, there are always stronger individuals. One mountain surpasses another. Duan Jiang has shown remarkable prowess, yet it was unexpected that Qian Yinju would also make a stunning entrance at such a young age. Nearly 20 years old and already in the Heavenly King realm, the bald attendant stroked his head, filled with sentiment. Alas, in this battle, Duan Jiang has encountered a formidable opponent. But how young is he? Only 18 years old. This experience will serve as a whetstone, sharpening his skills further, leading to great rewards in the future. The attendant Yu Ming spoke next, his tone resolute. Observing this, the other attendants nodded in agreement. They firmly believed that even if Duan Jiang were to lose this time, his future would remain dazzling and bright. Meanwhile, Qian Yinju's fist had already descended with a thunderous crash. Kneel before me. A chilling, mocking voice reverberated through the void, shaking the entire martial arena. Bang! A tremendous roar suddenly reverberated, as the ashen flames of elemental energy erupted into chaos. Each individual was left utterly awestruck by this unfathomable terror. After what felt like an eternity of breaths, the pallid flames enveloping the martial combat stage gradually dissipated, revealing Qian Yinju, who maintained his poised stance for a strike. A proud smirk adorned his face, and an intense satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Several true disciples instinctively shook their heads, seemingly unable to bear the sight of Duan Jiang still engulfed in the flames of elemental energy. Upon the martial combat stage, the bald overseer rose, shaking his head as he prepared to announce the final outcome. Yet, at that moment, Qian Yinju sensed something amiss, his pupils abruptly narrowing. This is impossible. His sudden roar echoed like thunder across the silent expanse, causing all true disciples to display expressions of profound confusion, their gazes instantly converging. Just then, the last vestige of Flame's brilliance vanished completely, unveiling the entirety of the martial combat stage. In an instant, all true disciples felt as though a million mountains had erupted within their minds, an overwhelming cacophony reverberating. At that very moment, the bald overseer froze in his stance, his aged face adopting a comically exaggerated expression, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. The other overseers behind him appeared equally astonished, as did the ethereal dream overseer. Bai Ling had long since clenched her right hand against her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with endless shock and disbelief. Yao Tianwei's hands trembled slightly, his pupils vibrating with astonishment. Tan Shu's small eyes were wide open in sheer incredulity. Feng Nanhao, the preeminent figure among the elite, narrowed his eyes for the first time. Most astonishing, yet overlooked by many, was the figure of Tian Shizi, who was momentarily bathed in an overwhelming radiance. The light around his face began to wane slightly, revealing a vast gaze that flickered and vanished in an instant. In the vast silence that enveloped the world, all eyes were drawn to the martial combat stage, where the terrifying right fist of Qian Yinju was gently met by a slender, pale hand. Opposite him stood Duan Jiang, calm and composed in his flowing martial robe, exuding no sign of distress. His right hand remained casually positioned behind him. With a single hand, he effortlessly neutralized Qian Yinju's formidable punch, which was laden with boundless terror. Without a hint of struggle, he achieved this feat. Not a single soul within the entirety of the heavenly Tao Square uttered a word, for all true disciples were ensnared in an abyss of astonishment, their minds utterly lost. Is my vision deceiving me? The bald overseer comically rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he discovered that this reality was indeed true. The various elders exchanged glances, feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. How could such a thing occur? The young man, Duan Jiang, had effortlessly deflected the formidable strike of Qian Yinju, a blow from the king realm. This lad could only possess the cultivation of the broken sky realm at most. Could it be that he was, in truth, a beast in human guise? Once again, we have been humiliated by Duan Jiang. Upon hearing this, the elders could only manage wry smiles, yet the shock within their hearts lingered. Meanwhile, Elder Yoming's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, their speculations were correct. At this moment, Duan Jiang was no longer human in essence, but a veritable, true dragon. However, due to the system's active concealment. No one had discerned the anomaly. On the martial platform, the expression on Qian Yinju's face was one of palpable displeasure. He fixed his gaze on Duan Jiang, his eyes aflame with fury, intertwined with an unmistakable astonishment. At that instant, Duan Jiang's voice suddenly broke the profound silence that enveloped the world. The first level of the King realm? It appears to be nothing remarkable. Then, allow me to return the favor with a punch. As his calm words fell, Duan Jiang drew his right hand from behind his back, fingers clenched tightly. He unleashed a punch. The motion was as fluid as flowing water, instinctively graceful. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated, overwhelming and unparalleled. There, upon Duan Jiang's resplendent golden arm, a divine dragon coiled, roaring in all directions, enveloping the entire martial platform, exuding an aura that could swallow the world. The true dragon fist. Danger. In that fleeting moment, Qian Yinju felt every pore on his body stand on end. A sense of indescribable trepidation blossoming within his heart. The punch from Duan Jiang felt utterly insurmountable. He found himself harboring thoughts of retreat, wishing to evade Duan Jiang's brilliance. Yet, accompanying this impulse was an endless rage and humiliation. How infuriating. Only Feng Nanho is worthy to be my opponent. What are you? Nothing more than a trivial being. Qian Yinju growled in resentment. Divine art. Golden sun opens the heavens. Break for me. In an instant, the surroundings erupted like the sun plummeting from the heavens, an endless wave of heat exploding forth. Qian Yinju utilized the secret techniques of the Yaoguang lineage, unleashing a breathtaking strike that illuminated the entire martial platform with fierce flames. Even Duan Jiang's visage was painted red by the blaze, as if enduring an unimaginable heat. Yet, even so, his expression remained unfazed, effortlessly delivering his punch, as if to say, no matter your myriad divine abilities and secret arts, I shall shatter them with a single blow. After all, it was merely an ordinary punch, not a technique that required vast amounts of spiritual energy. He was already a true dragon. The punch he threw was, indeed, the true dragon fist. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. As the true dragon fist was unleashed, the world was turned upside down. Nothing was visible, not even the endless flames conjured by Qian Yinju vanished in that moment. Only a fist, entwined with a golden divine dragon, loomed in the void. As for the fiery divine abilities of Qian Yinju, they were utterly extinguished by a single punch. The void reverberated with a terrifying force that exploded, as if everything had returned to nothingness. Chapter 49. A desperate counterattack? A fool's dream. In the next moment, a roar filled with fury and unwillingness erupted, and a figure was seen tumbling backward, desperately retreating. After retreating for several tens of thousands of zhang, he barely managed to stabilize himself without falling. At this moment, Qian Yinju was in a pitiful state. His martial robe had long since cracked. He was gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down, and his once handsome face had turned pale beyond measure. Suddenly, Qian Yinju's throat quivered, and a large mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, staining the void crimson. With the expulsion of this blood, Qian Yinju's entire being appeared to wither, his aura becoming extremely feeble. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly frenzied, even filled with resentment and boundless humiliation. His full force strike not only failed to overcome Duan Jiang, but had also left him gravely injured. This evidently signified Duan Jiang's superiority over him. How could the proud and solitary Qian Yinju accept such a reality? No. How could I, Qian Yinju, be defeated by you? I cannot be vanquished. I am invincible. Regardless of who it is, I shall suppress them. Veins bulged from Qian Yinju's temples as he howled to the heavens, transforming into a vengeful spirit, unleashing an overwhelming aura of rage that swept in all directions. Duan Jiang, I will make you beg for death. However, two calm words resonated, akin to a divine proclamation. In the next instant, everyone witnessed Duan Jiang extend his right hand, descending upon Qian Yinju. A long, fair hand stretched across the sky, fingers spread wide, shimmering like gold, pulsating with the essence of boundless violence, as if a celestial dome was descending. Get lost. Qian Yinju roared, soaring into the air, launching another strike to shatter Duan Jiang's hand, desperate for a counterattack. Alas, all was in vain. The golden sun divine ability was extinguished like a spark, followed by that hand directly slapping onto Qian Yinju's body. No, I am unwilling. Thud. Qian Yinju's despairing wail abruptly ceased as he crashed onto the martial combat platform, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, resembling a puddle of mud, having been utterly rendered unconscious by Duan Jiang's strike. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, images of his previous taunts and provocations directed at Duan Jiang flashed through his mind, now all reduced to mere jest. Retrieving his left hand, Duan Jiang stood beside the unconscious Qian Yinju, his expression serene yet exuding the aura of an unparalleled war god, commanding and majestic. Suppressing Qian Yanju felt akin to merely subduing a rabid dog. "Deacon, please announce the result." After several breaths of silence, witnessing the surrounding stillness, Duan Jiang finally spoke softly. At his words, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. The entire Tiandao Square erupted into a cacophony. In this fierce battle, Duan Jiang from Kaiyang Peak emerged victorious, advancing to the next stage. At this moment, the voice of the elderly bald steward trembled, leaving him utterly speechless. On the martial stage, Duan Jiang leaped down and returned to his throne, while all eyes followed his every movement. In the direct disciples competition, Duan Jiang fought twice. First, he obliterated Yi Long with a single punch, and now he had rendered Qian Yanju unconscious with a mere slap. His journey had been an unstoppable force, a unilateral domination. At this moment, within the hearts of all the true disciples, profound reverence for Duan Jiang had taken root. They revered him as one would a deity and feared him like a demon. However, the subsequent battle between Tanshu and Feng Nanhao unfolded an even more astonishing scene. Tanshu's cultivation had evidently reached the first level of the Heavenly King realm. This revelation once again left many in a state of shock and disbelief. Following Qian Yanju, Tanshu had also attained this level, further affirming his exceptional prowess. Yet, this was not what left the true disciples most astounded. The most shocking aspect was the ensuing clash between Tanshu and Feng Nanhao. In this battle, Tanshu was utterly defeated, crushed entirely by Feng Nanhao. "Use all your strength and strike me," was Feng Nanhao's declaration before the fight began. Yet none considered him arrogant or boastful. Rather, it felt entirely justified, for he was Feng Nanhao, the foremost among the direct disciples. In response, Tanshu bore no resentment or anger at the perceived disdain. Instead, he complied and unleashed his most formidable attack. Yet, he still faced defeat. "In the past 6 months, I have had some fortunate encounters and thought I could finally defeat you. It seems, however, that as I progress, so do you, and perhaps even at a faster pace. I concede." On the martial stage, having acknowledged his defeat, Tanshu spoke candidly, his small eyes reflecting a hint of sentiment. However, he soon paused. Glancing over at Duan Jiang seated below, then back at Feng Nanhao, his expression inscrutable. It appeared that this time, alongside the prodigious Feng Nanhao, another exceptional talent had emerged, both possessing the extraordinary ability to dominate the first level of the Heavenly King realm. Who will ultimately triumph? The anticipation is palpable. With a hearty laugh, Tanshu leaped down from the martial stage, his laughter imbued with deep expectation and excitement. Similarly, his words ignited the atmosphere of the entire Tiandao Square, igniting the flames of ambition within the hearts of all true disciples. At that moment, the aged voice of the bald steward resonated once more. "Well, the strongest 2 direct disciples have now been determined in this competition. Feng Nanhao from Tianshu Peak and Duan Jiang from Kaiyang Peak. Who will ultimately emerge as the victor in this grand competition? Let us await the outcome with bated breath." In a swift moment, 2 figures ascended into the air, landing upon the martial arena, poised in opposition to one another. At this instant, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Every true disciple present fixated their intense gazes upon the 2 individuals standing on the martial stage. Feng Nanhao, regarded as the unchallenged champion among the direct disciples of the holy sect, exuded an aura of unfathomable strength, recognized as the absolute ruler, formidable to an almost grotesque degree. Duan Jiang, acknowledged as an astonishing prodigy, stood ready for the clash. At this moment, these 2 titans were set to engage in an epic confrontation, who would prove to be the mightiest among them. In the hearts of every true disciple, speculation and judgment had become futile. The unpredictability of these 2 extraordinary individuals rendered any forecast impossible. Yet, precisely because of this, the atmosphere in the heavenly Dao Square reached a fever pitch, brimming with anticipation for an earth-shattering battle, a confrontation of titanic proportions that promised to be exhilarating. Indeed, as 2 remarkable forces collided, the excitement was palpable. This competition among the direct disciples far surpassed any previous encounters in sheer spectacle, igniting a thrill amongst the onlookers. The voices of the true disciples quivered with enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this pinnacle battle. On the martial arena, Feng Nanhao turned his gaze toward Duan Jiang and spoke first. "Junior brother Duan, you possess remarkable strength, almost unfathomable, especially considering your lack of experience in breaking through the heavens. Your combat prowess is truly commendable, and even I must concede to that." As Feng Nanhao's words echoed, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. "Brother Feng, you overestimate me. I have merely been fortunate enough to acquire some opportunities. It is nothing significant." Duan Jiang replied with a calm demeanor. A smile graced Feng Nanhao's handsome visage at that moment. To be honest, I am quite pleased and somewhat exhilarated. For after a lengthy wait, I have finally encountered an opponent formidable enough to inject excitement into this competition. However, his gaze flickered, revealing an overwhelming confidence and an invincible spirit. The outcome of this battle is, in my heart, already predetermined. I have never tasted defeat, and today will be no different. Junior brother Duan, I hope you can offer me some surprises, so that I may not swiftly forget the experience of this competition. Confidence, arrogance, invincibility. As Feng Nanhao uttered these words, he seemed to awaken like an ancient beast from slumber, radiating an overwhelming aura and boundless brilliance. Words are futile. The truth will be revealed in battle, Duan Jiang replied calmly. A genius? Invincible? Perhaps. Yet, Duan Jiang hailed from another realm, destined to transcend mere genius. Chapter 50. A match of equals, talents meeting. From the very beginning, among the 6 direct disciples, Duan Jiang had sensed that Feng Nanhao was indeed the strongest among them. In this moment of battle, although Duan Jiang appeared outwardly calm, a current of excitement surged within him. Engaging with formidable opponents was the only way to enhance his consciousness and reflexes, attributes that could not be bestowed by any system but could only be cultivated through diligent practice. Moreover, having appropriated the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, he knew that it was only a matter of time before they would come seeking him. While Duan Jiang had not personally experienced the Dragon Clan's overwhelming dominance, he could easily surmise their formidable nature. They were far from benevolent. Most importantly, he harbored a profound yearning to uncover the essence of this world and return to Blue Star. This universe was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Perhaps, he was currently situated on the other side of a black hole, driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore it further. However, all of this required immense strength as a foundation. Therefore, whether it was Feng Nanhao or anyone else, anyone who stood in his way or impeded his progress would be swept aside. Let it come. Feng Nanhao's voice erupted, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant aura of spiritual energy that soared into the heavens, launching an offensive towards Duan Jiang. He was the first to strike. His palm formed into a fist, accumulating an astonishing force, accompanied by an indescribable ancient charm that unfurled, as if the Buddha were chanting and the Bodhi were whispering. Boom! Feng Nanhao's fist came crashing down, unleashing a divine technique that shattered the very void. A technique of the Buddhist sect? Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened as he instantly sensed the overwhelming Buddhist aura surging towards him, a flicker of surprise igniting within his heart. He had not anticipated that Feng Nanhao, possessing such extraordinary fortune, would indeed wield a Buddhist power, evidently of immense potency. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated through the heavens as Duan Jiang unleashed a fist of his own, unparalleled in its dominance, unmatched in its might. The true dragon fist. This was the very strike that had previously wounded Qin Yinju, originating from the imperial dragon of purple gold, now re-emerging into the world. Bang! The 2 fists collided in an instant, producing an unfathomable clash. The thunderous sound reverberated, echoing through the 9 heavens. Boundless primordial energy surged forth, engulfing the entire martial arena. As terrible waves of power swept through, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the spiritual energy erupted violently, causing all the true disciples to exhibit infinite awe and terror, retreating frantically. The bald steward had already intervened, enveloping the entire martial arena with an immense barrier of primordial energy to contain the force of their collision, while his aged eyes were filled with astonishment. This was merely the beginning. Duan Jiang and Feng Nanhao's tentative strikes had already reached such an extraordinary magnitude, it was simply unimaginable. Bang! Boom! Soon, the arena was filled with the resounding echoes of impacts akin to golden iron clashing. Each reverberation caused the entire martial arena to tremble, as the unleashed power tore through the void and soared into the clouds. The 2 figures cleaved through the veil of primordial light, ascending skyward like 2 bolts of lightning. Engaging in a frenzied duel at an unimaginable speed, close combat ensued. At this moment, the 2 engaged in a fierce and direct confrontation, transforming every conceivable space above and below into their battlefield. When their fists collided, it was as if 2 divine weapons had struck together, sending sparks flying and unleashing an overwhelming shockwave that reverberated through the void, causing everything to tremble. At this juncture, Duan Jiang's arms radiated a resplendent golden hue. As if forged from gold, each punch bore the power to shatter the heavens, capable of bringing down a star from the firmament. Yet, astonishingly, every one of Duan Jiang's blows was deflected by Feng Nanhao. This revelation sent a tremor through Duan Jiang's heart. Feng Nanhao could withstand his fists. It was crucial to note that his punches were infused with the essence of dragon energy. although he had yet to fully merge with the bloodline of the purple-gold emperor dragon, rendering his strength not entirely realized. This already signified Feng Nanhao's extraordinary nature. Even more astonishing was the golden sheen that emanated from Feng Nanhao's own physique. However, unbeknownst to Duan Jiang, Feng Nanhao was engulfed in profound astonishment at that moment. The power of his physical form was terrifying. Each strike contained unfathomable strength. Was this a manifestation of physical prowess? The ability to withstand my punches was utterly inconceivable. My fate is remarkable, having received the teachings of the Buddhist sect, aside from various divine abilities. My body has been tempered to its limits after being steeped in the supreme and precious Vajra, immortal liquid of Buddhism, capable of rending the heavens and shattering the void. Encountering beings who have cultivated physical prowess would easily lead to their suppression. Yet, at this moment, his fists had rendered my hands numb. But he is merely at the fate tribulation stage. This defies all logic. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. The vast emptiness feeling as though it had been crushed innumerable times, saturated with terrifying residual power. With a resounding boom, the two golden glowing fists struck heavily against one another once more. The brilliance surged forth, engulfing everything. When the tumult subsided, Duan Jiang and Feng Nanhao faced each other from a distance. Both seemed to have momentarily chosen to pause, yet the atmosphere had not lightened in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more oppressive, suffocating those present. A storm was brewing. At this moment, numerous true disciples dared not even breathe, completely entranced. The earlier clash between Duan Jiang and Feng Nanhao was nothing short of extraordinary, terrifying to the utmost. The power emanating from each move was sufficient to annihilate them effortlessly. Was this truly the extent of their strength? Far more fearsome than they had ever imagined. Beneath the martial arena, the voice of Yao Tianwei on the throne had taken on a hoarse quality, imbued with a sense of awe that seemed insurmountable. These two prodigies. Bai Ling gazed blankly, murmuring to herself in a daze. Both of them possess terrifying strength and combat awareness that have reached an extraordinary pinnacle, far surpassing us and transcending to an entirely different realm. I truly wonder how they have cultivated to such heights. Brother Duan, once again you have exceeded my expectations. Your physical prowess is formidable enough to place you among the top 3 beings I have encountered. Feng Nanhao's gaze was sharp as he spoke, laced with a hint of admiration. Brother Feng, you are no less remarkable. Your fortuitous opportunities have rendered you enviable to others, having obtained the legacy of the Buddhist sect. Your physical strength is undoubtedly a testament to the profound mysteries within that tradition. Duan Jiang responded, his tone remaining calm. His current comprehension points stood at 1101, and his keen insight immediately discerned the uniqueness of the situation. Oh, I did not anticipate that Brother Duan would possess such discernment, able to recognize my heritage. It is truly difficult to imagine that Brother Duan was once considered a cultivation waste by the world. Indeed, the words of the masses should not be taken to heart. Feng Nanhao sighed inwardly, yet his imposing aura showed no sign of faltering. Rather, it intensified. He had naturally conducted thorough investigations into this astonishing newcomer. But the results left him utterly astounded. How could an unparalleled prodigy have once been labeled a cultivation failure by the public? This defies all logic. Brother Feng, you flatter me. Duan Jiang replied with a gentle smile, his brilliant eyes shimmering with a profound glow. Let us determine the victor with a single strike. Feng Nanhao's voice resonated powerfully, his fighting spirit soaring as he unleashed his full cultivation. His cultivation level was astonishingly at the 3rd heaven of the Heavenly King realm. This scene caused all the true disciples to be engulfed in a reverberation of awe, their minds buzzing. Never had anyone known the true extent of Feng Nanhao's cultivation until today. It was indeed earth-shattering. This battle is the most arduous I have encountered thus far. But it is precisely for this reason that I must emerge victorious, not only for my own honor, but also to ensure that my elder brother's glory remains untarnished. Feng Nanhao's tone was resolute and unwavering, his pupils deep with determination. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened, and he could not help but exclaim, Feng Wujie is your elder brother? The first place of the martial extreme tower of the celestial sacred sect is actually Feng Nanhao's sibling. Very well, let us settle this with a single strike. Duan Jiang's dark hair billowed, and without further words, he took a step forward, charging towards Feng Nanhao. In their exchange, the brilliance characteristic of youth was unmistakably revealed. Chapter 51, The Ultimate Showdown, a thought of divine and demonic. In the void above, the two stood facing each other from a distance. In the next moment, a golden and purple demon-subduing staff, nearly 10 feet long, materialized in Feng Nanhao's hand, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura. I never imagined that within our sect there would be someone capable of compelling me to wield this staff, and yet here I am, forced into action. Brother Duan, your strength far exceeds my expectations, enough to contend with me. Simultaneously, excitement surged within his heart. After many years, he finally encountered a worthy opponent. He could perceive that Duan Jiang's physique was extraordinary, undoubtedly forged through significant fortuity to reach such a remarkable state. Duan Jiang cast a casual glance at the demon-subduing staff in Feng Nanhao's hand, feeling no surprise whatsoever. There were no regulations against the use of weapons in this personal competition. He contemplated that once this contest concluded, he too would acquire a satisfactory weapon. His gaze towards Feng Nanhao grew increasingly intense, and his aura became more formidable, igniting a fervor within Duan Jiang's heart. In the next moment, Feng Nanhao made his move. A battle cry resonated through the heavens as he swung the purple-gold demon-subduing staff, unleashing his most powerful strike. The 9 turns Buddha demon technique. The Buddha's wrath upon the heavens. Boom. The air crackled with energy, and in an instant, the void above was illuminated by a radiant Buddha light. Golden Buddha statues surged forth from the purple gold staff, each softly chanting, their resonant mantras echoing across the sky. This spectacle left all the true disciples in a state of shock, their minds buzzing with the overwhelming power of the Buddhist techniques. It seemed this force transcended the confines of the Buddhist path. The bald steward gasped in astonishment. With a wave of his right hand, a protective barrier materialized, enveloping the entire martial arena and isolating Feng Nanhao's onslaught. This sudden shift awakened countless true disciples from their stupor, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs, their hearts racing with alarm. If they, standing at such a distance, could feel the impact, what must Duan Jiang, who faced it head-on, be experiencing? Fear and trembling? Or a calm composure? Even the stewards seated not far from the martial arena were taken aback, their bodies stiffening in response. This aura exceeded that of an ordinary third heaven warrior in the King realm, rivaling even that of a fifth heaven warrior. The steward Yumeng exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes brimming with admiration. Simultaneously, Yumeng sighed inwardly. Truly, Feng Wuji's younger brother was formidable. Surely, a tiger cannot have a dog as a younger sibling? It seemed that Duan Jiang would likely meet his end here, as the disparity in their cultivation was far too great to be compensated by mere foundation. Not far away, Bai Ling observed this scene, her small hands instinctively clenching tightly. Even she had not anticipated that Feng Nanhao had grown this powerful. In contrast, she noticed Duan Jiang's calm demeanor, devoid of any reaction, which brought her a sense of relief. Perhaps it was wise to forego resistance, for at least he would avoid injury. Duan Jiang's performance had already been astonishing enough. Meanwhile, Tian Shuzi, seated among the stewards, remained inscrutable, showing no signs of shock at Feng Nanhao's full display of strength. Yet unbeknownst to all, Tian Shuzi was intently focused on Duan Jiang, not shifting his gaze in the slightest. As a master of the extreme celestial sovereign realm, his perception was exceptional, allowing him to discern what others could not. He could feel it. Duan Jiang, truly fearless, is not merely concerned with appearances or feigning composure. He possesses an innate sense of the formidable power accumulating within him, poised to erupt. Above in the void, as he senses the overwhelming energy surging towards him, a sense of elation washes over him. Excellent. Simultaneously, a glimmer of mystique flickers in his eyes. The great immortal body and the ancient demon fist are instantaneously summoned, with fervent urgency. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. The left side of Duan Jiang's body becomes enveloped in an inky black aura at a visibly rapid pace, while the right side radiates a resplendent golden light, exuding a divine brilliance. The left side, shrouded in demonic energy, resembles the descent of a dark deity, while the right side, imbued with the majesty of a dragon, evokes the presence of an imperial dragon. In this moment, Duan Jiang seems to transform into a fusion of divine and demonic entities, exuding both sanctity and eeriness. This scene, witnessed by the onlookers, appears to transcend time itself. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of a tiger and the fierce cry of a dragon resonate throughout the void, draining the spiritual energy from the surroundings within 100 miles. In this confrontation, out of respect for Feng Nanhao, Duan Jiang prepares to unleash his full power. Ancient Demon Fist, first form of the Splitting Heaven technique. The Golden Dragon Claw. Unleash. Duan Jiang bellows into the wind, undaunted and resolute. This marks the first time Duan Jiang has exerted his full strength since traversing this alternate realm. Within him, the surging spiritual energy crashes against his meridians like a steel blade, and he endures the excruciating pain as he delivers this strike with all his might. The Golden Dragon Claw is the culmination of his solitary training over the past few days, an evolution of the Splitting Heaven technique. Remarkably, this is merely the first form, and it has already pushed Duan Jiang, with his comprehension level of 1101, to the limits of his understanding and application. It is unfathomable to conceive the true caliber of the Splitting Heaven technique. Duan Jiang remains unaware, as even the system has not explicitly defined it. With his left hand forming a claw and his right hand open as a fist, he lunges fiercely towards Feng Nanhao. With a ripping sound, Duan Jiang's strike ignites the heavens. A massive, ferocious demon tiger stomps through the void, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Simultaneously, a golden dragon claw, gleaming with a steel-like sheen, emerges from the void, entwined with a spectral purple-gold dragon, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of reality. Overwhelming and dominant, boundless and surging. Invincible is my essence. With a thunderous crash akin to a colossal tidal wave, the sound reverberates, obliterating all in its path, as if capable of devouring every living being. In this moment, all true disciples tremble in fear, their very souls quaking. Even the gaze of the esteemed Tian Shuzi is drawn to the heavens, fixated on Duan Jiang, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is you." Boom. The heavens and earth convulse, the cosmos trembles, and the void is on the brink of shattering from the clash of these two terrifying forces. Immediately, all present beheld blood splattering into the void, staining the surroundings crimson. It was evident that someone had been injured, and the outcome was clear. Yet, who had emerged victorious? Duan Jiang or Feng Nanhao? It was not until several breaths later that tranquility returned to the martial arena. Each disciple of true lineage held their breath, fixated on the platform, scarcely daring to exhale. Upon the martial stage, two figures materialized, Duan Jiang and Feng Nanhao, standing at a distance from one another as if the contest remained unresolved, as though they had reached an impasse. However, in the next moment, a voice imbued with sighs and reflections resonated softly. "Is this truly the extent of your prowess, junior brother Duan?" With those words, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Suddenly, Feng Nanhao's expression turned ashen, and he sank to one knee, his gaze vacant. In stark contrast, Duan Jiang remained standing tall and composed. "Brother Feng, I concede." Duan Jiang spoke gently, yet his demeanor exuded an unrivaled and majestic presence. "This battle I have lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." With Feng Nanhao's admission, everything became clear. In that instant, silence enveloped the world, only to be followed by a cacophony of uproar. "I hereby declare that the champion of this personal discipleship competition is Duan Jiang of Kayang Peak." The aged and fervent voice of the bald elder reverberated throughout the surroundings. Thunderous applause erupted as true disciples looked upon Duan Jiang with boundless awe and respect. Exultant cheers echoed to the heavens, igniting fervor in all directions. After the conclusion of the competition, Duan Jiang bid farewell to Tian Shizi and the numerous elders, departing from the Tian Dao Square. The reason was simple. He needed to continue residing at Tianshan Peak, awaiting news from the wild demon sect. If his expectations were correct, the sect would covertly send word in the coming days. The long-anticipated discipleship competition had finally drawn to a close. Yet, the celestial sacred sect did not fall into silence. Rather, it became utterly agitated. This was solely because the victor of the competition was Duan Jiang, a mere 18-year-old newcomer who had only recently joined Kayang Peak a month prior. He had swept through the contest with unprecedented ease, ultimately defeating the reigning champion, Feng Nanhao. This was nothing short of a miracle and a legend. Chapter 52. The Saintess seeks an audience, unmasking the spy. At Tianshan Peak, within a grand and resplendent hall, a young man knelt in shame at the foot of the dais. It was none other than Yao Tianwei, the true disciple of Tianshan Peak. "Master, I am incompetent. I have failed to place in the top 3 of this competition, bringing disgrace to you, my venerable teacher." With these words, Yao Tianwei bowed once more towards the elevated throne, his face etched with guilt. At the depths of the hall, a figure clad in white sat regally upon the throne. An intangible aura emanated from him. Only those of extraordinary prowess would notice that within a tinjong radius of the elderly man in white robes, not a speck of dust could be found. Upon hearing Yao Tianwei's words, the elder displayed no hint of disappointment on his face. Instead, the hall resonated with a clear and hearty laughter. "Aha, it is merely a contest. There is no need to take it to heart." Though this time the results were not satisfactory, the path of martial arts is vast and boundless. One should not feel inferior due to a single unfavorable competition. The elder, with a benevolent visage and stroking his long white beard, spoke in a tranquil tone, devoid of any reproach. Yet, upon hearing his master's words, Yao Tianwei's expression did not lighten. Instead, his brow furrowed even more deeply. "But this time is enough." Yao Tianwei's words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp exclamation. The journey of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they will fall back. Losing a match is a commonplace occurrence. One day, you shall leave the sect and contend with others. Although you are a talented disciple of the sacred sect, without the protection of the sect, even Feng Nanhao could meet untimely demise due to a moment's carelessness. The outside world is far more ruthless than the sect. A temporary defeat is inconsequential. As men, we must forge ahead bravely and strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. The elder had somehow appeared beside Yu Tianwei, patting his shoulder with a tone imbued with profound meaning. His words rang through Yao Tianwei's mind like the resounding toll of a bell. In the next moment, a dull thud echoed. Yao Tianwei knelt on one knee, his face filled with gratitude, and bowed deeply 3 times to the elder. Thank you, Master, for your enlightening guidance. It was I, Tianwei, who was lost in intoxication and strayed from my path. At this moment, Yao Tianwei bore no trace of his previous despondency. Instead, confidence radiated from him. Observing Yao Tianwei's transformation, the elder in white appeared pleased and nodded. However, his inner thoughts were quite the opposite. What a stubborn boy. It was merely a loss in a match. You were not the only one to face embarrassment. If he had encountered me in his first match, I can only imagine how despondent he would be. After all this time, I still must provide him with guidance. Truly lacking in ambition. At this moment, Duan Jiang silently lamented. Remember, the life of a martial artist is fraught with thorns. One must contend with others, with the earth, and with the heavens. Fear must not take root in your heart, nor should you be constrained by the heavens and the earth. Your aspirations must soar higher than the sky to break free from shackles, transcending the confines of fate. All right, you may leave now. Duan Jiang waved his hand, signaling Yao Tianwei to depart. Thank you, Master, for your clarity. Yao Tianwei, kneeling below, felt as if he had been invigorated by a surge of energy. After expressing his gratitude, he soared out of the hall. Upon witnessing Yao Tianwei's departure, Duan Jiang too let out a sigh of relief. As time elapses, the likelihood of his exposure increases. If he were to act rashly, the consequences would be dire. After all, he remains uncertain whether Yao Tianwei has truly betrayed them. Despite the lengthy discourse, it is only due to Duan Jiang's acknowledgement of the 3 bows that he grants any consideration to this matter. Regarding Yao Tianwei as potential allegiance to the wild demon sect, Duan Jiang is fairly confident that Yao Tianwei remains loyal to the sacred sect and has not succumbed to the influence of Tian Xuanzi. Nevertheless, this realization leaves Duan Jiang secretly impressed. Tian Xuanzi is exceedingly cautious, minimizing the risk of exposure. Indeed, a true old fox. Yet, such meticulousness only heightens Duan Jiang's vigilance. With Qiu Tianlong having reigned for centuries, it is implausible that nothing has transpired. It is certain that the sacred sect harbors infiltrators to relay messages, whether they be an elder, a steward, or perhaps a disciple remains uncertain. Duan Jiang lacks the clarity to discern this, as the number of his comprehension points does not permit him to scrutinize every member of the sacred sect. The over 1,000 comprehension points he possesses are earmarked for mastering the Dragon Clan's divine art, the heaven-shattering supreme technique. Initially, the endeavor is manageable, as he can grasp it independently. However, as he progresses, the challenges will undoubtedly intensify, necessitating assistance from the system. Presently, Duan Jiang finds himself in a bind, seemingly unable to take action. He must wait for the other party to reveal a flaw before he can respond effectively. In the midst of his strategic contemplation, a figure suddenly darted into the hall from outside. Duan Jiang turned to the sound, his expression darkening. What brings you back, you rascal? The visitor was none other than the returning Yao Tianwei. Upon hearing this, Yao Tianwei scratched his head, looking somewhat aggrieved as he clasped his hands. Master, the holy maiden Xianglan seeks an audience outside. Ah, so my wife has arrived. Surely, she has some important matters to discuss with me. Ignoring Yao Tianwei's disgruntled demeanor, Duan Jiang nodded indifferently and, in a flicker, returned to his seat. Moments later, a breathtaking woman clad in a flowing white gown gracefully entered, as if the very light of the heavens paused in reverence. This was none other than Ning Xianglan. Tianwei, you may retire, she instructed. Yes, master. With Yao Tianwei having exited, Duan Jiang immediately shed all pretense and reverted to his true self. Upon noticing his demeanor, Ning Xianglan's expression darkened, and she spoke with a hint of annoyance. The sect master has sent me to protect you in secret. He said he cannot allow you to come to any harm. Ning Xianglan found it utterly perplexing how the celestial sovereign could exhibit such behavior, strikingly unrefined, lacking any trace of the extraordinary grace expected of someone of his caliber. Hearing her explanation, Duan Jiang couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated the sect master's thorough consideration. Since it was the sect master's directive, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Duan Jiang suppressed his amusement and spoke on behalf of the sect master. With a swift gesture, Ning Xianglan conjured a shimmering azure barrier that enveloped the entire hall, creating a soundproof shield. However, the hue of this barrier soon began to fade, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Once she confirmed that there were no hidden threats within the hall, Ning Xianglan spoke. What is the current situation? Have we received any news from the wild demon sect? Upon hearing her inquiry, Duan Jiang shook his head. There is no news yet, but I surmise we shall receive a response shortly. Ning Xianglan frowned at his words. Qiu Tianlong has been lurking within the sect for many years. He is not the only spy. I suspect that the infiltrator will reveal themselves tonight. Initially, Ning Xianglan anticipated that the wild demon sect would strike during the period of the personal disciples competition, yet there had been no signs of activity during that time. It must be tonight. The infiltrator will certainly make an appearance. This very thought prompted Ning Xianglan to stay close to Duan Jiang, to protect him against unforeseen circumstances. Despite the shocking results of today's personal disciple competition, Duan Jiang's cultivation was still insufficient. Should the infiltrator find a weakness, it could lead to dire consequences. Duan Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Later that evening, within the chamber of Tian Xuanzi, an elderly man in a white robe sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Meanwhile, Ning Xianglan utilized a secret technique to conceal her presence, hiding in an inconspicuous corner. Awaiting the arrival of her prey, time passed quietly into the deep of night. Just as Duan Jiang felt himself on the brink of slumber, a faint noise echoed from outside the door. It was so subtle that one could easily overlook it. However, the almost asleep Duan Jiang's eyes suddenly sparkled with alertness. At last, they have arrived. Come in. A slow, aged voice resonated within the chamber. With a creak, the door was pushed open, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Duan Jiang scrutinized the figure, his brow furrowing. The individual was entirely shrouded in dark robes, obscuring their features. As Duan Jiang observed the black-clad figure in silence, a raspy voice broke through the stillness. Deputy Sect Master, this is the communication jade slip from the Sect Master. The figure stepped forward and respectfully presented the jade slip to Duan Jiang, then stood aside in anticipation. Without hesitation, Duan Jiang received the jade slip, placing it against his forehead. After a few breaths, he finally opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Moments later, a boisterous, arrogant laughter erupted within the room. Excellent. In 10 days, it shall be the annihilation of the celestial sacred sect. Duan Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Turning to the figure in black, you have contributed immensely to my plans. Once success is achieved, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's words, the figure cloaked in black trembled, his voice tinged with fervor. Thank you, Deputy Sect Master. Observing this, Duan Jiang smirked inwardly, then turned his gaze towards a specific corner of the room, speaking with deliberate calmness. My dear wife, you may reveal yourself now. With that utterance, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from the corner of the room, filling the space with its formidable presence. Saintess, how could you be here? The black-cloaked figure, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Ning Xianglan, felt his mind roar in disbelief. How is this possible? The Saintess shouldn't be in such a place. His thoughts spiraled into a chilling dread as he hastily turned to look at Tian Xuanzi. A jolt coursed through him, leaving him stunned and speechless. What? You are not Qiu Tianlong. You are Duan Jiang. With a violent crash, a jade-colored handprint struck him fiercely, sending him hurtling backward. The black-cloaked figure could hardly fathom how the person masquerading as Qiu Tianlong had transformed into Duan Jiang. Chapter 53, A Gathering of Dragons, discussing significant matters. In the sacred sect of all heavens, within the grand hall of the sect master, Duan Jiang respectfully greeted the 5 peak masters, clasping his fists in a gesture of reverence. Beside him stood the ethereal Ning Xianglan. Except for Brother Morong, the other 5 peak masters had risen from their thrones, returning the gesture of respect to Duan Jiang. Following a thorough explanation from Murong Hai, the peak masters gained a deeper understanding of Duan Jiang. By now, they were well aware that he was none other than the Tongxianzi, the chosen one of destiny, whose thoughts could pierce the heavens. Shi Mu's gaze darkened slightly. Though she still retained her youthful radiance, she could not help but reflect on how she had grown into a man. Meanwhile, Su Ran, having waited by the teleportation array in Guoyin village for quite some time, noticed that the village felt different from his previous impressions. Lei Machin, engrossed in his tasks, seemed to recall something, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I had just finished a call when you arrived. I have entrusted this mission to Qilin, with Wu Zhengyang leading the team personally. Rest assured, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will safely bring back those 8 Special Forces soldiers. Commander Qi solemnly declared. Since Fate Sui dared to openly provoke her, it was evident she had already considered the potential repercussions of being exposed. Suddenly, Jiang Jing stepped forward, embracing Han Cheng'an, pressing her lips fervently against his. Xing Shiji, stationed at the northeast corner, observed the slight loosening of the seals between the human realm and the spirit world, recalling the recent invasion led by the Spirit Emperor. Her gaze flickered as she set up a series of lethal formations near the seals. Each droplet of water bore her unique aura, allowing anyone who possessed the orb to discern her whereabouts and to accurately convey messages to her through the inscribed markings. Do you believe you are worthy? Over these years, what have you accomplished? Should I remind you? Yi Linghui retorted, her tone resolute, instilling a sense of trepidation even in Lin Fengyuan. Glancing at those around him, Manager Wei understood the unspoken command, although the man before him insisted he need not attend to them personally. He nonetheless escorted Wu Zhengyang and the others to room 818 on the 8th floor. Mortals have always feared death throughout history. Wise and intelligent individuals have delved into the esoteric arts, gradually giving rise to various professions we recognize today. The slender man observed the composed Quangfeng beside him, then turned to the boisterous tall man, and with a fierce shout, he brandished his dagger and charged at Quangfeng. After the mistaken kill, according to the usual narrative, he should have reformed and become a better person. However, he resolutely refused to acknowledge his error, even after obliterating his fourth master. But why dwell on this? May I share your burden? If it were within my power, it would be my honor, Lulan stated earnestly. In the next moment, an arrow struck the side of the carriage with a clang and fell to the ground. Nevertheless, he adhered to his commitment to perform live. For the song was not particularly challenging, and he had never faltered during rehearsals, brimming with confidence. However, he discovered something else. A remarkably beautiful meteor shower was set to occur that very night. Lei Zhenzi's cultivation was already superior to hers, and his wings were formidable. Logically, she should have been unable to escape. Yet, astonishingly, he ceased his pursuit. Could it be that heaven had shown him mercy, causing him to encounter some trouble? Meng Yuan cursed inwardly, damned if he didn't realize that displaying such bravado could drain his primordial spirit. At that moment, he employed the 1,000-mile wind chase technique, engaging in aerial combat, rendering the terrain irrelevant. I witnessed with my own eyes as the child's defenses were shattered. This time, he would not escape unscathed. Several sorcerers began to discuss. Hengyi rose amidst the rain, approaching a high platform, declaring that after so long of adjustments, his beast clan had become a disciplined force. We could enjoy a life of stability here, yet some insist on our demise. Heng Yu pointed towards the distance. Chapter 54. You shall not betray me, and I shall not betray you. The wild demon sect evidently aimed to incite a conflict between the two sects, their ambitions vast and relentless. Master, what should we do next? Tian Shuzi inquired of the Murong sect leader. What to do? Quite simple, really. Murong Hai chuckled lightly, his expression calm. Rising slowly from his throne, an overwhelming aura enveloped the realm. Yet, in the next instant, a collective tremor coursed through the crowd. An even more formidable and profound aura than Murong Hai surged forth, eclipsing his presence entirely. This terrifying energy radiated with such might that it rendered all living beings quaking in fear. In the present day, he, possessing the identity of the demon monarch, commands the winds and rains of the illusory demon realm, wielding unparalleled power with absolute authority and no semblance of risk or adversity. To be candid, although he has never accepted being subordinate to others, he had never envisioned that he would one day wield such immense power. Gu Wangchuan observed from a distance, feeling an urge to assist, as the king of insects within the starry silver pupils was remarkably clear, each movement akin to a slow and comical ballet. Shortly after Zhou Chen departed, a furtive creature peeked out from the corner of a skyscraper at the end of the street. At that moment, the celestial essence surged forth, evading the attacks of the crowd and landing gracefully before Xie Tianmu. One could hardly say that Grandma Zhao was not exasperated by Suli's lack of intellect. This fool was merely a provincial girl lacking sophistication. The allure of the celestial relics was irresistible. Even a mere unverified rumor was worth the risk. The north wind howled, and under such blustery conditions, the lethality of arrows diminished considerably, for the wind's influence on feathered projectiles was undeniably profound. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Naifu parked the vehicle in a concealed spot. Qi Jun disembarked, removing her helmet and handing it to Chen Naifu, only to snatch the phone from his grasp shortly thereafter. As the starry divine powers were invoked, luminescent stars ignited within him, resonating in harmony with the celestial bodies above. Exhaling bitter lip, involuntarily recalling the fierce visage of Li Yang's agent, a chill creeping up her spine, she responded, I will be out of town for a while and may not have the time to meet you. If the opportunity arises next time, I shall treat you. The thunderous roar of lightning echoed, its origin mysterious, yet the pressure it emanated instantaneously rendered Lin Mu's divine abilities ineffective, transforming his innate chi capture into a sieve, allowing the adept viewing master to escape deftly with the silver-hued Zhu Wuyuan. This was precisely why the ancient specter, Minggu, had repeatedly aided in this endeavor. When Ding Yang's sword light manifested, nearly everyone in the grand hall tensed, feeling the sword intent soaring to the heavens, as if they were to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Both the absolute land and heavenly movement immediately shouted and took action. Despite being confident in their teacher's defenses, they were acutely aware that their opponent was none other than the mightiest among the 3 titans of Futuro, who instantly enveloped himself in a shimmering 7-colored protective barrier. Nevertheless, the tremendous force still hurled Futuro upward. Indeed, this predicament stemmed largely from their inability to unravel the ancient emperor's inheritance. At this moment, the coalition's elite forces, including Zhu Kunyan and others, were exerting every effort to decode the ancient legacy, yet they had made no progress. Left to languish in the torment of guarding a treasure mountain without access, accompanied by the anguished cry that reverberated throughout the entire celestial tomb space. Several high-ranking combat saints on the 3rd level began transmitting information. Individuals who had existed within the celestial tomb for many years and had not engaged in conflict among themselves, gazing intently at the distant horizon, their expressions shifting continuously. Before Dongfeng Lin could finish her words, Ding Yang's gaze suddenly flickered. He sensed a profoundly powerful energy emanating from the surrounding world, an energy he had never encountered before. Chapter 55, Unbreakable? Is this it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within a dim, void-like space, a brilliant transmission beam radiated with a hazy light. Swish. The transmission beam swiftly vanished into the depths of this shadowy void. Tian Shuzi stood at the forefront, gazing beyond the transmission beam, holding an ancient compass that emanated a hint of spatial power. This continuous transmission had persisted for 2 days. Indeed, the transmission array left by the ancients was incredibly mysterious. Supporting the spatial compass, Tian Shuzi felt a surge of emotions. This meant that in just one more day, we would reach the wild demon sect. The elder, seated in meditation, was met with mockery from Su Jingnan, who resorted to threats and coercion, ultimately boasting of his intent to kill him, a clear invitation to his own demise. A bullet struck Li Shang's temple directly, and within the horrified gazes of both men, the yellow bullet clattered to the ground. This, however, facilitated the concealment of the monkey and Zhu Qing as they traversed the rugged mountains stretching east to west. Although the vegetation atop the mountains was abundant, the absence of human presence rendered the landscape both mysterious and desolate. How could this man even be compared to her? She felt a pang of sadness, wishing her shoulder could provide her comfort. She then drew 5 or 6 taibot from her pocket. But the waitress merely smiled and shook her head before departing. Although her family had learned of their relationship this morning, Lu Yiqing still felt a bit shy, even guilty as if she were stealing. Huang Bingfeng smiled slightly in response. Observing the slow, continuous gathering of energy from the fourth, she too began to chant her incantation. For personal matters, for work, regardless of the reason, Sun Li felt immense joy. The burdens that had weighed her down for the past few days could finally be lifted. Suddenly, a shot rang out unexpectedly. Striking true, a Japanese soldier fell, the bullet propelling him backward before he collapsed. Others behind him prepared a series of spells. Approximately 10 spells simultaneously hurtling towards me. With his current strength, there were few on Earth who could provoke his restraint. It was certain that Magneto was not among them. You dare! Su Ren exclaimed anxiously, feeling her consciousness blur and that intense heat grow more severe, even leading to an urge to scratch at the affected area. Wen Zhong, within his grand estate, prepared to attend court the following day, intending to suggest to the emperor the release of Ji Chang while also dealing with Fei Zhong and Yu Han. Daisy felt elated and began to speak with Wang Kai. But as she opened her mouth, a strong wind rushed in, causing her to cough violently, interrupting her flight and sending her plummeting downwards. If one were an outer sect disciple, they might learn some of these techniques. If one is a disciple of the inner sect, with sufficient cultivation, naturally, all of this can be learned. A hint of joy appeared on Zhang Jinping's face. Qiu Xuanguang gave him the impression of being equally formidable, undoubtedly possessing an impressive legacy. Jason immediately opened the door of the car in the middle, but unlike other drivers, he did not humbly shield the top of the door with his hand. Instead, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. She found it peculiar that since taking over the Julie lantern, she had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Whether it was due to punishment from her master, all-night study sessions, or being awakened by others. How long had it been since she had a restful slumber? In both his past life and this one, he remained merely an ordinary person. Even if he suddenly transformed into a super wealthy individual, some habits would not change overnight. The river swelled, gradually forming a whirlpool, and then, a blue-tailed mermaid leapt from the water, scattering colorful droplets in the radiant sunlight. Kit sought out a relatively tall tree to climb and observed that there were no man-made structures within his line of sight. Do you have a photo? Show me. Gu Ningyuan urged, eagerly eyeing his phone. Yet among those present, few would experience terror. The chilling aura had penetrated deep into their bones and souls, rendering the process of sensing danger and recognizing horror exceedingly prolonged and sluggish. Chapter 56. The arrival of the Peak Master shocks the Wild Demon Sect. Silence. In utter silence. All the true disciples of the Wild Demon Sect were left dumbfounded. They stared vacantly at the swirling dust, the shattered mountain gate, and the twisted, deformed plaque, unable to regain their senses for a long while. The same stunned expression was mirrored on the face of the first seed of Tinghua. Everything had transpired too suddenly. The mountain gate of the Wild Demon Sect had been kicked down. The plaque, a symbol of the Wild Demon Sect's illustrious ancient history and a witness to the passage of time, had been smashed to the ground. A young figure stepped into the dust from beyond the mountain gate, strolling leisurely like a gentleman of the murky world. It was none other than Duan Jiang. What is everyone gathered here for? The crystalline sand mud is the primary material for crafting spatial artifacts. However, Chu Tian was utterly ignorant of refining techniques, let alone crafting spatial treasures. Yet, his father intended for Ning'er to meet her father, compelling her with threats of death. Zhang Ning dared not defy Zhang Jiao's words, and could only express it in this manner. Once again, the weather was grim, the employees busy with overtime wore expressions of exhaustion. In the midst of the tranquility, Liu Xian hurriedly entered the president's office. Huang Zhen gathered people at the fissure of the restriction. Chu Tian first attempted to melt the restriction with the clear nether fire. Although there was some effect, it was still insufficient. At this pace, it would likely take a year to open a single hole. Yi Ling was also impressed by Chu Tian's prowess, asserting that he was the foremost in the qi refinement stage, unmatched by anyone, not even her disciple, Ru Nian, could withstand Lu Hongye's strike. A formidable aura, magnitudes more powerful than before, suddenly erupted from Lu Yun's being, enveloping her entire form in the essence of 9 rules. She rose, gingerly touching her head, swaying slightly as she prepared to depart from this place. Thoughts of the Taoist soldiers were now futile. Even the foundations of the royal court seemed destined for abandonment. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Wang resolved to flee towards the southern frontier. Wang Pingyu sought to subjugate Yu Yi, not to eliminate him, and thus would not allow the flying night demon to unleash its full might. After all, Yu Yi, who was exerting his domain power, could not possibly exhaust himself as swiftly as the demon. The black flame, akin to the darkness of night, surged through the white curtain, burning fiercely yet leaving everything unscathed, creating an unsettling spectacle. Stop her, commanded Milei, accustomed to reigning supreme in this campus, disregarding the identities of those before her. Directly ordering the astonished Caillou and Monica. Maivai's chest heaved violently, her fingers twitching in spasms of fury. The pretentious performance of her counterpart, Thaland, was utterly revolting. Yet, this clumsy deception and sophistry had inexplicably turned the tide, igniting Maivai's ire, yet leaving her powerless. Brother Qingbiao, thank you for your concern. However, I do not wish to depart with any regrets. Allow me this moment of recklessness. Perhaps things are not as dire as you envision. Moonshadow Feng's voice carried an odd note, as if recalling something. From the classification of magical beasts, the blood sunflower resembled a predatory fungus, employing an ambush hunting strategy. However, records spanning over 10,000 years had never documented such a creature appearing in buffer zones. Its presence here was baffling. Upon awakening from her dreams, did Lin En realize she was salivating with excitement? She teased her companion with a wry smile. As the tentacle brushed past Xiao Jian and extended several hundred meters, it suddenly folded and redirected towards him. Xiao Jian could only awkwardly evade once more, having sensed the tentacle's formidable power, which could cleave through steel as easily as slicing through tofu. Indeed, young master, Mission has already stated her lack of concern. What do you fear? Dong he entered, carrying a basin of hot water. Next. At this moment, Zhang Xiuyan also grasped something, exclaiming in excitement, her mind incessantly replaying the image of Moonshadow Feng kissing the meatball. Chapter 57. The reversal comes too swiftly, unforeseen. His voice began to tremble, words faltering incompletely. Now, he merely hoped he was dreaming, despite having gone without sleep for centuries. Just moments ago, he had been spouting wild fantasies about the Wild Demon Sect launching an assault on the Celestial Holy Sect. The next instant, the gates of the Wild Demon Sect had been breached. Everything had been utterly reversed. It was the Celestial Holy Sect that had directly invaded the Wild Demon Sect. And so unexpectedly, so quietly. You, how dare you speak so clumsily? Such an embarrassment. Tian Quanzi glanced disdainfully at the head of the Tinghua, his face a mask of contempt. Individuals of this ilk exist within all 4 major factions, and they are now hastily returning, eager to distinguish themselves in the selection for the title of Dongzhou's Chosen One. Unlike the heavenly chosen of the western regions, The Dongzhou's chosen one is promised the prestigious mantle of the Seven Saints and a title that crowns one's lifetime. Nothing has been missed. I expressed my contentment, placing 2 bowls of noodles before them. Yet, Zhuoran felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. The recent memories of his fleet's retreat against the aberrant beings were still vivid. He harbored no confidence that his fleet alone could repel those entities. He had expressed this sentiment more than once, emphasizing my significance to him, to the extent that our fates were intertwined in life and death. I chose not to comment on this. What is past should not warrant further attention. Moreover, I found myself gradually acclimating to Ouyangji's presence. And when I recalled Wu Jun, it seemed that Ouyangji treated me with slightly more kindness. However, before he departed, he had also constructed several new fleet members, leaving Luke momentarily entranced. Ever since Luke had shared the correct methods of shipbuilding with him, he had seemingly manifested whatever he desired. Am I not correct? This land is indeed destined for an abundant harvest this year. The Myeondian people themselves were experiencing this for the first time, their pride evident as they spoke of the poppy fields as if they had sown them themselves. No, Xiaoying, there are certain matters I must undertake. For I cannot spend my life away from Quanzhou, where you and Qianqian reside, along with many others I care about. It is unacceptable to remain away from them. Thus some actions are imperative, I replied solemnly. Certainly, while this world may harbor ethereal beings untouched by mortal affairs, Lu Wushuang openly acknowledged her humanity, adjusting his mental state. Jiangsun promptly regained his composure, restoring his usual spirited demeanor. After all, he had been a self-made elite in society for quite some time. How could he not manage his own emotions? That smile was effortlessly summoned. Earth remains within the solar system. As global temperatures plummet, life struggles to survive, thus transforming humanity into digital beings. Shengchun Zhao felt as though struck by lightning. The gazes of those around him made him feel as if Lin Zhan had inscribed the words flower thief upon his visage. Sweat beaded on the captain's forehead. Yet his expression remained resolute. Nearby colleagues hesitated to act, rendered speechless by the gravity of the scene. Mere high rewards are insufficient. One must wield a sword to instill a sense of reverence. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over me, for innocence and happiness had abandoned me years ago, leaving me to navigate life alone, never to return. The region of Yuzhou lies perpetually under a blanket of snow and ice. How could the notorious Yinshan sect, accompanied by the wealth of the Gong family, possibly bring along an encumbrance still nursing at a mere year old? Particularly when it comes to Liu Yin and Guer. Upon careful consideration of these inquiries raised by Li Luo, one might uncover numerous inconsistencies that could significantly bolster the case for Li Ping's innocence, thus igniting a flicker of hope. You think you hold any significance within the Xiao family? Who would heed your counsel? Shen Xian remarked, her eyelids half closed, her crimson lips parting to emit a voice both cold and laced with derision. Chapter 58. Unity of Heaven and Man, Domain is Sovereign. After a brief moment, Murong Changkong gently nodded toward Duan Jiang and then took the lead, stepping forward, followed closely by Murong Hai and 5 others. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the wild demon sect, in the void above, only Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan remained. This scene left Ting Hua momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe that Murong Changkong had indeed abandoned Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan in this place. Tung Hua, I trust you will not let me down. Come forth. Duan Jiang declared, hands clasped behind his back, a grin adorning his face. My dear wife, when the time comes for action, refrain from assisting me. A mere initial stage of the extreme heavenly sovereign is no challenge for me. You may simply observe from the sidelines. Duan Jiang communicated proudly in secret. Li Dongxing displayed no signs of panic, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Li Chunfeng. Your information is indeed astute, Taoistly. This item was indeed brought from overseas by a few barbaric individuals. However, have you pondered why I chose to visit the dock neither earlier nor later, but precisely at that moment? Upon witnessing Zhang Zijiang's body being pierced by the mother insect's tendrils, it underwent a transformation. After returning, Li Dongxing did not seek out the trio immediately, but instead delved into the study of the Dayu cauldron. Qi Ji had utilized satellites to probe the underground, revealing a significant presence of metallic substances. Yet, satellites, by their nature, could not discern more specific circumstances. There was no alternative. Such a collective greeting method was far too alarming and disruptive. Most importantly, it risked attracting undue attention and exposing one's location. Immediately, a fighter jet soared low over the space shuttle, dropping several smoke buoys and life rings around it. Could it be that the Confucian sect has established some form of restriction for confidentiality? Qin Guyu mused as an idea struck her. Supporting the wordless jade tome with her right hand, she closed her eyes in contemplation, gently placing her left hand upon its cover. In less than half a century, one could ascend to the indestructible realm of the Tao. Notably, the development of his imperial sacred divine vein had reached the exalted level of the 4th rank, a summit difficult for others to attain. The next leader of the imperial sacred divine clan was already determined, and it could be none other than himself. His raven black hair cascaded down to his heels, imbued with a noble golden hue. Jiang Tian's slender frame was wrapped in muscles pulsating with explosive energy, each contraction and relaxation resonating with the roar of an ancient, colossal beast, instilling a profound terror that struck deep into the souls of all present. Regarding the unknown, Su Fu still spoke with unabashed confidence. This individual, having lived for millennia, bore an impenetrable faade. It is indeed remarkable how calmly you can utter such blush-inducing words. It seems that you too have been influenced by the esteemed Lloyd. Tio sighed, a gentle smile gracing his face. The 2 leading red-armored soldiers bore the brunt of the assault, sustaining 4 or 5 significant wounds before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Behind them lay the scattered corpses of dozens of Hanchi soldiers, strewn about in disarray. At the forefront stood none other than Wu Fatian, who regarded the portly figure as a beloved elder brother. Having followed the plump man for the longest time and having reaped the benefits of his kindness, Wu Fatian found himself in command in this realm, especially with the absence of the portly leader. If Li Shui were to fall victim to the enemy under his watch, he would surely find it impossible to forgive himself. This was a lamentation of fate, an inescapable sorrow, as the symphony of my life crescendoed. The 2 stealth bombers, having expended their payload, triumphantly shook their wings before departing. Their mission of decapitation had been accomplished, and the subsequent bombing duties would be undertaken by the overwhelming forces of the 52nd, 111th, and the Fire God bombers, which could now return home for meticulous maintenance. 2 daggers flashed with deadly precision, while Milan herself became a lethal weapon, evading potential attacks through rapid movements while seeking opportunities for a decisive strike. The physician hurriedly arrived, taking the pulse of the Emperor Taiji under the scrutinizing eyes of the nobles. His diagnosis included nothing more than the usual phrases about anger affecting the heart, along with some soothing prescriptions, but the emperor, troubled by the affairs of Fuzhou, waved him away. Chapter 59. Intact and victorious. How infuriating. How did this little wretch manage to evade my attacks? The murderous intent in Tung Huo's eyes was nearly palpable. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to continue existing. He must be extinguished in his infancy, for if given ample time, who knows how far he could grow. The thought sent a chill down Tung Huo's spine. This was no mere genius. This was a true monstrosity. Just then, a radiant purple-gold light surged forth from the void. Since you cannot vanquish me, it is now my turn to strike. Duan Jiang was enveloped in the shimmering purple-gold aura. As the vehicle roared to life, and he felt the thrust against his back, Wu Zhe became acutely aware of a grave concern. In his past life, he had been slain by an assassin while trying to protect himself. If this life were to replay the historical narrative, he too would surely fall victim to Huoxiaojue. His gaze became fixed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly averted his eyes from the scene. He immediately added, "Mr. Young, the situation along the river has changed. My family has shifted their allegiance to the general's family. Before you stands all these warriors. If I were to commit any transgression against you, what would you do?" Huoxiaojue looked curiously at Lu Guxing. The princess of Tianqi gasped in astonishment, about to rush forward. Yet, as she barely took 2 steps, an overwhelming aura restrained her body, rendering her struggles futile. Meanwhile, those who returned to the judge's office were comfortably accommodated, each taking the time to recuperate. For tomorrow they would face a gathering that would profoundly reshape their outlook on life. Gently touching his face, Wu Zhe cast a playful grimace at Wang Xingyue, who was inexplicably gripped by fear. Upon the emergence of the black energy orb, Ruiz raised an eyebrow, having discerned that the attack was not directed at him, which left him utterly perplexed. Yisholi shot a resentful glare at Eugene Yin, and as he departed, he cast a lingering glance at the room, which was far superior to the wooden beds they had occupied just days prior. Yin Chuang had come to the Iron Wire martial arts school at the tender age of 6, spending 20 years there. In his second life, he understood the significance of connections. Thus, he made it a point for every departing disciple to leave behind contact information and addresses, fostering regular communication and mutual support to maintain their friendships. Su Qinghe, taken aback, accepted the phone, nodded in acknowledgement, and stepped out of the set to return Chize's call. Carl meticulously sensed each attack, reflecting on the 6 months of training. He had once attempted to wield a light object with great ease, but found it nearly impossible to master, struggling even to recall the sensation of that moment. The thought lock feature, absent from his arsenal, had also reserved a significant interface, prompting Wang Shui to hastily patch the data packet in his mind. That night, upon retrieving his phone, He immediately messaged William to inform him that Shen Xiun had also arrived, and even slipped a bottle of essential oil into his room. Ningyu opened her eyes to behold a radiant orb of light, from which emerged a pure white deer, its silver lashes fluttering, adorned with a multicolored floral pattern. Sheng Xian followed closely behind Yin Shuang. Wherever this king of Tengu went, all creatures bowed in submission. This was a realm of gravity, encompassing 100 feet in radius, where thousands of exotic beasts were subdued, even first and second-tier beast kings rendered immobile, awaiting their fate. Had Harold offered all his assets upon first meeting Carl, it was conceivable that Carl would have safely escorted him to a secure city. However, becoming a warrior would allow him to accompany Lu Tai into battle, earning merit and the chance to plunder wealthy families, not to mention the stark disparity in status between garrison soldiers and combat warriors. Lin Ping'an's assertion was indisputable. To defeat Yin Xiaoxiao was nothing short of a pipe dream. Su Kuang's hands trembled as she gently cradled Kai Banluan, her frail form seemingly weightless, as if she were but a figment of imagination. It appeared that this group had fallen victim to a sudden ambush, leaving them no time to attend to their fallen comrades' remains. Chapter 60. It is not unwillingness, but inability. The holy sect of all heavens. Within the grand hall of the sect master, a group sat in their seats, engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere decidedly cheerful. Duan Jiang was, of course, among them. Following this battle, Duan Jiang's status had risen to unprecedented heights. Thanks to the efforts of that young rascal, our holy sect of all heavens had narrowly avoided disaster. A weary sigh echoed from the highest point of the grand hall, belonging to Murong Chang Kong. Even he had not anticipated that his former subordinates would resort to such insidious and cruel methods to forcibly enhance their cultivation in their quest to obliterate the sacred sect of the heavens. Had it not been for Duan Jiang, they would have collectively stood no chance against the formidable Qiu Duan Yang. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with fervor, each vowing in silence that even if they were to lose 100 jin, they would fight to claim this land for their lord. Li Dian lay on the stretcher, staring intently at the luminous moon, feeling as pure as that bright orb, while his lord unjustly cast a shadow upon him, failing to respond to Yu Jin's words. Accompanied by a piercing pain, his Dantian was unexpectedly struck by Gao Xian. For him, the spiritual energy of the Tianyuan continent could no longer sustain his cultivation. Instead, he relied on the power embedded within the Xian Huang Wanlong gun. Thus, no matter the location or state, the outcome remained unchanged. Jian Mo could no longer recall how he had endured. All he knew was the necessity to perpetually practice and grow stronger, only to find himself rendered powerless in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Yin Zhao's words unveiled the identity of an individual among them, revealing him to be Yin Zhao's master. This Queen-style fighter jet not only boasted stealth capabilities but also excelled in noise cancellation technology. As it approached the vicinity, those below could not hear its engine or flight sounds, signifying a true invisibility, making it exceedingly difficult to detect its presence. Having met the granduncle, Lan Wanyu expressed her astonishment. Qin Shui held a remarkably exalted status in the Tianyong kingdom, far surpassing Qin Kong, serving as the guardian deity of the realm. He had remained hidden for many years, diligently cultivating in seclusion, and she felt immense joy upon his unexpected visit to see his child. I'm not referring to this matter. With such delectable food, you didn't invite me to join you? After finishing your meal, you asked me to come fetch you late at night. That is rather inconsiderate. Guojinan sighed, expressing his discontent. Baiwan stood at the door, waving to Guojinan. Noticing the time, 10 minutes until 2, he hurriedly rose to approach her. Pan Qiang found it inconvenient to confront her directly, so she had already hidden behind the screen before her entry. Hearing those words, she inwardly chuckled, fool. Having been devoured down to the bone, what value remains? The Yang family certainly displayed foolishness. Why not send someone fresh, or have the Song family come themselves? As Fan Jin returned to his room after bidding farewell to his esteemed mentor, he reclined his head upon Qian Xian's lap, relishing the gentle massage she bestowed upon his temples. With his eyes half closed, he pondered the enigmatic motives behind Zhang Juzhing's actions, yet no clarity emerged from his musings. The onlookers beheld the unconscious Xiang Jun sprawled on the ground, then glanced at the undisturbed Qin Ming on the stage, their mouths agape in astonishment. King Neptune, Queen Iji, and you, esteemed Right Minister, were present. Tig looked upon the bound individuals, a glimmer of despair evident in his eyes. Perhaps this was the essence of sisterly strife. Lu Yu and Chen Na's fates were strikingly similar, with the sole distinction being Lu Yu's encounter with Zhang Xian. Chapter 61. The Invitation of Bai Ling, the Celestial Pavilion. At Kang Peak, within Duan Jiang's chamber, he lay in bed, a visage of trepidation. He vowed never to utter another falsehood again, or rather, he hoped to refrain from deceit as much as possible. It became evident that one line necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. System. The host requests an inquiry into the comprehension points. Ding. Current comprehension points. 1,101 points. There were still ample comprehension points available, perfectly suited for cultivating skills. Just as Duan Jiang was poised to proceed with his next endeavor, a cool yet polite feminine voice emanated from outside the door. Bai Ling humbly requests your forgiveness for this unannounced visit. Though she was the current emperor's sister, her future circumstances would hinge upon how the new emperor treated his aunt. However, those around her had no intention of engaging in conversation. After restraining him, they sprang into action, launching a purple-gold hammer towards Su Hang. This raises the question, whom would Feng Xingying choose as her mentor? Would it be the venerable, sagacious, and esteemed headmaster of the foremost spirit cultivation academy on Yunxi continent? Tao Hanyu? Shi Yunqi pondered carefully and deemed Lan Ke's suggestion favorable, thus preparing to convene a video conference with her subordinates to finalize the matter. She wished to inquire about the events of that year, yet given Xian Yu's timid demeanor akin to a mouse before a cat, she feared the truth would remain elusive. This discomfort would gradually migrate from your left arm to your right, and then to your upper body. For a full 4 days, Yangtze endured beatings, receiving no less than 20 or 30 strikes. Yet his adversaries were not unkind. They brought him sumptuous meals at mealtimes, allowing him to eat his fill before resuming their assaults. Enough of this play. Go to the backyard and retrieve those 2 bundles from Mother S' room. She is washing her hands, and we shall soon head to Yuan's place. It was the renowned Iron Hawk, with fewer soldiers than the Song army. The Western Xia sought to innovate in weaponry. At Renze's commanding shout, the merchant convoy swiftly armed themselves and charged at their assailants, igniting a fierce melee in the night. As Tian Sheng and the 3 foreign visitors entered the sacred church, they immediately attracted the attention of the missionaries. A missionary, clad in a silver robe and in his 40s, promptly approached them to inquire about their purpose for being there. 100 meters away from the giant tree where Sol was resting, the figure of the night leopard began to fade, ultimately vanishing into the lush greenery. Damn that bastard. He caused me to lose 2 levels. I will not let this go. Rantian's eyes glimmered with a hint of red as he glared at the skeletal beast, then propelled his body directly towards it, plunging his dagger fiercely into the creature's form. Is the absence of blood from the wound due to its spiritual energy healing? Mo turned to ask Ban Yangzi. Su Yang successfully subdued Mei Li, who then began to scream like a madwoman. Hey, Mo, are you alright? Hai nudged the suddenly startled Mo, feeling perplexed. At the same moment, Fei Li sensed a looming crisis. This primal instinct compelled him to look up, and he was met with a glimmering silver light. Su Yang believed that having conjured an intangible dragon meant he had broken through the first stage of spiritual power and entered the second stage. He was astonished at how effortlessly he had achieved this breakthrough. Xiu Rong and Wang Shu had initially hidden comfortably among the bushes. But as time passed without the arrival of the person they were waiting for, they grew increasingly anxious and ultimately decided to venture out in search of answers. Liang Chen once again produced the 7 stars compass, observing that the golden needle within the heavenly pool was still swaying erratically, unable to establish a direction. Elder Second, you speak wisely. It is indeed Yu Yan's recklessness, acknowledged Yu Yan, who held the elder in the highest regard and thus retreated at his words. Chapter 62, Duan Jiang's shame, the Empress's helplessness. Nightfall at the Holy Maiden Peak. With a soft creak, Duan Jiang stealthily approached Ning Xianglan's bedside and sat down slowly, careful not to disturb his wife's cultivation. Ding. Host successfully signed in. Reward, 250 comprehension points. Ignoring the system's notification, Duan Jiang reclined comfortably on the soft bed, feeling utterly at ease. How wonderful it would be to remain in this serene position beside his wife. After a moment, Ning Xianglan slowly opened her clear eyes. What brings you here at night? Aren't you supposed to be getting to know Bai Ling better? Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang trembled in surprise. Wife, how did you know about that? Meanwhile, a roan, carrying medicine, stepped outside, observing the patient taking their medication before considering treating another patient in the corridor. Today, Xie Chaqing had not come, as he was reportedly attending to patients from the Jinghe River, and Xie Yuan accompanied several severely ill patients, so as a son, it was only right for him to welcome them. Of course not. Zhang Fosong feared that Xuemu would think him aloof, so he could not refuse and reluctantly agreed. And it's not just the battle beasts. Wu Gui, tell me where the corpse of the sparrow rat is. Hunter Jean followed with an imposing demeanor, glaring at the 2 elders. Upon uttering these words, the several attendants exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion, for they were acutely aware that the decision regarding this matter had already been made by the general staff. Fei Luzie's statement evoked memories of all things pertaining to the Sage of the West, and in that moment, The expressions directed towards Jiang became rather intricate and peculiar. Could it be that confronting a powerful spirit could also enhance one's own mental prowess? If that were the case, it would be prudent to engage in more discussions with that old fellow Qianqi. Long Xiankong mused to himself. Though he urged himself not to rely on others, he had indeed sheltered her on numerous occasions and offered her solace time and again. Yet, the knowledge that he was dependable provided a certain comfort. As she spoke, she made no pretense of politeness, directly approaching the table and seating herself, leisurely extracting a skewer of meatballs from the plate before the lecherous immortal and savoring them. The fox was, in fact, a rather stubborn individual. One could discern his attempts to draw near to her, only to retreat repeatedly. Yu Shi's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, and Yan Qing's brow furrowed even deeper. He had no desire to provoke her tears, yet her expression bore a semblance of grievance. The forbidden spell is ineffective against me, Elvish bellowed, as a vibrant green light erupted before him, with countless vines surging forth from the luminescence to form a colossal shield that stood defensively in front of him. If Yi Xingchen were to become a resounding star, she could take a leaf out of Ru Gu's book and pursue a career as a manager. This was her conclusion after perusing his social media. Jack had rented an entire floor of a public building, situated within a 9-story Baroque-style edifice on the Bund, a mere 200 meters from the renowned Dongfeng Hotel in this era's Magic City. However, upon reflection, it seemed more prudent to assemble a team of her own, lest she find herself dependent on others, uncertain of any potential pitfalls. With a faint scoff in his heart, the man's gaze returned once more to the list in Dan Xian's hands. Hu Qiao tucked away the invitation, her anxiety alleviating by half, as she feigned calmness while stepping inside. Today, he had come for tea, positioning himself at the most conspicuous window seat, clearly unperturbed and eager for others to notice his presence. Very well, Principal, Li Yadong replied with a smile. China's electronic technology is exceedingly lagging. I have visited Silicon Valley in the United States and invested in 2 companies there. Thus, I am acutely aware of the chasm that exists between us and them. If we do not strive to catch up, we will only fall further behind. This is why I have resolved to initiate so many projects concurrently. The cat was entirely black, its fur as dark as the night, with 2 eerie blue eyes emitting an ethereal glow in the darkness. At the moment the torch pressed the detonator, the entire research facility began to tremble, with countless shards of debris cascading down as the entire city succumbed to collapse. Under the recommendation of the staff, Zhang Yuan purchased a Lenovo brand machine priced just over 6,000. In contrast, the portly Yuan Sheng opted for a brand machine nearing 10,000, willing to splurge for gaming. After all, the current chubby fellow was quite affluent, having accrued over 40,000 today. Chapter 63. A kick that sends the Golden War Eagle flying. In the early morning, a rooster's crow echoed. Within the confines of the room, an atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped the space. My dear, why do you persistently gaze at me? Duan Jiang, just awakened, rubbed his bleary eyes, feeling a twinge of confusion. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Ning Xianglan squatting beside him, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, wearing an expression of deep contemplation. My dear, Duan Jiang directed his attention towards Ning Xianglan, but before he could complete his thought, she abruptly lifted his shirt. Coughing, Duan Jiang's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly spoke. Wei Xiaogong, observing the saint before him remaining silent and furrowed in thought, mustered his courage to call out a few times. Li Xiao activated his talent gem, which transformed into a stream of white light, surging into his body. Having served in the military in his past life and being an avid firearms enthusiast, he possessed considerable knowledge about weapon manufacturing. Additionally, as a blacksmith was a low-tier profession in the Dolua continent, hiring one was relatively inexpensive. Thus, he planned to seek collaboration with a blacksmith shop to fund the creation of various ordinary firearm components. Zhao Chongyam merely understood that she would be parting with her family for an entire year, feeling a sense of melancholy. He placed a comforting hand upon her slender shoulder and instructed the servants to prepare a meal, intending to dine with Yin Shi. Before long, Su Xing re-entered the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, albeit this time differently, as he had transformed his appearance to resemble Tang San using his head spirit bone. Otherwise, he would have to endure the torment of heart-wrenching pain again, a sensation most unpleasant that could cost one their life. After having the Rabbit Tribe Orc Guard unlock the door, Hu Chi kicked it open and strode inside. In addition to his basic attributes, he acquired 2 active skills, Skill Theft and God's Hand, both of which were capable of being charged. Bobo was also charging up a powerful attack in an attempt to launch Luxian away, only to have Luxian evade it with a deft sidestep, skillfully absorbing all the damage. Among the flowers, pollen with hypnotic properties wafted through the air. When the four-armed Pongli inhaled this pollen, although he did not succumb to slumber, the effects lingered, causing his speed to slow and his judgment to be somewhat impaired. Tang Yubing continued to grow her hotel empire from scratch, expanding to a total of 8 branches, all of which were the largest and finest in the locality, earning an excellent reputation and economic success among patrons. The cruise ship's 4th to 12th floors provided various accommodations for travelers, with the 7th and 8th floors designated for presidential suites, featuring direct access via exclusive elevators. Those who resided there were undoubtedly affluent tycoons or prominent officials. By chance, some villagers unearthed a hot spring while tilling the fields, disrupting their tranquil lives. Following an exploration, dozens of hot spring outlets were discovered in the valley, revealing an abundance of geothermal resources. Lu Duan's physique was light. As he traversed the snowy terrain, he seemed to tread upon its surface, never sinking into the depths of the snow. After listening, he refrained from further discourse, setting aside his belongings and dashing away. Where are the elders? Have you secretly conspired with Wang Jiajia, falsely claiming the masteress orders and luring me and El Zhang to a desolate island? What is your true intention? Xiang Heiyu's voice was both stern and commanding, and his status as the elder of discipline momentarily quelled the senior elders. After a brief deliberation, Kong Yuan expressed her desire to visit the village chief's abode, while Lu Lian insisted on accompanying her. Initially, Kong Yuan opposed this, deeming Lu Lian too feeble. However, Lu Lian presented his own rationale, citing his meticulous nature and the matter of the snake-repelling powder, thereby leaving Kong Yuan without grounds for rebuttal. Ultimately, he merely made contact with Fan Tianlu using his feet and palms, feeling a surge of energy that nearly compelled him to expel blood. The young man retrieved a medicinal pill from his sleeve, consumed it, and after meditating for half an hour, he slowly rose to his feet. He then conjured a leather sheath and slung it across his back, into which the now silver-black long sword seamlessly slid. Chapter 64. Departing the sect, encountering the bandits. A magnificent golden divine eagle soared through the vast sky, cutting through the atmosphere with remarkable speed, as countless mountains and rivers vanished from his sight in a blur. Duan Jiang could not help but marvel at the experience. Should he fail to possess such a vessel in the future, his life would remain forever incomplete. Within the Golden War Eagle, Duan Jiang sat in tranquil meditation, while Bai Ling occupied another location, surrounded by numerous maps and jade slips, diligently studying the routes. Soon, Bai Ling completed her analysis and turned to Duan Jiang. Brother Duan, my cousin is currently in the Tsangming realm, so we must first travel there to meet her before proceeding to the Crimson Wasteland, the site of the impending emergence of the Tongtian Divine Pavilion. In mere moments, this hot potato had fallen into Yuki's hands. She shot him a glare. Indeed, he had mentioned their engagement once, during her preparations for a dating show, when Duan Mozhen reminded her of their bond, cautioning her not to grow too close to other men. Huang Lingfeng nodded in realization. It wasn't merely nearby. Activating his eye of broken illusions, he gazed into the royal palace's inner courtyard, yet the dense fog remained impenetrable, a clear indication of the situation at hand. Su Yao chuckled lightly, examining the delicate peach blossoms and meticulously crafted bamboo strips, their edges smooth, evidencing the care invested in their creation. Xue Jiaojiao was relatively satisfied with her current pace of cultivation, though she still felt somewhat lacking compared to others. This was largely due to the spiritual essence emanating from the 3 mountains, which provided ample energy for the creatures to cultivate. The leaders of Baijula Prefecture and Xenia Prefecture shielded Pei Nanchuan, striving to prevent Han Zhao from exploiting her as a point of breakthrough. Zhou Qin steadily ascended to the mountain's peak, gazing at the undulating sea of white clouds, ever shifting and unpredictable. In response to her obstinacy, Bai Xilan appeared oblivious, taking up her chopsticks with indifference. The servant of the Wang family suddenly expelled a copious amount of vomit, even discarding his bile, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Nearby, Lu Suifeng, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke, immediately dragging Su Jiao back into the room. Gao Shun's prowess can be discerned through another unparalleled general, Zhang Liao. This renowned general, who once struck terror into the heart of Sun Quan Ziyijin, had, several years prior, merely served as Gao Shun's subordinate. The villa district under the night sky seemed particularly tranquil, devoid of barking dogs. For the pets of the affluent were not particularly sensitive to their surroundings and lacked the instinct to sense the fluctuations of energy in the air. Perhaps because of such contemplations, one's observational skills became remarkably acute. Beneath the bedside table, unnoticed by others, Luo Haochen discovered a corner of a white object protruding. Hans, please speak, the emperor urged, although Hans displayed a hint of impatience towards Wang Hanzhong's incessant chatter. Nonetheless, the latter's words, though numerous, proved advantageous for Germany. No, that is incorrect. It was that there was no opportunity to evade, but rather that Jie had no intention of hiding. The statements made earlier indicated that he was aware of what was to transpire next. He could have evaded. Yet doing so would have inevitably exposed Ling Feng and Lu Rong. In truth, Lu Tianxiang felt considerable regret at this moment. As he dispelled the thick fog with ice energy, he began to wish he had not undertaken such actions. In the center of the assembly hall stood a platform approximately 1 foot high, upon which a gentleman of around 60 years slowly ascended. Driven by curiosity, he disregarded the identity of the potential formidable foe within, eager merely to unveil the mystery. Besides, even if it were indeed a master of the dark arts, what could it matter? After all these years, even if alive, starvation alone could render one immobile. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, revealing a profound surprise. Was this not one of the potential locations of the secret realm bestowed upon him by the emperor of the Great Qian? To discover it within the borders of Dalian, so near, and yet the Zhao family had not uncovered it. Chapter 65, Duan Jiang's Mockery, the White Spirit Chi congeals. Haha. An opportunity? Do you truly believe you have a chance? The black-clad giant laughed heartily, looking down upon Duan Jiang with disdain. Humph, this lad appears somewhat competent. Yet he turns out to be a coward. The black-clad figure's gaze greedily fixated on the white spirit. He leered at Duan Jiang, saying, "If you were to gift us the lovely maiden by your side, I might consider sparing you. What say you?" At these words, both Duan Jiang and the white spirit were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, the white spirit's face flushed with fury, struggling to suppress a laugh. Duan Jiang's countenance turned ghostly pale, trembling with indignation. With that, he unleashed the formidable aura of the 9th realm of the tribulation stage. Who dares to pry into the affairs of my greatsword sect? Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a thunderous roar as 8 iron chains trembled violently, producing a cacophony of clanking sounds. The ability to withstand 2 successive sword energies indicated that this individual possessed at least the cultivation level of the 9th tier of Qi refinement, compelling her to take him seriously. The seasoned official, unwilling to linger any longer, dialed the infirmary to summon the school doctor and, in parallel, contacted the principal to report the teacher's actions. It seemed evident that there had long been friction between the two, for they could not stand each other in this moment. The water monkey was clearly aware of the formidable nature of the lightning serpent and thus directed most of its attention toward the 8-winged celestial wolf. One might ponder whether a life devoid of worries was truly attainable or if one could simply acquire whatever one desired. The withered tree, slightly taken aback, wielded a long whip that danced through the air, intertwining into a dense tapestry of whip shadows. Layer upon layer of these shadows coalesced, forming a thick shield that enveloped him completely, impenetrable. The monkey conducted a separate investigation into this matter and discovered that behind the strength of our association lurked another force. Was this truly the silver lion and not a mere dog? Night Fusan winced, retracting her hand, yet in the next moment, her consciousness was flooded with new information. Ayu clenched his fists tightly, though his breathing remained remarkably calm, an incongruity with his tense posture. Yi Xian's resolve was as steadfast as iron. He urgently required dragon bones and other materials, not only to repair the golden dragon bone spear, but also to cultivate the indestructible body of the sun. For Qinxin, the greatest joy did not stem from the acquisition of vast territories and enhanced power, but rather from the proximity of Kamakura to Edo, allowing him to meet with Long Tao frequently after relocating there. Naturally, Luo Tianyi harbored no fondness for this old matron. Even if she became empress, there would still be grievances to address, and if she were to perish, there would be no more fears to contend with, would there? You, with your mind filled with frivolous thoughts, dare accuse me of indecency. Indeed, I admit to such indulgences, Dong Xuelin proclaimed while seated, gazing at Anqing. The system swore that even in the land of Valoran, one could not find a person with a thicker skin than Lin Fan. Master Yin Chuyo's eyes glistened with tears, her heart applauding the admirable character of the elderly gentleman. Spurred by the lure of money, he hastily grabbed his camera and rushed over, only to find that it was an airport guarding the capital, where he could capture numerous advanced military aircraft of the rabbit family. Yet the old Jay, it was a rare sight. After many days of waiting, he had gathered nothing but the northwest wind and smog. Yifeng shook his head slightly. His cultivation remained weak, and the decay these individuals had absorbed was not particularly potent. Otherwise, a mere touch would likely spread the corruption throughout their bodies in an instant. Luo Tianyi was about to intervene, but hesitating to make a good impression, he refrained from speaking, resulting in yet another round of trouble. Anqing, you know that Dong Xuelin has your best interests at heart. Your health has always been fragile. At this moment, she said to Anqing. In the late Heian period, both Tara no Kayamori's beloved consort, Hojo no Takiko, and Minamoto no Yoshitsune's cherished companion, Shizuka Guzan, hailed from such backgrounds. As they entered the sect, a new spectacle unfolded before them, no longer the dilapidated site of 10 days prior. Instead, magnificent palaces rose impressively, exuding grandeur. The once highly coveted heavenly steps seemed to have lost their significance, now merely suitable for use as forging materials. In Chapter 66, Father Wonin, within the Golden War Eagle. In a secluded corner, Duan Jiang sat cross-legged with his eyes gently closed. System, during the recent attack by that cloaked man, although he did not employ any martial techniques. What was that sudden flash of black light in my mind? Moreover, how did he discern that I am the Soul King? Doubts echoed in Duan Jiang's mind. All meticulously noted. Now, he sought clarification from the system regarding these perplexities. The black-robed man's attack employed a form of spiritual energy that is distinct from ordinary assaults. It is intangible and imperceptible. The reason the host remained unharmed is due to the host's current soul realm, which belongs to the great Soul King. With a spiritual strength far surpassing that of the black-robed individual. Pausing momentarily, she set aside her needle and thread, removing her glasses from her ears, allowing a few delicate strands of hair to cascade down. Having risen early and feeling languid, her long hair was merely tied with a ribbon. Having become disheveled after a morning of household chores. Tethys, what brings you joy? Uranus, perched atop the tallest pillar, turned to inquire of Tethys. After dinner, Qing Wan and Hong Wan tidied the tableware before withdrawing, leaving the space for Mu Fan and Bauer. However, the Thunder Cave had recently become quite lively, with many descending to seek a particular treasure. In mere moments after emerging from the cave, a returned mirror was witnessed, with those who beheld it claiming it could emit the primordial purple thunder, a force beyond the grasp of even the Thunder Dominator. Blue-Gray Town, the closest military stronghold to the Grand Canal within the territory of Count Gleber, was fortified against potential surprise attacks from the inland waterways. Count Gleber had stationed a considerable force there, commanded by his capable general, Kangqi. Zhang Qing took a deep breath. This piece of equipment was extraordinarily powerful. While its additional attributes were average, its special effects were akin to divine capabilities for a master of shield combat. And it possessed the potential to be upgraded to a golden set. Such factors compelled Zhang Qing to exclaim in astonishment. She believed she had performed remarkably. But upon ascending to the throne after many years, she looked back and realized how ludicrous her former self had been. The primordial purple gold, typically possessed by large factions in quantities of 100 or 200 pieces, was the result of eons spent collecting resources. With each piece containing 7 strands of primordial purple qi, capable of elevating 7 of her subordinates to the level of Hunyuan masters. Chen Gong's strategic acumen was commendable. Some even compared him to the top-tier strategists. Chun Mo recognized Chen Gong's intellect, which reached an impressive 92 points, rivaling that of Sun Yu. Alas, he encountered misfortune throughout his life and ultimately took his own life at Baiman Tower. I have seen it and am prepared for the interrogation chamber. Pablo is indifferent to whether your suit is Armani. He is the type who insists on rolling his cuffs up to his elbows, regardless of attire. Here, should you dare to act insolently towards his subordinates, how could you expect to receive any form of courtesy? After ordering several dishes, Mu Lingxue, while ostensibly feeding Yaya, discreetly listened to the whispers around her, gleaning fragments of the information she sought. It appeared that Hua Qianye was in a rather good mood. Leading Yunji forward while casually inquiring, Ling Feng, what troubles you? Are you particularly sensitive to the term cold moon? Hey. Xiao Yu waved her hand in front of Ling Feng, who slowly began to respond. Governor Li was reluctant to accept these claims. Yet the doctors spoke with such conviction and substantiation that he could not dismiss them. The deputy director informed Luo Qishan that although the Health Bureau was monitoring data from various hospitals, the system was still inadequate. Currently, it relied on the technical staff from subordinate hospitals to manually transfer data to the Bureau's monitoring network. Initially, she had no intention of giving this man any face, especially after the events of yesterday, which left her feeling a deep-seated resentment. Nonetheless, she devised another plan. Miss, is that you? The brothel keeper, in a state of disarray, knelt on the ground and uncertainly addressed the vaguely familiar Yunji. After all, the Yunji of yesteryear was gaunt, haggard, and stained. A stark contrast to the person before her now, compounded by the years of absence. Chapter 67. Among 3, there must be one infatuated. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Young Master Qin erupted in anger at the words. Impudence. Qin Ming, Master Duan is a skilled expert whom I specifically invited. He is not someone you may casually provoke. Please show some respect, or do not blame me for being impolite. Bai Ling reprimanded coldly. Linger, you dare to scold me over a mere outsider? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. He never expected Bai Ling to adopt such a tone upon their reunion, especially regarding someone he deemed an outsider. Please step aside, you are obstructing the way. Bai Ling stated frostily. Fortunately, as the game environment grew more realistic, even the grass and trees mirrored reality more closely. Humph, Union scoffed once more. Her expression impassive as she departed, leaving no one privy to her thoughts. Moreover, after battling several hundred rounds just yesterday, her strength had undoubtedly improved. Dealing with Mu Li and his ilk should pose little challenge. If you possess any self-awareness, vanish quickly and do not reappear within our sight to disrupt our lives. Wu Ruo's voice was sharp and serious, barely containing her simmering anger. Hearing his grandfather's words, Lu Yiqing strode over to Lin Ruoqing, squatting down with great care as he gently placed a bracelet on her wrist. After making another turn, Jiang Feng discovered a spacious cavern, approximately 20 meters in diameter, devoid of any concealment, yet brimming with a dense array of supplies. The production manager was somewhat taken aback, while the man in black clearly exhibited signs of anger. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his phone rang. It was Assistant O calling. He glanced towards the distant direction, but still answered the call. Following the revelation of this matter, she insisted on having me withdraw immediately, even threatening to take legal action against Director Zhang. Ruoqing, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have already made up my mind. I do not wish to remain and cause any further impact on the company or on you. Fan Xingxing declared with resolute determination. After vanquishing the Golden Crow Saint Child, the aura of fortune surrounding Qing Yonghuan began to activate, marking a moment ripe for vigorous advancement. With momentum akin to a surging tide, after waiting for many days, such an opportunity had finally arrived. There was no way it could be intercepted. Previously, Qin Zhouge had been suppressing the two individuals, urging them to solidify their realms, but now there was no need for such restraint. Old Baron altered his voice several times and repeated himself twice before finally ceasing, casting a glance at Leo. However, he discerned no indication of success on Leo's face, which aligned with his expectations, leading him to refrain from further inquiries as he turned and descended from the observation platform into the ship's cabin. The spiritual valley, nourished by spiritual energy, contained grains imbued with pure spiritual essence, which, with prolonged use, could enhance cultivation and improve physical constitution. This allowed the quantity of spiritual valleys on the island to reach a self-sustaining level, fulfilling the needs of all cultivators. At a certain moment, the robust man opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a bull, embodying the ebb and flow of the sun and moon, with the interplay of black and white encompassing the vast world. Most fire-attributed spiritual materials were found near volcanoes, either posing extreme danger or being monopolized by powerful factions. It was challenging for ordinary fire-rooted cultivators to acquire resources. Consequently, many cultivators with multiple roots, despite the fire root's advantage over other attributes, were compelled to shift their focus to different elemental roots. The world tree, the source of all flora, represents the pinnacle of innate spiritual roots, and in some respects, surpasses premier innate spiritual roots such as the ginseng fruit tree, the peach tree, and the Bodhi tree. Just as the towering edifices of the original world exemplified an unparalleled construction speed, the unyielding steel and concrete could not fill the profound void within most individuals. With Wu Hai as a local power broker, engaging in discussions for collaboration with various factions was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in dispelling their entrenched perceptions of the estate. Old Tang, Old Fu, Old Yang, Old Fu, Old Shan. Haha, what brings you all here? Luan Yunggao pondered anxiously. Although he had sensed the presence of others nearby earlier, he had not anticipated such a substantial gathering. Chapter 68, Desolate World, Tensions on Edge. At this moment, Bai Qianshan was scrutinizing Duan Jiang, and the more she observed, the more alarmed she became. The extraordinarily youthful and handsome youth before her exuded an enigmatic aura, hinting at a depth that was unfathomable. He was undoubtedly a master. Humph! What do these random interlopers amount to? How dare he presume to enter the heavenly divine pavilion? Qin Ming remarked coldly. This is clearly aimed at Duan Jiang. Bai Ling's gaze instantly turned icy, and she was about to vehemently reprimand Qin Ming, the debauchee. Boom! At that moment, the towering light gate suddenly emanated a potent aura, its brilliance surging and once again beginning to blur slowly. This is bad. It seems that the adversaries wish to thwart us. Within the capital, there are whispers of unrest. Several censors allied with the Wei family have been swayed and are preparing to submit a formal petition with fervent intent. Children are invariably the most perceptive. Their expressions of affection are quite direct. Those who treat them kindly, they will cling to. However, having any surplus money is out of the question. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have spent the better part of a day scavenging just to hand Xiao Mingjin a mere 15 copper coins. Just then, Yu Qing emerged once more, first bowing respectfully to Zhuo Liang, and before he could respond, she took the trousers from his hands without uttering a word and re-entered. It became apparent that the neglect from those servants in the residence had no connection to Princess Chu Yun or Xia Qiwan. Guo Jia, Pang Tong, and others were well aware. The emperor's focus in this imperial examination was, in fact, directed at those accomplished scholars, and even individuals with some degree of knowledge. Kong Xiang suddenly cast his gaze upon the surrounding traitorous soldiers, who instinctively stepped back under the weight of his stare. As Tianming stepped lightly, appearing behind the canine demon, he unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a thunderous roar emanating from his fist. Upon sensing the dark blood outside his body, Tianming swiftly employed a spell to cleanse it away, simultaneously noticing Li Shanchuan not far off. Or perhaps it is precisely because there remain such fragile corners within the human heart that one becomes stronger. In 10 days, Lin Yun achieved a breakthrough in the heavenly spirit realm. In 12 days, Shi Zijing also attained the same, and by the 15th day, both the monk and Taoist had similarly advanced. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly. Neither of them spoke further. Some matters are mutually understood and can remain unspoken, resting in the heart without the necessity of verbalization. With their assistance, efficiency was further streamlined. While it did not reach the remarkable efficacy of the later stages of the Central South period, it was still commendable overall. After all, during the Central South period, the methods were excessively tyrannical. Jiang Yun had slaughtered over 40,000 civil servants in one go, which undeniably resulted in high efficiency, but such actions cannot be repeated indefinitely. The cane struck the ground, producing a soft thud as Yi Huan leaned upon it, exuding an air reminiscent of the formidable Du Wuxing. Shen Linfeng instantly comprehended that another force within him was the internal energy imparted by Lu Qingyang, the master of the Qishir cave. And these two powers were vying against each other within Shen Linfeng's body, rendering him uncomfortably heated. Adjacent to the square was a parking lot, featuring one level above ground and another below, filled with numerous private vehicles. During the outbreak of the disaster, it coincided with the peak season of summer tourism. Now, those cars were coated in dust, their tires deflated. However, apart from that, they remained in relatively good condition. Amidst the cacophony of clattering sounds, his fist struck the ancient cauldron, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Wu Hao instinctively tensed, suddenly sensing an inexplicably vast and eerie aura enveloping him, locking him in an omnipresent embrace. The sensation was neither malevolent nor frigid, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding realm of death. A furtive glance revealed a skeletal remains ahead. Wei Hu's voice turned increasingly cold. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he charged at Wu Hao like a leopard, his tightly clenched fist generating a formidable gust of wind that thundered towards Wu Hao's back. Chapter 69. The Power of Faith, Accepting the Bet. Oh, is that so? Bai Qianshan's eyes narrowed as she stepped forward, her delicate fingers forming intricate hand seals. Jade furnace, arise, she exclaimed with a melodic voice. The hand seal she executed was indeed the secret method to manipulate the white jade furnace. The white jade furnace is a treasured heirloom of my clan, and it is time to bring it back, Bai Qianshan stated matter-of-factly. This had been her intention all along, and upon seeing the white jade furnace, she sought to summon it back directly through her secret technique. Beside her, Bai Ling and Qin Ming expressed their surprise and delight. Yet, Duan Jiang, standing silently, subtly shook his head, clearly sensing something amiss. Throughout the encounter, the patriarch of the Zhang Hai clan remained motionless, seemingly observing the unfolding events. Wang Liang cast a puzzled glance at Tang Chenjing. While he did not fully comprehend, he grasped a fragment of the situation. Lin Qian felt the atmosphere acutely, inwardly rejoicing as he intensified his assault on the skeletal knights. With a mere flick of his wrist, a gleaming black sword cleaved through the necks of several skeletal knights, their bodies dissolving into the environment upon their demise. Yes, I shall procure it immediately, Gu Qing declared, stepping out. Within a minute or two, she returned with a magnifying glass, first handing it to Gu Minyuan. He yearned to engage more with El Bu, who appeared to be a formidable ally. Having such a person by his side would ensure his safety. With such protection, who could possibly harm him? Even if it were true, it was not within the aspirations of these individuals. Xiao Jiozhong felt that Emperor Zhao Ren's actions provided an additional layer of security for Lang Huaping. Zhao Auntie, please enter first. We wouldn't want to delay my father's soup, Leng Huaping insisted, ushering Zhao Ani inside without room for refusal. Crafting a weapon worthy of being deemed divine and formidable requires considerable time and effort. Furthermore, even as Wang Che prepared to leave Yingchuan, he had already devised arrangements concerning Qinxing. I have brought mother and the children to Dong'an, Tang Chunjing said, tugging at Tang Chuanhua's sleeve to beckon her forth. Even those emails originally left aside were eventually retrieved, swiftly becoming prominent tracks on various charts. The king of roots, resembling the tendrils of a dragon, indeed represented the finest essence among roots, yet merchants could only recognize its form, failing to identify the genuine article. Meanwhile, Old Fishhead began delegating tasks, with the most arduous duty being the excavation of ice holes. In this month, the ice layer below is 2 to 3 feet thick, without considerable strength. One truly cannot manage this task. For the first time, Ho San beheld the graceful sight of a sick deer. Observing it for a while, he felt no imminent threat, so he gradually approached it. Before Hanzhou could utter a word, he noticed San Chuan's blade had already reached his front. Startled, Hanzhou instinctively recoiled. But the blade seemed to possess its own awareness, descending directly towards his head. With no choice but to retract his scythe, he parried the assault. The cunning steward Wang is indeed sly, forcing us to serve as bait while Prince Lin transports the genuine goods back to Chengdu. Yet, is he not being somewhat biased? Why can we not directly convey these valuable items instead of merely acting as decoys? Throughout history, emperors have often been fearful of death, desiring immortality even without the physique of an immortal. Bus suddenly interjected with an unusually frigid tone. The two of them instantly connected, their eyes igniting with sparks. While Hualu Shui stood in dumbfounded silence, astonished that a childhood game could dictate their present circumstances. The elder of the snake tribe glanced at Orochimaru, and upon receiving a nod from him, she too nodded in agreement to undertake this task. Where is the Yueshio company? Ma Rulong appeared bewildered, having never heard of such a company. Although the wild duck may seem clumsy in its walk, it takes off with remarkable grace and agility, however. Compared to the red-crowned crane, it lacks elegance. With a gentle push of its long legs, the crane ascends into the clear sky without a trace of earthly burdens. Hence its name as the Celestial Crane. Chapter 70. One move to strike and shock the two women. Excellent. Truly worthy of being a descendant of Lord Bai. Possessing both courage and spirit. If you can defeat these three, you may take away the Baiyu furnace. The leader of the Tsang Hai tribe grinned broadly, casually gesturing towards Qianfeng and his companions. Ha ha ha, how naive is the frog at the bottom of the well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Qin Ming laughed wildly, looking down upon Qianfeng and the others with disdain. Do the savages of the wilderness dare to contend with our Dongyu Kungsa tribe? Upon hearing this, the three from the Qianying tribe displayed no emotion, resembling lifeless statues. Bai Qianqian and Bai Ling shared a light laugh, evidently aligned in their thoughts with Qin Ming. Bai Qianqian turned to the leader of the Tsang Hai tribe, smiling gently. Leader and esteemed elders. In this segment, both sides were intensely engaged, with the soldiers of Su and Hang defending fiercely, their desperate efforts instilling fear in their opponents, allowing them to overtake the score and enter the fourth quarter with a narrow lead. Although Vice Leader Zhao felt anger towards Lan Cha, he remained fully attentive to Lan Cha's explanation upon hearing the inquiry from the chief leader. Upon hearing that voice, Yufeng felt his meridian stiffen, and his body began to tremble, as though gazed upon by death itself, his blood freezing into ice. Observing Lu Shanmin's sudden loss of composure, King Xidagarba furrowed his brow. Following Lu Shanmin's gaze, his handsome face frozen in expression, having only heard that she was expelled by his elder sister. One might presume it was due to her offense against her. There was a tinge of sympathy for her. Furthermore, it is evident that young Master Chiu harbors feelings for her. However, the disparity in their social standings restrains him from pursuing these thoughts too deeply, leaving Su Feifei utterly bewildered. In the vast circular pit, Yifeng knelt upon the ground, the right side of his body emanating a faint silvery glow as he gazed skyward with a sardonic smile. Have you had your fill? Li Tianyin remarked, effortlessly brushing off the dust from his attire, his warm smile infused with an undeniable air of control. In terms of sheer strength or the cunning of manipulation, Yifeng found himself outmatched. You are a mentor and can act with flexibility. My only demand is victory. Defeat is not an option, Qin Ning replied. Ultimately, humanity is but a species, and the foremost principle of all living beings is survival. In the face of survival, notions of gentlemanly decorum become mere trifles. Above Jiangdongyu, the scroll made of 3 lifetime paper continuously burned, ultimately disintegrating into ashes scattered across the galaxy. He sought neither the scroll nor the frame, devoid of boundaries and shackles. His painting was the cosmos, and this cosmos was his canvas. Their eyes widened in horror, beads of sweat cascading down their faces as their bodies stiffened and trembled, weapons shaking in their grasp. Upon hearing this, Brother Chen shook his head without hesitation, jesting that a year's time to regain combat strength could alter an immense number of circumstances. Well, it's simple and comprehensible, truly flawless. Has my future stepmother not perused the internet for the application of black donkey hooves? At that moment, a shell was fired from a distant tank, crashing a mere 10 meters away, with a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the area, shrapnel flying in all directions. However, this was also Mu Hai's intention. His partnership with Shou Qinglong was essential for him to engage in genuine endeavors. As when Huai completely vanished from view, the crowd gathered around the butler, their eyes fixated on the golden card in his hand, brimming with excitement. This was precisely the effect Lin Yun desired, as a satisfied smile graced her face. However, her contentment waned when she glanced at the others. Rui Han nodded with a wry smile. Having heard of the legendary principle of the Strengthening Academy during the freshman competition, but never delving deeply into it. Today, in conversation with Wen Huai, she finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated her from the world of the strong. Slowly, "You are the heaviest. I believe you will succeed." This time, it was Yang Yusu's turn to mock him, chuckling heartily. Even under relentless attacks from the crowd, its remarkably resilient body sustained no fatal injuries. Her voice was like an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, clear and melodious. In just a few words, she instilled a sense of comfort and tranquility. Chapter 71. Duan Jiang takes action, striking just enough. Although I feel that none among you could possibly defeat me, I sincerely hope that one of you might emerge victorious. Do you know? Then, Qian Shui pointed at the utterly ordinary Qian Feng and added with a smile, "He can defeat me in just 3 moves." Upon the utterance of these words, both Bai Qianqian and Bai Ling instantly wore expressions of utmost distress, particularly Bai Qianqian. At this moment, she finally grasped the gravity of the situation. From beginning to end, this was merely a scheme orchestrated by the Qianying clan. The patriarch of the Songhai tribe had long anticipated every turn of events. Dear Bai Qianqian, to avoid unnecessary casualties, I advise you to concede voluntarily. If that were the case, would Henin not find her hopes dashed upon departure? This simply cannot be. It would be wiser to forego this recommendation. Sweat beads emerged on Li Jia's forehead. Indeed, he was dealing with a cannibalistic entity, and should he refuse, that axe would undoubtedly come crashing down upon his head. Tianhui gazed in astonishment at Zhang Li's lifeless body, instinctively covering her mouth, overwhelmed by nausea. The process of concocting the Mei-Kasi reagent was exceptionally intricate, and the actual formulation was exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for Lin Qing's assistance with the 001, the task would have proven insurmountable. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Disciplinary Institute, observers scrutinized the surroundings, prepared to address any anomalies at a moment's notice. Aside from this spatial ring, no other evidence remained to attest to the survival of beaming in this realm. With a firm step, as Liang Shiyu's words echoed, Bader emerged from the dust. Cold Jiao Jiao's hand was painfully gripped by Madame Lang, rendering her speechless as she gazed at Aunt Ji's face, her heart increasingly enveloped in confusion and dread. The 2 sentries on duty, upon witnessing their emergence, exchanged sinister smiles, extinguishing the warmth of the fire with snow before retreating into their tent. The death of the fierce sun was most unbearable for the Vidrogate. With their strongest member gone, their reputation was bound to plummet. However, today he surprised me, entering with a broad smile and greeting me spontaneously, and most notably, he carried several takeout containers. Was this his way of bringing me dinner? A fleeting thought crossed my mind. My father has become quite peculiar. Sun Jiaqian, you glared at Lan Fei, but being bound yourself. I surmised that if you could break free, Lan Fei would undoubtedly strike you a few times. You may leave. Jiao Lei's typically gallant visage revealed a rare hint of shyness as he directly ushered him out of the kitchen. The elder's words reached my ears, unsettling my heart. Although he did not elucidate everything, many matters no longer required clarification. This object undoubtedly belonged to him, there was no doubt about it. And Wang Yuanshan was well aware of this, leading to his confusion. Approaching the isolation barrier, before even stepping across it, Lang noticed a hand, along with a freshly laundered towel devoid of any moisture hanging from it. She knew that Do-Er and Do-San would visit today. She had already encountered Do-San, but had yet to see Do-Er and was unaware of his whereabouts, although she had heard his voice, seemingly from the last few rows. To be candid, during moments of ennui, Angelo occasionally scours the internet for the myriad speculations circulating among the media and fans. Why does Angelo treat Raymond Boyer with such favoritism compared to Anchi? Sue Berry has consistently stood by Nayland Shao, initially deeming Qin Feng's claims as mere bravado, for this formation has been passed down from our ancestors. Meanwhile, across the river, The village of Anton has also discerned the developments upstream. Lattice has already ordered the construction of trebuchets, ready to strike at the warships of Rum City as soon as those of New Troy come within range. Ning Wanwo has deployed hundreds of spies throughout the Ming dynasty, particularly concentrated in northern Jili, and she is certainly aware of the illustrious Li Ruoyan. Unlike Wang Huai, who initially suspected a miscommunication regarding assessment tasks, they found themselves without the luxury of choice. Chapter 72. The Defeat of Qianfeng, a Collective Shock. In an instant, the wind swirled violently, tearing through the void. Qianshui unleashed a sweeping kick. The air erupted with a thunderous crack. At this moment, Bai Qianqian and Bai Ling, from a distance, simultaneously paled in shock. The power of this strike surpassed that of Qianshui by at least double, a truly terrifying blow. Such strength rivals that of Feng Nanhou, Bai Ling remarked in astonishment. Her initial estimation of Qianfeng's prowess had been formidable, yet it now appeared she had significantly underestimated it. Young Master Duan must have recognized Qianfeng's strength long ago, which is why he chose to intervene personally. The genius birth from the Qianying clan's accumulated fortune is indeed fearsome, and Qianfeng's cultivation level is remarkable. As Yi Xiu analyzed the second patient, the attention of the intern doctors was entirely captivated. Their minds involuntarily followed his elucidations. "What is your name?" Jiang Yi was walking when suddenly an arm reached out from the side, obstructing his path, accompanied by a somewhat languid voice in his ear. "This fragrance is merely ordinary. We are all fine. Yet how is it that you have fainted and cannot stand?" Mu Huan looked at Yu Hansheng with curiosity. Kashuran did not respond to Yi Xiu's admonition. Instead, he abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixated on Yi Xiu, his expression fraught with tension. These disciples have amassed considerable strength, with their techniques cultivated to the 8th or 9th level, and coupled with other advantages. They are more than capable of overwhelming the majority of outer disciples at the 9th stage of Qi training. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread, shattering like a copper mirror. Thus, the rain of swords, akin to flowing light, pierced through the sword imprint, racing past Tianqing's body. He had assumed that Gu Qinyai would at least hesitate, allowing him an opportunity to persuade Gu Qinyai further after Uncle Yu's departure. Should Gu Qinyai insist on using the medicine, Uncle Yu would certainly have no further objections. The Demon Lord has already selected the elite of the Demon Clan, ready to depart at any moment, hoping the elites of the 3 clans will converge in the human realm's Tianxiong City, where the open passage will be more stable. As remarked by a demon envoy, for severely wounded sword cultivators experienced a remarkable recovery. Their injuries healed completely within mere breaths. They interacted with each other, their arms and necks moving with the same agility as before, their breaths unimpeded. Jiang Yi deftly evaded the incoming strikes of his staff, and with a swift motion, he slashed towards a young lad with yellow hair. This youth, merely 18 or 19 years of age, was brimming with youthful vigor, unaware of the gravity of his actions, capable of delivering fatal blows in an instant. "Do not rush. Allow me to don my glasses for a thorough examination." Yin Fei retrieved his Tianji sunglasses, and the entire situation within the sealed domain unfolded before his eyes. Thus, it became evident that Chu Wuji had indeed survived, concealing himself within this ultimate legacy in order to safeguard that primordial artifact. The cycle of reincarnation is divided into 2 paths, the heavenly path and the earthly path. The hell path, hungry ghost path, and animal path constitute the earthly path, while the Azura path, human path, and heavenly path are classified under the heavenly path. You have now fully awakened the earthly path. The subsequent step is not the awakening of the heavenly path, but rather the fusion of the 3 eyes of the earthly path, marking the 4th stage. Mei Yuan slowly articulated. At that moment, the image of Xingou appeared, reciting phrase by phrase to Che Wuyo as taught by Yi Li. Although Yi Li was indifferent to Che Wuyo and the matter of the arranged marriage, he found himself with idle time, and watching the unfolding events seemed a harmless diversion. With a subtle motion of his hands, a muted sound resonated in the air, conjuring a circular pedestal from thin air. Simultaneously, the Qing Shuang divine sword flawlessly manifested the profundities of the wind and thunder laws. Dark clouds churned above, lightning surged, while fierce winds swept below, sending sands and stones swirling into the sky, rendering the world indistinguishable, save for the 9 colossal golden dragon shadows roaring with intent to obliterate Wu Tian. "Mother, my resolve is unwavering. If you compel me to marry Shangwan Luoyang, you are effectively driving me to my demise. Lin Feng's exceptional qualities are beyond your comprehension. Should you persist in your obstinacy, you shall come to regret it." Xian Yuan Yuyan choked out. Chapter 73. Revelations of Secrets, Duan Jiang as promise. "My potential has been shackled, my vision constrained, and my capability suppressed." At this moment, Qian Feng seemed as though struck by lightning, his eyes vacant, endlessly repeating Duan Jiang's words, as if entranced. Witnessing this scene, the patriarch of the Qianing clan, along with the two elders, closed their eyes in anguish. They understood that from this point forth, the first prodigy whom the Qianing clan had always cherished as its future hope would inevitably fade into obscurity. Qianfeng, do not allow yourself to be deceived. He seeks to extinguish your fighting spirit. You are the most extraordinary genius in the history of the Qianing clan, destined to inherit the leadership. Even if you face defeat now, it matters not. You must persevere. She realized that her husband and father-in-law shared a similar disposition, both inclined to selectively listen to the words they wished to hear. With her foot no longer in pain, the head of the Ling family was compelled to halt, lest she exacerbate her injury through excessive movement. It was already quite late. The night was deepening, yet Jin Shiho remained awake, unable to find rest, his mind in turmoil. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhuang Yin from the corner of her eye, only to find him as composed as ever, displaying an air of calmness that suggested he had long grown accustomed to Dongfang Ye's whimsical and unreasonable antics. In fact, as he inscribed the character for death, he had poured his own vitality and essence into it, resolutely determined to eliminate Huang Zheng in one decisive blow. Hua Zhao furrowed her brow as she observed him. He had now slumped over the table, his chopsticks slipping from his fingers and falling to the ground, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Yun Shuiyong was not truly irked. It was high time she reminded Jin Qiyan of the necessity of moderation in all things. Lastly, with a sweep of her consciousness, she ensured that no remnants lingered in the vicinity, for even the slightest escape of energy could allow for the revival of the physical form, illustrating the stark distinction between the ethereal and the mundane. He could be considered her unique patient. Witnessing his current state, she felt a sudden surge of compassion for him. Wait, don't rush off just yet. This is just one matter. There's another concerning our classmate, Gu Shangfeng. Do you remember him? Xiao Yibin quickly interjected. It's nothing. As long as it doesn't hinder the children's recovery, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he possessed a profound sense of compassion for children. This was a presence that Yang Zhen regarded with trepidation, for the illusionary tribulations were omnipresent and insidious. As long as one harbored distracting thoughts and lacked resolve, succumbing to the illusion was all too easy. The angelic race was exceedingly powerful within the chaotic universe, a unique lineage found only there among the ancient six realms. Therefore, cultivators, particularly the formidable ones, placed immense importance on the cultivation of domains, as these were abilities derived from the integration and comprehension of nature. However, circumstances had shifted. Due to his mentor's influence, his own vitality had strengthened, and his medical skills had become increasingly refined, enabling him to achieve his aspirations. On the following day during the morning court, Nangong Tianzhong sat regally at the elevated position, observing the somewhat desolate main hall. Strangely, the entrance that should have been empty was filled with kneeling figures. It's nothing. I was merely reminded of the last time I held you while you slept, Ning Fuchen whispered in Zhou Zian's ear. Xiao Shui turned her face, her cool gaze akin to a serene pool, imbued with a barely perceptible chill. It turned out that during this period, Zhang Ziqing had organized the company into a commendable state, prompting the need for him, as the owner, to evaluate the results. Little did he know that before he could take action, the sapling had unexpectedly brushed against his finger, transmitting a pure essence of celestial energy. Qin Zong, equally bewildered, wandered along a corridor interrupted by a barrier, his hands alternating between tension and relaxation, his astonishment rivaling that of Qin Lai. Yes, an exceedingly ordinary white crane, yet uniquely. It bore upon its back a piece of land shaped like a peak. The monkey, soaring through the air, jolted with surprise, losing its grip and crashing onto the hard black rock, its limbs ensnared by crimson leaves, rendering it immobile. However, the only ambiguity that remained was the allocation of the 3 celestial seed slots. Currently, there are 5 individuals who maintain an unblemished record. Chapter 74. The appearance of the divine pavilion, the wilderness in uproar. Within the cavern, a portal of light materializes, revealing Duan Jiang, by Qianqian, by Ling, and another companion. Duan Jiang promptly presents the Baiyu furnace to Bai Qianqian, who cherishes it as a priceless treasure. Thank you, young Master Duan. Our Bai clan shall forever hold this in our hearts, never to be forgotten. Bai Qianqian and Bai Ling then gracefully bow in unison, overwhelmed with gratitude. Hee. Should you need my assistance in the future, dear brother Duan, do not hesitate to ask. Even if I am unable to help, I can certainly enlist my grandmother's aid. She is quite devoted and loyal, Bai Ling asserts, patting her small chest with unwavering conviction. Duan Jiang finds her words rather peculiar. While Matt's abilities may not compare to those of Thor or Dr. Banner, he certainly stands on par with Natasha and Hawkeye, and few of DS agents could surpass him. The blood contract knight, having received Lin Feng's command, charges forth on his skeletal steed towards Ling Yun and Xiao Chong. Thus, the trio returns to the hotel. Although this outing was not entirely successful, they gleaned some insights about the prominent families, which brought some solace to Tian Xi and his companions. With 2 days remaining, Tang Yin suggests that everyone enjoy themselves, as they have no pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Xian and I share a laugh, and without premeditation, we both lift our glasses. Our synchronized movements lead our gazes to intertwine. The glasses gently clink as we finish the shallow contents, and we simultaneously set them down, turning our attention to Yin Jin and Shanine. Only Tang Yin notices this moment. She blinks, ponders, and her expression transforms with intrigue. Gong Qianzhong, pale-faced, smiles faintly, rolling up his sleeves to reveal unblemished, smooth skin devoid of scars. Meanwhile, General Orpheus cannot help but feel a tremor in his heart and urgently inquires. A powerful torrent swells within me as I fixate on him, my throat feeling as though it is choked by a mound of cotton. A chilling breeze sweeps into the room, causing Carlson and Melinda to shiver involuntarily. Bai Chi sighs as he hangs up the phone, unsurprisingly. Tang Yin has triumphed over Qian Tianyi through her own merit at this moment. Subsequently, the panda turns around, followed by a piercing gaze directed towards him. He, too, is filled with perplexity. Since arriving here, he has encountered several unfamiliar terms, such as stellar phase, galactic phase, and cosmic phase, none of which he had heard before. After resting in bed for 7 or 8 days, Luo Sahan is finally able to rise and walk normally, with her internal energy having recovered by about 1 or 2 layers. As long as her energy can circulate properly, the subsequent injuries will be much easier for Luo Sahan to manage. However, this is not the end. When the shadowy night wolf scans the black night, frost and rain encapsulated in dust, he finds that the figure has vanished, surrounded moments ago by his own companions. The sudden absence of their presence left Qian Yu Lang in a state of perplexity. However, upon recalling the unexpected appearance of El Yunfeng, a profound realization dawned upon him. What a remarkable flying dagger. Although Lin Feng had the capability to evade it, he chose not to. For Dong Jie stood directly behind him. If he were to dodge, the dagger would inevitably be aimed at her face, with dire consequences that were unthinkable. Thus, he resolved to accept it, grateful for the favor from the venerable Long. Luo Sihan stored the 3 items within her jade bracelet and offered a respectful gesture to the fire dragon. Observing this figure, it became evident to me that despite my significant enhancement in strength, I was still not at the level to contend with the likes of the wolf of the world. The immediate task was to elevate the mercenary group S rank, enabling the recruitment of more skilled individuals, thereby bolstering our power for the future. Although I could now perform the shadow movement technique, its duration was limited to mere moments, and errors could easily occur during execution. Fortunately, this time I navigated it without mishap. Otherwise, I would not have merely faced a swipe from the purple cloud marten. Chapter 75, The Dragon Clan Discovers. The Divine Pavilion opens. At that moment, deep within the myriad realms of the starry cosmos, countless colossal stars traversed the celestial expanse, crashing and falling in a tumultuous ballet. A somewhat petite figure stood at a certain point in the starry sky, emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. Behind her loomed dozens of jade-hued true dragons, each stretching millions of feet, poised for command, with their tails sweeping through the void, obliterating all in their wake. In the vastness of the myriad realms, there existed a staggering 18,000 major star domains, each containing 18,000 minor star domains, teeming with innumerable martial continents and secret realms. The scope was beyond comprehension, spanning more than hundreds of millions of kilometers. Cursed be it, should I find that deceitful human brat, I, Long Tianlon, shall rend him limb from limb. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the voice of an elderly matron suddenly resonated from beyond the grand hall. Yet, Jiang Jiqing maintained his unperturbed demeanor, akin to striking a fist against cotton. In an instant, his massive divine form was mercilessly bitten in two by the divine Qilin beast, blood spraying in all directions. Furthermore, as night had fallen, he was eager to return. Otherwise, his elder brother and sister-in-law would surely have an unsettled new year. Oddly enough, he had yet to encounter any formidable beings from other races. A multitude of factors had transformed the once arrogant young master Du into a figure steeped in tension. Upon seeing Xikong present, Gu Jiwenru immediately recognized that the other two were Qing Fengjiu and Zhu Sha from the four lineages. An influx of editors promoting extensively would likewise draw more viewers to Li Yang's videos, thereby channeling traffic his way. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clad individuals in the front row swiftly bound the dazed ordinary people in the first row. If this were the case, there would be much to attend to over the course of the month. After a long pause, Zhao Qin let out a sigh in his heart. A string of particularly large words appeared at the top of the mobile screen, serving as the title, while below lay the detailed content of the news. Alas, how tragic it was. Lin Zhua shed a tear of sympathy, sighing incessantly, refraining from mentioning the matter at hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Xian's brows began to furrow slowly. In her memory, the individual across the way was most adept at the blind monk's jungle tactics. Halt. Pull over for inspection. In the distance, a short police officer raised his hand to signal the vehicle to stop. However, the individual who had locked onto Lang Fei with a sense of sword intent temporarily abandoned the thought of engaging him. Unperturbed, Lang Fei continued towards the center of the competition. He came to a steady halt, just as two guards approached to verify his identity. Even if they recognized him, he would still be subjected to scrutiny. It was merely a procedural matter. They meticulously examined the box and, satisfied that there were no issues, permitted him to enter. Ye Kai cast a glance at the waiter, uttering a faint remark, then opened a bottle to take a sip. Shaking his head lightly before extending his arm and gradually releasing his grip, Lang Fei turned away, disregarding the villagers behind him, and departed the scene. At this moment, he had indeed accomplished two significant feats, though it was regrettable that he had not uncovered the identity of the faceless man. Nevertheless, he believed that, sooner or later, the truth would be unveiled. A radiant light gradually took on a tangible form, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. At that instant, Fong Lin suddenly collapsed, followed by Kai Lian, who also fell inexplicably. Similarly, the boy collapsed into Shi Jian's arms just as Shi Jian was about to lift him. Lin Tianai could not reveal Nintendo's current predicament to light. Doing so would incite widespread panic among third-party sales channels, exacerbating the situation. I encountered a formidable cosmic entity, Loki, who spoke half-truths and half-fictions regarding his experiences. By the time Gong Yangbao and Zhang Ji arrived at the Lion Demon Army's camp, it was nearly noon. Under the guidance of a soldier, Gong Yangbao finally met his father, only to be utterly astonished to learn that Gong Yangqi had already engaged in negotiations with Huang Fusu. Chapter 76. The Path of Flames, incredibly strange. Only those who tread upon the clouds may enter the hall. At that moment, a distant, ethereal voice suddenly resonated throughout the realm. All warriors immediately focused their gazes. Buzzing, an anomaly suddenly arose. The clouds above erupted simultaneously, and before the astonished eyes of all warriors, 30 flower-like clouds formed and hovered in the void. Boom. The previously silent heavens erupted like an active volcano with the appearance of these 30 flower clouds. Quick, seize those flower clouds. Only by capturing them can one qualify to enter the celestial hall. Otherwise, one shall be eliminated. Where is he? Jian Romo intended to inquire about Shu Han's whereabouts, but this group remained reticent. However, discussing such matters now proved futile. After the three titans entered the private room, they persistently toasted to Xie Shaoqing. Although they were all of considerable age, they were seasoned veterans, and with 3 against 1, especially after having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, it was nearly impossible for him to withstand their relentless onslaught. As he witnessed the final glimmer of hope being ruthlessly extinguished by Yi Bing, Yu Jiuhan's face hardened like frost, and a sharp voice emanated from his lips, leading everyone to believe he was about to unleash his most formidable abilities in a desperate attempt. Having saved countless lives throughout his existence, his greatest disdain was reserved for quacks. He resolved to unmask Chu Jing Tian completely, revealing his true nature to Qin Ruoxi, ensuring she would no longer be deceived by him. Clearly, Mozu recognized this as well, shaking her head in resignation, lamenting her unfortunate encounters with ungrateful ingrates. Upon hearing this, a faint smile flickered across Yi Bing's face, yet it lacked genuine warmth, instead tinged with a hint of murderous intent, particularly towards the greatest traitor of the Yi family, whom he loathed to his core. However, Shui Jing was not of that ilk. The head steward trembled as he spoke. The treasure vault contained Shui Jing. Later, Yun Luofei lay quietly on her bed, gazing at the orange streetlight outside, unaware of when she had drifted into slumber. Subsequently, it was time for the award ceremony, commencing with the rewards for the inner door competition. Jian Wuji granted them spiritual weapon rewards based on their rankings and individual performances, the majority being swords. A cold snort reverberated like thunder throughout the spaceship, shattering the previously somber atmosphere. After uttering this statement, Li Qing concealed his hand beneath his robe, gripping the piece of Xie Ji bone tightly, while casting a nervous glance at the Grand Elder and others. In the end, she will go to your Jiaolong. She is not solely yours. She will also go to Fei Ying, as she has promised her captain. Conversely, the traditional men preferred to draw the curtains, immersing themselves in the dim ambience to fully savor this exquisite moment. They disliked being observed by outsiders, wishing to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings born from exposure to daylight. Upon hearing Jiang Qingning's words, Yang Yunru felt reassured. She had never harbored strong feelings for Yang Yinkong or the Qiao family. Over the years, her bond with Jiang Qingning had deepened significantly, making her indifferent to leaving Yang Yinkong and the Qiao family behind. The family head, sitting inside, was in a foul mood. They had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in ages. He had never anticipated that the once seemingly youthful Jiu Xian would now boast such an array of accomplishments. Yang Baishun glanced at the tombstone of Yang Baishu, his eyes narrowing momentarily as he motioned for Feng Yang to speak privately. After a brief silence, he waved his delicate hand once more, and a surge of true essence coalesced, instantaneously transforming into a tempest that swept away. "My dear, I apologize for returning a bit late." Observing the graceful beauty before him, Chu Feng instinctively felt a sense of relief. Gu Yanzhou faced the blinding light without flinching. Whether due to intoxication or having honed his skills through constant exposure to the spotlight remained uncertain. Individuals like you, burdened with malevolence, will inevitably face retribution for your misdeeds. Why sully the hands of our esteemed lady? Xiangchen exclaimed in indignation. After thoroughly surveying the surroundings, Wu Wei leapt into the air, harnessing his divine powers as if he were a builder. A wedding is a joyous occasion, and suitable accommodations must be arranged. One cannot allow guests to languish on the ground in their true forms. Chapter 77. The Celestial Divine Flower, a tingling sensation. On the fiery path, Duan Jiang took the lead, forging ahead. The trio walked for a considerable time, covering a great distance. Yet, at this moment, Duan Jiang felt a twinge of impatience. This path was indeed excessively long. After such a duration, the end remained elusive. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Are we ensnared in an illusion? If that were the case, even if they walked until death, escape would be impossible. It appeared that the Celestial Divine Pavilion was far more enigmatic than anticipated. Duan Jiang mused inwardly but continued his stride. However, in the next instant, his gaze sharpened, and he halted. Glancing back, this realization caused him distress. Yet, accustomed to being pursued by her, he found himself at a loss for how to remedy the situation. Frequently, his attempts resulted in blunders, leading their relationship to a freezing point. In matters of love, he felt utterly helpless. Though anxious and eager to mend things, he remained powerless. Governor Liu readily consented, allowing Song Shi and other officials to return to the government office while he stayed behind to discuss provisions of mobilization with King Zhou and Huan Ling regarding preparations for war. After concluding the discussions, he intended to take his leave and stay at the relay station outside the city. Jean Mu subconsciously tilted her head. The first half of the statement seemed reasonable, yet the latter half inexplicably evoked a sense of sorrow within her. Given that over the years, Penglai Academy had consistently outperformed Miao Miao Academy, most prestigious families typically chose Penglai, with few opting for Miao Miao. If past research on Pandora was aimed at rivaling the Institute of Life for supremacy, now, although that notion lingered in their hearts, what truly drove them was an ancient instinct for survival. He opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Luo Tianhuan emerged from the gaming pod, exhaling deeply. It must be said that Bai Yu's skills were indeed remarkable. The ability to create his own techniques spoke volumes about his prowess. Little she had exerted tremendous effort to unveil the true nature of Shangguan Shuer. It could not be allowed to go to waste because of him. Li Jiayu pressed the start button, and music resonated through the venue as images appeared on the large screen behind Eugene. Having spoken, Abu Shek dashed outside, exhibiting commendable speed. It was a pity he did not pursue a career as an athlete. The previous commander of the Genie Imperial Guard, Luo Cheng, hailed from humble origins and could not withstand the pressure of the noble factions from the Jinyuan lineage. Voldemort was utterly obsessed with obtaining the prophecy ball. Anyone in this world, if aware of an object that records the circumstances and timing of their demise, would inevitably desire to possess such a thing. As for whether to believe in it or not, that is another matter altogether. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick entered the stadium, approaching Bagman and several champions. Shishan Hongye was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her husband, Dongfang Yu Yang, possessed such extraordinary skills, capable of bringing the souls of the deceased back to this world. She genuinely wished to see her father, Shishan Xiongfeng, but the conditions required for such a technique were undoubtedly extraordinary, or rather, would come at a significant cost. She remained silent. Despite her melodious singing, she was not one for words, often listening quietly to others. Occasionally, she would offer a remarkable insight. Dongfang Yunyang remained calm in the face of the oncoming Miyahara Kaori, his Sharingan subtly shifting. Before Kaori could launch her attack, he initiated his own. Yuan Yi's expression darkened, disbelief now mingling with fear in his gaze. He chose not to respond, leaving the other party to speculate on their thoughts and interpretations. After all, as the sole heir of the Linglong Group, her image was of paramount importance, sometimes representing the very essence of the company. If she were to appear unkempt or overweight, the public perception of the Linglong Group would surely suffer. Chapter 78, The World Among Flowers, The Spectre of Withered Bones. Duan, young Master Duan. Why does this statue bear such a striking resemblance to you? Finally, Bai Qianshan's voice trembled with disbelief. Bai Ling's stunningly beautiful face mirrored her astonishment and confusion as she gazed at Duan Jiang. Instead of answering Bai Qianshan's question, Duan Jiang directly inquired, Miss Qianshan, do you possess a cloak or mask of any kind? Upon hearing this, Bai Qianshan immediately understood and retrieved a black cloak from her storage ring. Young Master Duan, please don't mind. This is the only black cloak I have, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment, for it was her sole means of concealing her identity. Lin Shui was astounded by this display. Although she had witnessed many skilled practitioners in action, even she, an outsider, could discern that Chu Feng's technique was far superior. Moreover, despite the mention of a concert hall, insisting on referring to an art gallery was simply absurd. Turning a corner, Xiaoqin suddenly noticed a crowd gathered at the roadside, pointing and whispering toward the center of the circle. Should he fall ill, if the doctor were to neglect him or even act with malice, his demise would go unnoticed. In Ruojuan noticed that Mo Shi and Shen Hanluo were both standing by the window, peering outside, and he too curiously approached. Some utilized water to wash away, while others resorted to the purifying flames. Yet, in the end, it resulted in the destruction of the answer sheet, leading to her expulsion from the examination room. She was uncertain of the nature of this object, but due to Song Yuan's repeated admonitions against carelessness, she reluctantly retained it. The sudden affectionate gesture from Zhuge Bai caused Guan Zitong to flush from her neck to her forehead, as if wisps of steam were rising from her head, prompting her to escape with a soft whimper. Furthermore, should hostilities commence, they could reach the port and launch an attack within 10 minutes. Zhuangmu swallowed hard, disregarding the dried blood stains on his hands, and without a second thought, he lifted the bowl and drank heartily. After gulping down the liquor, he eagerly set the bowl on the ground, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, awaiting Lin Shanyu to pour him a second bowl. If you wish for me to believe in your sincerity, simply guide me, and I shall trust that you speak the truth. Otherwise, as Yang Hao spoke. A murderous intent began to permeate the air. Once his elder brother successfully took that step forward, should he lean towards the radicals? Bolstered by his brother's support and the formidable aid of the immortal Yin Yang, it is likely that even the elders of the conservatives would relinquish their steadfast positions. Driven by curiosity, he remained on the quest for answers, until one day he proclaimed he understood the matter and expressed his intention to seek out an object. Once found and unraveled, it would grant him insight into all specters and phantoms. The family has always held their disciples to exceptionally high standards. How could they possibly cripple their own martial prowess by sending powerful individuals to hunt the third-tier beast in the valley, thereby allowing their disciples to reach the cliff of fallen winds with such ease? His fist surged with a dark luminescence, emanating a tempestuous aura, while the resolute glint in his eyes flickered with a crimson light, concealing a thirst for bloodshed, rendering him particularly eerie. The purpose of their visit today was not merely to witness the pitiful defeat of that inept individual, but more so to rally in support of Yixiong, assisting him in reclaiming justice and venting the grievances harbored within. Although perplexed, Grandfather Lu refrained from inquiring further, unbeknownst to him, at that moment. Chu Zhongtian held an even stronger conviction that Li Yannyang was indeed a disciple of the Xinhong sect, suggesting that this copper coin was not acquired through unscrupulous means. Xia Yuan proceeded without pause, delivering his thoughts in a single breath. Perhaps it was the heavens bestowing favor that day, allowing Xia Yuan to achieve what many deem a miraculous feat, one that remains hard to believe for many even now. The father and son conversed extensively, and when Su Zhe informed them of Mu Qiu's decision to bestow the surname Su upon one of the children, Su's mother was moved to tears. Their bond was strong, and upon learning that Su's father could not conceive, she had resolutely refused to take a concubine. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. As Yun Zijing emerged from the spatial realm and settled onto the bed, she was suddenly thrust down upon it by a forceful collision. Chapter 79, The Silver Snow Fruit Tree, an Eerie Phantom. Upon witnessing the colossal stone, Duan Jiang's gaze sharpened. Immediately, a surge of joy filled his heart. At the edge of his vision, he beheld a magnificent silver treasure tree, towering approximately 100 zhang, with its branches and leaves all shimmering in silver, dazzlingly resplendent. Above the precious tree hung numerous fruits, each the size of a palm, resplendent in their silvery hue, gifts from heaven and earth. Simultaneously, An overwhelming essence emanated from each silver fruit, accompanied by a gentle fragrance that wafted perpetually through the air. Could it be that these are the legendary silver snow fruits? Oh heavens! Such a rare medicinal treasure, a once-in-a-millennium find. In this moment, I, by Jiang, found myself momentarily entranced, staring at my phone. Before lifting my gaze to the road in search of any approaching buses. Noticing none, I hesitated, biting my lip, and ultimately dialed Lu Yangjing's number. I could tell from his demeanor that he was entirely relying on Lu Wazi to turn this situation around. I exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Laodao, urging him to address these issues. After all, his ethereal presence was too precious to waste in such times. As he handed me the newly issued boarding pass, I took it, dragging my luggage behind me, reminding myself internally not to look back. One glance would surely lead to irretrievable consequences. Boom. Cast was utterly unyielding to Andrea's explanations, unleashing another magical attack upon her. I trudged under the blazing sun, stepping on the pebbles beneath my feet, feeling a million reluctances to return to his home, having faced mishaps on both previous visits. Yet, if I did not go, I would have to await the landlord's return. In the mere few days I had been away, dust had settled in my room. I had left in such haste that the trash in the kitchen bin had festered and begun to mold. Despite this, the starkness of his words was overwhelming, leaving me at a loss. I appreciated honesty in others, yet Fan Ye's candor seemed to have crossed a line. His revelations left me perplexed, unsure of how to respond. I pinched my nails, utterly bewildered. Xiao Jinping's words were laden with explosive intent, and Xiao Jing's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with cold intelligence. Such a clever man, how could he not grasp the weight of Xiao Jinping's message? Amidst the cries of humanity, the howls of mutated zombie dogs echoed, a mournful sound that arose only from pain. I anxiously turned back to glance at Changxing. Though I had only taken a few steps away, it felt as if I had wandered miles. The relentless wind continued its merciless assault, gradually advancing towards Wangjudan. Yu Jinzi, unfazed by the remarks, merely smiled and replied, "Sir, you jest. The gates of Qingcheng are managed by the younger generation. We, the elders, are always capable." Yun Feilong, upon hearing this, let out a derisive snort, his disdain palpable. "Brother, I was wrong. Please refrain from calling me that," Qiu Shaozi said, a bitter smile on his face, clearly having deduced the identity of Dongfang Li. She had silently listened without interjecting, eager to discern what the other party intended to convey. However, it was evident that the Yu family seemed rather unacquainted with her. After Xia Fangxing had finished speaking, he patted my shoulder and returned to the laboratory with a multitude of assistants. It was only after the automatic doors closed, obscuring my view, that I withdrew my gaze. Filled with respect, as Yu Yuren's expression shifted, he realized that the direction in which the cloaked figure charged was none other than beneath the blood-bright city. Could it be that he intended? Yin Song promptly nodded. How could he not recognize Qiu Shaozi? Upon arriving in the capital, he had thrown the entire Yinjing into chaos. Now, who in Yinjing would remain oblivious to Qiu Shaozi's notoriety? Each visit culminated in disappointment. Yet that fleeting white figure still appeared atop the mountain each day before dawn, yearning for the ethereal figure clad in white to materialize. All right. Xia is watching from the side. Mo subtly hinted at me, causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment at such indulgence in front of others. Shang Mingqi regarded the other with disdain, for he found such frivolous science utterly detestable. Chapter 80, Exuberance, a werewolf. Foolish human race. Do you think you can inflict any harm upon me? That is impossible. The ghostly figure suddenly pivoted, emitting a piercing scream. Following the overwhelming roar of the mighty dragon, there erupted a wail filled with terror and disbelief. The golden dragon struck the phantom figure directly, inflicting severe damage upon it. In response, Duan Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. This was the inherent suppression of the imperial dragon bloodline. As a race that instills awe across countless realms, their very existence wields an unimaginable restraining power over these malevolent spirits. In an instant, the ghostly figure was shattered into fragments, disintegrating within the void. Then, with nonchalance, he locked the door again, the entire process flowing as smoothly as an automated production line. He was quite fatigued, grappling with how to explain their situation to Yu Qin'er, who had once saved his life. Regardless of her aversion, he felt a sense of obligation towards her. Hu Cece sounded somewhat deflated as she spoke of these matters. "Order whatever you wish," Xiao Zian said with a smug raise of his brow, pushing the menu towards her. With 3 resounding claps, Zhou Qi, Wei Donglai, and Jin Duogue fell to the ground in unison. Li Ziang quivered, his face growing paler still. In response to Zhang Xingyi's question, he obstinately chose silence. He could share anything with her, except for this particular matter. However, Wu Ming had no better means of attack and could only recklessly unleash hundreds of wind and thunder sword energies towards the extraterrestrial war god, resulting in a cacophony of explosions reverberating across the snowy expanse. Still at the entertainment center? Call her, Li Jinting remarked with an expression devoid of particular emotion. He surmised that Zhang Qingyi likely preferred fewer people around, but since Li Xiang had just called back to say they were already on their way, it was too late to change plans. Inside the secret chamber, the trio's pharmaceutical preparations were progressing smoothly, oblivious to the complete chaos unfolding outside. All right, thank you. Hu Cici's spirits soared as she expressed her gratitude and exited the Human Resources office. Observing the consequences of the recent events, Qin Tianfeng could not help but smile faintly. Indeed, let us strive further. He swiftly sidestepped the charge of the Ogre Lord and retaliated with a sword thrust aimed at the creature's other eye. What? Upon hearing the plump man's words, Ling Yong and Fu Long were momentarily stunned before exclaiming in unison, "You mean she went downstairs last night and never returned?" Ling Yong's face was etched with anxiety as he hurriedly inquired. The second group of the guard army, led by Gao Fengxue, had originally been stationed in Jiaodong but was now advancing north across the Yellow River from Putai County, tasked with controlling the areas east of Shanghai and Deping, and south of the old Yellow River in northern Shandong and southern Hebei. The defense of the Jiaodong region was to be managed by naval forces and 3 local garrison brigades. Despite the Kanto Army and the North China Front Army dispatching forces to hastily repair several access routes into the region, the Baining Line and coastal ports had become primary bombing targets for the Air Force of the Jinan War Zone. Within days of the Guard Army's advance northward, they had been subjected to relentless air raids, and it was certain that normal passage could not be restored in the near future. Damn it, go eat shit. Zhang Nan made a flicking gesture with his hand, sending a bamboo pole arcing through the air, which struck a nearby trash can with a resounding thud, crashing into the heap of refuse within. Upon entering the room, a voice-activated switch illuminated the space with a gentle glow. The crystal chandeliers ensured that the room felt devoid of nighttime's gloom, enhancing the overall Greek-style decor with a sense of opulence that did not verge on ostentation. Instead evoking a sense of beauty, the photographer selectively filtered out the subsequent words, adhering to Jin Jinshuan's instructions as he prepared the film. Suddenly, from the vast, engulfing sea of flames, a voice emerged, sounding remarkably harsh. And Qingyu reflected on the events of that day. Indeed, he had only heard uncertain words from Zhang Xiuyan before seeking out Lin Yuner. In retrospect, he regretted his impulsive actions at that time. Chapter 81, Robbery. Everyone remained still. Duan Jiang toyed with the ancient spear in his hand. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, it immediately radiated a brilliant light, suffused with traces of spatial power. It appeared that this ancient spear was no ordinary item. System, how many comprehension points can this weapon be exchanged for? Duan Jiang's voice resonated in his mind. The ancient spear is classified as an ancient weapon of exceptional grade, redeemable for 1,000 comprehension points. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang felt a surge of delight within. 1,000 comprehension points was indeed a substantial amount. However, Duan Jiang refrained from hastily redeeming it, for he had greater plans in mind. With a slight smile, he turned to the 2 women, gently raising the ancient spear and inquiring, "Ladies, would you be interested in accompanying me elsewhere?" The individual understood the implication and quickly retreated to the front of the carriage, lifting the curtain to whisper a few words inside. Subsequently, the curtain was fully drawn back, revealing Lu Zhan, whose complexion was slightly pale but devoid of any visible torture devices. On that day, Ping Deming was leisurely painting before the Taihu stone at Guanyin Peak when an individual hurriedly approached, disrupting his serene state of mind. Howl. The white wolf let out a mournful howl, and 2 Orcish figures emerged, laboriously binding together a grotesque assemblage of human remains, disjointed and fragmented. The corpse was a jumbled mass, with a face pressed against a leg and a posterior resting against an arm, rendering its original visage utterly unrecognizable. However, the key to finding the door lay with the, and as a descendant of, she surely possessed the qualifications to comprehend these matters. Witnessing Chen Lin casually toss a significant sum of money without so much as a flicker of hesitation, Yu Shikuei regarded him with newfound respect. "What high technology!" I exclaimed, as I joined Kenshin and the others to closely examine the giant leopard, revealing it to be a mechanical beast. With the likes of the Black Angel technology present in various nations, the technological prowess of Mai was not to be underestimated, boasting its own mechanical beasts. This flawless funeral unfolded over the course of an hour, with the attendees momentarily forgetting the tale's origin. Lingding nestled upon Musian's shoulder, while the assembly silently absorbed the scene, their collective sorrow merging into the ambience. Wang Xiang and Fengzheng were astonished to discover that the zero boundary had inversely redirected its devouring capabilities towards the four of them. In a hurry, Fengzheng summoned a multitude of plants to shield them, sacrificing their vitality in place of his own, while Wang Xiang swiftly retracted his power. Rest assured, once this endeavor succeeds, my standing within the clan will undoubtedly soar, and releasing a mere Wang family member will be a trivial matter, declared Xin Lu. You, however, have a tendency to twist words. Every matter that passes through your lips seems to take on a different flavor, Tong In remarked with a laugh, doubled over in amusement. Unfortunate for Alien, her proximity to Tong In left her vulnerable, and with a single bite to her ankle, she was soon gushing blood. He lamented his shortcomings as an elder brother, yet felt compelled to utter the age-old phrase all guardians convey. This was the best arrangement for her. Despite his current predicament, he remained remarkably dignified, likely unparalleled among the middle-aged crowd. It was said that the ultimate victor in the contest for the was Zhan Yixue from the Battle Realm. At this moment, Zhan Yixue's expression reflected a struggle, his mind replaying the terrifying martial prowess of Mu Shifeng and the unparalleled grand techniques. With a heavy sigh, he relinquished the he had clutched tightly, casting it towards Mu Shifeng. Yet, the more I spoke, the sadder Lele became, and before long, she was weeping inconsolably. Her tear-streaked face, adorned with glistening eyes, evoked both pity and affection. The round-faced girl, in the midst of her fervent speech, was interrupted by the probing of this, leading her to unleash several loud sneezes, the itching sensation gnawing at her very core, leaving her in an uncomfortable predicament. Yang Yun rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding danger. Though a strand of hair was severed in the process, leaving her pale. Yuling, visibly irate, with flames erupting from her form, approached and seized Ninghua by the ear. Why has the sect leader yet to emerge? Where are the other elders? Why have they not arrived? The elders of Lianyun's sect were frantic, pacing anxiously at the Wuyang Hall of Taimyao Peak. Chapter 82. Duan Jiang takes action, leaving no trace. In front of a spiritual lake, several formidable warriors at the sovereign level exhibited expressions of reluctance, staggering backward as they beheld the figure cloaked in black, reminiscent of a demonic entity. Their bodies trembling in fear. Spare us. We are willing to surrender all our heavy water pearls. Ding. 3 heavy water pearls successfully exchanged for 666 comprehension points. Total comprehension points, 2,417 points. Do not flee. I am eager to rob you. It was astonishing that 3 sovereign-level experts were being pursued by a mere girl at the peak of the heavenly realm. How disgraceful. In the void, a girl named Bai Ling, her face flushed with excitement, exerted herself to chase after the 3 desperate sovereign-level warriors fleeing ahead. Young lady, have some dignity. We fear you. But it is only because you have yet to encounter a true master of intelligence, such as Liao Mingming. One has the distinct impression that since Liao Mingming arrived in Rong City, she has been acutely aware of every action taken there, lacking provisions and resources. Amassing wealth at the end of a campaign is not the fault of the military, although this assertion may seem somewhat irresponsible. It is indeed the reality of the armies during the Republic era. He understood that utilizing the Black Lock prohibition would undoubtedly be a sensational act. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Without employing this tactic, he lacked the confidence to defeat Kayako. Once life is lost, all becomes mere discussion. Just as his thoughts ventured in this direction, intending to convey them to Jixia, she had already vanished without a trace. If it is for the Duke, then this assassin shall be a gift to you, the minister said with a smile, finding it exceedingly advantageous to extend a favor to Jixia through this inconsequential assassin. Though Wentiren did not collude with the eunuchs, he possessed considerable connections within the palace to promptly grasp the inner court's news. Should anyone truly intend to vie for a position of authority, they would certainly not be devoid of information. The enigmatic and powerful demon emperor sect swept through the superpower Qiangla, creating a tremendous uproar within the celestial realm. One sword was a divine blade inherited through decades in Japan, while the other was a demonic sword crafted specifically for Feina by Ali. It could be said they were evenly matched. Ultimately, however, Feina's prowess surpassed that of the Black Palace mirroring. This particular magic ring contained a plethora of heavenly materials and treasures, numbering nearly 300, with the lowest rank being high-grade materials, and among them, the top-tier treasures were sufficient for over 10 plants. You have gone too far. I will fight you, shouted a servant of Zhang Yuebin, drawing his sword and preparing to engage. Several figures clad in black descended to the lower level, unloading 2 large metal crates covered with canvas from 2 rented trucks. 2 of the 4 men hoisted 1 crate and ascended the stairs. The pit, which had been extensively excavated by Xiongqi, revealed vast layers of rock. After all, even with the extraordinary means of Yaqi, it was impossible for the entire base to be composed of iron. It was astonishing that the ground just over 10 meters away was already remarkable. What Songyu sect did not anticipate was that the news would be tacitly approved by the Duan Jiang sect. It remains unclear what intentions Duan Jiang sect harbors. At that moment, the man lying in the dungeon inadvertently resolved their most challenging problem. Oka remained uncertain whether Gratian's actions were right or wrong. Yet he could assert without hesitation that Rome was fortunate to have such a leader, and he felt honored to have chosen such a sovereign. Teacher Bai took the time to review Lin Xiaoxiao's piano piece several more times, and was immensely gratified to discover that she had thoroughly mastered the composition, astonishingly. She managed to accomplish this without a single lesson. It was rare to find such a diligent student as Lin Xiaoxiao. Is that what they call fleeting beauty? The ephemeral splendor? Hong Yu asked incredulously, pointing to a sea of red flowers beside Chong Ning. Are you tired? Su Qingyu inquired as they walked along the shaded path they had taken earlier, noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's calm demeanor upon her return, devoid of the excitement she had displayed before. Xiao Fan bore not a single scar. His formidable physique had turned this tribulation into nothing more than a mere jest. Chapter 83. The Emperor Reincarnated. Treasures emerge. Buzz. The dimming light of the teleportation revealed a figure within. The aura was incorrect. It was not him. The dozens of warriors, eyeing the newcomer with keen interest, were disappointed to find that although the figure wore a cloak, it was not the black one they had anticipated. With the target amiss, they chose not to strike. Yet, for reasons unknown, a strange chill coursed through the hearts of all the warriors as they beheld the approaching figure in a gray cloak. They could not perceive that beneath the gray cloak, a pair of eyes surveyed all the warriors in this ancient land with an emotionless gaze, as though observing a gathering of the deceased. Crack. As the light of the teleportation faded, the sound preceded the appearance of the figure. Lu Yuxuan smiled gently, silently nodding. Her gaze toward Yutian filled with unwavering conviction. She believed he could certainly emulate his father. Retrieving the navigation system he had prepared, Zhang Yubai clearly discerned his location. Upon entering the destination's name, a winding route appeared on the device. Following this path would lead him to his goal. When did the leader become so merciful? Yu Chun teased lightly, as he had long been the one closest to the demon, thus daring to speak in such a manner. Qi Huan sighed, finally deciding to take action. With a swift motion of her right hand, she conjured a yellow talisman that gently adhered to old Master Song's forehead. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he suddenly seemed to lose all strength and collapsed heavily to the ground. This region was not only an agricultural hub but also a commercial center, surrounded by canals that could control the waterways. Weak Water City was encircled by the ethereal weak water. Had they not noticed that no celestial birds lingered near the city? It was impossible to fly over. One could only enter the city through teleportation. As Lei Gong guided Qi Huan forward in search of the teleportation array, he provided her with explanations. Zhu Yuanzhang held a fondness for Chu Luyan, who endeavored to persuade him. Grateful for Ma Xiuying's counsel, Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately resolved to heed her advice, acknowledging her guidance. Thank you, Princess, he expressed. After listening intently, Physician Shou smiled and respectfully bowed before retreating into the inner chamber. A platter of 5 peculiar dishes, cockroaches, crickets, silkworms, scorpions, and grasshoppers, was delivered to our table by the grinning military officers, signifying our rather unusual meal. To top it off, they presented us with a soup, which, astonishingly, was made from rat meat. In the days to come, I shall instruct you on how to recognize and understand it, imparting the knowledge of how to forge a tacit understanding with it in battle, thereby making it your closest ally. Thus, before commencing my lessons, it is imperative that you comprehend that everything I teach you now will determine your survival in future conflicts. With a sudden crack, the sound of impact echoed, as both sides of his face received the full force of the blows, delivered without mercy. His intention to torment Zhou Pinghao's finances was merely to avoid the impending banquet, proving to be a futile endeavor. There lay a pile of ashes, atop which stood a bizarrely shaped sword, its blade spiraled. Could such a weapon truly claim lives? Jia Sania's voice resonated thunderously, allowing even the uninitiated to grasp the essence of vocal resonance. Gongming's movements were both elegant and complex, leaving onlookers bewildered as to his intentions. Yet, scarcely had he begun his dance, when he effortlessly carved away half of the Tories wall. A truly capable and respected ruler never resorts to brutal methods to impose control over their subordinates. The sound of rackets colliding filled the air, as their eyes widened in disbelief, watching the tennis ball fall through the gap between their rackets. This instance marked the highest level dungeon he could currently conquer, offering the most abundant experience. The masked man smiled, revealing his presence at this moment to underscore his worth. Chapter 84. Entrusted by my wife, the divine flower acquired. Treasure after treasure floated in the ether, gleaming radiantly and exuding a unique aura. The cavern resembled a veritable vault of riches. A gasp escaped someone's lips, their voice trembling with excitement. At this moment, even Duan Jiang found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the masked figure's gaze remained fixated on the cavern's interior. The blood god pearl. Such a treasure must not be overlooked. The mysterious figure cloaked in gray also fixated on the depths, their eyes filled with a strange fervor. The atmosphere within the ancient ground became utterly electrified. Charge forth. We are destined for fortune. The leader of the money gang displayed audacity, even daring to provoke the mayor. Truly, a reckless endeavor. Zhao Taiju remarked with a chuckle, run all you want. You nearly made me take the blame. Do you think you can escape? Zhao Taiju unleashed his full speed, appearing behind the warwolf. You get along quite well with our wayward one. When you see him, tell him to promptly return home. And if he refuses, I shall personally administer a severe punishment, Xiao Qiao declared. It is precisely due to elevated expectations that the subsequent shattering of such hopes results in an even more profound sense of disappointment. Zhou Tian cast a cold glance at the security guards. He smiled helplessly at Lan Xian, implying that to gain entry, force might be necessary. The chilling sound of cracking bones cascaded like a collapsed bone monument, instilling an eerie dread. Zhang Xintong recognized her abruptness, especially since she was aware that Lin Ruoxin was unable to speak. Fred pointed at the luminous armor, stating, "These are my proud creations. Feel free to choose any." He clearly understood the urgency of the situation. If captured, these armors would no longer belong to him. Thus it was prudent to present them now to bolster their combat strength and increase their chances of victory. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with a flash of golden light as he surveyed the site of the explosion. The old matriarch recalled her grandson's words. Her heart filled with inner turmoil. Yao Yao, how could you do such a thing? Do you not understand how significant Gu Qixing is to Master Fu? Wan, embodying her dramatic flair, immediately staged a captivating performance. My dear, do you realize how you appeared just now? Wan, recalling her best friend's fierce confrontation with Jiang Shiro, found herself amused by her own sense of humor. Dean Zhao harbored doubts as he continued to obstruct the doctor from treating the injured. Such behavior suggested a guilty conscience. Just as Zhang Fan was about to instruct Anu to eliminate this threat, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, in his peripheral vision. All eyes followed the elder's outstretched finger towards the spiraling path below. The main route leading to the endless abyss had vanished from sight, resembling a collapse where stones and pavement had plummeted into the void. Nevertheless, despite this, Su Xian's dark eyes remained exceptionally grave, revealing not a hint of relief or triumph. On the surface, Zhang Fan appeared highly talented, handsome, and had even rescued his son, meeting all the necessary criteria. Due to departmental restructuring, colleagues from the marketing department responsible for pre-sales and sales services began relocating to the third-floor business sector. Draped in a soft pink silk robe with an outer layer of water blue gauze, revealing a beautifully defined neck and visible collarbones, her skirt flowed gracefully like water, enhancing her regal and graceful demeanor. For a moment, unable to find a topic, the two fell silent. Inzhou lifted his teacup and drank deeply from it. Wei Yan emanated a faint crimson glow, gritting his teeth as he forcefully propelled the parallel phoenix tree toward the golden crow. Despite the fierce winds generated by the crow's flapping wings, they could not hinder the rapid advance of the tree. Chapter 85. Thousands of warriors, one day of demise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating throughout the cavern and startling everyone within. In the next moment, all the warriors in the cave turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. In the center of the cavern, a colossal luminous screen emerged, upon which floated a statue of white jade, towering 10 feet high. An indescribable aura of terror radiated from the statue, exuding an air of unrivaled supremacy. It was the essence of the emperor. Duan Jiang's pupils constricted. The aura was evidently far more terrifying than that of the elder. Almost unfathomable. Clearly, it was beyond the realm of any being at the celestial sovereign level. Su Xian followed the sound, recognizing the young woman standing outside the pavilion. Ding Yun from the Ding family, graceful and enchanting. Under normal circumstances, she would have been outraged upon hearing that one of her own had been swayed by the enemy. Today, however, rather than expressing anger, she found herself ignited with a fighting spirit, eager to challenge Xia Jinxian to a duel, which only highlighted her concern. Savoring her drink, she spoke leisurely. The plum trees had flourished remarkably, their intricate branches stretching outwards, lush and verdant. Meanwhile, others nearby had already begun to scream and flee, fully aware that something monumental was about to unfold. On the opposite side, Yuan Jun boasted an army of nearly 100,000, nearly 30 times that of the Jiangdong forces. Yet, within the eyes of the 3,000 Jiangdong cavalry, there was not a trace of fear. Indeed, these cavalrymen, much like Sun Tzu, regarded Yuan Shu's army with utter disdain, viewing the 100,000 troops as mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Facing such an ancient beast for the first time, Yi Shao felt the blood coursing through him boil with fervor, igniting a sense of exhilaration amidst the ongoing battle against the insectoid foes. You stand there, unable to advance or retreat. I find it far easier to embrace and kiss you. Wouldn't that grant me an advantage? And Yin chuckled, her eyes narrowing slightly. Not long after Linwan returned to the guest house, Yuan Xiang's maid approached her, stating that Yuan Xiang had invited her to the release pond. What makes the Mongolian cavalry fearsome? One aspect is the advanced tactics established by Genghis Khan. Another is the unique logistical supply system built around the Mongolian pony. However, the most crucial factor is the Mongolian army's practice of sacking cities upon arrival, which bestows upon them an unparalleled combat prowess. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yan, who had previously closed his eyes, slowly reopened them, peering through the crimson clouds at the nearby figure of the Shunhui Supreme, who wore an expression of shock and hesitation. With a wave of his hand, his personal guards promptly escorted the bound Ningguan to a vacant tent nearby. The experiences of traversing different worlds over the years remained vivid in his memory. Yet, upon reflection, that once cherished sense of pride had long since faded. He also believed that Pangu would never utter remarks about their amicable relationship. Hongjun, the venerable elder, found himself at a loss for how to respond. You two converse without involving me, Han Bing said, his face flushing and his gaze flickering. Do you feel dizzy? Gu Nuanyuan inquired, gently touching Luo Haoyang's forehead, her heart secretly racing as she sensed the warmth beneath her palm. In an attempt to intimidate Hong Qingqiu, Huang Taiji publicly executed Xiu Minyang. The Liaodong governor captured at Songshan, along with General Wang Tingqian. However, Hong Qingqiu remained unfazed. Reluctantly, they had to escort him back to Shenyang. Wu Qingxian proposed selling honeycombs, suggesting they first demonstrate the effectiveness of increased honey production, allowing the free citizens of the Ikli village to choose whether to accept the church's bounty. While discussing these matters, neither Afton, Dana, nor Dubin doubted that they were the first to discover the remarkable seed yield of buckwheat in all of Ikli village. On that quiet night, in the warm pool water, Xia Yuqing felt an immediate sense of liberation, as if all dust had been washed away. Wang Gongqiang entered the vehicle, casually shutting the door behind him, and asked Bei Dajuan, Master, is your injury serious? Perhaps we should visit a hospital? During their journey, Wang Gongqiang had examined the wound. Although it hadn't severed any major arteries, and the bleeding was minimal, the injury was indeed quite deep. Chapter 86. Duan Jiang in peril, the Emperor strikes. When entering that floral realm earlier, although one could gain some opportunities, each floral world possessed its own dangers, where the unskilled could easily meet their demise. Yet, within this cave lay treasures of extraordinary value, each surpassing those found in the floral realms. The ease of entry with no evident obstacles, and treasures within reach. Wasn't he that peculiar? The most critical point was that to enter the heavenly divine pavilion, one's age must not exceed 100. A truth well known to all. At this juncture, Duan Jiang paused, then turned to the being in the gray cloak, articulating deliberately. Can you tell me why your bone age is 1,000 years? With a shout, several officials in brocade robes and jade belts rushed over, first bowing in greeting, then standing at attention. Though they were not valiant warriors, they at least carried an air of dignity. Such occurrences had transpired no fewer than 10 times during Gao Qiu's tenure. If he could partake in Chun Yi's procurement list, it might revive several local state-owned enterprises, thereby liberating Jiangning Bank. Thus, Gao Yao's acquaintances in the municipal agencies could only uncover that Lu Shiqing was a regular high school student at Wuling County No. 1 high school, with parents who had ventured to Tibet for work. Beyond that, they could find no further information. It was evident that this was a premeditated, organized, and disciplined robbery, with the target undoubtedly that fragment of finger bone relic displayed in the center of the hall. It was common knowledge that Chen Yi had not attended class, and while the principal did not inquire, they certainly would not volunteer that information. Consequently, the fleeting insights gained by the former were nothing but a facade. Although the ordinary person may not perceive the pure spiritual essence contained within this ethereal fragrance, they can certainly sense the profound sense of physical and mental ease it imparts, invigorating their spirits and seemingly rejuvenating their very beings. Under the relentless assault of the guards, the assassins met with inevitable demise, allowing Zissou to depart and leave the aftermath to the guards. I have come to understand that Yamamoto Keiko is indeed an extraordinary individual, successfully suppressing the fury ignited in Qin Shao. The number of cavalry that the temple can muster for battle is primarily constrained by logistical capabilities. Essentially, no matter how much sustenance the city-state of Xizjiang provides, they can consume it all, and the prices are certainly agreeable. Once Olivia deduced through her own transformations that the black crystal soul would represent the next realm of the morning spirit. Many began to believe that the cataclysmic explosion might have been caused by a formidable entity possessing the black crystal soul realm. I shook my head and said, "You may leave. I shall not accompany you, nor will I return with you. Depart now. Take your people with you." Additionally, I tore a piece from my own garment and handed it directly to the cat. Outside the tent, a rugged voice interrupted Chu Ying's thoughts. The newcomer was He Er-hin, the leader of the Yaogu tribe and a general under Nur Hisai. Unlike others, he had long aligned himself with Chu Ying's faction. After conversing with Yuran, she signaled Yao Heimu to select 20 robust and significantly injured tribesmen for timber gathering. Furthermore, 2 knights dispatched by Yao Ran accompanied 5 clansmen from Gaoshan village to oversee the operation, with plans to send a sled to retrieve them in the evening. With a bang, I collapsed to the ground, my body convulsing, followed by an inability to breathe. Darkness began to envelop my vision as my consciousness faded. Gu Jiayin inquired, "Where is the mistress now?" It was imperative to rescue Yun Piaoying, yet the safety of Gu Jia Wuing took precedence for the Gu Jia clan. Fu Mingzhan gradually regained his composure and began daily confrontations with Rongsheng. Since the handling of several groups at the elderly care facility, no further incidents had occurred, which piqued my curiosity. Although he did not comprehend many things, over time, Wei Mu, through practical experience, grasped the essence of balance, compromise, and concession as articulated by Yao Ran. These concepts aim to minimize losses for the disadvantaged and to curtail gains for the advantaged. Chapter 87. No rush. Let the sword chi soar for a moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted, sweeping across the entire Tontian divine pavilion. A tall figure wielding a long sword stepped forth from the endless dust. It was the previously unengaged swordsman in white. With a resonant declaration, 3,000 Tontian slashes. The sound reverberated from his lips. In the next instant, the sword was unsheathed, and a phoenix's cry echoed through the heavens. The entire Tontian divine pavilion was instantaneously illuminated by the sword's radiance. The white skeleton felt a chill coursing through its body, the hairs on its neck standing on end. Yet, as swiftly as it appeared, the sword light vanished, as if it had never existed at all. After a moment, the white skeleton paused, then let out a disdainful laugh. How amusing! I had thought otherwise. However, after conversing with the venerable Lin Yan, Zhang suddenly realized that the strength she had once believed herself to possess was merely arrogance. "No," Lu Xinyan called out in a flirtatious tone. Yet her body adopted an alluring posture. The 16 blood pillar totems, under the pressure of an inexplicable force, shifted shapes as if animated, with severed limbs and eyes occasionally surfacing from the blood that enveloped them. Without hesitation, Ding Feng approached the grocery store he had the previous night and knocked on the door. It was at this moment that Qin Yuanyu and truly comprehended Zhang Ying's earlier words, pausing briefly before continuing her discourse. Qin Yuanyu and S thoughts were rather straightforward, unlike Qin Yan. She did not overthink and seemed to have completely accepted her amnesia, holding on to Chu Hanyan's hand and chattering incessantly. Whenever they reached a relatively safe area, Feng Tian would take out medicinal supplies and have Xiaoyun apply ointment to Zhang Lin's wounds. This back and forth gradually fostered a fondness in Xiaoyun for this tall and valiant warrior of the Snow Mist tribe. Villagers gathered from all directions upon hearing the news, and soon, sweet well water accumulated in the pit. This water was pure and delightful, and villagers lined up to taste it, their faces beaming with joy as if they had forgotten the calamity the fire had brought upon them. At this moment, Lin Yuru regarded Gao Ming Yuan's ability as almost her and Hu Baobao's last lifeline. The peculiar individual seemed to understand Fuxing's words, letting out a raspy chuckle before exhaling a gust of air, which dispersed before he spoke. However, Gu Linger was more perplexed by the fact that her late arrival was perceived by Long Linfei as a fundamental error, even questioning her upbringing. Now back in the dormitory, Li Gu and the others were preparing to wash up and sleep, while Zhao Mu had ample time to assess his situation. Then, Wu Feng ceased his struggles, abruptly raising his right hand, fingers together, and swiftly plunged it into his own crown. On that day, the sky was clear and sunny, the sunlight casting down upon Lin Rui's recovering complexion as he stepped out of the hospital, surrounded by burly men in black, with Tong Qing leading the way. Today marked his departure from Qin City. Suddenly, a mountain breeze swept through, stirring the clouds and mist from the cliffs, revealing a solemn and ancient Taoist temple with a horizontal plaque inscribed with 3 powerful golden characters, Jin Huaguan. Upon awakening, he found himself capable of manifesting the Shirkai of the Zampiket. Perhaps he could even become the first of his kind in the history of Soul Society. Regardless of whether Luo Fuxing agreed or not, Yang Million tossed the jade token directly, simultaneously summoning back his two avatars. Upon hearing Lu Yangxi's words, Jinhen suddenly cried out loudly, while the others merely glanced at him, shaking their heads, as if they were all aware of the existence of a traitor within their sect. The Bailman, gazing towards the western horizon, I murmured about freedom, then turned towards other cities, declaring that the malevolent spirits in the western market had been completely devoured by me. No, I cannot allow you to leave. If you insist on departing, I shall die before your eyes. Pin tightly embraced Li Yi, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 88. The Emperor's Dharma Body. Until we meet again. As the magnificent sword chi swept through the heavens, leaving the sky clear and blue for miles, it was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang hid in a corner of the ruins, awestruck by the scene before him. Regaining his composure, Duan Jiang stood tall, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and slightly bowed to the figure in the void above, stating with measured humility, Duan Jiang is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Although his heart was filled with numerous questions at that moment, he suppressed his impulsive thoughts. The swordsman in white slowly turned around, casting an enigmatic gaze upon Duan Jiang. His expression tranquil. You are indeed the husband of Ning Xianglan? Indeed, came the reply. An individual entered through the open door of the guest room, their peripheral vision sweeping over the half-cleaned room. Upon entering, they diligently tidied up the space, perhaps feeling somewhat awkward as it was their first time wielding a broom and cloth. After completing the cleaning, they returned the items to their rightful places and approached the bedside. Not only did Huang Shan's guards look on with disdain, but even other patrons of the restaurant shook their heads in pity, perceiving Qin Shan as a complete fool. In the morning, Lin Hao once again received a pill from Yun Jia, consuming it with the intent of letting its power circulate through his meridians. The physical pain had vanished, yet the internal injuries inflicted by Wu Mingjing's arrow had yet to heal. When the Prince of Ding first began his regency, the noble concubine had dispatched the second prince to the Marquis's residence. During the turmoil, the Marquis summoned his guards to stand watch day and night, bracing for any eventuality. Fortunately, the Prince of Ding was wary of the Marquis, merely surrounding the estate without breaching its gates. Sensing the atmosphere in the city, Dong Lan Song felt a surge of joy. Lin Hao, you have finally succeeded. At such a young age, who else in the world possesses such a profound blood realm? To his surprise, Tao Wapping met an unexpectedly swift demise. Though Ling Han was taken aback, he granted him a modicum of dignity by not revealing his crimes, allowing him a grand burial. However, the vacancy left by the position of the Minister of Rights posed a significant dilemma. Chi Fei secretly scoffed, thinking to herself, whom do you think you're deceiving with such nonsense? Do you take me for a fool? Once the crisis abated and they returned to their territory, they would naturally receive rewards, along with countless experiences and stories to boast about. And Yi Yang was assigned to a guest room. And after reviewing his studies under the guidance of Hu Jiancheng that evening, he retired to bed. In stark contrast to the scenery here, hundreds of miles away, two formidable beings hovered in the air, each bearing various wounds, while the robust trees below had been shattered, leaving numerous craters in the ground. Observing Wang Mao's countenance, which was unusually flushed, he could distinctly perceive that the Chancellor's body temperature was significantly elevated compared to previous days. A few months prior, she had fallen gravely ill, and due to his aunt's reluctance to spend money on her treatment, she was cast out, eventually encountering Granny Hua, who was now their matriarch. As for the remaining scrolls, aside from the unique ninjutsu of Konoha and knowledge pertaining to the flight tools of Void Ninja, he resolutely incinerated them before Shenong, inciting him to disregard his pain and prop himself up partially. The dagger in Yuxing's hand was forged from celestial meteorite iron, though the precise material was unknown. It was capable of cutting through metal as if it were mere clay. When Fan Tianlei beheld this dagger, he was utterly astounded. Watching a strand of his crimson hair slowly drift down, it was incinerated by the searing flames before it could touch the ground, a grave expression crossing his brow. If this continued, death was inevitable, and with no one else at the Kaifeng prefecture, what could be done? Then, a dragon shadow erupted from Huang's body, transforming into a true dragon. This dragon let out another resounding roar that caused stones to tumble from the rear mountain, echoing throughout the dragon city. He remarked, simultaneously waving her hand, conjuring an image in the void, Wang Shu sprouting angelic wings. After Chun Xianliang completed his training, he gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached Su Liang. On another occasion, outside a Sichuan restaurant, I had blocked him for quite some time, starving and unable to eat. And just as I was about to charge forward upon finally waiting, someone pressed down on my head. Chapter 89, The Songyan Empire, Dragon Gate Inn. Oh dear, my backside. Beside him, Bai Ling, invisible discomfort, covered her rear and gradually awakened. Turning her gaze around, she saw Duan Jiang standing beside her. The next moment, Upon Bai Ling recognizing her surroundings, she exclaimed, "Brother Duan, have we emerged?" Realizing the familiar scenery around her, Bai Ling finally understood that they were no longer within the heavenly pavilion. Indeed, everyone inside perished. Hence, we had to leave, Duan Jiang replied nonchalantly. What? Everyone inside is dead? What transpired? Also, how did I faint? Upon hearing Duan Jiang's response, the landlord notified her that she might need to move out at any moment. With a specific timeline pending the district's notification, Chen Anxuan did not intend to reside long-term at his second uncle's house. Although the conditions there were far superior to his grandfather's, ultimately, this was his own home, where he felt at ease. Gazing at Seoul at 6 in the morning, Lin Su was filled with ambition. Just as he was about to compose a poem, a gust of wind swept by. After Anka changed, she discovered a white satin robe, fastened with pure gold eagle emblem buttons, and the waist was bound with a fragrant golden rope of unknown material. At Jinfeng Company, Lin Yi soon arranged for Yifeng a tranquil underground room, allowing him the freedom to do as he pleased. After these soldiers struggled to escape, they discovered that one-third of their ranks had perished. Surrounded by the unfamiliar terrain, they hesitated to traverse the caves again. Nor did they dare linger too long in the verdant mountains before them. Chen Meichi gazed intently at Su Jiejun, her mind replaying the scene from the previous night where she had supported herself against a tree, only to have him step forward, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Unlike Shin Yueshi, who worked as a model and was oblivious to the influential figures in Yanqing, Yang Minghan quietly scrutinized the association's reaction, noting its unexpected silence. Devoid of any ire directed at its members, Alexis understood. This association was merely a service entity, perhaps even a hapless scapegoat. Yifeng immediately acquiesced, for even a solitary ticket would suffice to achieve his goal. The Huang family, steeped in generations of officialdom, naturally had extensive dealings with the gentry. Gu Yanwu, a man of great talent, had even penned poetry for them. Next, you must engage with the company. Leaving behind those words, and Xiaohan seized the car keys and departed like a gust of wind. Yu Qianqian's complexion turned ashen, though she only spoke in jest. She was acutely aware that the prince would not take her to heart. Yet, to express this in public was to humiliate her, leaving her simultaneously furious and speechless. The nights in Bhutan, although spring had arrived and the grass was lush, remained cold and solitary. Nevertheless, rumors had spread wildly through the cities surrounding the capital. Currently, the capital was besieged by General Yuan's black-armored soldiers, with reports of many ministers having perished rather than yield to the tyrannical whims of the sixth prince. Thus, when Amon saw Su Xiai and her companions preparing to leave, her only regret was parting from her beloved older sister, Su Xiai. "All right, mother. I shall assist you in preparing the meal." Chengwan shyly approached her mother. Bai Yuma also wished to seize this opportunity to learn more about her. After the ritual concluded, Chun Juyo lifted his gaze to his parents' gravestone and noticed an eerie detail. His father was born at the summer solstice and died at the winter solstice, while his mother experienced the opposite. Their home was frequently visited, yet most guests were adults or patients. No one had ever willingly played with him until Su Xiai arrived, becoming a companion who taught him how to style his hair. However, just look at his physique. He could only be described as robust, devoid of any excess flesh. Chapter 90. In the same room, conspiracies abound. Upon hearing the unabashed commendations from the crowd, Bai Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart brimming with delight. Soon after, the trio casually selected a table and ordered some food. After a whirlwind of consumption, they relished a hearty feast that satisfied their appetites. "Boss, bring me 3 luxurious private rooms." Bai Ling approached the counter, extravagantly producing her storage bag, embodying the essence of a wealthy patron. "Although I cannot afford the 2 million spirit stones for Duan Jiang, I can certainly pay for the modest accommodation. I sincerely apologize. Our inn currently has only 1 room left, and it is not a luxurious suite, merely a standard guest room." Behind the counter, a portly man smiled apologetically. The owner seemed to affirm his words. After the first bolt of tribulation thunder struck in Lanshan, it effortlessly shattered a top-tier defensive artifact she had summoned. The lingering force of the heavenly thunder created a significant crater, about a foot deep, upon impact with the testing platform. Tail shook his head, recalling his first meeting with King Nguyen and the dukes, particularly Nguyen's remarks about Prince Morar. The spine, already singed once, now emitted wisps of black smoke, and the visage etched upon the bones wore an expression of profound agony. Baiini struck the spine with the xianbing, destroying several segments. The reappearance of the once-vanished flame blade, though recognized as an illusionary array's thunder feather, still left him astounded. Had it not been for Li Shamo's mother nimbly pushing him aside, thereby saving his life, she desperately clutched her husband, urging their child to flee. "Luo Yun, is it not similar?" Yun Cece cast a glance at the particularly pale-faced Panduo, who was struggling to support the inebriated Crumb. With a gentle wave of her hand, she cast a featherlight spell on Crumb, smiling radiantly at the somewhat astonished Panduo. However, what he did not anticipate was that his words of agreement would incite a divergence of opinions among Lu Fei, Qi Fei, and Rui. In the room, a profound silence enveloped them, where only the sound of breath could be discerned, each breath barely audible. Lu Fei, Qi Fei, Rui, and Dongfang Ruyun, as outsiders, were perplexed by the role of the Realm Walkers, and even the native cultivator Lang Yu struggled to comprehend what Realm Walkers truly were. With questions lingering in their minds, they were unreserved in expressing their confusion. Regarding Li Murang, who transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix, it was evident that the Deputy Minister of Personnel held a certain disdain. Mu Yishuan pondered aloud, should we not take some action? If he intends to marry Xiu, whether in politics or business, he ought to do something. It would be wise for you to devise a means to dissuade them. Thulia, her face flushed, whispered softly. She was secretly grateful for the surrounding darkness, concealing her features from her fiancé, otherwise, she could not have uttered those words. Although he was now a father, he had yet to experience the emotions accompanying the birth of a child. In the 55th minute, Sterling received the ball on the left flank, evading Schneiderlin, while Coleman, already cautioned with a yellow card, dared not commit a foul. Consequently, Sterling surged forward, penetrating deep into the penalty area before delivering a cross. As time passed, suspicions arose among the players, puzzled as to what concealment technique Tian Qi employed, which rendered the dual wings elusive in their hiding. In such a critical position, amidst such a flurry of activity, what kind of friendship exists that only offers assistance without compensation? Fang Yimeng nodded with a smile, understanding that you were cautioning her against falling into the traps set by nefarious individuals. A glimmer of mockery flickered in her eyes at that moment. Subsequently, she undertook several similar tasks, all relatively straightforward. A mere stroll would suffice, and those spirits would follow her like shadows. Meanwhile, Sunwu, warming up, fixated on the Chelsea players on the other half of the field. Cavani was a close friend, and Rooney and Hazard were acquaintances as well, not to mention Felipe, the Brazilian left-back who had recently transferred from Atletico Madrid to Chelsea for €15 million, a figure that still lingered in his thoughts. But why? Why had the Holy King transformed into the left ruler? When did this transformation occur? Where had the original Holy King vanished to? Chapter 91, The Dragon Gate Auction. Luxurious beyond measure. Though night had fallen, the streets of Songlong City remained bustling with activity. At that moment, Bai Ling and Bai Qian stood before a small stall, selecting ornaments, while Duan Jiang trailed behind them, speechless. Indeed, women across the universe share a common trait. Shopping can be an interminable endeavor. Just as Duan Jiang was on the verge of urging the two women to return, a series of voices nearby piqued his interest. Have you heard? It is rumored that the Dragon Gate auction held at the center of Songlong City tomorrow will feature numerous valuable items. I heard from my second uncle that advanced flying ships will be available. Really? That is splendid. I was just thinking of purchasing a flying ship. That evening, the original intention of bringing Wang Tian along was merely to let him practice his spoken language. However, upon seeing Zhu Xiao entangled in conversation, she suddenly conceived an idea and decided to bring Wang Tian along with her. The level of supernatural ability can indeed be elevated. As one's supernatural value increases, mastery over these abilities also grows, along with an expanding repertoire of skills. Yet, the bullets were too densely packed, compounded by a plethora of rocket launchers. Although there were no tanks or armed helicopters, the enemy's numbers did not equate to their ability to suppress the situation. Kai Laojiu, holding two bags, initially wore a beaming expression, but upon hearing those words, he froze in place. This king has no patience for your verbal sparring. Knight Beishao, filled with fury, clenched his palm, effectively stifling her breath. Wang Tian truly rolled his eyes at this, yet he knew that no matter what he said, Pan Ling would not let him off easily, so he ceased his futile struggles and nodded in agreement. Jiang Piaoxue lay unconscious in bed, even in her illness. She dreamt of the prince, her frail yet tender visage enchanting to any man who beheld it. It turned out that not only had he prepared the land contract, but Shen Hao was also ready to provide him with medical treatment. Commander Jiang Zia, noticing only Wen Zhong and no sign of Ao Qing or others, surmised that he was a step behind. Nonetheless, this situation was favorable. Focusing on subduing Wen Zhong would certainly be a significant achievement, though he couldn't help but wonder where Ji Meng had wandered off to. While Zhu Yuanzhang was gradually regaining his sense of familiarity with the beggars, he turned to see the daily records. Perhaps due to the rebirth of Jiangmu, the landscape where its Dao fruit resides is imbued with a far richer spiritual essence compared to ordinary regions. thus attracting a group of cultivators to establish a settlement here. However, Lin Xiaoye felt none of this significance, leading her to extinguish the budding affection she had for the seventh lord in their infancy. Gasping for breath, Zhao Guixian surveyed the surroundings. There were no zombies within a 50-meter radius, yet he noticed distant figures in the shops gazing at him in terror. Kitahara Kinzo longed to confront Chu Quotient on Light Island, yet Chu Quotient refrained from dispatching any teams. The Empress truly wished to avoid further disputes with Emperor Yong'an. Since their initial meeting, the severity of their conflicts had become overwhelming, leaving her feeling suffocated. She longed to escape his presence entirely. Initially, she had no intention of bringing Shinqinyan to the Nanshan Temple for blessings, as the Yuan family had never held her in high regard. And she had no desire to subject herself to discomfort. In those days, the 3,000 of us were the first beings birthed from the void, before our existence. The void was a true emptiness, devoid of any entities or happenings. Each time a Nuan visited their home, Jin Bao would hastily hide all the delectable treats, as if a thief had entered. A few disciples engaged in light-hearted banter over tea, and before long, the morning had slipped away. At this moment, within Tengqing, the flow of people was quite dense, eagerly awaiting the lifting of the curfew the next evening, when crowds would set out towards the jury sect. As the martial arena in the mountains would soon open its doors to accommodate 300,000 spectators for the upcoming contest among the three sections. This display of protecting his fiancée greatly pleased Lin Shui, who watched with a smile as Tong Shoucai reprimanded Lin Xiaoyue. Chapter 92, Eternal Frost and Fiery Flames. The Silverlight Worship. I, Yuan, am the host of this auction. This occasion marks our Longmen Auction House's grand event held every 3 years. With each large auction, we unveil unparalleled treasures, and this time shall be no exception. Ziyuan is strikingly beautiful, her voice resonant and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, not far from room 9, where Duan Jiang resided, 3 figures were seated in room 5. In the center of the room, on 3 sofas, sat a tall, slender young man, his countenance fierce and exuding an aura of coldness. On the far right sofa sat a charming figure. We have exchanged vows, Lulu insisted, removing her coat and placing it aside. All right, if you can indeed gather 7,000 gold coins, I will grant you 3 shops. Even if I face the president's reprimand and the brother's scorn, I shall accept it. Buddhas transcend to the west, while who alone ventures into the underworld? If I do not enter hell, who will? Gritted the words of the defiant. Each time a body is changed, the host's thoughts influence the transformation. This creature hopes for a pure evolution and thus chooses Zhang Yu according to its own desires. Embracing Yinqian was none other than Feng Ming. The day after Yinqian arrived in Bamboozle Town, she was captured by the people of Xingyue. However, Feng Ming received news of her disappearance only 3 days later, as they too had fallen into the trap set by 11. Yet, Qing Yu's strength far surpassed that of martial Saint Feng Wubian. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Wubian was caught off guard, while the red-clad Qing Yu, with her extensive combat experience, had engaged in numerous battles against the original owner of the Fury Demon Staff, the God of Fury, and was already well acquainted with its formidable techniques. When Mo Howding and Xia Ling heard his voice, they were elated. After enduring a prolonged wait, he had finally called. Darling, why did it take you so long to call? I've been waiting for you forever, Xia Ling lamented, her voice tinged with a hint of playful complaint. As the first bag of 400 milliliters of blood was filled, the nurse withdrew the needle, allowing Chun Tianyu a brief respite while she sent the blood bag into the operating room. The surgery that Zhao Mingming had been forced to pause resumed once more. With a micro-submachine gun in each hand, he wielded them with the same fluidity as his own arms. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. Seeing that Zhao Guobang was not jesting, Chun Tianyu hurriedly admitted his mistake. Without the commands of the evolved beings, the zombies lost their desire to attack the 3 who bore the sin of the potion, instead turning to compete for the crystal cores found in the brains of the recently deceased evolved beings. Now, Xia Haoshuan could no longer merely be described as a genius. He could only be deemed a prodigy. You, the doll, seem at a loss for words. There will come a time when you seek my help. I wonder how you'll fare then. The doll, frustrated, turned her gaze towards the horizon. Shenrui lay in bed conversing with his mother, while Shen Fu and Shen Xian did the same. Only Long Feng closed the door securely and slipped into the source realm. Wang Qingwei and the others immediately followed. But Hu Weixin and Lu Yi could not keep up. With no other choice, they decided that Du Lu would go ahead and mark the way, while the others followed at a slower pace. Yes, Du Yi quickly replied. Is the master about to break through to the heavenly level? No matter the time, the master remained as formidable as ever. He looked up at the beam of the room, where darkness engulfed the light, a profound shadow that seemed to consume all illumination. Zhou Jun felt a surge of anger. Why does that ugly creature meddle here? Back in school, he had sensed her interest but dared not approach her, fearing the implications. Lin Laoxi's thick brows furrowed deeper, his iron fists tightening. Long Sun Hong's reasoning was sound, yet given his current position, stopping was not an option. The cauldron was of a bronze hue, adorned with a dragon's head, a phoenix's tail, and tiger's feet. The body of the cauldron bore the inscription Huayuan Ding, with a tricolor dragon head at its mouth and a phoenix tail for its body, while the feet resembled those of a tiger. Chapter 93. Upon discovering their identities, the three rejoiced. 7 million. 7.5 million. 8 million. Inside box number 9, Duan Jiang directly participated in the bidding. Wow, Brother Duan, you truly are generous. Starting at 8 million. Are you so taken with this silverlight worship? Where did you acquire 8 million spirit stones? Bai Ling was taken aback upon hearing Duan Jiang place his bid. You need not concern yourself with this. By the way, Bai Ling, what would happen if one were to win the auction but be unable to pay the spirit stones? Duan Jiang inquired seemingly without intent. Bai Ling looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you really think they would let you leave? Even I, should I be unable to pay, would face dire consequences. Princess Alice took a deep breath to steady the overwhelming sense of awe and incredulity that surged within her once more. Those who witnessed such absurdity would surely remember the Demon King, who single-handedly faced thousands. Naturally, Jiangxia was a gateway to Jingling, a place of advantageous geography that connected various regions without the calamity of warfare, Lulin remarked with a hint of pride. Dennis, this is not merely a matter of authority, it is the effect of that divine artifact. Yarek gazed intently at the ancient mirror in Xia Yan's possession, the very source of the barrier radiating a luminous white light. Outside, Farkas listened intently to every word spoken by Clark, his heart seemingly bleeding. Once upon a time, Clark had promised that as long as he worked diligently here, Ella would surely be his. Now all was lost, and the cause of this misfortune was a man named Luo Chun. At present, Yuer's demeanor appeared somewhat dejected, which elicited a sense of admiration from Lin. After all, it was indeed a delusion to think one could manipulate Asuna and Xing without exceptional acting skills. System, what categories of pills can be drawn from this direction? Lu Xing inquired further. Legally speaking, they had no evidence to connect Long Zidu to Xiaqiu, and thus the matter could only come to an inconclusive end. If all goes well today, we should have 6 updates, including the last one pending. However, if Shauna and her companions were to undertake this task, though the difficulty would indeed increase considerably, it would be much safer, and Chun could not possibly unleash her full power against them. The spiral staircase around the corner was the sole passage to the second floor. The second floor housed a bedroom roughly the same size as the living room below, furnished with a simple, old-fashioned bed measuring 1.5 meters wide. The bedding was quite worn and covered in a thick layer of dust. The first section of the stone pillar had a diameter of no less than 5 meters, while the highest section was only as thick as an arm. Its purpose remained a mystery. Particularly, the floating stone crystal unearthed during that excavation had caused a tremendous stir on their home planet. Otherwise, how could the leader possibly be so concerned? Perhaps it was due to the interference of those ancient beings. You hold the kite while I manage the string. Follow closely when I walk, understood? Tian was quite fond of flying kites and was curious about everything. Any further sounds were drowned out for Evening Fing, who took the car keys and drove to the Fu family. Fu she had barely managed to sit up, and the servants of the Fu household were doing their utmost to prepare delicious dishes to please Fu Shi, who had a good appetite and consumed quite a bit. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone's gaze turned to the two, curious about how they would choose. Shifting the topic, Chu Wanyin was indeed evading the subject, unwilling to let others witness the folly of the empty void sect. Thus, after the passing of the master, you have never encountered Bai Shuang, have you? Xi and Xiao pointedly highlighted the crux of the matter. At this moment, the table lay in disarray. After all, this banquet was meant for dining and drinking. Without these elements, it would be incomplete. The few individuals present were flushed with embarrassment. How amusing. Liang Dong cast a sidelong glance at McLaren, lowering his head to concentrate on his report. Yet his mind remained perpetually distracted. A gentle breeze materialized seemingly from nowhere, gathering the scattered dust in the air, while 2 feathered wings gracefully descended onto the forge platform. Chapter 94. The emergence of the magical artifact shocks all. Alas, what a pity. Duan Jiang sighed softly, glancing at the gaping Bai Ling beside him. A sky-high price of 70 million. Even a minor Pichio would be unable to afford such an amount. Naturally, he contemplated having Bai Ling pawn some treasures acquired from the Heavenly Pavilion, but he feared that revealing too much would attract unwanted attention. After all, among the tens of thousands who participated in the Heavenly Pavilion, only they few had survived. Perhaps it would be best to wait for the next opportunity to deceive this girl. What Duan Jiang failed to notice was that behind him, Bai Qianqian's enchanting eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment upon witnessing Duan Jiang miss out on the coveted battleship. Observing that Ziyuan continued to introduce item after item for auction, a myriad of exquisite offerings captivated the audience. Hearing Liyu's summons, Zhou Zhong instructed several scholars to manage the logistics, while he accompanied his personal guards to the Grand Hall for an audience. The first level of the fire domain was designated for newly initiated inner disciples. Anyone at the initial stage of the fifth heavenly layer could withstand its trials. The commander of the personal guard had transformed into a restless ant on a hot pan. For the sudden disappearance of Emperor Gu hinted at both terror and the bizarre, defying all logic. What should be the next step? Was there any need to ask? Naturally, they would mount an offensive against Xingyuan. In their hearts, everyone simultaneously echoed this sentiment. Pei Donglai delivered a powerful kick to the back of Leopard Brother, shattering his bones with a terrifying force, leaving Leopard Brother reeling from the excruciating pain radiating from his back. Tai Mu Yun was equally vexed. Judging by the soldier's expression, it was clear he had mistaken him for a ghost, risen from the dead. Looking up, he noticed that the soldier had not yet fled far. With a swift motion, Tai Mu Yun reached out, and astonishingly, the soldier was drawn back toward him. Wu Dazhuang was fuming, utterly incensed that one could resort to such vulgarities. Zhong Lingyu had already pushed his speed to its utmost limit. He could not shake off Fukuda as the disparity in their vehicle's quality was insurmountable. That fellow charged through like an unstoppable tank. As they approached the grand tent, Zhou Bao introduced Wang Jizhao. Although Han Qing was proud, Wang Jizhao and his father were of the same generation, and his reputation among the Shu army's officers was second only to that of the sons of the Shu kings. Now, as colleagues, they exchanged pleasantries, with Han Qing exhibiting a respectful demeanor tinged with a hint of admiration. In a fleeting moment of emptiness, Qin Shou experienced a brief lapse in concentration. Returning to his bed, although the person had departed, he could still sense the lingering fragrance that enveloped him, persistent and inescapable. All right, I shall take my leave. Thank you. Liao placed a stack of money into Yu Chuchu's palm, offering her a gentle smile before departing, feeling utterly drained. It seemed as though all his strength had coalesced in his fingertips as he pressed the play button. My dear wife, if you are unwell, please rest at home. I shall ask Li Ma to prepare some nourishing porridge for you. I will come to fetch you in the evening, Shen Muqian said with genuine concern. He has left. Do you find it hard to part with him? Before Ming Yue could finish her sigh, a clear yet icy voice resonated from the darkened window. Yu Mingwei did not immediately respond to her. Instead, he rummaged through his trouser pocket, retrieving something unknown, clenching his fist tightly, obscured from view. She understood perfectly that Qin Shou, currently nurturing the Qin family's forces, required funds, especially for future campaigns. Therefore, she resolved to undermine his sources of wealth first. The freshly injured third prince was carried directly from the city gates to the residence of the Duke of Yong'an. It was reported that he had been abducted to the outskirts, and the regent pursued the leads, ultimately rescuing the third prince in a critical moment, sustaining injuries in the process, a tale that swiftly spread throughout the capital. From youth to adulthood, there had been countless boys around Zhang Ruoshui. Yet only Man Sheng and Xiao Xian knew that her heart had never truly been won. Others perceived her as a butterfly, flitting through life's pleasures, while she merely played the role of a courteous participant. Didn't you once say that my actions were of no concern to you? What of your actions now? How could they possibly involve me? Yu Biqing retorted, recalling Yu Tian's past attitude toward her. Chapter 95, Awareness and Strategy. After the auction, Duan Jiang and his companions emerged with the throng. Brother Duan, shall we return to the sect now? Indeed, Duan Jiang nodded. They had already lingered for quite some time. The trio then boarded the Golden War Eagle, racing toward the direction of the Celestial Sacred Sect. Seated in a cross-legged position aboard the Golden War Eagle, they engaged in their cultivation. At that moment, both women radiated a shimmering light, their energies surging. Suddenly, the luminescence swelled, and the surrounding spiritual energy became tumultuous. Sensing a shift, Duan Jiang slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that the silver snow celestial fruit was nearing completion of its refinement. In a humble room, not far beyond was the vast ocean, the relentless sound of waves crashing in a continuous rhythm. The human race unhesitatingly made way, even spontaneously clearing a path for this group, ensuring their journey was remarkably smooth. However, others could not comprehend this. Shen Ling considered it a matter of course. Thus, after resolving all troubles, he returned to his seat amidst a sea of astonished and admiring gazes. However, it is perplexing that they unexpectedly showed a hint of relief, perhaps subconsciously hoping that Xiao Tao would render Lula to unconscious, given the demands of the job and his limited educational background, with only a high school diploma. Su Yang found himself confined to the service industry, though he remained open to other labor-intensive roles. In essence, he was among the least discerning individuals. A burly man stood before the other panes, and Caesar immediately recognized him as a member of the Hungry Ghost Path, yet he refrained from obstructing the man's actions. Was it possible? Just moments ago, he had desperately pleaded for me to end his life, and now, after ostensibly being slain, he had risen from the dead and positioned himself for a surprise attack. Only Du Lingxi remained silent, fully aware of the circumstances. Du Tong had instructed him to divulge nothing. Although stifled, he had managed to remain tight-lipped throughout these days. All right, Senior Ling, please cease your mockery. While I have barely salvaged my life this time, my body has suffered significant energy depletion, and I will require a substantial period of rest to regain my peak condition. Did you truly believe that the ability to resurrect is as extraordinary as it seems? Beidou responded with exasperation to Ling Tianqian. Qin Tianyi transported Tang Yu to the nearest hospital, where her wrist injury was bandaged. Observing the gauze wrapped around her wound, Tang Yu gently adjusted her sleeves. Knowing all too well that if her mother found out, she would be met with a torrent of concern. Accustomed to the antics of spoiled youths who would rather bully their opponents through brute force, it was rare to witness someone personally engage in such a confrontation. Reminiscent of a classic scene from a violent film. Nonetheless, the dark-winged figure refrained from attacking. His strength was merely at the mid-level of the holy rank, rendering him no match for these formidable divine creators. While he lacked in power, he possessed remarkable speed. During lunch, Zhang Qian mentioned the wild strawberries on the mountain, noting that they had ripened and suggesting he collect some for juice in the afternoon. Uncle Li, you've arrived, Duan Jiang said without turning, enveloping himself in shadows. His voice barely above a whisper. Yu Dao glanced at the nearby vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz 350, and couldn't he help but shake his head with a hint of amusement. Recognizing the absurdity of equating his own Audi, valued at 400,000, with this one priced at a staggering 1,140,000. In these turbulent times, with nations in ruin and families shattered, though I am not a fish, I can certainly ascertain that the common folk of those dynasties cannot find joy, Yuchinga remarked. Shaking her head, the two men, who 3 years prior would have undoubtedly become adversaries, now found themselves intertwined in an unusual bond due to another man. A revelation that would have been met with derision had it been foretold to any of the three. Yet, Long Shun Lu's doubts and astonishment deepened. For as a high-tier profound deity, he was impervious to the ordinary forces of nature, which could not possibly compel him to retreat. Yet this young man had managed to wield the power of nature to conjure such formidable divine weaponry. Who was he, truly? Chapter 96. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Who is the Praying Mantis? Soon, the Golden War Eagle advanced into the space between the two peaks. Duan Jiang carefully descended from the spacecraft, concealing himself among a pile of rubble halfway up the mountain, awaiting the arrival of the blue vessel. Hearing Duan Jiang's words, Bai Ling abruptly accelerated as she passed the mountain peak, sprinting with all her might towards the direction of the celestial sage sect. Indeed, shielded by the two mountain peaks, the blue spacecraft did not immediately detect any anomalies. It was not until half a stick of incense had burned that the blue vessel, while traversing the mountains, suddenly realized that the golden ship ahead had vanished without a trace. Instantly, the three of them reacted, their speed surging as they pursued relentlessly. As the blue spacecraft passed between the two peaks, Zhaoling found herself surrounded by suitors, enough to form an enhanced battalion, with many being successful CEOs and social elites. However, most of these men were drawn to her due to her prestigious family background, which greatly annoyed Zhaoling. Upon learning that a friend was in trouble with Sun Feihu and Pujiang, he immediately rushed to Puzhou overnight, engaging in a fierce battle with Sun Feihu, ultimately capturing him and rescuing his friend. Indeed, a journalist from the Imperial Forest Army dropped his weapon and knelt dejectedly on the ground, utterly at a loss. The onlookers discreetly shook their heads. Exposing such a significant flaw to Wu Qi was a grave misstep, akin to inviting trouble. Long Baichuan exchanged glances with his subordinates, who promptly unlatched the iron chains on the door, pushing it open. At that moment, as the bamboo doors swung wide, a graceful figure charged forth, brandishing a short blade aimed directly at Long Baichuan's face. Yet, Sheria's mother, being a woman of passion, recklessly pursued love, leading to a furious break in her relationship with Olenberg. Moreover, it was clear to everyone that if Lin Shun were to be slain, not a single individual among the celestial and demonic factions present would survive. Where are the bodies? What has happened to Chang Wumei and Kashura? The very concerns that plagued Chu Tianyue had manifested. The old Taoist, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared as youthful as a child, his face aglow with a pure, innocent smile. He was none other than the foremost martial artist of the present day, the founder of the Wudong sect. A master of martial arts at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, Zhang Sanfeng. Father, it seems the avatar of the overlord has dissipated. We can now eliminate Li Qifeng. Augustine said with palpable excitement. His right hand opened, and with a resounding pop, a ball of yellow flame erupted from his palm, its power formidable yet restrained. Within the confines of the private room he had purchased, Ning Dao had already sold the Fu family spacecraft, the proceeds of which were sufficient for him to enjoy 3 days in the luxurious VIP suite. The old ancestor Lingwei was taken aback, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he then dripped onto his sword. The long sword vibrated with a hum, emanating a brilliant crimson glow, transforming into a breathtaking sea of blood that surged toward Yihan's fire dragon with reckless abandon. Your Majesty, during today's South Morning Court. Did my father know of my return? 14th Lady adjusted her sleeve as she sat beside the Emperor in the imperial concubine chair. It is indeed I, she confessed, acknowledging her identity. Previously, I pondered where the vast estate atop Zhongnan Mountain sourced its provisions. Now, I have come to understand that the grains we consume are supplied by the villagers of Donjiazhuang, while the silver we expend originates from the Fengji Bank. Do not be overly self-reproachful. It is merely a matter of my ill-fated connection with the child, Duan Jiang softly reassured while sipping her tea. Individuals with stronger souls possess an acute intuition regarding future events or those that have transpired, and their insights are often remarkably accurate. Yu Shao and his companions exhibited little reaction. After all, the disciples aspiring to enter the dreamland ancient realm generally possess commendable strength. And as long as the elevation is not excessively daunting, there should be no substantial issue. You are aware that every matter demands evidence. In the absence of proof, one must ultimately release the other party when the time arrives. However, you must carefully contemplate the repercussions and societal implications should you mistakenly accuse an innocent individual. It would indeed be disheartening, another traffic officer kindly reminded them. Chapter 97. Hunter and Prey, a thought away. What? You are Duan Jiang. Wu Fan and his companions exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fixed their gazes on Duan Jiang. A full 3 seconds elapsed before they regained their composure, and the previously tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. The fear and anxiety that had enveloped them seemed to dissipate like mist. Soon after, a boisterous laugh echoed from within the cabin of the vessel. Ha! Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, yet you seek refuge in hell. Duan Jiang. You truly are remarkably foolish. Wu Fan regarded Duan Jiang with a look of scorn, akin to observing a simpleton. He could not fathom the absence of love or hate. He believed he had grown indifferent. To him, Tang Zhouwei was merely an acquaintance, nothing more. Excellent, splendid performance. Tomorrow marks the 2nd round of rehearsals. How could you withdraw at this juncture? The plump editor inquired while perusing the manuscript, intentionally lowering her gaze to adopt a condescending perspective towards Zhuang Qingqing. Aiming to signify their differing statuses, she was instead met with Zhuang Qingqing's nostrils directly facing her, emitting a rude sound that further fueled her ire. After all, this is a beacon guiding the course of life, assisting those lost in the dark night to rediscover the meaning of existence and reclaim their life's objectives. Long Yin nodded, envisioning the grand hall constructed from ink crystal, her brow furrowing slightly. The alliance of humanity grows increasingly distant from the continental plate. Should the alien races become ruthless and obstruct the personnel here, the opposing side could face instantaneous destruction, collapsing in an instant, rendering them akin to the instigators of the calamity. As those individuals parted the tent flaps, she observed that, apart from Yin Feng, there was no sight of Xia Tianzi. She wondered, could it be that Xia Tianzi has been confined elsewhere? The injuries of Yi Ji and Ling Ruzhu were not particularly severe, and under the meticulous care of Feng Xiaoming, they had nearly recovered. However, just as Niu Dabin began to contemplate his feelings, he suddenly realized that casually granting a decree in such a manner might appear dismissive towards the Dragon King of the East Sea, reflecting a lack of respect for him. Until the agreement with Kurumi on Monday, nothing particularly significant transpired, and that night, I took Shitono out for a stroll. Thank the heavens, thank the heavens. Zhao Yun remarked as he rose, concealing himself behind Ban Si, fearful that Wang Hao might pursue the matter of his offense. The night deepened, and the swirling dark clouds, laden with nightmares, obscured the faintest glimmer of light. Everything trembled in the wind. This night was a banquet for the Grim Reaper. Along, having undergone training, was poised to take flight. In his haste, he delivered a kick that fortuitously struck the face of the scorpion. Meanwhile, Beast Taming Mountain was awash with bodies. Aside from a select few, including Chao Gu, all others were ensnared in the chaos. Upon confirming the situation, the sword hero realized this genuinely was a trial within the dream fantasy spirit system, and he nodded in agreement to proceed with the test of truth and deception. Why do you gaze at me so? The celestial being noticed Yu Qing's astonished expression, evidently taken aback by his words. At that moment, Qi Tianshou had already departed from Nzhu County, delegating the leadership of his troop to the former Song leader, now his deputy. The demons following the Bull Demon King swiftly howled and armed themselves, launching an assault on the Lingxiao Palace. Su Huanhuan spoke, lowering her head, unable to continue. Her fingers twisting in a display of distress and frustration. For Shin Sini, Lan Jie was indeed different. Had it been another, she would have certainly disregarded the matter. Mei Jin looked apprehensively at the bearded man before her, her expression lacking ease. Anyone would feel similarly facing a formidable bodyguard alongside a stoic, humorless figure of authority. In response to Steve's jibe, the leading shadow remained silent, merely observing the carriage behind them. Chapter 98. The Holy Sect Conflict, Duan Jiang's Threat. Inside the cabin. In a corner, Wang Meiju's face was pale, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Duan Jiang, a cold sneer forming in her heart. Unaware of your impending doom, you dare return to the holy sect of all heavens. Duan Jiang seized the storage bags from the three individuals and poured their contents onto the ground. Casting a glance at the three who dared not voice their anger, Duan Jiang said in a low voice, "Extract your communication tokens with the Supreme Elder and contact him." The three were among the most gifted in their sects and held notable status, naturally receiving special protection from the higher echelons. The specially crafted communication tokens were among the most common, much like the one Ning Xianglan had once given him. "I have received no orders. And I was merely creating a FAAD. It was you who revealed the identity of the president." The loquacious one in light green seized the opponent's weakness. Tristan trembled for a moment before finally regaining his composure. He then turned his gaze toward the mage who was reporting. Gersak had just released a sigh of relief when he noticed the third bullet hurtling towards him, in the same direction as before. Beside him, the elite gene warriors Monica and Billy remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Shun Yi, wary of his potential sudden strike. The facade of the pyramid featured a colossal half-human statue, towering at approximately 50 to 60 meters, with a wolf's head and a human body. Its pitch-black eyes exuded an air of profound depth, while long strands of ebony hair cascaded down its shoulders, embodying a subtle elegance and ethereal grace. A chest plate adorned with alternating gold and blue stripes enveloped its upper body. It is worth noting that he had previously acquired 2 robots, one costing him 1,000 exchange points. The thought of needing another robot was quite daunting. Was there no additional condition attached? Luca felt compelled to confirm once more. Was this a sign of his anxiousness? Despite having witnessed the artisanal brewing process numerous times, it was his first attempt, and a tinge of nervousness inevitably lingered, compounded by the shadows of his previous failures. Yet, the tribe was unwilling to relocate, in pursuit of their objectives. The oil and gas conglomerate had resorted to hiring mercenaries to annihilate the tribe. Presently, they seldom engaged with any investors, leaving old Shao to ponder whether the boss was not eager for an initial public offering. The dignified former partner should have vanished without a trace, especially considering the tumultuous nature of their breakup. Now, do you believe that with sufficient martial prowess, there exist no deities? Qin Shao remarked nonchalantly. The emergence of Pure Lands is advantageous for cultivators, yet it poses a significant threat to the natural order. How can one sustain the relentless exploitation of resources if souls do not reincarnate after death? Zhang Tong had thoughtfully considered this, recognizing that Chang Ji, a first-class chef and former head chef of a 5-star hotel, would certainly not wish to serve meals at the entrance, prompting her to take matters into her own hands. Only after Yuan Yan spoke did she notice Tang Tang, with her head bowed, had secretly shed 2 tears. Dong Guiyu and the others were evidently aware of the situation, their expressions reflecting a sense of intrigue. The speed of transportation and physical recovery correlates with one's strength attribute, given that his strength was not his forte. He found himself at a disadvantage in this environment. At this moment, the trio no longer doubted that this was synthetic meat, as a whole piece of fresh meat could easily be distinguished from its synthetic counterpart. If they could locate this individual and enlist their assistance, the possibility of seizing the sun-shooting divine arrow from Shi he would become a tangible hope. It was only when she happened to glimpse him outside her room, wiping away tears, that she learned of the situation. The old man gradually emerged from his sorrow, gazing at Zhao Feng, who lay unconscious on the ground, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Xiang Duanyang did not respond to her inquiry as the elevator reached the top floor. He casually stepped out and waited at the elevator door until he noticed her trailing behind before turning towards his office. At this moment, Qi Yin had ceased her tea drinking. As the sun rose from the east, the warmth became somewhat intense, prompting her to wave her hand to fan herself. The cursed Hui Yunjiao. If she ever seizes an opportunity, I shall ensure she pays dearly. Chapter 99. Successfully repelled. The Saintess in confusion. A full 5 breaths elapsed. Yet the other party remained silent. Inside the Azure spaceship, Li Jiuyin's expression transitioned from hopeful to increasingly grim, even tinged with despair. Why? Esteemed elder. I am the future hope of the ghostly whisper sect. You cannot abandon me. Li Jiuyin's voice trembled as he once more cried out in desperation. Another 5 breaths passed, and the Shadow Demon Elder still offered no reply. Duan Jiang turned to gaze at Li Jiuyin once more, his eyes devoid of emotion. It appears that your sect's esteemed elder is not particularly inclined to rescue you. As the words fell, Duan Jiang struck once more. Ah, no. My left. Wang Hongbo cast a glance at him, understanding his unspoken thoughts. The current heirs of the Wang family have their eyes turned skyward, believing themselves to be the most formidable among the younger generation. The freezing talisman released would only maintain its chilling effect for half an hour at most. It was inferior to what one could forge themselves, remarked a middle-aged man beside Wu Fan, to solidify the battle between the transformation realm and the scale-finned python. I repeatedly interrupted the realm to allow the python time to rest and recover. Chu Hao revealed his watch, yet Wang Yuan did not even spare him a glance. For in his mind, the concept of a Rolex was utterly foreign. He had little interest in the monetary value of the watch on Chu Hao's wrist. Hey. Is this how you treat someone who came all this way to comfort you? Zhang Chuishan chided, swatting away Sun Lanlan's grasp, feigning indignation. Lu Shiren began to pound on the door, while Su Meimei's weakness only fueled his arrogance and tyranny. The operation was largely successful, and Jiang Zhihua began to fulfill his earlier promises. However, Lu Jiajun felt no joy. His thoughts lingered on the moment of parting that morning. These spiritual herbs floated in that ethereal space. Though they drifted, Qin Yin could distinctly feel their continuous absorption of spiritual energy for growth. Sima Kuan. Soul power level 29, spirit power level 41. Line up to the right, commanded the officer. Could it truly be the work of Tang Hao? Li Yuming found it hard to believe. The Li family was not merely a band of stray soldiers who could be frightened away with mere words. Upon hearing this, Long Yang's expression darkened. Without a second thought, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhao Ningxue. Han Zirui understood that he could no longer press the matter with Zhang Bingyang, yet making this call would cast him as the victim. Seeking the sympathy of the elders from both the Zhang and Han families. Residential development must pass through the environmental assessment, though the stakes are not high. Even 20 poorly constructed buildings would have minimal negative impact on the environment. However, this individual texted Miao Fa Chong inquiring about the situation, indicating that there might indeed be some underlying issues. Xu Baiwei was acutely aware of her resilience, thus intentionally distancing herself from her parents. Believing that the trouble she had attracted would not trouble her family, the herbalist had caught the scent of medicinal plants, and the more Ao Kungsin exhibited her demeanor, the more certain he became that Luowen was concealed within the cave. He disregarded Ao Kungsin's murderous intent and proceeded towards the cave with determination. Gu Pan shook her head with a soft chuckle. Since her rebirth, her greatest desire had always been connected to her family, and the space she inhabited was intertwined with her father's health. After all, since her awakening, Yuling had remained by her side, despite Yuling's tendency to withhold information. Gu Pan found that her anger from the previous night, nearly provoked by Yuling's negligence, had significantly diminished with the passage of a day. However, the future remained uncertain. One could only take it step by step, for the Western Buddhist sect did not emerge from nothingness. Who could predict what lay ahead? Wearing a white garment, she moved with the swiftness of the wind, having eliminated 10 members of the Sidhu family, including both ancestors and descendants, along with 10 skilled marksmen and 10 nurtured masters. What astonished everyone was the sudden appearance of a singular eye on the forehead of the Tsang Hai, devoid of a pupil yet exuding an eerie charm. Chapter 100, Master-Servant Contract, subduing 2 individuals. Meanwhile, after 3 hours of relentless acceleration, Duan Jiang finally caught up with the 2 women, Bai Ling and her companion. When they were still 5,000 miles away from the holy sect of all heavens, inside the Golden Warhawk, upon hearing Duan Jiang's explanation, the 2 women cast fiery glances at Wu Fan and Wang Meizhu, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Wu Fan and Wang Meizhu found themselves unable to escape the wrath of the 2 women, had it not been for Duan Jiang's timely intervention. These 2 would have faced dire consequences. Duan Jiang, recognizing their potential, could not allow them to be harmed, as he had greater plans for them. While soothing the women's tempers, he stated that the holy sect of all heavens was now left with only the ghostly serpent sect. Even if they remained obstinate and refused to retreat, he believed the elders would take action. What? Your strength is still not sufficient? Mo Dicey exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the implications of Oro's words. However, she could see that Master Oro's statement was not a display of modesty, but rather a genuine admission of inferiority. Cao Cao simply waved his hand, dismissing the scouts, and returned to his bed to rest, the news eventually reaching Jia Yu's ears. In Guan Yu's words, Yifeng sensed a hint of concern, instantly alleviating his previously agitated state, leaving him feeling somewhat elated. In his bag, he had 5 second-level magic cores and 11 first-level magic cores that he had hunted in the Tian-Go forest. Ferocity was somewhat skeptical. Glancing at the 2 wind wolves and their sharp teeth, she instinctively touched her neck, gradually beginning to believe Alina's claims. Feng Haojin nodded and rose to leave, heading to the bar to settle the bill. 3 yuan for a cup of original milk tea, 5 for hot milk, and 5 for fries, totaling 13 yuan. He took out some money to settle the bill, gesturing for the young boy to deliver the milk and fries to Lung Yuru, while he himself carried away the bubble tea. Enough of this commotion, let us return home and discuss matters further, as he surveyed the chaotic scene around him. Just as Swagna was about to erupt in anger and take action, Lilith interjected, restraining him from rushing out. Having already interrogated the man named Caldwell multiple times without uncovering any contradictions in his statements, it became apparent that this individual was of lowly status, and his knowledge was limited to what he had shared. Alan and Ryan exchanged glances, preparing to let him go. What? The blood has already necrosed. Chu Gu furrowed his brows, taken aback by the considerable side effects of the war goddess serum. In that instant, Su Yang felt a sense of disdain from the enemy, wondering where these rustic foes came from, truly believing he was still oblivious to the need for artillery defense. He had mastered those skills quite well. Upon hearing this, Zhangxing was eager to meet the master, as in her understanding, anyone of great skill must possess an eccentric temperament. Master. Lu Jing ran past by the old man Shui and, seeing his persistently sullen demeanor, couldn't he help but call out. This validated Li Mingru's foresight in sending her assistant to claim a number, otherwise, they might not have even had a turn. There stood a graceful figure, whose beauty momentarily astonished even Nan Yuan. She was truly exquisite. Upon seeing Lu Yuji, however, the woman was utterly taken aback. Is there a collaboration in oil imports with Iraq and Iran? Lin Feng inquired, as both nations had assured him of providing Baoli energy with exceptionally low prices. Bai Yin, in considerable distress, held his forehead. The intellect of this foolish dragon was indeed worrisome, likely ranking at the bottom even among the abyssal demons. One could not discern that although Yin Qing was a modern individual, her tea artistry was commendable. A pot of fine tea was warm yet not cloying, bitter yet sweet, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Subsequently, the relatives of the Gong Lu family utilized their words to accuse the store manager, while the child's classmates referenced his sayings during his lifetime, solidifying the manager's motives, rendering the collective testimony irrefutable evidence. Gao Yu frowned, realizing that the Americans were not as benign as they appeared, fearing that there might be some underlying conspiracy. Meng Zhaoxiang's lips trembled slightly. Ever since the monarch ascended the throne, each decision he made had been unexpectedly remarkable. Chapter 101. The True Dragon Source. The King Returns. At this moment, en route to the celestial sacred sect, a phantom of a golden dragon, approximately 10 zhang in length, darted through the sky at remarkable speed, its tail causing ripples even in the void. Wherever it passed, the dragon's roar resonated through the heavens, its speed surpassing that of the golden war eagle by a third. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang felt a surge of excitement. Was this the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies? The true dragon ascension technique had indeed not disappointed him. If this remark were to reach the Dragon Emperor, light years away, he would likely erupt in vehement curses. This was a technique reserved for the upper echelon of the true dragon lineage. Not just any dragon could possess the privilege to cultivate it. Moreover, as Dongfang Hong interrogated the maid's father for an extended period, the man responded with unwavering composure, as if he harbored no flaws in his account. However, this matter was fraught with suspicion. With a mind clouded by doubt, Dongfang Hong decided to bring the maid's father back to serve as a witness under protection. Fueled by fervor, Shaoyi stepped closer to Su Qian, their bodies nearly touching, as he leaned in to whisper with a soft chuckle in her ear. The lifeless body of Zhang Zhuo lay on the ground, while the coroner and guards stood to the side. Mu Ling gazed upwards at the white silk, her mind's eye gradually clarifying the image of Zhang Zhuo hanging from the rafters. The discord between Ajin and the Prince of Xiang was a well-known fact throughout the court. The youth maintained an impassive expression, nodding at Zhong Xingyue as he turned away, much like he had done when addressing the adults before him. There is no need to rouse the prince too early. Let him enjoy a little more rest, Mu Ling suggested. She nodded in agreement, prompting Wei Huan to comply and promptly descend. Regarding this matter, she had set clear regulations, and as long as these two fools were well fed and entertained, they generally made few mistakes. He set down the teapot and lifted the teacup with his left hand, bringing it to his lips for a delicate sip. Moreover, as she walked forward, she had yet to encounter any signs indicating a prohibition against proceeding. Furthermore, with regions such as Yuzhou, Shuzhou, Yanzhou, and the outskirts of Luoyang producing millions of stones of grain for storage, there should be no issue in reallocating sufficient supplies for military provisions. Zhu Zishan, what are you trying to achieve? Are you attempting to incite public outrage? The executioner in the red robe rebuked Zhu Zishan. Almost simultaneously, a new opportunity was seized, with the subsequent player, Shang Danshun, crossing the minion line to prepare for a coordinated control skill with his teammates. Then I must say, I am truly honored. Jin Shuchuan Kiansaka, while pulling the swing rope with vigor, began to swing steadily. Dan Changhe widened his eyes. Li Xing's words were exceedingly blunt, piercing straight through to Dan Changhe's core, leaving him momentarily speechless. All the students turned to see the noble and aloof Zhu Zishan glide past, a stone delicately balanced in her hand. This emperor must have lost his senses, should he, in his folly, assign her to the carefree prince, sharing a bed with her enemy. She would rather die than comply. His mind was still not entirely clear. In a daze, he felt the warmth radiating from Xinling and instinctively pulled her closer, drawing warmth from her presence. He had just remarked on the significance of the event, yet upon opening his mouth to speak, all thoughts had fled. The years of drought had led to a scarcity of grain, with prices soaring. If there were readily available supplies, many would undoubtedly prioritize securing food. Yun Mashi contemplated that. If her intuition served her correctly, Cheng Yu was likely being invited to the palace for tea at that very moment. As Qin Hao prepared for the maiden flight of the plane, far to the east in Huagua, outside Tianai City, in a villa district, he pondered with a hint of disbelief. Could it be that those celebrities have caught up with us? Qin Feng turned his head to glance, discovering that the celebrities were still at a considerable distance from him. This was the imprint left by the great practitioners during their fierce battles before the fragmentation of space. Their mystical arts and spells, having endured countless years, remained unscattered, preserving their formidable power. Once provoked, they could unleash earth-shattering might. Chapter 102, The Emperor's Law Body. Annihilation of the ghostly shadows. The crowd exchanged glances, a shared sense of alarm gripping their hearts. This was dire. The members of the ghostly shadow sect were now likely to encounter Duan Jiang. Morong Chong Kong's expression shifted, and he was the first to hasten towards the direction emanating a terrifying aura. Ning Xianglan felt her heart tighten and hurriedly followed the Grand Elder. The various peak leaders, witnessing this, immediately ceased their healing and vanished from the scene. Not far from the holy sect of heavenly realms, the leader of the ghostly shadow sect, Gui Wudao, was currently spewing blood, his complexion pale as death, his body trembling uncontrollably, lips quivering as if he had seen a specter in broad daylight. Observing the countless scattered limbs and severed arms around him, Gui Wudao was unlike the other contestants who offered a hodgepodge of gratitude merely to secure more screen time in the final episode. Lin Yu simply stated a calm thank you as he took the stage. Having just assumed his position, he efficiently tackled a multitude of official matters, reorganizing internal roles and staff within the company. Helpless, Liu Yang resorted to this method, subsequently dispatching Du Gubo to seek soul masters in the Soul Master City to establish a military camp. Without needing to be told, Jian Kai had already rushed over, squatting by the bed to grasp Jin Wan's wrist pulse. He reached out to lift the person on the ground, only to be firmly grasped by their pants leg in return. As the final low incantation echoed, the flames in the hall abruptly extinguished, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Yet, that mysterious energy seemed to linger in the air, instilling an indescribable sense of awe and reverence. Old Lady Hao had initially thought that, as an elder, Shang Qin would afford her some respect, but was taken aback by his unceremonious remarks, causing her to clutch her heart in a fit of rage, panting heavily. At that moment, Du Gubo scratched his head in confusion, pondering where to go, yet he refrained from voicing this query, instead respectfully gazing up at Liu Yang. Ning Rongrong understood that not informing Tang San would lead him to make foolish decisions, but what good would it do to tell him? How could a soul king of level 50 possibly contend against a title de law? Watching as he faced unemployment, witnessing his family with mouths wide open in desperate need, he then inquired about the strength of the undead lineage. We are all somewhat in the dark, Bai Yuan remarked to Zhou Xing. It resembled a salamander. Feng Ling had once encountered a salamander in a mountain gorge during an ascent. Their appearances were quite similar, differing only in color. It was unclear when. Amidst the chaos of thoughts, Lin Yishu gently closed her eyes. Suddenly, a faint sound of minute mechanical vibrations emerged, accompanied by the soft, involuntary moans of Sh1 Nizi and her slight bodily movements. With a gentle swing of her fists, she deftly deflected the incoming thunder-forged spear, which then clattered to the ground, leaving a series of craters in its wake. Lin Yishue sensed a notable improvement in Xiao Yao's condition. yet her mind seemed to be in disarray. Another figure, moving with the swiftness of lightning, darted forth, targeting the various sect members in the distance. The throng of undead, ancient beings who had existed for countless ages, had meticulously devised their plans. Some individuals quietly raised their heads, scrutinizing the two exposed faces on Wan Ping's chest. Having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, Lin Yumai had already surpassed the midphase, possibly influenced by the Three Realms monument in the Northern Sea Trench. Unexpectedly, during the ongoing confrontations of the hunter competition, his cultivation had further advanced. The captain, clad in a vibrant red jersey, simply raised his hands, palms facing upward. And with a forceful lift, it appeared as though he was either elevating something or summoning a call. Perhaps remnants of resentment lingered regarding Andre's public remark suggesting he should return home to play with dolls. Fear not, Immortal One, the system reassured. Utilizing an invisible force to return the severed head, while all the blood coalesced into a sanguine sphere floating nearby. Chapter 103, a gentle reminder, please fasten your seatbelt. In the celestial sacred sect, the spiritual herb pool served as a sanctified haven for the elite to recover from severe injuries, housing countless high-grade precious herbs. At this moment, at the entrance of the spiritual herb pool, Morong Hai and the various peak leaders stood in silence, anxiously awaiting some revelation. Suddenly, a surge of light emanated from the entrance, and two figures emerged. Upon witnessing this, the crowd surged forward. Father, how is Brother Duan? What injuries has he sustained? Despite consuming numerous healing elixirs, there are no signs of awakening. Morong Hai was the first to speak. Morong Chakong shook his head in response, his tone tinged with helplessness. Manager Zhu, he said while instructing his attendants to retrieve the high-tier long halberds, a total of 7, 5 of which were of the spirit grade, and the remaining 2 of royal grade. Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. If these remarks were to reach Xiner, she would undoubtedly blush deeply, leaving him to bear the consequences with additional bruises on his waist. The Demon Guardian technique was a protective art renowned alongside the Buddha's golden body. Though not an absolute shield against all attacks, it was widely acknowledged in the cultivation realm for its formidable defensive capabilities. Glowing symbols continuously descended upon the luminescent barrier, firmly adhering to its surface. Yu Yifeng spoke lightly, yet to others, a person who has attained such a level of cultivation can only be described as terrifying. For instance, the tidal crystal, which serves as a core energy source, or the alloy bearings in crucial joints, among others, relying on the Grand Master's manipulation of time and space. It is as if the 9 heavens had never learned to walk, but directly commenced running. However, the students are not afforded such convenience. They must inevitably start from the fundamentals. Fortunately, this task's rewards are specifically prepared for that purpose. The Holy Leech, having consumed the blood of the insect cultivator, shares a connection with them. Thus, the blood of the insect cultivator produces unique effects on the cultivated insects. The logic appears perplexing. While the blood of the insect cultivator should serve as nourishment during the cultivation of the insects, how does it transform into poison after the insects have been cultivated? Although he has yet to triumph over his adversary, Hua Tian no longer perceives the insurmountable strength he once felt in Qin Xian. Now, he possesses the capability and opportunity to overcome his opponent. Upon seeing this, Chun Shao immediately descended, and as he landed, he observed many individuals busily engaged on this peak. However, the emperor has remained silent. To this day, all petitions for impeachment have been submitted, yet the emperor has chosen not to respond. Due to previous events, Du Ge scrutinized Yifeng for the first time, and he appeared more composed now, at least not shouting madly. The purple gleam in his eyes revealed that he was a shrewd individual, and as the sole heir to the president, he was adept in the ways of commerce. This instilled in him a profound anticipation for breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, the plans did not unfold as expected, resulting in a futile expenditure of the blood essence of these individuals, thwarting his aspirations to enhance his magical power. Moreover, the earlier incident where Tian Xiezi utilized the ancient jade to seize his true form caught him off guard. Did you inform him of our situation? Lin Tian was perplexed as to why the so-called Dong Gu suddenly received the news. The white tiger fiercely charged at the projection of the demon, unleashing a torrent of true fire that struck the illusion. Yet, the demon remained unscathed, for it was merely a phantom. Thus, the white tiger's efforts here were utterly futile. It is no wonder that guerrilla tactics must be adapted to the context. The guerrilla warfare that prevailed in Huaxia seems to falter on the European battlefield. Behind him, Ariel pouted in dissatisfaction, displaying considerable hostility towards Lan Ling for encroaching upon her position. She attempted to tug on Du Ji's arm, burrowing between the two to forcibly separate them. Zheng Jia felt no desire to comment on someone who could sleep soundly in such circumstances, devoid of guilt. He couldn't even muster the energy for an eye roll, feigning ignorance of the situation. Chapter 104. The curtain falls, joy for some, woe for others. At this moment, on the stone platform at the center of the spiritual medicine heaven pool, Duan Jiang was reluctantly separated from Ning Xianglan, who had firmly grasped his ear. Duan Jiang instinctively licked his lips. As he gazed at Ning Xianglan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment and anger, Duan Jiang scratched his head, wearing an awkward smile. Well, I must admit, I lost my composure just now. I'll be more mindful next time. You know I've just recovered from a serious injury, and my head might not be completely clear. Please don't hold it against me. As he spoke, his eyes occasionally darted elsewhere. You scoundrel, Ning Xianglan retorted. Yet, in the dead of night, who had the leisure to uncover the truth? The denizens of the Eastern Roman Empire would undoubtedly believe that it was the Franks who had been attacked, with brigands from the Tang dynasty infiltrating, causing chaos with gunfire and flames. Upon returning after more than 2 years abroad, Qin Jirun was no longer the boisterous and straightforward boy he once was. Now, his gaze was somber and his thoughts profound, making it difficult for even his longtime friends to fathom his mind. However, when Su Zhan informed Gu Sisi that they would dine together that evening, Gu Sisi recalled Qin Zhan's icy demeanor and the peculiar sensation of familiarity mixed with estrangement, causing her to feel uneasy. I'll head back first. Here is your uncle's clothing. After a brief exchange, Siyu exited the vehicle, placing the dress on the back seat before sliding into the passenger side as the car drove away. In the afternoon, Wei Nan drove Jin Mian to the kindergarten to pick up Yang Yang. That evening, Old Master Ran had invited the couple for dinner, ostensibly to celebrate Rui Chang's public listing. As he was an elder, it was inappropriate to decline, so Jin Mian decided to purchase some gifts along the way. Su Xiao was taken aback, then turned to see someone gazing at her with an innocent expression. She immediately understood and shot Jiang one a reproachful glare. It was not the first time he had disclosed her situation to Anthony. Jin Mian, having finished her morning routine, relished a bowl of tofu pudding, feeling blissful, as it was a welcome change from bread and milk. Had she not feared dampening Mr. Shan's enthusiasm for cooking, she would have voiced her thoughts. Fortunately, her desk drawer at the office contained a bounty of treats from CC. As Kankan summoned his magic, the air within the iron ring stirred like a porridge. Then, under the influence of the spell, the cloud-like currents transformed into a clear transparency, revealing the true nature of the place Vanessa had envisioned, the hall of burning scales within the fiery flame palace. After lunch, I rose to pour water for them. As I retrieved 2 cups from the sterilizer and filled them, one slipped from my fingers, shattering on the floor with a loud crash, and some scalding water splashed onto my slippers and trousers. Once the classmates finished their fried rice, Yifan called for the bill while Yin Bing requested a discount. They were charged for only 1 bowl despite having consumed 42 bowls, thanks to Yin Bing devouring 2 bowls more than the others, no matter which channel was switched to. Yesterday's news replayed with sensational headlines and captivating images, relentlessly capturing attention. Could it be true that Cao Cao had been secretly plotting? Was his condition grave enough to warrant such actions? The crux of the matter now lies in winning this battle, and the key to victory hinges on whether an opportune moment can be seized within these 10 days. The current situation with Master Ma becomes paramount in providing auspicious news. Who frowned. Deep down, he was reluctant to proceed, particularly to the ancient city of Gujing. No one relishes the idea of being a fool who knowingly leaps into a trap. However, he recognized that if things continued as they were, dissatisfaction towards Shangguan Wenfei would only escalate. Qin Mo was immersed in his studies, while news of Tang Zhou and Princess Danyang was gradually spreading throughout the capital. Upon reflection, he realized that the demeanor of his companions did not suggest they would readily acquiesce to such an agreement, nor would they surrender immediately upon defeat. Yet, he pondered further, questioning whether Li Shichen might be the type to renege on his word. Chapter 105, The Holy Sect's Grave Injuries, by Ling's Concerns. The following day, within the grand hall of the Holy Sect, a group sat solemnly, their expressions dark and the atmosphere oppressive. Murong Changkong, Murong Hai, and the 5 peak masters were all present. After a considerable time had passed, an elderly man in a blue robe flew into the hall. Murong Changkong lifted his gaze and spoke in a grave tone. Elder Wang, have the casualty statistics from this battle been compiled? Yes, I have prepared the report. Please, Elder Taishang, review it. The blue-robed elder stepped forward and handed the roster to Murong Changkong, then retreated to await further instructions. Murong Changkong nodded, accepting the roster and scrutinizing the names therein with great care. The fury within Lin Fu ignited, his fist clenched as he contemplated confronting Xing Qingkong. Among these 3, whoever could capture the others would emerge victorious. In their ruthless swordsmanship, taking lives was not difficult. What was rare was the restraint from killing. The valorous scenes of the Songhu War made Tian Han realize that his drama could not fully encapsulate such gravity. Xia Yin suggested it should be adapted into a film. Leading him, Nia Er, Mei Xiang, and photographer Wu Yinhan to the front line, where they became war correspondents. Lin Yi waved his hands, channeling his internal energy through martial arts techniques. He intended to confront the two not with the spells of a cultivator, but through honorable techniques, a gesture of basic respect. Wang Chongnong's accidental severance of the mechanism of the dragonstone sent tremors throughout the ancient tomb, as if the very earth were about to crumble. Everyone was startled and hastily retreated from the tomb's entrance. Mei Xian met his gaze, her own dark eyes reflecting the unmasked disappointment and helpless pain within him. As if an invisible hand were tightly grasping his heart, causing him to struggle for breath. Even though the Treasure Exchange Conference was abuzz with the trading of the magical artifacts crafted by Yi Shu, it was already quite lively. They could endure the hardships and solitude of seclusion from the world, yet they chose to tread the perilous path for the sake of their children. Of course, all was well, but the thoughts of you, my dear girl, weighed heavily on my mind. How about we return with us this time? Yin Hui smiled as he patted her shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Bufan could have easily intercepted the longsword, yet he chose not to. Instead, he allowed Yang Yun to grasp the sharp blade in his hand. The person beside him visibly stiffened for a moment, only to regain their composure the next second. At that time, Xia Yinua was busy in the kitchen, while Hao Xian quietly tiptoed up behind him and embraced him tightly. What do you mean by pretending to be a good person? I am a good person. I merely betrayed you. Duan Senator Wang Zhe felt speechless inside. After Duan Sen's words, he felt as if he were the true villain, while Duan Sun appeared to be the good person betrayed by a nefarious figure. My impulsive attack shocked everyone present. They could not have anticipated such a move from me at that moment. Falling heavily onto a nearby chair, Xia Yinua felt an overwhelming sense of confusion about his future. Why did fate treat him this way? He was merely a step away from happiness. Yet it seemed the heavens would not allow him to take that step. Hey, Jingzi, you're not addicted to watching the commotion, are you? There can't be that many grand gestures to make. The series of events before has already kept the company quite busy, Lin Feng remarked. Noticing that Beichuan Jingzi's posture seemed somewhat peculiar. After dinner, Zui Xiai naturally began to fiddle with his ancient alchemy furnace, while Jiang Qi, as always, tidied up the lunchboxes and cleaned the dishes. Throughout the years, Jiang Qi had learned to care for himself, while also looking after the old Taoist, softening a bit along the way. Regardless of that, since the wine was poured, they might as well eat. Yi Yang lifted his bowl, consuming it wholeheartedly, and after finishing, he grabbed the wine jug, gulping it down until it was empty. He then set the jug down and wiped his mouth with his sleeve before striding out. Slamming the door behind him, Ning Shaoxian remarked, "It is still too much. I kindly ask you, esteemed officials, to examine it closely and eliminate a few more." The others dared not be negligent and unfolded the examination papers for review. After an hour, the officials returned the papers to Ning Shaoxian, who counted them and found there were still 1,108 copies. Chapter 106, Duan Jiang's request shocks everyone. Just then, everyone's eyes lit up with surprise as they gazed towards the entrance of the hall. Subsequently, a tall figure clad in a loose white robe entered the grand hall. It was none other than Duan Jiang. Duan Jiang, greetings to the esteemed elder, the sect leader, and all the peak masters, Duan Jiang said, cupping his hands and speaking loudly. Morong Hai's face lit up with joy. Brother Duan, has your injury healed? Observing Duan Jiang's vigorous demeanor, the joy on everyone's faces was unmistakable. In response, Duan Jiang nodded. I am completely healed. Xiang Lan's healing elixirs worked wonders for me. Coupled with the supplementary effects of the spirit herb Heavenly Pool, my injuries have mended swiftly, he stated, his expression calm and steady. Rest assured. Even if we were to battle here for a month, only a mere 10 minutes would have passed outside, Xintian remarked nonchalantly. Before me lie two paths. One leads back to a filthy, wretched burrow, where I would contend with other rodents for milk. The other ventures forward into the ominous abyss of an unknown sewer, fraught with peril. Upon concluding his words, Li Chaozong was met with a chorus of agreement. As many recalled witnessing the recent union of Li Chaozong and Zhuge Chanwan in a ceremonial wedding, where, after the rites, the martial figure of Zhuge Chanwan had unveiled her face and shared a cup of wine with Li Chaozong in public. Upon entering the county town, Nan Feng paused to survey his surroundings, yet he detected no trace of anomalies. It had been over 2 decades. Could it be that Shi Yong no longer resided here? With the prowess and stature of Zi Wufeng, his leadership in the expedition to Snowfall City was beyond reproach. Yet Xi and Tian understood that the enmity between him and Zi Wufeng had long rendered coexistence impossible. Qilin gazed vacantly at Chi Chi before him. unsure whether it was solitude that had infected him or if a sense of desolation had eclipsed his pain. Am I relaying to you the tale of my deception? I speak of the blade soul, I exclaimed urgently. Lu Yun silently stood, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the view gradually expanded. For a moment, she felt a disconnection, not merely a sensation, but an overwhelming ache and fatigue that enveloped her. 2 streams of blood slowly seeped forth, coursing through his heart, his body, and his very soul. Although Li Chaozong was no paragon of virtue, Nanfeng held a certain admiration for him, regardless of one's moral standing. The capacity for astute thought and strategy commanded respect. The cunning employed by Li Chaozong was imbued with wisdom, even if it was of a duplicitous nature. Reflecting on the gray line at the edge of the painting, Luo Yu twitched his lips in disdain, pondering how long this poison had lingered. Where? I can't even lift it. How humiliating. And you dare to try? What of the rumors if they spread? I might not care, but what about you? His brows furrowed slightly, indicating that I might have been a tad heavy-handed. Fan, how do you possess information about my brother? Do you know where he is? In Yaluan's heart surged with tumult. Their parents had always been too proud to seek out his brother, even forbidding him from doing so. Finally, he felt that this was his chance to reunite with his brother. Dee observed warily the individual he had labeled as a pervert. He had already kept a safe distance. Yet this person dared to approach him. From the innocence of Qi Yin to being framed and maligned. The collective disdain for this individual culminated in a unanimous decision to eliminate him in one swift motion. At that moment, his head rested against the edge of the bath, slightly tilted back, revealing a tantalizing Adam's apple. Water droplets glimmered on his pristine chest, resembling lustrous pearls. Moronche stood there with his mouth slightly agape, his smile frozen at the corners of his eyes and lips, as if ensnared by a spell. Yu Qingqing gently nodded, finding a most comfortable position within Mu Xiang's embrace, closing her eyes with a soft smile gracing her lips. As the meeting concluded, Qi Tianxiang departed the venue alongside all the representatives, basking in the applause of the crowd as he ascended the tour bus driven by Qing Fengshou, leaving the assembly behind. Mu Mingxue was exceedingly joyful. After disembarking from the vehicle, she exuberantly frolicked about, occasionally chasing after butterflies, reveling in her delight. Chapter 107, The Celestial Coffin. Creek. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Duan Jiang made a beeline for Sanus Peak. Meanwhile, in Ning Xianglan's chamber, he hesitated. My dear, you aren't still angry with me, are you? Observing Ning Xianglan's back turned to him, Duan Jiang's expression fell into a frown. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze and retrieved a storage pouch. Buzz. As the light transformed, a brilliant scarlet flower materialized in Duan Jiang's left hand. The stem appeared to be sculpted from fiery jade, radiating colors that danced like flames. Yet curiously, the flower emanated an aura of profound energy. It was indeed the tiny divine flower. In Duan Jiang's right hand lay a silvery fruit. He proceeded to recite the punctuation and phonetic symbols aloud, which left Li Deqian utterly astonished. Typically, Li Ku would not attend court meetings, as he lacked the requisite status. However, today, as he was to be appointed as the governor of Qizhou, he found himself present at the assembly. Fairy Xian smirked coldly, unfurling her guqin to hover in the air, each note striking like thunder, while Yuzuan picked up a flute and began to play. This morning, in an effort to curry favor with Li Ku, someone personally delivered breakfast into the palace, hoping to win his goodwill and secure a more generous reward. After Kuan finished speaking, he clenched his fist, exuding a fierce energy that surged towards Yi Fan's face, a powerful gust of wind slicing through the air. Witnessing his fury, others hastily retreated, fearing for their safety. Chu Weiyang wished to dismantle the garden's fence to construct a wall, but the current situation was rather precarious. Jiang Lan, Han Bing, and Han Yu hurriedly followed the nurse for a blood test, returning in less than 20 minutes. This was a common tactic employed by the Shandong aristocracy to win over military and political leaders across various states, as accepting their bribes would grant them leverage over their adversaries. This was also the reason the Langyue Wang family appointed Sun Wei to the position of governor in Qizhou, intending for him to better manage their private army. Thus, the matter was settled. Zhou Qiaoer, fearing to further provoke Yu Jia, retreated as if granted amnesty. Xiang Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing Xie Qingqing's slightly relaxed expression, he eagerly nodded in agreement. However, this affliction of jealousy was devoid of martial decorum, employing despicable eye techniques to dominate, while he, being powerless, could only watch as his own body was manipulated. Such a predicament had never before been so egregious. In front of him lay a low rectangular table, with an ancient incense burner emitting curling smoke on the left, and a white jade plate adorned with cloud carvings on the right. Brother, did you see that? I told you it was predetermined. You might as well give up, as this line of work may not suit you, Qiao Yuan remarked, patting Lu Mingfeng on the shoulder. During this time, Zhang Na was particularly popular, even more so than during her time in Korea, though unfortunately, she had brought her own demise upon herself. Once the beasts traverse the camp, the orcs will inevitably be scattered, potentially facing life-threatening dangers. Subsequently, upon hearing Li Heian's words, neither of the two moved. Reclining on the sofa as they awaited Xie Qingqing's arrival, they were startled awake by external forces, which could only be deemed fortunate. Chen Mu's expression reflected lingering trepidation in response. After a while, Feng Jinyuan's fingers, having grown numb, slightly curled inward, while simultaneously, the object in his palm seemed to undergo a transformation. Jing Shu styled her hair herself, adorning her face with splotches of red, covered with a gauze mask. Dressed in the tattered and oversized garments of Osmanthus. The moment Lu Ming recognized Zhang Hao, he could not help but smirk, his face replete with derision. As he cast his gaze into the darkness, it felt as though something was lurking, as if a ferocious beast might suddenly leap forth and rend him to pieces. He was also apprehensive about the possibility of encountering bizarre occurrences. Reflecting on this, he chuckled softly, realizing that in a certain sense, he too was rather peculiar. Chen Luo, unaware of the source of the news, and without consulting Nan Jinjin, made a unilateral decision. The bald leader, gritting his teeth, seized the rocket launcher from a nearby terrorist's back. Chapter 108. At the brink of turmoil, East region in upheaval. While Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan were engrossed in their private moments, the outside world erupted in chaos. Tai sect. Within a grand hall. How intriguing. At such a critical juncture, the celestial sacred sect is poised to hold the Saint Sun ceremony? Has Murong Chongkong lost his mind? The Tianqian Taoist slowly closed the golden invitation in his hands, his eyes narrowing slightly, imbued with a hint of subtle perplexity. Then, with a wicked smile, the Tianqian Taoist scoffed. Humph. If it weren't for someone supporting you from the shadows last time, the celestial sacred sect would have long since perished. It is surprising that, despite this, you remain so restless. Since the three sects failed to encircle you, I shall. Of course, she would desire honey as well. Although she possesses some in her space, she still must select a few to navigate her path. Qin Hong was summoned to the dungeon to torment Su Yin. But how could the dungeon spontaneously catch fire, and how could Qin Hong and the others possibly perish? It is merely a matter of earning a few coins. Engaging in labor without much prospect, unable to hone any skills, working a few days when there is work, and resting a few days during idle times. Remarked the third ant. The two were older than Jiang Chongkong and possessed higher cultivation, yet their status was inferior to his. Although he had come to Jiagang dock with her, albeit bound here, Chimo's attention towards Mu Yinin was considerable. When issues arose during the design competition, he promptly arranged for someone to safeguard Mu Yinin. Should Guan Shuntun learn of this matter, he would immediately bring it up with great assertiveness. While Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged, Lan Yi could discern that Jiang Ling was indeed angry. Ji Qingzhou's profound and chilling gaze swept across the room, causing the man who had just spoken to feel a shiver run down his spine under the weight of his oppressive stare. Cheng Daki tucked away 5 $20 bills, shook hands with Mr. Hanks, and turned to leave the auto repair shop. She wore a champagne-colored camisole nightgown, elegantly draped with a matching silk shawl that accentuated her porcelain complexion. Surprised by such praise from his assistant, Zhai Mo wondered when she had begun to express such sentiments. "That's wonderful. I truly like you," exclaimed Su Feng, excitedly pressing a kiss on Xia Xiaoman's smooth forehead. Li Er suggested he go to a certain island in the South China Sea to pick up the goods, as it was safer and would shorten their journey. He also advised Smith to have the cargo ship fly a neutral country's flag for added security, prompting Smith to remark that Li Er was more astute than the CIA. Reaching out to take the pitch-black jade talisman offered by Feng Yin, Chen Shi weighed it in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile before casually tossing out 2 third-grade chi gathering pills, saying, "Thank you, junior brother Feng. Well, I'm not the head of the office. Our firm will compensate for this loss. Please don't take offense, and we hope you will continue to patronize us," said Rui Meng, bowing hastily. "Of course." Ma Tiancheng replied with unwavering confidence in his cunning. After speaking, he glanced at the distant sky and suddenly shouted, "Oh no." His aura surged as he summoned a beam of light, swiftly soaring towards the eastern horizon. The unkempt streets birthed countless new lives, infusing this hellish landscape with boundless vitality. Typically, one would aspire to reach the highest point possible. However, if one were to act contrary to common sense, it would indicate that Lei Hu had discovered something significant. And it was evident that his mental prowess far surpassed Albert's, marking a distinct advantage. As Qin Xiao's words fell, Murong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Oh no. Qin Xiao had experienced a heartbreak. Adams was taken aback to realize that the young man was the master of the Willing Pavilion. astonished by the youthfulness associated with such a grand title. Cold, very cold. Lu Yinyan's lips were icy, akin to frozen chicken, causing me to open my eyes wide. Had I not seen Lu Yinyan before me, I might have thought I had kissed a block of ice. Chapter 109. Disappearance of the crowd. Transformation of bloodlines. Instinctively glancing towards the half of Kaiyang Peak engulfed in flames, Duan Jiang's gaze shifted. System. The host requests to inquire about the locations of the 4 senior brothers and sisters. Ding. Request deemed reasonable. The host must expend 400 comprehension points to inquire about the target individual's locations. The host agrees. Request successful. 400 comprehension points deducted. Remaining comprehension points, 9480. Query in progress. After half an incense sticks time. Host. The target individuals are in a room on Kaiyang Peak. Due to their current state being exceedingly mysterious, it has blocked the host's perception, resulting in the inability to sense them. Upon hearing the words, Duan Jiang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, indeed. Lord Xiao, you may rest assured and focus on your recovery. We shall take our leave. Yuning hastily added, taking hold of Dolinger and departing. Turning around, a colossal figure, unfathomably large, floated in the void, wielding a massive chaotic axe. With a fierce swing, the giant cleaved through the endless emptiness, splitting it asunder, one half transformed into pure essence ascending to the heavens, while the other half morphed into impure energy descending to the earth. The onlookers, observing Chen Fengdao and the young man, exchanged whispers, revealing a hint of sympathy in their expressions. With a flutter of wings, the canary landed gently in the palm of my left hand. In a state of disarray, compounded by the fact that the Dragon King had only just attained his level of power, he found himself at a disadvantage the moment he made a move. It seemed an extraordinary coincidence that he collided so fortuitously with me. Such serendipity was hard to believe. Much like Park Soo-yun's initial doubts upon meeting Lee Sun-kyu due to an abundance of coincidences. At this moment, Lee Sun-kyu too could not help but suspect deliberate intent. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall personally attend to it. Qin Hai spoke in a hushed tone, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Yet, Qin Hai understood that with the Qin family's profound heritage, the situation was far from simple. Describing it as a realm where dragons and tigers concealed themselves would be no exaggeration. The Naming clan's ability to dominate a third of the Flame Realm was rooted in the formidable strength of the Naming Fire Sea, rendering him nearly invincible in the Flame Realm, save for the ruling Phoenix of Fire. Jiao Ming choked on a mouthful of food, while Chun Yu erupted in hearty laughter, as though a mischievous prank had succeeded. Before Jiao Ming could regain his composure to speak further, Chun Yu raised her palm, squinting her eyes and tilting her head slightly, as if she had heard something. My dear, I wish to take a stroll, Long Xiaoyan announced with a noisy display of getting out of bed. His voice laced with sleepiness directed at Ilanel. On the second day of his hospitalization, Wang Yu gazed vacantly at the ceiling, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Originally transformed into the gifted Master Anada, Soren leveraged his myriad advantages, treating the game as a leisurely pursuit. After the greetings, cousin Luohua unreservedly expressed her willingness to take Jiao Ming for a walk. However, Jiao Ming, lacking the inclination and unimpressed by the bustling market atmosphere, politely explained that he had pressing matters to discuss with Bing Lian and requested cousin Luohua to lead the way. If he could capture and dissect this deity, perhaps he might glean the secrets of immortality. Momentarily, the Black Sovereign's mouth watered at the thought, prompting the nearby cultivators to swiftly retreat to a safe distance. Before Sun Yu could finish his words, Lana's fiery red lips pressed against his, as she fervently cradled his face, kissing him with abandon. They began to disregard the Lord's previous prohibitions, each employing their own means to send messages outward. What is wrong with me? Why do I not feel nauseated? She pondered inwardly. Su Ruhui's determination to personally witness the situation grew ever stronger, and Xiao Wan dared not object. The room lacked lanterns, so the two of them held hands, navigating through the darkness towards an approximate direction. It was highly likely that the Buddha here had already discerned our schemes, yet paid no mind due to our evident weakness. After much contemplation, Ji Ming reluctantly voiced a conjecture he was loath to accept. Chapter 110, The Power of Fortune. Duan Jiang faints. However, at this moment, Duan Jiang's heart was a tumult of emotions. The transformation of one's bloodline was a positive development, yet the potential for failure loomed ominously. Considering this, Duan Jiang's voice grew heavy. Is there any way to assist them? Or perhaps enhance their chances of a successful bloodline transformation? Indeed, host. When martial artists undergo bloodline transformation, they can utilize treasures that augment fortune, thereby increasing the probability of success. For instance, your essence blood. What? Are you suggesting that my essence blood contains the power of fortune? Duan Jiang was taken aback. Yes, host. As a true dragon of the supreme dominion across myriad realms, Lu Xinyan turned around and was met with a dazzling red hue. Lifting her gaze to encounter Gong Sun Mob Eyes and chanting Peach Blossom Eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Hanhai and Tian Tian, who had been eavesdropping, widened their eyes in surprise, exchanging glances before flushing. One looking skyward and the other downward, feigning ignorance. Yin Zhan located the agreed-upon position of the 9-cave stone on the map, discovering that it was at least a 10-day journey from their current location. Besides the travel, they also needed to gather the items listed along the way, necessitating the creation of a route that would serve both purposes. Yuxian was uncertain about the number of people and spirits present in the general's residence. But one thing was clear in her mind. What she observed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet the youth seemed oblivious to the pain. Expressionless as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, approaching the man who had succumbed to death. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the man's head, wrapped it in a cloth he had prepared earlier, and departed without a backward glance. Those who served in the emperor's palace were meticulously selected. Not just anyone could remain by the emperor's side. Surely, no foolhardy individual, having received benefits, would dare to harm the emperor, Gu Jueqing remarked leisurely. Bushanjin lay prostrate on the ground, laboriously lifting his head to point at Busu, his expression contorted and voice faltering. Later, the apothecary found the youth, who mentioned that after winning back the soul-severing powder, he had carelessly tossed it in his room, now lost to him. Ironically, this ordinary person emanated an aura of vitality, as if he were a treasure of the utmost value. Outside the university, there was typically a street lined with dining establishments. And the same held true for the east gate of Magic City Jiaodong University, where numerous restaurants offering diverse cuisines thrived. Indeed, however, I am merely speculating. I know not what transpired on the other side, but surely, crossing this river will bring us closer to the forsaken domain of the demon race, Yihan remarked, his gaze drifting towards the distant shores. Shen Chang'an was caught off guard and received a heavy blow from the white pivot, rendering him unconscious while suspended in midair. As for the convertible, the Magic City is not akin to a coastal paradise like Sanya. Driving a convertible in such an urban setting evokes a sense of pretentiousness. The onlookers followed Zhang Xian's gaze, beholding a scene where dust billowed and commotion erupted. In the sky, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a black hole through which a water sword descended, directly aimed at the spirit sealing well. Zhao Yanxi spoke with grace, exhibiting both courtesy and composure, expressing her gratitude without diminishing her own worth. The momentum of the sword surged forth, and the sudden flash of light instilled a palpable sense of mortality in the three observers. He slowly raised his hands, only to feel an overwhelming sense of weakness. All power and cultivation had vanished, leaving him utterly ordinary, just as he had always been in his memories, since Wu Zichen and others could not propose any constructive suggestions. Jiang Shuiyuan chose not to trouble himself further, merely making a few haphazard edits. He added a title, printed a new copy, and presented it to Lu Qinyu, eager to hear her insights. Indeed, even the indolently Howie must seek support. Otherwise, these delightful moments of leisure would soon be fleeting. Zhang Qiming cast a disheartened glance at his subordinates behind him, who hardly resembled military officers, as swords were drawn and war horses neighed in unison. The valiant soldiers donned their gear and marched with imposing grandeur from the main gate of the camp. Chapter 111. The Sharpness of the Sword Path. The great power of the sword path. At this moment, within the room at Kaiyang Peak, Duan Jiang sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes gently closed as he meticulously sensed the immense spiritual power within his dantian. His cultivation had remained stagnant at the second level of the sky-breaking realm for some time. It was now imperative to focus on advancing his abilities. With the Saint Sun ceremony approaching in 6 days, Duan Jiang planned to eliminate both the Tai sect and the Thunder Sound sect in one fell swoop. To them, the celestial sacred sect now resembled a toothless tiger, possessing only an aura of intimidation. Moreover, they were eager to witness the downfall of the celestial sacred sect. Duan Jiang even speculated that the Tai sect and the Thunder Sound sect might conspire with additional forces to strike during the Saint Sun ceremony, aiming to plunge the celestial sacred sect into the abyss. After enduring numerous trials, he suddenly yearned to abandon everything and marry them all to lead a peaceful life. Yet he was confronted with the impending pressures of revenge and irreconcilable relationships, leaving him in profound turmoil. However, he firmly believed that his master was testing his character. After all, during the life and death crisis 2 years prior, his master had never betrayed the sacred clan. How could he possibly do so now? The shattered dagger sliced through the air, and before the black-clad demon, who was stunned by the broken dagger in his hand, could react, Mi Lin's other hand swiftly seized his throat. Fui nodded but refused to release her grip on Qin Yuguan's chest, persistently widening her mouth as if silently trying to convey something. Mi Lin sat beside Su Qingxiao, cradling GMO in his arms, extending his consciousness for several hundred meters, vigilantly observing the movements around them to safeguard Su Qingxiao. Upon leaving the club, GMO soared into the sky on his sword, flying into the distance without using any energy to shield himself from the wind, allowing it to caress his face. He understood the significance of Zhao Linger's character within the narrative. The caliber of the actor would directly influence the overall quality of the drama. A lavish feast worth over 100,000 was being meticulously prepared, yet Lin Yifan had fled, inciting the fury of the owner of the romantic restaurant. However, this was somewhat of an unfair accusation towards Old Yi. This fellow, of course, was elated, yet at that moment, he was celebrating the arrival of this splendid news with the Grandmaster residing within him, having no time to express his emotions to the elderly gentleman from England. Nonetheless, Yifeng's current joy bore a hint of restraint previously absent in his demeanor. Nayland Launer discreetly glanced at him several times, noting that although he appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, he was spirited and lean, exuding an air of integrity, leading her to ponder if he might be a good person. Little did she know, Zhou Jie did not exhibit the elation one would expect, but instead appeared somewhat sorrowful. Moreover, Mu Xinqing's attitude towards her was rather nuanced, as if he held some leverage over her. Lung Qingxi believed herself to be upright and principled, yet she could not afford to be complacent. Surpassing others was merely a matter of time, with wolves in abundance and meat in scarcity. The flesh is always the most coveted. Fang Xiao shook his head and chuckled. At that moment, she was unaware that the hostages had been reduced to just herself and Wan Yu, as the master and others had been released by Nan Yuechen. Furthermore, after her identity was revealed, it was no longer possible for her to be taken as a hostage. On the way back, Zhuang Zhengzheng pondered repeatedly about his opponent, trying to ascertain whether it was indeed the sorcerer responsible. In the past, had she been given such an opportunity, Feng Liuwu would have undoubtedly thought of fleeing first. To waste such a splendid chance would be a pity. Yet now, a persistent voice in her mind urged her to return, for someone was waiting for her. Always waiting. What is there to worry about? We are all striving for creation, for our future, Wan Ling reassured her. Ran Qin was drenched in cold sweat. She had calculated every step, yet did not anticipate Chun Shan's ferocity, as he managed to advance a significant distance even after an arrow pierced through him. She had narrowly escaped death. He was there to find Mu Yunxin today. For days, she had allowed Zhou Jie and Mu Yunxin to be alone together. But that had reached its limit. It was absolutely impossible to continue in such a manner. Chapter 112. The Woman's Lament, Duan Jiang's Fury. Soon, Duan Jiang arrived at the peak where Bai Ling resided. Yuxiu Peak. Although it was nighttime, the beauty of Yuxiu Peak was still evident, with streams gently flowing. As soon as he stepped onto Yuxiu Peak, Duan Jiang encountered a dilemma. For residing on Yuxiu Peak was not just Bai Ling, but an entire assembly of female disciples. Duan Jiang reflected on this. In the sacred sect of all heavens, aside from the Grand Elder, the sect leader, and the masters of the various peaks, no one else possesses the privilege of having their own mountain. What should I do? I am unable to contact Bai Ling, and I am unaware of her specific whereabouts. Perhaps I should seek out a female disciple for inquiries. With this thought in mind, Duan Jiang steeled himself and ventured inside. Utilizing the power of technology, Song Tian could still employ the digital soul, which he named the artificial digital soul. The results were satisfactory, neither extraordinary nor particularly poor. Her combat talent had been of little use in her previous life, but it began to shine after her reincarnation. She deftly maneuvered to evade the oncoming fiery chains, each leap bringing her closer to Sirens. Jiamu was quite fond of Baoyu's attire, finding it rather handsome, and at this moment, she diverted the conversation to casual matters with Lin Daiyu. My lord, shall we retire for the night? Yuan Hunan revealed a beaming smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth, causing Huan Mulan to feel a chill run down her spine, prompting an involuntary shiver and goosebumps to rise. Meanwhile, Anka and Cecilia, after leaving the town hall, headed south, traversing the main street between District 6 and 7, arriving at number 3 Street in District 5. The size of the wraith was far too large, leaving no place for it to conceal itself. The beams of light effortlessly struck their mark without the need for aim. The ground before the tombstone was exceptionally soft, resembling freshly turned soil. Just as the three were engulfed in confusion, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently, the earth surrounding the tombstone collapsing as if some force were compelling it, suggesting something was attempting to emerge from beneath. However, Qin Feng remained utterly vigilant. He understood that the foundation of this organization had not yet been entirely eradicated. They must thoroughly destroy this altar to truly put an end to it all. To the west of Hokkaido in Japan, there lies not the ocean, but rather a national border. It is inferred that it may directly connect with the Far East continent. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will exert every effort to ensure that the new game studio gets on the right track as soon as possible. Yang Nan replied with a slight bow. At this moment, chaos reigned in the palace. The city's inspection bureau and various officials were aware of the grave situation and hastily abandoned their tasks to rush to the palace. Conversely, the inspection bureau had ceased patrolling the southern city, allowing Zhu Hongsan and his party to reach the southern city gate without incident. The soldiers disembarking began to organize under a captain, forming an attack formation as they advanced into the city. Upon leaving the dock, they began to encounter surviving Japanese soldiers who had not been struck down by cannon fire. The higher-ups commanded that any armed individual must be shot on sight, prompting the captain to show no mercy, shooting anyone who appeared suspicious. As his hand slowly lowered, the fireball exploded upon contact with the deputy gate master, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh, accompanied by a faint metallic tang of blood that swiftly pervaded the atmosphere. Every leader of the Tang sect has emerged as an exceptional figure among these 8 hall masters, proving themselves worthy of the position, surpassing their contemporaries. Upon Jiang Xiaomu's return to the original location, the 4 dragon tails continued their rhythmic assault on the formation until the flames in the melting furnace ceased their flickering, at which point the tails finally halted their strikes and reverted to stone sculptures. There is no need for formality. Yi Tung gently embraced Yin Ryu and bestowed a soft kiss, proclaiming, "Assisting the Yin family in attaining the status of a lord shall serve as my wedding gift to them." The items Yi Chifeng sought included soul power crystals, formidable soul beasts, or even various soul-enhancing elixirs. These were precisely what he required. Meanwhile, Huangpu Qingyu had commenced operations concerning game peripherals, albeit in a rudimentary manner with matching couple shirts for the bosses. Nevertheless, the inaugural batch of hero merchandise included characters such as Eek and Dina. Gu Shao appeared somewhat despondent, his brows tightly knitted, and even when Lin Tang called out to him, he remained unresponsive. Chapter 113, The Sect's Oversight, Life and Death Entwined. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect leader, 2 figures were seated, seemingly engrossed in discussion. These individuals were none other than Murong Changkong and Murong Hai. "Father, why did you consent to Brother Duan hosting the Holy Sun ceremony in a few days?" Murong Hai inquired. "Under normal circumstances, I would wholeheartedly agree. However, this is a particularly sensitive period for the heavenly sacred sect, and such a decision may prove rather ill-advised." Before Murong Hai could finish his statement, a resounding slap echoed through the hall. "Ouch. Father, I was wrong." He immediately pleaded for mercy. "What was your mistake? I should not have questioned you." Another slap followed. Upon uttering the term slave, the listeners inside remained composed, but the eavesdropping Jin Ling was struck by a wave of amusement, nearly choking on his laughter. Yet he stifled it with great effort, though a bottle sold for an exorbitant price of 1 tael of gold went unsold. A more reasonable price of 1 tael of silver per bottle was successfully achieved. Furthermore, the newly devised sword technique of the Divine Dragon Golden Sword would require Xiao Yumiya to invest considerable time in mastering it. The more than 20 mute boatmen aboard exchanged glances, focusing on a bald mute, to which Qin Yun also turned his gaze. Clearing her throat, Sun Qing, following behind Huang Yujin, made her presence known. "What an impressive orange!" Xiang Li exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. The scene below unfolded as the orange merely exhaled a few puffs of mist, yet it incited such a spectacle among the onlookers. In response to He Yang's unreasonable provocation, Jiang Yi chose silence, discreetly retreating to Elder by Li's side. Thus, the image of Xiao Yumiya in the eyes of the old Emperor Qin Yuanzhang was not as invincible as he had previously claimed. Cloaked in black, the assailant launched a ferocious assault with a broadsword, each strike aimed at the lives of Baiming Changfeng and Ziyu within the carriage. Xian Guang's assertive retort left Dai Li momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Academy's assessment merely required students to command magical beasts. This examination was fundamentally designed to evaluate the synergy between students and their beasts, as well as the beast's obedience, rather than constituting a genuine duel. "I shall do my utmost to salvage the situation," declared Minister Zhang, producing scissors and deftly cutting open the clothing to reveal the ghastly wounds beneath. However, she held a certain aversion towards the Empress Dowager, compounded by the fact that the Dowager was not the biological mother of Dongfang Chun and had not treated him kindly. Thus, she was reluctant to present her with anything of great value. To add insult to injury, Yu Mingyao seized the opportunity before Xia Fanqing could react. Flipping the meal she was holding onto the ground, with several grains of rice splattering onto her own attire, Ming Wenyu surveyed the empty banquet hall below. Feeling a peculiar dizziness despite having consumed little alcohol, could it be that her tolerance had diminished? Upon returning to the star observation platform as dusk descended, Mu Hong traversed through the official gate towards the dormitory, when unexpectedly, Zhang Ming leapt out, obstructing his path. The thin figure of the bespectacled man found no stable grip amidst the violent tremors, and with a slip of his foot, he tumbled down several dozen steps. Even though Lu Feng had stretched out his hand in a timely manner, he was still unable to catch him in time. Following Ningya's arrival, everyone busied themselves with attendance and strategizing against Dong Fengqian, while he was preoccupied solely with thoughts of his queen, neglecting any promotions. Are you suggesting that the source of the epidemic is due to someone administering poison? Wu Shi regarded the few individuals before him with surprise. At this moment, Bai Yunfei's speed rivaled that of the later stages of skyward ascent, and after executing the Qingquan shift, his velocity surpassed several measures. Humans, this is the territory of the White Serpent King. The treasure behind you belongs to my king, so be swift in your departure. The fourth-tier giant python glared menacingly at Zhang Lin, its massive body coiled tightly, poised to unleash a devastating strike. Xiang Kuan appeared resolute, presenting a well-founded and reasonable challenge. Initially, Li Ming did not think much of it, but as the confrontation progressed, something felt amiss. In reality, he felt no discomfort regarding the transformation of his blood into gold. It was merely a curious phenomenon. This was because he had recently ingested golden blood just before evolving into the Star Emperor level, and as he approached ultimate evolution, the blood within him began to shift towards a golden hue. Chapter 114, Objective Achieved, Gratitude to the Two Maidens. Yuxi, Missin, I have reported this matter to the sect master, and I believe he will soon provide an explanation to the disciples. The holy sect will not abandon any true disciples. Hearing Duan Jiang's words, Enran nodded slightly but refrained from speaking. In response, Duan Jiang had nothing further to say. Whether the sect could restore its image among these true disciples depended on the future actions of the sect master. Mere words would not suffice. Subsequently, Duan Jiang offered an apologetic smile. I would appreciate it if you could guide me to Bai Ling's residence. Upon hearing this, Enran nodded gently. Of course, no problem. Senior, you shall not regret the wise decision you have made. This beast tide was incited by the wrath of the heavenly Phoenix King. It is hoped that excessive measures will be avoided, Lu Chun said with a slight bow. However, this young lady insists on remaining at our Golden Capital Hotel to work. Even if it causes some difficulty for Xian Lang, he remarked. A sudden pang surged through Fu Wushuang as he was lost in thought, causing him to nearly regurgitate the chicken feet he had just devoured. As the chairman of Baichuan Group, Zhang Baichuan was a prominent figure in Yinhai City, adorned with a myriad of illustrious titles such as philanthropist and distinguished entrepreneur. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted once more, drawing the attention of the siblings Feng Yi and Feng Yuyin back to the assessment venue. They must have deduced their current position based on the route they had taken to escape, making it exceedingly difficult for them to extricate themselves from the situation with Yin Qingqian's cunning strategies. Following the conclusion of the Millennium Ice Crystal Auction, the Materials Group Auction also officially came to a close. Next was the eagerly anticipated Equipment Group Auction that Suja had been longing for. Isn't it time for your next class? Dong Qin remarked, noticing that Ling Qin was still unmoving, her brows slightly furrowed. Aisling found herself increasingly perplexed by him. Since his arrival in Hong Kong, he had become strangely enigmatic. Just moments ago, he had uttered peculiar words in the hot spring, leading her to suspect that perhaps the feng shui of Hong Kong was not favorable, at least not in relation to his aura. Zhao Xian, a dilettante, had been moving in and out of the city with the ease of tending to his own vegetable garden for just over a month, which inevitably raised her suspicions. Find a place to hide. I shall confront the thunder tribulation. Bai Ziming declared, his expression turning grave as he summoned his sword and soared toward the cave entrance. The intersection of the mouse tide and the insect swarm had transformed into a colossal meat grinder, where countless mutated rats and insects perished, only to be swiftly replaced by new mutated creatures, igniting a fresh wave of battle. A torrent of nearly endless white liquid streamed down her long dress, enveloping the surrounding floor of the grand hall. Moreover, should the alchemical endeavor fail, it would indicate that his pharmaceutical prowess had yet to stabilize at the 7th level, let alone aspire to concoct higher-level 8th-grade pills, which would be nothing short of a delusion. Each time he heard that peculiar sound in the darkness, the words spoken invariably came to fruition, never missing their mark. The verdant glow from the towering trees flickered incessantly, resisting the devastating onslaught of the heavenly lightning tribulation. Perhaps Wang Yu and the others were in pursuit of the ancient mother insect, on the brink of death, and would appear at any moment. See, Demon Lord, why do you not speak of your son's murder of my master? Is it permissible for your kind to slay our human cultivators while we are forbidden from retaliating against you? Dragon Xinshuan exclaimed in anger. With a mighty shout, the mental energy within Wang Feng surged once more, summoning back the dragon spear that had been hurled away by the chimera. Typically, the deeper one ventured into a cave. The dimmer the light became, until in the depths, it was shrouded in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. With a strike of the open sky axe, everything shattered. Upon contact with the golden bell, it was crushed into the void of time and space. All order and divine light were obliterated by this decisive blow, and that terrifying hand was also shattered under this strike, drawn into the black hole. As the laws of existence crumbled. Chapter 115, the spirit dragon devoured, ascending 3 levels. At this moment, within the chamber of Duan Jiang at Kaiyang Peak, he sat cross-legged. System, how does one refine the stardust grass into stardust liquid? It's rather simple, host. You merely need to place the stardust grass in a vessel filled with pure water and expose it to moonlight. In less than an hour, the stardust liquid will naturally seep from the grass. Then, immerse your sword in it for half a day. The higher the concentration of the stardust liquid, the better the refining effect. Understood. After absorbing the system's explanation, Duan Jiang promptly commenced his task. Soon, his gaze settled upon the bathing tub. This was originally reserved for Duan Jiang, and it housed no ordinary magical beast. The power of these beasts stemmed from mythology, their damage possessing a terrifying authenticity, boasting a formidable capacity to breach defenses. In plain terms, they could easily bypass any form of energy or physical defense against their attacks. She had always relished the beauty of handsome men, yet this divine figure before her seemed beyond her reach this evening. Wasn't it said that agricultural products had been struggling to sell in recent years? Yet, here it appeared to be the opposite. Upon the emergence of Daofeng Shanhe Yuan Kuan, he immediately unleashed his martial prowess. The initial level Xian-class martial technique surged towards Qin Hao, and with one stroke, several individuals of lesser cultivation fell victim to Yuan Kuan's blade aura. This strike embodied the essence of the sword, akin to the shattering of mountains and rivers. Upon seeing one another, they recognized it as a fixed amount card. After glancing at the number inscribed, they shared a hearty laugh and casually tucked it into their pockets. Did we not just have breakfast at the temple? Are you hungry? Xia Hoying inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Nan Rongliang. As he aged, his sleeplessness intensified. And recently he found himself dreaming of Chongqing night after night. So there are no omissions. Ling Xianshuang felt a sense of satisfaction, believing her junior sister had made considerable progress. Fei Chongqing had numerous spies. It would be wise to exercise caution when calling them, Lu Yun advised. By Bing observed the 2 intoxicated individuals, torn between laughter and tears. Although Su Fengyu was diligent in her studies, the cultivation method described by Gu Qing demanded an exceedingly high level of mental composure. Her deliberate and conscious approach to training yielded no results. If undisturbed, one could weave for each day. During shop hours, perhaps only 2 would be completed. Seeking to spark conversation, Haiying began to weave while speaking softly. Following protocol, they had now activated the signal receiver at the designated location. This traditional pirate receiver, once activated, would emit a specific signal, guaranteed to attract the attention of phantoms. At this juncture, Gu Qing chuckled softly, seemingly amused by the absurdity of placing his hopes in others. Witnessing his sword's brilliance gaining the upper hand against the attack of the 9th-level fire python, Li Ming's initial reaction was one of disbelief. This is the situation where Song Wu and Xin Xianbua have yet to agree on Changtian Airlines currently providing flight services for other aircraft owners. Zhang Qin would never permit himself to be targeted by those who were interested in the object of affection for his comrades in the guard squad. Otherwise, Changtian Airlines would officially relinquish its status as the sole entity sustained by Zhang Qin's support. Xi was uncertain whether her fatigue over the past few days stemmed from exhaustion or the frailty of her body, as she suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness upon ascending. It was fortunate that she did not fall into Gu Nanshan's embrace, otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. Most of the individuals present wore faint smiles, finding Gu Qing's actions quite satisfactory, yet the elders, including Su Zheng and Kong Ming, were solemn expressions as they awaited the arrival of the esteemed leader, Wan Jiantao, refraining from offering any opinions. Ding Ruchang gazed at his son, while Ding Feng met his father's gaze without a hint of fear for the first time. Meanwhile, Daijun was seemingly engrossed himself in admiring a famous oil painting depicting the pioneers of the era, standing before it in the living room. Chapter 116, The Blind Spot of Women? A Passionate Kiss. Soon, Duan Jiang arrived at the Saintess Peak. With the passage token granted by his wife, he moved freely throughout the peak. Cautiously, Duan Jiang pushed open the door, and upon entering, he beheld Ning Xianglan seated on the bed with her eyes gently closed. In the midst of her cultivation, ethereal and refreshing spiritual energy swirled around Ning Xianglan, rendering her remarkably noble, akin to a celestial maiden beneath the moonlight. Exuding an aura of purity and grace, Congratulations to the host for a close encounter with the Empress. The system has detected this as a level 1 sign-in reward. Insight points 200. Inhaling the faint fragrance that permeated the air, Duan Jiang's lips curled into a tender smile as he carefully approached the bedside. He then removed his outer garment and quietly climbed onto the bed. As Xiao Xia approached the free-throw line without any apparent issue, the crowd erupted in loud boos, believing him to be feigning injury as part of a conspiracy to expel the captain of the Celtics from the game. Lu Pijuan paused momentarily, and the audience was taken aback. This military order office wielded considerable power, as all mobilizations and deployments must pass through it. How could such an important department fail to introduce its head upon arrival? Subsequently, they offered no resistance and followed the pull of an unseen force outward. To their astonishment, doors opened before them, and various traps along the way ceased to function. This price reduction brochure was issued by the Three Realms supermarket, with different new products being discounted every other day, clearly stating the prices. Why could the Three Realms supermarket sell identical products while the Divine Trade Association could not? After 6 months in office, the reshuffling at the presidential residence was nearly complete. Currently, some members of the presidential staff were former colleagues and subordinates of Mr. Pablo from his days as a lawyer, transforming the dreams of yesteryear into reality today, with loyalty and execution capabilities beyond reproach. The pinnacle of strength within the Mystic Sword Immortal sect amounted to merely 3 immortal emperors and 7 celestial immortals from the realm of Luo. Confronted by 10 peaked golden-armored celestial soldiers arrayed in a 10 absolute formation, escape was utterly impossible. They have not yet married, and theoretically, they are not husband and wife. The thought of her calling him husband feels quite awkward. After several rounds of combat, the ground is littered with the corpses of men and horses. Some cunning captives, sensing danger, veer eastward towards the alley leading to the north gate, yet the majority continue to flee down the main street. Zhong Laosi and his companions take aim from a side street. While only a handful of captives attempt to retaliate, the rest are solely focused on their escape. The incident at Shinnong Ridge has directly benefited the Sanjia supermarket, attracting a significant increase in customers from Jiangqing. Visitors from the demon realm, whenever they venture to the human realm, often indulge in a bit of excitement at Shinnong Ridge, hoping for fortune, before returning to Sanjia's supermarket to replenish their supplies. Shi Hongfeng glanced around, observing the boundless swamp before him, clearly a mirage within a trapping formation, which proves formidable due to its integration of various array techniques. There are no issues, but I must apologize in advance. Dong Qinghai's eyes glimmered with a cold light. The Chinese team continuously earned corner kick opportunities. However, Zhou Tianqing's successive attempts yielded unsatisfactory results, as Qatar's defensive front held firm. The goalkeeper also favored a proactive approach during corner defenses, and the Chinese squad notably lacked towering presence in the forward line, resulting in a low success rate for corner kicks. In truth, this is merely superficial. Seeing Wu Qi so resolutely confident, he too felt a sense of unease within. The youth seemed to harbor many secrets. Lang Yanran's piercing gaze fell upon Wang Chulan. Everywhere they went, one warrior after another was sent flying by the Wolf King, crashing to the ground and sustaining severe injuries. The Divine Machine Camp, nestled among lofty mountains, housed many warriors who had long been stationed there, naturally accompanied by their families. Without a key, even the most fragrant meal bears no relation to you if you cannot open this iron gate. Among the most notable 3 are Wang Xin, Guamimi, and Yiming. Upon witnessing the chariot bursting forth from Lubian, Cao Cao could not help but curse as it collided left and right. Chapter 117. A Conspiracy Amongst Them. Duan Jiang's cold smile. The following day, at dawn, Duan Jiang arrived early at the main hall of the sect leader. He had kept the issues raised by Miss and from the previous night in mind. In this critical period, internal discord must be avoided at all costs. When Duan Jiang entered the main hall, the Grand Elder, the sect leader, and the 5 peak masters were already present. Duan Jiang casually chose a seat. Upon noticing Duan Jiang entering while covering his nose, Morong Hai's expression turned peculiar. Holy Son, what happened? Hearing this, Duan Jiang chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. I flew a bit too fast earlier and accidentally bumped into a tree. It's nothing serious. Hey, that's a splendid idea. Let him go out of business and watch him suffer. His foolish subordinate believed his master to be exceptionally clever. Su Wen chuckled as he produced a flying sword, its broad blade glimmering with a profound light, enveloped in an unyielding aura of bloodlust. As his consciousness abruptly returned, he was instantly seized by a wave of terror, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Fortunately, upon a fleeting sense of his surroundings, the state of helplessness and loss of control had vanished. Individuals of high standing, such as Guan Ming and Li Yu, certainly could not be left in public to perform menial tasks. Yet they had retained some personnel to be assigned at Li's discretion. How could such a coward manage to have two beautiful wives? Was he not inviting discontent and courting trouble? It would be best if you handed over all your money to us, along with your two wives, boasted a brazen ruffian. I am uncertain about that. However, it would be wise for you to temporarily reside at the academy just in case, Su Yang suggested. Huan Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and recounted the series of events, occasionally glancing hesitantly towards Gu Yuexian. Upon hearing this proposition, Ding Min felt as if she had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. She was exceedingly pleased and immediately went to persuade Hualing how to become a demon warrior. Hey, Jarhead, does your little pocket jar truly contain the treasures you speak of? Inquired a burly man. Baozheng stood upon the white jade bridge, gazing down at the dragon fish in the river. It had been 3 months since Gong Sun's marriage, and it was rumored that Li Wanru was with child. Though Gong Sun remained composed, it was evident to all that he was filled with joy. The discovery of the anomaly by Yuzhen was quite straightforward. The dark red liquid was undoubtedly dried blood, while the bright red liquid was paint. If the two were mixed and applied to the wall, they could easily create a terrifying image under the interference of light. The following morning, the red sun leaped over the horizon of the eastern leaves, emitting a scorching and life-imbued radiance that illuminated the still-slumbering Konoha village, as well as the serene Uchiha family estate. The leading attendant arrived at the private room's door, gently rapping before tenderly pushing it open. Subsequently, Bian Chang complained to the newcomer, expressing dissatisfaction with the tour guide's poor attitude. They had endured the incessant scolding, but it was the guide's later disappearance with the driver that truly vexed them. Haha, congratulations to mother and father on their wedding. This is my humble offering, Guyu declared with spirited delight. Upon hearing this, Dan Xiangue paused momentarily, grasping the deeper meaning behind the elder's suggestion to find a suitable bench to sit upon. A sense of reverence arose within Lu Qin, though this feeling was not one of negativity. Instead, it served as a constant reminder to maintain humility and integrity, avoiding arrogance and cowardice. Is that so? It seems that Tao Liang dotes on Ji Yu in such a manner, mused Lu Hua, seated nearby. His gaze was solemn. Although memories eluded him, as the spider's recollections flowed, his eyes became unfathomable and intricate. Observing Ko Su's cheeks swollen like a pig's head, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle, though he soon stifled his laughter, clutching his mouth in mock despair. Just as he was pondering the unutilized enlightenment fruit, he decided to observe for a couple of days. If the results were favorable, he would extract the remaining juice for indigo. Suddenly, her movements halted as a vision of the gaunt face of old lady Li flashed through her mind. Chapter 118. The Restoration of Magical Artifacts and the Law of True Fragrance. At Kaiyang Peak, within the confines of a room, a clear and melodious sword cry reverberated throughout the space. Holding the Tongtian sword, which shimmered with specks of starlight, Duan Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The starlight, which originally emanated from the star grass, had inexplicably transferred to the Tongtian sword. System, what is the meaning of this starlight on the Tongtian sword? Duan Jiang inquired with a hint of confusion. Congratulations, host. This starlight represents the star element. The Tongtian sword has been upgraded from a low-grade magical artifact to a mid-grade one due to the infusion of the star element. Duan Jiang was slightly astonished. The Tongtian sword has been upgraded. Indeed, host. Brother, how many Earth-level mysterious techniques do you possess? Perhaps you could share them all with me. Ling Feng exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm as he perused the description of the Qingmu shield in his mind. Meanwhile, at the ballroom of the Tianyao dynasty, all key members of Qing Tian had congregated, their faces shadowed with discontent as they silently puffed on cigarettes. Dedetzi was jolted awake, and though displeased, he quickly dressed upon seeing the excitement of the celestial family's protector. Old Chang was indeed fortunate. Had it not been for his child's urine and the tattoo on his body, he might have already faced dire consequences. Qing Yu leaned close to the steward, whispering a few words that caused Qiu Shiye's expression to shift continuously. I wish to inquire about the responsibility you mentioned. What precisely does it entail? At this moment, Jiang Yi could no longer restrain his curiosity and spoke up. From a distance, sparks flickered as several torches ignited, casting a fearful glow upon the soldiers. Indeed, they were the people of Tianyan Mansion. Although Chu Yuan had anticipated this, hearing Ren Hufeng articulate it still sent a jolt through him. Why not let the two of them battle it out to determine superiority? Both can unleash the power of the body refinement realm, something the others cannot. Whoever triumphs shall be deemed the first among the new cohort. What do you all think? Proposed one among them. Darn it, our Tiana S storyline has progressed yet. Let us get a move on. With a cigarette in hand, Zhang Tsong lazily leaned against the sofa and replied in a nonchalant tone. The two brothers displayed decent talent. though not exceptionally outstanding, and Guran had not provided them with resources. Thus, their future paths would depend on their own fortunes, as Su Chen noted. He could not allow Master Jiu Yuan to perish in such a manner. This eminent monk of the Great Thunder Sound Temple should not bear all the burdens alone. Mo Wuji had disguised himself too well, and it was no fault of his own that no one in the Great Thunder Sound Temple had discerned the truth of Mo Wuji. People from the Mercury dimension were hazily drawn into the live broadcast room, their eyes widening in astonishment at the verdant fields of green rice behind the host. The spirit-linking Hong Yin gradually shimmered with golden stars, mending the fractured soul bit by bit, and the long-lost comfort almost elicited a groan from Gu Yi. This was Su Mo's plan. She recognized her own clumsiness, yet it was the only method currently available to thwart Shin Liu. Witnessing her effortless stratagem that effectively severed the possibility of collusion among the servants, one could not help but admire her profoundly. Zhang Qingfeng, growing increasingly impatient, recognized that in this matter, he was undoubtedly a pivotal figure within the realm of fortune-telling. Should he successfully uncover the reincarnation of their esteemed ancestor, his standing within this domain would undoubtedly soar. She merely acted in accordance with her true convictions, taking not a single coin more than she rightfully deserved. With a clear conscience, she had no fear of public opinion. Su Mingyue's complexion turned ashen, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, momentarily believing herself trapped in a nightmare. I believe you are right. I shall heed your counsel. Is that not satisfactory? Doni Xiao countered, posing a question to her. Perhaps it is indeed a treasure. Long Yuexin remarked with a hint of excitement, the thrill of curiosity invigorating her, especially upon the prospect of discovering something remarkable in the rarely trodden Kunlun Mountains. Junai peered over Xiaoming's shoulder at the temple's rooftop, where flashes of lightning illuminated a middle-aged man with a flat head and a bushy beard, who was curiously gazing in their direction. Chapter 119, A Fleeting Farewell, Heart with Malintent. Young Master Duan, are you in your room? A gentle female voice called out just as Duan Jiang was adopting a serious demeanor. Taken aback, Duan Jiang's eyes widened. Is that the voice of Miss Qianqian? But she is currently at Yuxiu Peak, residing with Bai Ling. What brings her here? Without delay, he rose from his bed and opened the door. Indeed. There stood a graceful woman clad in a blue robe, her figure striking. It was Bai Qianqian, Bai Ling's cousin. Observing this, Duan Jiang smiled faintly and inquired, might I ask what brings Miss Qianqian to seek my presence? Noticing her long, flowing black hair and clear gaze, apart from District 12, no other anomalies were detected. Lin Yu subsequently adjusted the power to an overlocked state, maintaining it for 3 seconds, yet still found no irregularities. Curious indeed, before and after the incident, there were numerous clues that could have been pieced together. Yet, her obsession with the Taoist's whereabouts had clouded her judgment, leading her to overlook other possibilities. Could it be that her claims of preserving herself for him were merely a fade, and that her affections lay elsewhere, compelling her to seek favor with other men after gaining an advantage from him? In her past life, Shueji suffered greatly at the hands of the Snow Wolf King, who relentlessly pursued her after she instigated a slave rebellion to construct a tomb, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Later, the Snow Wolf King mobilized 9 lords to launch a concerted effort against Shueji and her human rebel forces in the Monsong Mountains. If she does not wish to, then so be it. My second sister is not without suitors. Chu Fei glared at him before storming out in a huff. One Ilyang, witnessing this, nearly expelled the contents of his stomach, having consumed little more than a sip of water since their last meal. Our options are limited. The only strategy we have is to prevent them from taking any underhanded actions, thereby encouraging them to emerge from the jungle and engage us, Zhang Jun analyzed. Xia Ling liquidated all of Li Dan's Chanel and Louis Vuitton furs and bags, converting them into a principal sum of 700,000, which he promptly invested in the stock market. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's decisive action, the third elder could not help but emit a cold chuckle as his inner energy surged, producing a remarkable sound of wind as he angrily struck at Lin Xiao. Consequently, after electrification, not only did electric currents flow, but a significant amount of heat was also generated, rendering the air sweltering. This also caused a reaction between dust and smoke, resulting in the formation of various other substances that further enhanced the air's conductivity, allowing the passing current to intensify. Yi Liangshan pondered this as well. Although residing at Old Feng's home facilitated communication, it ultimately caused considerable inconvenience, prompting him to remain silent. Furthermore, this time of concealment would undoubtedly differ from previous instances, as today's incident would likely be used as a pretext for exposure. Should the outside world learn of his disregard for hierarchy, it would spell the end of everything for him. Buzz. As these two formidable forces surged forth, the resplendent energy beam became increasingly frenzied. and one could observe that the vast array of light illuminating the sky began to emanate dual hues of black and thunderous brilliance. Zhao Yu, gripping Wen Zhizhou by the neck and controlling his fate, regarded the reckless band of lunatics charging towards Silver with a frigid gaze. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent thought of Luo Tianhua sent a chill through his body, rendering him immobile as if frozen in ice, unable to even form a thought. On a frigid day, stepping out for a stroll might indeed reveal the echoing footsteps in the stairwell. Whether one possesses the audacity to investigate remains another matter. Were it not for the schedule reminder on his phone, Lu Daofei might have entirely forgotten today's events. Since signing the formal contract with Chen Shijun on the day of his move, he had not been in contact with him. Chongzhen observed Hong Qingqiu's memorial and found it quite reasonable. The vassal kings of the Ming dynasty were all descendants of the Zhu family, and any misstep was intolerable. If the brigands were to breach a city housing a vassal king, resulting in the capture or death of that king, it would constitute a tremendous loss of royal prestige, which could not be tolerated. The instructors were not devoid of loyalty. They merely concealed their sentiments deep within their hearts, as the charlatan remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Chapter 120, A Union of Two Sects, each with their own motives. In an instant, both Xian Mingzi and Wu Fan were taken aback. What did the heavenly Xian Taoist mean by this? Soon after, Xian Mingzi chuckled and said, "The granddaughter of the heavenly Xian Taoist is a paragon of beauty, renowned throughout the Eastern domain. Who does not know her? If the heavenly Xian Taoist has something to convey, please speak plainly and refrain from beating around the bush." Xian Mingzi's gaze was profound as he spoke directly. Upon hearing Xian Mingzi's words, the heavenly Xian Taoist nodded in agreement. Since brother Xian Ming has expressed it so candidly, I shall not hold back either. In truth, I have come here to discuss two significant matters with your Lane sect. At this juncture, the heavenly Xian Taoist took his time to savor a sip. On that day, Zhu Yujian announced the passing of Emperor Tianqi. Wei Zhongxian declared the imperial edict, and Zhu Yujian ascended the throne, bestowing a temple name and posthumous title upon Zhu Yushao. Moreover, tomorrow marks the second anniversary of the marriage between the third young master and his lady, and there remains much to prepare. She felt inclined to inquire of Mo Beishao but hesitated, unwilling to relinquish the facade of slumber she had donned, thus enduring her silence until the man laid her upon a bed strewn with petals. In the blink of an eye, chaos had ensued. Decades of warfare had ravaged the structures of the mass graves, ultimately leading to their obliteration. The edifices of Yu were no longer preserved, and the descendants of Min Yun, altered by the tides of time, had lost the benevolence of their predecessors, now merely ordinary residents of their locality. Tormented cries escaped through clenched teeth. As Luo Tian knelt upon one knee, the colossal serpent behind him lowering its proud head, Mu Chang cast a cold glance at Mu Yu, whose forehead began to bead with sweat. Clearly, they had forgotten that she possessed a tongue capable of weaving death without recompense. Mu Chang pushed open the grand doors of the tribunal, prompting Jiang Lingqing and the others to exchange bewildered glances before collectively bowing to him. Did Wang Hao and his companions still hope for an opportunity? Such wishful thinking. Chu Tianrong would never grant them such a chance. This was the perfect moment to eliminate Wang Hao. First and foremost, one must seek those capable of taking action, individuals like Wei Zhaoda, who could read the room. What use were those who merely prattled on with empty words? When the Qing dynasty came knocking, would they simply stand there, bewildered and speechless? Could one truly vanquish foes with mere spittle? Especially for someone who had lost even their memories. The meaning of existence seemed utterly elusive. The simple utterance of His Majesty the Divine Emperor stirred an unexpected tremor within Mingxi. A glass cabinet in the museum immediately captured everyone's attention. Indeed, everything appeared quite ordinary. Yet any object that stood out could easily draw the eye. However, the contents of this glass cabinet were not merely unique, they were truly extraordinary. These individuals pleaded fervently. Many distinguished ladies shedding tears and uttering kind words, fearing that Yi Liushang might disregard their fates as he had the day before. Countless passers-by speculated that this might be an internal affair within the Blood Spirit sect, yet soon returned to their own concerns. Jing Xiao, initially taken aback by the situation, quickly regained his composure upon seizing the opportunity. He gathered his spiritual energy, forming a phantom of an octagonal yin-yang diagram, launching it towards the unsuspecting Long Yuan. As fists and palms collided, their attacks clashed in the sky, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept through the surroundings. Most of them were formidable warriors at the saint level and at such a level of power. They naturally had the right to be privy to certain matters of the 8 desolations. Li Jianbai remarked, "We wish to escort everyone out. If we disperse, we can minimize the danger." Haha, does Mr. Gongsun still doubt me? I intend to cultivate New Jeju as my own backyard, of course. I shall invest my utmost effort, Zhu Mingao replied. Are you still going to bite that rabbit? How cruel. It would be better to end its life, Yuan Ruafu said, her heart overflowing with compassion as she cradled the wild rabbit in her arms. Originally, when the family planned to travel afar, despite the presence of someone to receive them, young Xian felt uneasy about their flight. Consequently, she arranged for a soft sleeper on the train. Since Luo Xiaojie had not yet arrived, Yang's parents purchased their own tickets. To economize, they opted for hard sleepers instead of hard seats, as they were traveling with children. Chapter 121. The Nine Nether Souls, Under a Brooding Sky. Amidst the distant roar of a waterfall, near the Grand Hall, Wu Fan stood side by side with Wang Meizhu. At this moment, Wang Meizhu wore an expression of indifference, entirely devoid of the bashful demeanor she had previously displayed. Her earlier behavior was merely a performance for her great-grandfather's benefit. Turning to Wu Fan, Wang Meizhu inquired coolly, "Has the young master issued any commands in recent days?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nodded and proceeded to relay the matters that Duan Jiang had entrusted to him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Meizhu furrowed her brow. Although the deadline set by the young master was the day before the Saint Sun ceremony, the forces involved in the siege against the heavenly sacred sect were now dwindling. At this moment, only about 70 cavalrymen remained by Cao Ren's side. Hesitant to venture further into the eastern river, they dispatched soldiers on horseback to announce the retreat from Puba Road, while Cao Ren made a direct escape towards Jiguang, ultimately returning to Hunan to fortify the city. The sound of galloping hooves echoed through the still night, as the remaining Khitan warriors, having followed Yel Zongheng's departure, hastily rode away. The streets, stained with blood, were permeated by a pungent metallic scent, lingering unsettlingly in the cold night air, evoking a sense of dread. 9 surgical knives effortlessly sliced through the pristine white fabric, yet through the torn seams, Qinsho glimpsed not the 2 fox spirits, but rather a mirror-like ice wall. After much discussion, no constructive outcome was achieved. Elbu gazed disdainfully at Minhe, pondering how such a person could ever rise to the rank of a 100-man leader under his command. Could it be? Yi Tianxuan suddenly felt a jolt of apprehension, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Various signs indicated that the K2 clan had likely received support from a certain inner-domain force, granting them the means for life-disguising techniques. Jing Yi smirked slyly. "Fear not, for he has already agreed to become our lay department's commander, on par with you all. You must learn to coexist harmoniously henceforth." Hua Yin observed the frenzied Lin Yi and remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ling Tianyin's breath became erratic as he stood poised with his blade, his dark robe shattered, revealing only his sturdy chest and imposing figure. His opponent, seemingly unfamiliar with Xie Tong's stance, tilted his head in confusion, resorting to a defensive posture instead. Upon hearing this, Xie Chongting suddenly lifted his gaze, while Zhou Yinxin pretended to gaze out at the heavy snowfall, avoiding his line of sight. At that moment, Yuan Ling erupted from the ground, one hand forming a seal as a deep blue flame ignited at his fingertip. With a swift motion, he directed the flame onto the man, incinerating him in mere moments, leaving nothing but ash. The fearsome beast opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, revealing 2 sharp fangs, its eyes emitting an incredibly terrifying cold light, clearly exhibiting a profound disdain for humanity. Meanwhile, the young Master Lin sat like a steadfast pine on his throne, his face akin to white jade, or a shade of blue, and his countenance reflected a mix of shame and anger as he lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. The journalists present, along with the onlookers, stood in disbelief as they gazed at the message relayed by the caddy and the images displayed on the screen, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, whether he could successfully cultivate the technique remained uncertain, for it was a skill attainable only by practitioners of the spirit transformation realm, notoriously difficult to master. Although he was merely at the spirit birth realm, his spiritual power was not inferior to that of mid-stage practitioners of the spirit transformation realm, naturally igniting his desire to delve into the study of it. The ape spirit understood that the main event was about to unfold. Indeed, after the cow crocodile finished its incessant chatter, it transformed once more into a bright light, as did the other ferocious beasts. These beams of light, trailing long tails, swiftly moved along a defined trajectory, directly converging upon the demon infant of the ape spirit. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elvis, the Chief Justice of the Divine Capital," spoke the middle-aged man. Johnny took a deep breath, passed by Lobo, and hurriedly followed, though his footsteps, barely leaving a trace even on snow, sounded heavy and resonant. The second point was that he had now reached the first heaven. Although he was not entirely clear about the classification of this realm, he understood that only upon reaching the first heaven could one continue to break through. Otherwise, he would remain stagnant in the immortal sovereign realm, like Ling Qi and Hua Wuhan, unable to advance further. Chapter 122. The saintess faces tribulation. Duan Jiang covers the sky. Half an hour had passed, yet the clouds above grew increasingly numerous and dense. Deep within the cloud layers, an unfathomably terrifying power seemed to be accumulating slowly. Gradually, many began to sense something amiss. If it were merely rain, such a formidable presence could not be accounted for. Outside the main hall of the sect, Murong Changkong stood in the void, his brow slightly furrowed. Behind him stood Murong Hai and 5 peak masters, gazing at the sky now shrouded by miles of dark clouds. Murong Hai expressed his confusion. Father, these clouds appear abnormal. There is thunder without rain. Upon hearing Murong Hai's words, the 6 individuals exchanged faint glances, offering no further commentary. Observing this, I remained cocooned in my blankets due to the cold, lighting a cigarette and scrolling through my social media. Suddenly, the forces of Deqi, charging in from the side, were intercepted by Mao Xianyi and his troops. The leading officer, gazing at the gleaming long knife wielded by Mao Dazhong, could not help but furrow his brow, slowing down the pace of his cavalry, which weakened the momentum of the entire formation. Guan Yu clasped his hands in anger, saying, General Zhai, I am tasked with requisitioning grain in Qinjiao village. Why do you lead men to kill and rob? As Shirtaizai spoke, he raised his robe sleeve to gently wipe the corners of his eyes, which were lined with crow's feet. Lu Zhan's warship finally arrived at the ferry by the afternoon. The warship lowered its gangplank, and the soldiers, leading their steeds, descended in an orderly manner. Confused and bewildered, Hu Qinjun was entirely uncertain of what Wei Xian was referring to. Could you clarify your meaning? He inquired, furrowing his brow. After pondering for a while, he remained perplexed. Unable to decipher the underlying intent of Wei Xian's words, his gaze fixated on the expansive go board, still unable to grasp its significance. This antidote was concocted by Zhao Yingyan, originally intended for the members of the Black Wolf. For safety's sake, Zhao Yingyan had asked Yunhe to carry some protective measures, which unexpectedly proved useful. Beeping incessantly, the screen illuminated, casting a crimson glow throughout the cockpit. The eunuch had descended to convey the emperor's edict to the prince's residence. Jing Qing felt a profound sense of frustration, and what troubled him further was the fact that he could not openly acknowledge this discontent to himself, let alone seek solace from others. Puzzled, I consumed my meal absent-mindedly, my eyes still fixed on my mother's room, eager to overhear the conversation between the two. Yet their voices seemed intentionally muffled from my ears. How could you have come with her? Did you not say you wished to spare them from entanglement? After leaving Lu Ming, Bayan headed to Jiuxiang, warming the finest spirits. Her fingers glided over the wine cups as she gently inquired. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the now peaceful Fu sighting, tenderly pinching his nose before settling onto the opposite side of the bed. Although Ma Chang's reasoning was sound and provided a measure of reassurance to the Wang family, she remained unaware of the chaos that loomed outside. Still, the sudden departure of a child she had nurtured for over a decade brought her to tears. Just as Luo Tong's mind wandered, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Looking up, he found Lu Chun had appeared before him, a smile gracing his face. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Cheng then posed a question. Given this box, does it mean we can reproduce the legendary Dingfeng Dan and Sanhe, one that once brought glory to the apothecary? This was my promise to you, and I shall fulfill it. Song Qingyan responded with a slight smile, a hint of cold amusement at the corners of his mouth. He was indeed the notorious scourge of the magical metropolis. The expulsion of the Black Tiger from the city was tied to him, and even the Titan Tiger dared not provoke him. The bar manager lamented the misjudgment made. Earlier, Mei Yaoxiwei had called, mentioning that Mei Junqiao wished to see her. She immediately thought of Zhang Ying, who had longed for a meeting, and quickly made the call. However, if she did not reveal herself now, the alternative awaited her was akin to death. What choice remained? Was there even a need for contemplation? Currently, she lay within an open shell measuring over 3 meters. Her gaze sweeping across a spacious room adorned with gauzy curtains, its walls festooned with an array of seafood shells. Chapter 123, The Two-Faced Tribulation, Rivals Become Aware. At this moment, 3,000 miles away from the holy sect of the celestial realms, on a vast plain, Duan Jiang stood firm, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Boom! Thunder roared. At this instant, the sky above Duan Jiang had darkened ominously, thick clouds swirling, and lightning flashing in a tumultuous display. That was the vast fluctuation of the thunder tribulation. Logically, my cultivation level is merely at the 5th tier of the breaking heaven realm. So the impending thunder should not be excessively formidable, right? In my mind, I could hear Duan Jiang's calm voice, replying to the host. The intensity of the thunder tribulation is determined by the innate quality of the tribulation bearer, and is not significantly related to their current realm. A sigh of relief washed over Duan Jiang's heart. Contemplating this, Mu Feng once again suggested to hypnotize himself, perceiving Hu Wei as his own brother, the closest companion to his existence, and certainly not a manifestation of his inner demons. At this moment, the restrictions were lifted, and their speed surged. while the raging energy engulfed the entire cavern, causing those of lower cultivation to shudder in fear. This was the Wenzhou wheat cake, once Qi Luo's favorite delicacy. Delicious and convenient, yet the ingredients within were not as exquisite as they were now. Just as he picked up the wheat cake, before he could take a bite, Zhang Haixiong found himself at a loss for words. Though he felt a wave of happiness, it seemed these two children were ready to clarify their relationship. That person is not someone I know. Let us not speak of him again. Liang Shiyu blushed, flustered and unwilling to respond. Ling Zhenhai purchased a computer for her, believing that even playing games would be better than her remaining gloomy and despondent all day. The robust man, thinking the short, stout fellow had fired again, recklessly lunged at Lu Chongqing with a knife. He was momentarily stunned, quickly retrieving his phone, anxiously clutching it in his hand to make a call. Yet he was easily subdued, causing Tang Ning to panic, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. However, in the face of overwhelming force, she found herself utterly powerless. The three types of unique energies were all familiar to Lu Yuan. One was genetic energy, another was soul energy, and the most crucial was life energy. After a brief period, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, as if even the cicadas had quieted their song. She fashioned a simple crescent moon bun, secured with a lotus flower hairpin made of red agate, and adorned herself with a pair of lustrous silver pearl earrings. The detective then began to inquire whether the property was inherited or relocated. Qiantai stated that the large house was purchased during their engagement, having been their residence for 30 years. Upon this factor being dismissed, old Dai fell into contemplation. Suddenly, watermelons that once sold for mere cents per pound were now priced at 5 yuan per pound. Anyone who heard would surely think Yufeng had lost his mind. This was casually tossed aside by Ning Mei Feng, yet Ningde mistakenly believed his sister intended to harm him. After meeting her for the first time yesterday, Kang Yu did not think he had offended her in any way, yet she sought him out the following day. He wiped the sweat from his brow and instructed the nearby officers to promptly return Si Nanji and Shun Mingzhu to the Qin family. He could only watch as Si Nanji forced Shun Mingzhu to kneel on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. According to Xingji, having attracted such attention, everyone would be watching him. Could he withstand the scrutiny of those censors? As her voice faded, Shin Mingzhu understandingly clapped her hands. Outside, two servants escorted an individual, their arms grasping him from either side. He was bound tightly, resembling a hairy crab from Yangcheng Lake, with only his neck able to move. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, particularly at the entrance of Lushan Hall, where everyone exchanged glances. Ultimately, all eyes settled on one face, Wang Fangping, the vice hall master of Lushan Hall. He had recently stepped into the realm of Xinxing Dazidian and was originally Prince Ping's right-hand man. The arrival of Yi Ziren had drawn Yi Shaowan closer to Dan Feng, and the latter's formidable prowess was largely attributed to the influence of the two sisters. Each time a consultation took place, Liao Jing managed the injuries, while Qi Xian, this man, not only failed to assist but also consistently raised exorbitant prices, often undermining him. Listening to Gu Yu's narration, Qing Tian was already in tears, filled with remorse, realizing how much had transpired during his 3 months at the Zulong Tower. Chapter 124, Duan Jiang's Promise, Sudden Changes. At this moment, in the holy sect of all heavens, on Kaiyang Peak, Father, news arrived from the outside world, stating that approximately 5,000 miles to the sides of our holy sect, a powerful being was undergoing a thunder tribulation. A frantic figure darted through the void and, upon reaching Kaiyang Peak, could no longer contain his emotions, shouting loudly. It was none other than the sect master, Murong Hai. Meanwhile, Murong Changkong was meticulously observing the 4 senior brothers and sisters of Duan Jiang. At this juncture, the 4 had transformed into cocoons resembling silkworms, each exuding vibrant vitality, their breaths remarkably steady. Not long before, the 4 towering beams of light had emanated from these luminous cocoons. At that moment, Murong Changkong was fully engrossed. Upon encountering Jiang Han, Feng Kai couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, certain that the person before her was undoubtedly Jiang Han. Yet how his appearance and aura had entirely transformed, presenting the image of a graceful young gentleman. The melody played was neither grand nor heart-stopping, yet it evoked a desire to immerse oneself in its tranquility. Caesar, with a hint of mockery, observed that they had not managed to capture Ing Jing, resulting instead in a stalemate. She could hardly fathom how he had morphed into such a figure, so vastly different from his former self. If not for her familiarity with him, even Feng Ling's differing perceptions would make it challenging to recognize him. Yun Xian looked up at the tall figure blocking her path, listening to his protective tone, feeling an indescribable emotion stirring within her, uncertain of its nature. The lords believed that Zhang Fei would undoubtedly be slain beneath the hooves of the horses, yet Zhang Fei's 8-foot snake spear firmly parried the blow. Do you know him? Suichi picked up a photograph, comparing it to Lu Qingxia, and exclaimed in surprise. Princess Xiling suddenly sighed softly, resting her head against Jiang Han's ear. Her delicate form cradled in his embrace, soon drifting into a deep slumber. He suddenly glanced at Feng Ling, who lay unconscious on the ground, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Step by step, he approached, extending his hand to grasp Xiaohua's blade, pressing the edge against Feng Ling's neck, slicing through flesh. As droplets of blood began to seep forth, the radiance of the sun god once again illuminates this place, as the palm of an electric arc, sharp as a blade, slices down with precision, sending iron-gray scales flying amidst the explosive sounds. It seems I must acquire another vehicle. Sitting in the back of the taxi, Su Tang ponders, concealed by a mask alongside Yang Feifei, rendering them unrecognizable to the driver. However, as he gazes into the distance, observing the expeditionary soldiers, a shadow of melancholy sweeps over him. Before his eyes stand those elite warriors, predominantly human soldiers, behind whom lies the legion of forest spirit sentinels. While his own forces number a mere 10,000, sparks fly as Lu Nong grips the reins, maneuvering the long spear with a deft twist, expending all his strength before biting down hard, slicing forward along the shaft, and with a sudden upward flick, he thrusts it skyward. Of course, I shall not resort to threats of power, for it is prudent to avoid entanglement in the struggles of authority regarding business matters. The consequences could be dire. Hence, it is best to proceed with customary commercial practices, Shifan remarked. Fang Xiaoyu takes aim at the second approaching Qing soldier, gently squeezing the trigger. Unleashing a fiery tongue from his double-barreled shotgun, a crimson bloom appearing on the soldier's temple. At the southern gate of Beiping, since morning, a battalion of Japanese soldiers has taken control, issuing a decree that prohibits ordinary citizens from entering or exiting. Well, our comrade captain has yet to realize his computational error, mistakenly believing that Han Yi was referring to his slow calculation speed. Fortunately, these entities, while appearing formidable, do not truly possess much greater power than the likes of the eight-headed serpent, the azure dragon, or the western dragon. Everyone assumes Huang Yi is destined to be unrelated to Guijing, yet Han Yi secretly marks a check beside Huang Ye's name in his notebook. That cold command, though merely 2 words, transformed into a sound wave resonating through the void, causing the black flow to be utterly annihilated by the force of this tremor. Chapter 125. The Emperor stupefied, the Empress heart palpitating. Shatter for me. A thunderous roar reverberates in all directions, as the heavens above are illuminated by endless flashes of lightning. And Duan Jiang, resembling a war god, shatters the 6 realms of thunder, standing defiantly in the void, unmatched in might. Ding. Congratulations to the host for further enhancing physical strength. Dragon transformation level 10, now at 30. At this moment, the scales on Duan Jiang's exterior have become exceptionally prominent, glimmering with a golden hue. Thunderous rumblings ensue. Just then, the clouds of the heavenly tribulation suddenly fall silent. Observing this, Duan Jiang furrows his brow. Why is this tribulation so peculiar? As far as he knows, the number of tribulations should not merely be 1 or 2, but rather double or quadruple, exponentially increasing. Since Tianjiu delivered these 2 individuals to this mysterious underground chamber, the shadowy figure on the phone ordered them to serve as bodyguards for this clandestine clinic, with over 50 henchmen stationed around to ensure the safe conduct of experiments. Clang. After completing a series of sword techniques, Du Gushao thrust his blade into a stone wall before him. This wall, entirely composed of stone, was pierced cleanly through by his sword, the tip of the Tianxue sword vanishing beyond it. Mo Zhu, witnessing Mou's words, nodded in agreement. Their master harbored affection for the princess of Zhuang. If he were to learn that she had returned home in the company of another man, engaged in such intimate gestures, the mere thought sent shivers down Mo Zhu's spine, as he could easily envision the terror that would ensue upon his master's discovery. Li Yueshi, however, was oblivious to such concerns. At that moment, Jiang Qian was grappling with profound distress, her thoughts acutely sensitive, allowing her to perceive even the most subtle of emotions. Jing Moshuan approached Han Shui'er, an aura of irresistible chill enveloping him. Wang Ping hastily rose to step out onto the balcony for fresh air, engaging in some light exercise before re-entering and gently rapping on the bathroom door. At that moment, the hammer glinted with a flowing white light, and as it struck, countless shards of stone erupted, accompanied by a shockwave that surged forward with great speed. You wouldn't dare tell me you're unaware of what transpired? Jun Yeshui asked, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips as she regarded Chao Feng. Alas, we shall take good care of them, she added, with Xiaoyan and Wu Deming bowing their heads in reluctant acknowledgement. They understood that their own strength would only burden Shui Yun further, offering little assistance, thus they acquiesced. A heavy stone seemed to block Han Shuai's heart, yet she could not articulate the nature of her turmoil. Intuition whispered that it was undoubtedly linked to Bai Yushan. Xiaoyi, seemingly indifferent to the beautiful girl before him, found himself troubled by the periodic challenges the system posed to his worldview. Clutching a luminous pearl, Mu Shizhi initially glanced around before delving deep with his consciousness. As this individual spoke only halfway through his thoughts, Yifeng turned his gaze, instantly entranced by the young man in the leather jacket. It must be said that the mermaid's attachment and reliance on the adorable child had triumphed over her fear of the feline beings, willingly placing herself within the grasp of their paws. If all 8 crystal cores were to be exchanged for resources, it would be one matter. But now he was expected to part with them for nothing. Only a fool would agree to such terms. The means by which Li Zichang breached the formidable barriers of the money gang to reach the other side of Tongguan remained a mystery to all, save for himself. The majestic scene of the 100-foot-high Qiao Tower at the west gate of Tongguan, with its precarious railing and the graceful return of wild geese, unfolded before Li Zichang's eyes. Thus, as dusk approached, a group of individuals soared into the sky, escaping into the chaotic realm beyond. Yet, I have always believed that Shun Enzi lacked emotional intelligence, a sentiment shared by all. How could she remain steadfastly devoted to Lu Xian, always appearing in pairs, realizing that her recent evasive action had rendered the atmosphere awkward? Ziling, eager to flee, hastily reassured Zhang Qingxi of her well-being before making her way towards the elevator. Thus, upon hearing this, the old woman Su chose not to report back to her mistress. In her perspective, this was the estate of the Luo family, where her mistress was merely a guest. It was unreasonable to require an announcement in the absence of the master. A fleeting oversight would surely not incur her mistress's wrath. Chapter 126, The Heavenly Divine Coffin. The Radiant Moon Barrier. In the vastness of the void, a powerful and resounding laughter suddenly echoed. Ha! Do you think you can strike me down? It is not so simple. Duan Jiang, with blood surging in his veins, his black hair swirling wildly, gazed upon the 36 bolts of black lightning without an ounce of fear. Even after exhausting all his strength against the previous 29 bolts of thunder, he remained unperturbed. As for the source of his confidence, he simply wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. The coffin comes. Boom. As the sound fell, the space above Duan Jiang's head twisted violently. I followed behind, picking up toys. And when the 2 dogs were panting heavily, sprawled out and fast asleep, I too was drenched in sweat. In the trading hall, several seasoned stock investors monitored the market's fluctuations while privately exchanging insights. Yili finally turned off the power, preparing to put away the hairdryer when suddenly, Liu Beiting grasped her hand firmly. It was an understanding of Liu Beiting, accompanied by an intense intuition that he intended to conceal something from her. Not planning to disclose his intentions, joking, telling stories, singing, and boasting, the group dined until 10 in the evening before dispersing. Karen aimed to transport this batch of goods before the arrival of the new military recruits, and he had asked Daluan Hussein to stay behind to introduce him to Helen upon her return, so that in the future, should he be absent or leave Barcelona, Helen could liaise with him directly. Veins bulged on his arms like wriggling earthworms as he fiercely crushed a special pill in his mouth. Having dealt with the old bathtub, the next task was the new one. Li Jian dared not neglect her master's instructions. She eagerly shared her joy with Fu Chujing, albeit in the form of a money transfer. Particularly, this surfboard, composed of metal, was perfectly suited to be absorbed by her transformer. With a heavy heart, Alessandra walked step by step along the main road in the western part of the city, arriving at a 3-way intersection. Upon seeing the half-open door, they seemed to gain a clearer understanding of what lay ahead. Madame Liu, standing aside, was momentarily taken aback before sighing, "Ah, Imolor will never be a match for Gu Mohan." As the sun set in the west, its splendid and soft golden hue bathed the earth, creating a beauty akin to an earthly paradise. Perhaps, though his tone was slightly hesitant, at this moment, Alan had indeed affirmed Mar's statement. And right beside the leader of the Vortex clan, the hatred towards the Fog Ninjas was only surpassed by that of the previous leader of the Thousand Hands clan, who was likewise unleashing formidable techniques in a fit of rage. "We must depart. It will not be long before the formidable beings of the demon tribe arrive. Although we are not afraid, it is unnecessary to linger," Princess Yu remarked. As the winds intensified before the impending rain, clouds began to gather, heralding the onset of a tempest. The Black Fire Ant army, stationed in place, met total annihilation. However, they bought precious time for the retreating forces of their kin. The forest of all spirits pierced deeply into Jean Li's heart like a thorn, and in the face of Huowen, she found herself unable to ignore him as she once did. He cast his gaze from the lowest tier to the highest, counting the wooden railings, knowing that the ancient tomes concerning the demon realm resided on the 4th level. Fortunately, Yanzi was beside Xiao Rui, swiftly catching him as he was flung aside by Chu Yu with a single hand. The skin lacerated by the short-haired silver leopard had already been treated and bandaged. Yet even with the miraculous elixirs of Qingzhou Mountain, it was impossible for a freshly inflicted wound to be devoid of pain. The white-feathered Eagle King, until his last breath, could not fathom how he had been rendered unconscious, drained of blood, plucked of feathers, and had his innards cleaned by his own dear brother. A crisp sound resonated, and then that ghostly figure spat forth a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth, his body twisting in the air under the countless ghastly gazes before landing clumsily upon the suspended island. As the head of the company, Yu Gongtao was naturally more knowledgeable about ghosts and ghost tamers than the average person. Chapter 127. A Sudden Fortune, Congratulations from All Directions. To the eyes of the world. At this moment, Duan Jiang seemed to transform into a solitary vessel amidst an endless sea of thunder, poised to capsize at any moment. Through myriad colossal light screens, countless martial artists from the eastern region witnessed this scene. Their mouths parted slightly, yet no sound escaped. Time appeared to crystallize in that instant. The shadow, though clearly standing there, seemed as if it had rooted itself in the earth, steadfast as Mount Tai. Light was consumed by darkness. The world was engulfed in blackness, reminiscent of primordial chaos. Even the wind seemed to halt at that moment. Meanwhile, Ning Xianglan had already completed her tribulation and stared blankly into the distance. When she finally regained consciousness, the sky had darkened. Lung Yue gradually opened her eyes, realizing that the figure of Huangfu Rui was no longer by her side. She instinctively rubbed her eyes before sitting up. At that moment, Jun Wuqian's aura was disordered. His usually light purple eyes had suddenly deepened, and his raven hair transformed inch by inch into silver. Luqian was unaware that the combat talent he exhibited had inadvertently made him a target for several powerful beings. Huangfu Li remained oblivious to these developments. She simply believed that the two of them were in love, unaware of the myriad hardships that lay ahead. As the earth-rock giant crocodile was sent flying, Luqian's body swayed slightly, his complexion ghastly pale. Li Jingyi looked at Princess Jinyang with disappointment. Rongji's prospects were dashed, yet he continued to live well, enjoying the carefree life of a wealthy young master. With the watchful gaze of his grandfather and the constant oversight from the intelligence network, the family's ambitions are not easily realized. The backhoe and roller have commenced their operations in succession, following the excavator as they work to level the remnants of what was once a wall, now reduced to rubble. Vampires have an innate aversion and fear of crosses. However, the vampire ensconced within this coffin exhibits neither disdain nor fear towards the cross, even adorning his coffin lid with an extraordinary crucifix. Nearby, a courtier holds a luminous pearl, and a silken handkerchief alongside an unfurled letter unexpectedly appears before Jing Mofeng. Upon recognizing the familiar embroidery and handwriting, he stands frozen, as if struck by lightning, gasping for breath like a drowning man. As for why others succumb while he remains unaffected, the astute punk quickly deduces the underlying reason. After collecting the 5 spiritual artifacts and the reversing armor into the primordial space, he soared towards the location of Ma Tai. Damn it. Weibo was supposed to be a venue for celebrity gossip. Why has it transformed into a forum for academic discourse? Why does their conversation grow increasingly incomprehensible? Wait, why is there no open discussion? This girl has become thoroughly spoiled. Must he continue to yield, risking becoming henpecked? Where does she learn such stubbornness? Refusing to soften even a little when pursuing him? However, Guantong is not Li Fan, having grown up in America with foreigners since she was 8. She may speak fluent Mandarin and recognize Chinese characters, but she has become predominantly westernized. She never anticipated that opposing experts would be deemed inappropriate. It is known that typically only those obsessed with human modification or the sacrificial rites of malevolent deities would engage in such behavior, which would undoubtedly astonish both the proprietress and the two factions of evil aligned with lawfulness. Yet, upon recalling Madame Mo's newly enacted regulation prohibiting outsiders from residing in Mo Family City, he feels a pang of discomfort. They have encountered the worst of times, a calamity that transcends their innate cultivation talents, all instigated by the demon race. Currently, the number of internet users in China has reached 500 million, with over 85 utilizing instant messaging software, making it the highest in the world and accounting for half of the global total. This newly formed chasm is recent, with turbulent waters flowing beneath, likely leading to a great lake. Li Ji sips a spiced beverage, attentively observing the dance. He sees the talented dancer wielding drumsticks, performing a dance while striking the waist-level flared drum, her face adorned with a smile, her steps elegant, sleeves and skirts swirling, and green ribbons fluttering. perfectly synchronizing with the rhythm of the drums, utterly captivating him. Chapter 128. A bounty of offerings, Duan Jiang's joy soon. An increasing number of radiant lights shot forth from the distant sky, the arrivals being high-ranking figures from various sections. Among them, Zuan Mingzi of the Thunder Sound sect and Tianxian Daoist of the Tai sect were notably present. Zuan Mingzi gazed at the surrounding individuals, secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that a significant portion of the prominent figures from the eastern region would gather today. Simultaneously, a heaviness settled in his heart. He was acutely aware of the intentions of those who had arrived, for they mirrored his own desires. Each sought to gain the favor of this enigmatic figure, hoping to secure a place by their side. If necessary, he too would have to engage in such endeavors. Zuan Mingzi's gaze was resolute, as if he had made a profound determination. It was imperative that he emerge victorious, not only for his own dignity and honor, but also to ensure a comfortable continuation of his existence. The junior expressed understanding, feeling reassured upon encountering the elder. Now, he intended to accompany his partner, hoping that the elder would keep a watchful eye on those present. Yi Feng bowed once more, a sense of trepidation lingering in his heart. Upon hearing Li Gu's words, a sinister grin spread across his face, and soon enough, he sensed a stir in the direction he was observing. The sharp sound of wind rushing past filled the air, causing Lu Tian and his companions to freeze in place. They could not be blamed. It was merely a reflection of one's limited knowledge. How could they have known that one of the 5 saints of the illustrious Ming dynasty was unaware of such a renowned battle? The speaker was a Taoist, exuding an air of ethereal grace, yet his tone and intent were anything but solemn. "Ah, second prince, today, aside from drinking, is there any other entertainment planned? The wine has been thoroughly enjoyed. Should we not engage in other pursuits?" Long Tinwei's lewd grin made one wish to stomp on his face. Among powerful races, none would yield to the other, necessitating external assistance, a notion that aligned well with the mentality of formidable clans. The stool was barely discernible under the dim light, as the tavern lacked even a single window. Despite the disheveled appearance of the drunken man, reeking of alcohol, Su Zimo, well versed in the narrative, recognized him as the renowned Jiao Jianxian, who shared a master-apprentice bond with Li Xiaoao. The scene beyond the barrier was indistinct, yet she knew it to be the forest of the dead, a resting place for countless souls, perpetually shrouded in a miasma of death, a graveyard for warriors. "Mir, you've returned? Have you felt better in the past few days? Your mother is quite concerned about you." Shen Guoping's response was evasive, attempting to divert the subject while raising an eyebrow at Chu Mi. In truth, Chen Ling had contemplated whether they could appear normally, with Yejian AI voicing her lines from the sidelines. Sword Shadow Flash. As one of his extensive sweeping skills was unleashed, evasion became impossible. Shizhou swiftly activated Sword Shadow Flash, successfully dodging the impending strike in the nick of time. Glancing out the window at the night sky, he noted the hour had grown late, with even the warriors at the lakeside observation platform having dwindled in number. Yun Beixiao cast a deep glance at her, then looked down at Ding Liangyun, whose body was inscribed with various vulgarities, a twitch of his lips betraying his discomfort. These matters were divulged to Chen Ling by Jiming Zizu. He indeed could pursue his desires without being affected. The entire underground space was collapsing, overwhelmed by a powerful and oppressive force, leaving one breathless. Ji Yanxi strode out of the elevator with great confidence, followed closely by 4 stout men clad in black suits. Zhao Ling, filled with trepidation, trailed behind. Once he sensed the powder coursing through his mind, he became oblivious to everything that transpired thereafter. On the other side of the vast sea, Song Hai extinguished the lights and retreated into the void, entering a state of tranquil oblivion, remaining in this ethereal space until dawn broke. At that moment, Tang Jingxin, observing from the window, suddenly detected something amiss, for within the rearview mirror outside, he once again beheld that familiar Toyota vehicle, marking the 7th or 8th time it had appeared, as if it were relentlessly pursuing them. Chapter 129. Envy amongst the crowd. Duan Jiang's noble origins. Those with discernment immediately recognized the origins of the black robe. Upon this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as many had indeed identified the object as provenance. Indeed, it was the Black Martial Emperor's royal robe, a relic from 3,000 years ago belonging to the sovereign of the Black Dragon Empire, which had vanished without a trace since the empire's fall. It appeared that Dao Badian had been fortunate in his encounters. If I am not mistaken, this Black Martial Emperor's robe should be a genuine low-grade defensive treasure. Amidst the throng, a young girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, timidly spoke from behind her elder. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into silence. Rescue is feasible, yet one fears it may consume too much time, and the younger generation might lack the capability. Moreover, I have other pressing matters to attend to. making it impossible for me to linger here, Long Kong Xingyu pondered before quietly examining his cognitive sanctuary, ultimately providing a definitive response. On June 12th, the Li Jie security team arrived in a waterfront city named Baishir City, just as they were greeted by the sound of intense gunfire. Evil Wind's pupils constricted. Realizing that these statues were merely a facade, the true secrets of the Great Hall lay elsewhere. Suddenly, a nostalgic expression crossed the orc's face as he fixated on the blood trough, uttering a series of syllables that Evil Wind had never encountered. A language neither beastly growl nor human speech. Tai Shilong entered midway, noticing Jiang Yun being lectured by the Dragon Guard, and promptly turned to flee with great cleverness. The nearby space was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, leaving Jiang Yun and Zhu Gang awaiting their fate. He had initially contemplated that he might need to intervene at a critical moment. However, witnessing Su Yukai manipulating grenades with his extraordinary ability, launching them in all directions, brought immediate calm to his heart. Zhu Shangyun and several others took their seats. At a long conference table, Qin Yinqing and other dignified company leaders sat in the center. While Zhu Shangyun and Hu Meijing faced each other, Hu Meijing wore a smug smile as he regarded Zhu Shangyun's face. In a post-apocalyptic world, it is exceedingly difficult to predict what one might encounter in the next moment, be it a zombie, a ravenous lion, or cavalry. Before the bed stood a tall clothes rack, upon which hung the strikingly red golden-threaded peacock robe. Master Su approached slowly, surveying his surroundings as he circled around the clothing rack several times. Young master? Who's young master? Regardless of whose progeny this individual might be, he was inextricably linked to both the Thunderbolt Hall and the Starry Moon Fortress. Nodding slightly, Mo Langyue brought a bamboo leaf to his lips. Instantly, a melodious tune began to flow gently into the air, resonating throughout the entire cell. Subsequently, he lightly tapped the foreheads of the two foxes with his right hand, causing their eyes to shimmer with newfound vitality. The sound of their heartbeats began to resonate. And with each pulse, a rich vigor spread forth. In that moment, the two foxes transformed from mere illusions into genuine beings of life. I do not comprehend what your majesty refers to, Gu Xinmei stammered, her gaze unable to meet his. In our dynasty, there has never been a precedent for one to attain the title of Jinshi before the age of 20. He explained somewhat awkwardly. The legendary hero, Fire Leopard Yu Chuan, hung his head to the side, succumbing to a sudden death. He could never have imagined that his life would be extinguished by his own nephew's hand. Such dreams would never again visit him, for his existence had come to an end. They beheld the incense burner before the grand hall, and also glimpsed into the hall itself. The two doors, devoid of wooden frames, lay toppled beside them, despite the gentle moonlight. Looking through the doors revealed nothing but a pitch-black void within, obscuring the hall's interior. The duo swiftly arrived at the western gate of the city, where the guards, noticing the approaching horses, rushed to block the entrance in preparation for an interception. Memories of battles from millennia past flickered through the mind of the ape spirit like slides in a projector. These were the recollections of that great sage of the demon race, viewed through his perspective, making everything before him feel astonishingly real. Chapter 130, A Connection with the Buddha. Duan Jiang receives a gift. The benefactor is kind-hearted and possesses a connection with the Buddha. If it is not too much trouble, I hope you will visit the nurturing dragon temple one day for a discussion, Liao Yuan said. Palms pressed together as he spoke after obtaining the 3 drops of thunder tribulation liquid. Hearing this, Duan Jiang nodded, remarking, Master Liao Yuan is a great virtue of the Buddhist order. I shall certainly seek guidance from you in the future. May you walk slowly, Master, Liao Yuan replied, nodding. His gaze lingering on Duan Jiang with an inscrutable expression, sighing inwardly, what son could a tiger father have? Buzz. In the next instant, golden Buddhist radiance rippled through the void. When the light dissipated, Liao Yuan had vanished without a trace. On the ground, Duan Jiang watched Liao Yuan depart, his heart unsettled. Presently, Duan Jiang, along with Shi Shengxing and the others, ascended the stairs. However, before they could return to their quarters, they were intercepted by Fu Xinian in the restroom. Even more absurdly, there was a teapot, which served no practical purpose other than to serve as a decorative ornament. In his previous life, although he had been a sycophant, he was also a formidable powerhouse. Thus, when faced with these inexperienced novices, he could easily surpass them from the outset. The situation became more intricate. In such circumstances, possessing a spiritual treasure that allowed for the neglect of silent incantation would significantly enhance a cultivator's abilities. Interestingly, the equipment provided to guards and household protectors across various homes appeared remarkably uniform in design. On the way, Conan observed a wild cat passing by. He decided to test the performance of his locator by affixing it to the creature. The figure of the noblewoman, YQ, was enveloped in a divine aura. Her complexion is pale as snow, glistening with a jade-like sheen. As for the elderly lady in the second household, she kept her distance from them. Their aspirations lay in titles, which were of no concern to her. She would not be foolish enough to charge into battle for the Marquisate of Wuwei. The alley was flanked by towering courtyard walls, with only sparse sunlight filtering down from above, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. You've arrived. My assistant just reported your presence. Chairman Deng Fong extended his right hand with a smile. What would you like to know? Luo Lan, having successfully landed a blow, did not pursue further but instead stepped aside, asking with pride. Throughout, he had never considered Chu Xian as a rival, reflecting that among the young disciples of this generation, he had no competitors. It was only in the past 2 years that the Beitang family had risen swiftly, with Beitang Lai emerging as a formidable titan in the business realm. At that moment, he produced a plate and waved it before Sima Chichi, placing it on her desk. Beitang Lai froze, halted in his tracks, as her pitiful words echoed in his ears. Was she calling him husband again? Initially, upon sensing Yi Qin's complete lack of presence, he thought that the latter, who claimed to know Mu Kaiwei, was merely a toad yearning for a swan. Yi Qin's heart repeatedly called out for the term, hoping to imply the heavenly emperor's primordial spirit, seeking fragments of the information he required from the Tianyuan space. Yi Qi's lips curled into a playful smile. Instantly, he extended his right hand, meeting the approaching palm of the esteemed envoy with a forceful strike. Having received no news from friends, Huan Tian felt rather disheartened. He had initially intended to eliminate Mo Baoming but suddenly recalled the secondary biological engine. It seemed that the final remark was the crux of the matter. Shen Qing deliberately emphasized his tone, the threat in his words unmistakable to even the dullest of minds. Some individuals grew increasingly uneasy. Having observed a droplet of saliva escape from Yin Feng's lips, though it was quickly retracted, yet still witnessed by their eyes. Upon hearing the address, both individuals momentarily froze, then instinctively turned to face each other. Observing Jian Onren's hesitation, Xu Hong, being exceptionally astute, recognized the man's profound love for her, which was so intense that it mirrored her own feelings, despite his treatment over the years. Upon exiting the door, an employee handed Luo Qi a business card, stating it was from the jeweler who wished to meet him. Chapter 131. Bai Ling's mockery of her heritage at this moment in Bai Ling's room. She looked at the entirely darkened Duan Jiang and laughed uncontrollably, her belly aching from amusement. Haha, brother Duan, why are you as black as coal? All right, enough of the chatter. Do you have a place to bathe? I need a shower, Duan Jiang said with a dark expression. Upon hearing Duan Jiang's words, Bai Ling regarded him with a wary expression, inquiring, what are your intentions? Surely, you do not wish to bathe in my private bath, do you? Observing Bai Ling's reaction, Duan Jiang frowned and remarked, what are you thinking? In such an expansive courtyard, is there truly only that one place for bathing? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. As this interlude passed, Muin and the elite warriors of the Winter Fortress commenced their formal discourse. Once the conversation concluded, Shen Nian deleted the call log. Over the span of 3 years, in fear of her encountering peril, Bai Fu had imparted numerous hacking techniques to her. Occasionally, his lips would twitch, though it was unclear whether the surrounding clamor prevented him from finding solace in slumber or if the burdens of recent days weighed heavily upon him. Yuxing arrived at the elder's courtyard, only to find Jiang Guji still indoors. Bored, she took out her phone to pass the time. Talented and imaginative individuals are invariably self-motivated. Those who excel shall naturally reap their due rewards. Shen Zhou stood in a daze, suddenly struck by inspiration, his smile stretching wide. Calculating the time, as the 15 minutes elapsed, the vice president rushed in disarray, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Fu Hanjing cast a glance at the individuals behind Qi Yi. Though few in number, they were indeed more robust than his own. He then looked upstairs, uncertain of whether anyone remained above. After dismissing Shun Luofei, Yang Chushi sought various means to seduce Ji Yanli into consummating their relationship. At that time, Shen Luofei was pregnant with twins. Perhaps due to maternal instinct, she could not bring herself to terminate the pregnancy and chose to carry it to term. There is no need to hurry. Waiting a while longer causes no harm. Inaction is preferable, yet should one choose to act, it must be with the overwhelming force of a mountain, sweeping through the lands of Ross in one fell swoop. Lin Lei narrowed his eyes, making Yang Bin and Wang Xiefeng aware that the day when the Jinxi dynasty marched northward was likely not far off. I anxiously inquired what was troubling her, and she replied that her stomach had been upset since the afternoon, causing her great discomfort, and she had not eaten dinner. Alarmed, I questioned whether she had ingested something bad, but she shook her head, explaining that she might have caught a cold, as her stomach always ached when she was unwell. Lu Jiandong, a butcher who had fought his way through, followed the path of strength as his doctrine. Even though Su Changsheng had offered suggestions, he remained somewhat oblivious. A surge of powerful energy coursed into his fist, muscles swelling instantaneously, joints taut, as if he were clad in iron gloves. Moments later, the door of the villa swung open, and a young man peered out. It was unclear what they discussed, but shortly thereafter, Gongben Meiwei entered the house, the door slamming shut behind her. "Is it you?" Duanmu Mingho began, yet was interrupted as Qin Yin and Duanmu Jiu spoke in unison. The emergence of this gourd unleashed a torrent of sword symbols, transforming into razor-sharp beams of light that enveloped the entire mountaintop. Within this scenario, a profound sense of helplessness emerged. Once the battle was entirely executed and resolved by oneself, the nature of the combat would be defined solely by one's own perceptions. An understanding that may elude clarity. In the realm of martial arts, who could possibly be unfamiliar with the six-ring steel blade? The man spoke coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. To lie in my presence, devoid of any rigor expected of a medical officer, individuals like her, within the Imperial Medical Bureau, must be taught a lesson, lest she embolden herself to act without restraint in the future. However, considering the circumstances, she has inadvertently taken the blame on my behalf. Lin Lei responded with a smile, asserting that as long as Han Zhao's moral integrity remained intact, Han Yin would refrain from interference regarding Han Zhao's future, having no desire to meddle further. Subsequently, after an investigation by several celestial beings, it was determined that the inability to access the ninth heaven was due to damage sustained by the celestial gate. Although Shi Guosheng possessed an understanding of stone gambling, it was limited strictly to jade. He was not well versed in other areas. Nevertheless, the sizable stone before him, akin to a fist in size, evoked an unusual sensation within him. Chapter 132. The theatrical by Ling and her flamboyant remarks. An hour later, Duan Jiang finally emerged from his bath. By the edge of the hot spring, a youth of striking countenance and extraordinary charm appeared, moving with the grace of an arrow released from its bow. Duan Jiang propelled himself forward. "Well, Brother Duan, you are simply too handsome." In the room, Bai Ling gazed at Duan Jiang, clad in a black robe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dressed in black and with raven hair flowing freely, Duan Jiang's long, elegant figure and deep-set gaze exuded an air of unparalleled authority. The transformation in his appearance brought a glimmer of tears to the corners of Bai Ling's eyes. Noticing her reaction, Duan Jiang scoffed, "You've never seen the world." "Little brat. Who are you calling a brat?" Feng Mashua interjected, nodding in agreement. Unlike them, she felt a deep concern for Xia Yingmei, fearing that she might be grappling with psychological issues. Yet, Xia Yingmei remained oblivious to any such turmoil. To avoid becoming an additional burden and to ensure that no innocent party was implicated in her own troubles, she resolved to keep her struggles to herself. Lu Weihong was certainly aware of this principle, yet he feared that if he were to present only this aspect to the board, he would find himself unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. "Thank you, Dean." Shangwan Yuntian expressed his gratitude before taking a seat beside Yi Huan. After a full day and night, truly a day and night, 1/3 of the Snow Wolf team had been mobilized before the mission was finally called off. She was determined not to yield easily, nor did she wish to appear weak before Elder Qin. However, she understood that she must open her eyes. Her willpower, at that moment, was remarkably formidable. When Feng Mashue finally opened her eyes, her heartbeat, pulse, and all vital signs gradually returned to normalcy. Zhou Shiyu remained uneasy, believing that the most significant threat had yet to be resolved, thus it was hardly the time to relax. Breaking armies might grasp the power. His voice erupted with a furious roar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that shattered mountains and rivers. Feng Che and the closely following Baizha looked on in astonishment at Su Ruashi and the colossal vengeful spirit. How was it that this entity obeyed her commands so readily? Could it truly be tamed? Moments ago, he sought to compel the esteemed eunuch Shi through threats. Yet he underestimated Shi's indifference to such tactics, prompting him to produce the venomous pill. As Montes bellowed, his palm striking forth with the weight of a formidable mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force. At this juncture, Longbow and his companions had already breached the palace, landing upon an expansive plaza, with the clarion call echoing once more. The army, a cohesive unit of 10,000 clad in verdant armor, executed their movements in unison, gradually morphing their formation into a grand array that barred the thoroughfare. In this critical moment, Zhao could only lament that his parents had not endowed him with additional limbs, pivoting abruptly to flee toward Zhao Family Mountain. However, the sky he beheld differed from hers. Perhaps what he perceived was not the true sky, but rather a composite of the collective yearning for the sky, a manifestation of the hearts of all. Indeed, his gaze was rife with agitation as he conveyed to Jiang, "Though I may evoke your impulsiveness, I have never deceived you. I sincerely wish for our relationship to flourish harmoniously, to avoid a state of confusion in the end. Naturally, this was a fortuitous development, enhancing the strength of Huaxia. The capital did not refuse and prioritize the matter, yet assistance was still sought from Longhu Mountain. Chen Fan dispatched 2 sisters of the Fox clan to oversee the operation personally. Between her fair, elongated fingers, 5 azure rays glimmered subtly, exuding a chilling essence akin to elongated nails. The sharp azure blades latched onto the Shadow's back, causing it to move with newfound agility, reminiscent of an injured creature. This day felt akin to a birthday. The day of birth was indeed a birthday, while the day of death naturally became a day of remembrance. This was not surprising, for what appears to be a finite duration can, in essence, be infinite. Relativity permits such phenomena to occur. Chapter 133, The Alliance of 5 Sects, Not to be Feared. In the grand hall of the sect leader. Deep within the hall, Morong Chang Kong's expression remained impassive, betraying neither joy nor anger. The Tai sect, Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Myriad Venom sect, Thunder Sound sect, and the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, 5 sects in total, indeed held a high regard for our celestial sacred sect. Within the hall, sect leader Morong Hai, the 5 peak masters, and Duan Jiang were all present. Duan Jiang had already relayed the information he possessed to the Grand Elder and the sect leader. At this moment, Morong Hai's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated the Myriad Venom sect's involvement. How audacious of this venomous sorcerer to contravene his promises from years past. Truly shameless. Humph. What audacity for the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps to meddle in the affairs of our celestial sacred sect. A Dai also rose, calling upon Xinger, bidding farewell to Jion Yang, and then exiting the tavern alongside Li Qinglan. Old Deng Liwei instructed the team to employ more screens in their offensive strategy today. As the Spurs boasted only one exemplary player for such tactics, Duncan. Su Tsong widened his eyes, realizing at that moment that he had completely returned to normal. His body no longer convulsed. Although the desire to indulge in drugs lingered within him, it had considerably diminished. Just as he encountered Han Tu, a few city management officers, tasked with maintaining order, rushed forward and saluted with a standard military gesture. Humanity is often captivated by wealth, yet individuals like Qian Xiuzai, who would forsake their conscience for mere gold and silver, are truly detestable, and it is no wonder that even stray dogs would charge at them in disdain. Xiao Yunjin's reaction was unexpectedly intense, startling Yang Hao, yet it also stirred a warmth within him. Of course, I understand. Let us share a drink after the competition concludes. Ji Guoqi and Ma Gaidi had maintained a commendable rapport, despite not having been teammates for long. Zhou Xiaojin shook his head with a smile as he departed for Tingxiang Courtyard, mentioning that Yun Gur had risen exceptionally early and was still asleep, impossible to rouse. As Hong released the mechanism for the first forge, a colossal hammer descended with a whoosh, striking the copper plate and sending sparks flying. The leader intended to convey that he was indeed far superior, yet he had harmed the other not in the slightest and had even sought reconciliation. The earlier incident had merely been a moment of whimsy, and he had expressed his willingness to apologize, advocating for peace. She dared to wager that if she continued in business, she would undoubtedly become the subject of mockery. Undoubtedly, Xiaozhan possessed remarkable skills in this regard. A person capable of wielding the sniper storm is undeniably a top-tier marksman. Qin Ling once again summoned the virtual flame, cleansing the remaining hazy stones, finally revealing the true form of the object within. Shen Yujing was quick to react, being a natural talent in cultivation. He had always been overshadowed by Shun Yuha and overlooked, yet he remained formidable. Su Yang, however, had mastered 2 of the most ancient martial arts and deeply grasped their essence. At that moment, every movement he made exuded the aura of a grandmaster. The soul's piercing pain nearly rendered him unconscious, making any further action nearly impossible. Just as he was enjoying a hearty laugh, he was abruptly interrupted, nearly causing Mu Jinxin to choke on her own saliva. During the previous competition, Abeo, Kong Xian, and Da Peng had each sent disciples to compete. Thus, in this final match, Shigandang was to dispatch its own disciple to battle. The opponent in the third bout of the martial arts sect was the witchcraft sect, where one of Kong Xian's disciples faced off and emerged victorious. Chen Ao had initially thought that if Morong Ao truly wished to stir trouble, he could do as he pleased. However, if he expected him to take any action, that was out of the question. After reading the comments, Lu Zuiyu remained silent for a long time, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. A mixture of relief, joy, helplessness, and bitterness tangled within his heart. After countless attempts at mediation, Mu Chifeng also urged for peace, and eventually, Lin Guo relented, consenting to the marriage of Lin Chao and a Ke. They hastily obtained their marriage certificate, fearing their parents might change their minds. Zhou Shuani appeared casual, yet when night fell and he lay in bed, He gazed up to behold a magnificent depiction of a dragon and phoenix in harmonious union. Turning his head, he noticed a circle adorned with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, feeling as though a procession of ducks paraded before his eyes. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the ducks lining up, pecking at his mind. Chapter 134, The Saint in Peril. Saved by Dragon's Blood. Duan Jiang first returned to Kaiyang Peak to assess the condition of his 4 senior brothers and sisters. He discovered they had successfully navigated through the most perilous phase, and he believed they would soon emerge reborn from the flames. Each harbored untold secrets from their past, and Duan Jiang had no intention of prying. Everyone possesses their own mysteries. Regardless of their histories, in Duan Jiang's heart, they were his esteemed seniors. Before long, Duan Jiang made his way back to Saint's Peak. However, the instant he set foot upon the peak, an unsettling sensation washed over him. What was this violent and decaying aura permeating the air of Saint's Peak? Duan Jiang's expression tightened as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy. Junior restaurant? Was he that owned by the Yi family? With this thought, Yinshin turned his gaze towards Yiyuchi. In a neighboring staff housing area, a group of children accompanied one another, and since it was close to home, Rumei entrusted a key to one of the children, ensuring he could return home after school each day. Yalu, cease mentioning our young master's name. If it were not for you, our young master would not have ventured out that day, Hansong exclaimed, visibly irate. Merely the mention of the name was enough to diminish others' goodwill by 200 points, prompting Mick to grow wary and rally friends to prepare for a confrontation. In the dead of night, she stealthily departed from her quarters, utilizing a rudimentary rope ladder she had fashioned earlier to scale the new queen's palace walls, discreetly placing a segment of earthworm at the bedroom door. Indeed, she felt a similar resonance. However, she had no intention of allowing this individual to become too smug. Narrowing her eyes, she remarked, "Resonance? What does that feel like?" "I have no clue." With that, Yinshin proudly lifted her chin and proceeded toward the inner chamber. Zhao Qiqi had harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that the soul invader was not a remorseless villain, thus sparing her from immediate execution. This way, she could take her time devising a method that would eliminate Tao Dao without harming Pan Xingyun. Hua Jian lay injured and unconscious, while Mu Xixin was also battered, both struggling to endure. Only Yu Yi was in slightly better condition, though not by much. Unexpectedly, the ruffian's expression softened upon hearing her son's name, and he gestured for her to enter. "Yu Yi, are you all right? I apologize for my tardiness. I never anticipated that you could not swim. How could that be?" "You are Fan Shikong," he stammered, his concern causing him to ramble, and upon realizing he had spoken too much, he quickly fell silent. Ultimately, after the man finished a round, the 3 simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at Li Zhan, blood streaming from their eyes as they regarded him with an eerie smile. Jian Wuhan and the 7 or 8 disciples beside the ascetic monk laughed unabashedly, as if they envisioned Mo Wenjian's defeat, the swift decline of the Tianjin sect, and their collective assault on Tianya Peak. Juan Ernie had no choice but to once again take up the banner of the main assault. Now, he alone occupied an absolute advantage amidst the disarray. Hiss. Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, and this time he was certain that the earth spoken of by Lin Hai was indeed the world of his previous life. Indeed, he had traversed from the earth of his past existence, though the bizarre circumstances surrounding his arrival here eluded explanation. "Speak plainly, there is no need for preamble. I had everything arranged before I came to meet you," spoke the Holy Mother in a calm tone. This shifting illusion seemed to have grown more exquisite, allowing one to traverse obstacles by releasing shadows and then exchanging bodies with them. While the distance was not vast, passing through this sandball should pose no problem, and it appeared that these incantations were not overly complex. Acton was astonished that a player possessed such commercial acumen, regardless of whether he was correct. The mere presence of such thoughts was remarkable. Nevertheless, circumstances are never absolute. If the 3 great deities joined forces, they could still sense the temporal gate. Thus, Lin Hai felt it would be safer to delay his return. Naturally, Chao Can, the commanding officer of the Song dynasty's Lingzhou, received the news and could not help but curse under his breath. "If we are to fight, let us fight. Must it be so tumultuous?" He hastily ordered the defending troops to enter a state of heightened readiness. Chapter 135, Eternal Curse. Duan Jiang weeps. In the room, Duan Jiang gently laid Ning Xianglan upon the bed, finally finding the moment to inquire of the system. "System, what on earth has happened to my wife? Why has she come to this state?" His heart was filled with concern for everything that had transpired with Ning Xianglan. She was the woman he had chosen in his heart, and her safety was paramount to him. Host. The soul of the bound object has been subjected to an extraordinarily powerful curse, which is related to the experiences of the bound object in her past life. Duan Jiang's heart tightened at these words. His wife has been cursed? What could that possibly mean? Host. Do you still remember the true identity of the bound object? Of course, he remembered. So you finally found himself free of worries and could leave without hesitation. With his current cultivation level, even if the Great Zhou encountered peril, he could return in a remarkably short span of time, sparing himself excessive concern. And Ning did not dispute, from their earlier confrontation, coupled with the singular sword strike at Fengming Lake, and Ning could naturally perceive the extraordinary nature of that blow, as both had developed card skills, even hastily created ones. Su Xiu was equally capable of wielding them. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoya simply pressed a wet tissue against her nose, though the sunglasses obscured her eyes. The furrow of her brow revealed her impatience. Though the command mechanism in the current Holy Grail War had weakened significantly and was virtually ineffective, it essentially represented a mere reduction in control. She pressed her head against the space between his shoulder and neck, shielding her from any dust that might assail her. That said, she inwardly shook her head, deeming her thoughts utterly absurd. The golden light intensified, piercing through the gaps of the black Buddha statue's fingers, blindingly radiant, as if a sun resided beneath its palm. Simultaneously, a hidden presence surged forth from the dense forest, a wave crashing like a tidal force, followed by a swift sword strike aimed directly at one of the formidable White Rainbow Mirror practitioners. Despite his age, which had long rendered him indifferent to life and death, his expression remained as calm as ever, showing little alteration. As they dissipated, the melody ceased abruptly, and a solitary figure moved slowly into the distance, mechanical and stiff. Yin Shuangyi was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the interview, a joyful smile gracing her face. Pan Yud, a towering man standing 6 feet tall, detested being insulted for his lack of integrity in front of others. Upon hearing such words, he rolled his eyes in anger, but, being a prominent figure in the Songbong, took a deep breath and suppressed the fury rising in his throat. The surging dark energy made his right arm feel numb and swollen. What was once invincible hard Qigong now appeared as a mere jest. Though he lacked combat prowess, as a noble heir accustomed to arrogance, he found it intolerable to face such threats. However, these matters were unbeknownst to Qian Rinxue. Emperor Tian had given her 10 years, a mere span to complete the final arrangements, for he did not believe that the so-called resurrection forbidden spell could revive the 2 ancient soul beasts, viewing it merely as a method of exchanging life for life. As he spoke, the emperor revealed his intimate knowledge of every move she made. Wu Yang, accustomed to the imperial city's watchful eyes, felt no surprise. Without the emperor's spies nearby, would he dare entrust his life and family to the palace's depths? If not for the cries of Shen Nanting, which made the Jin guards hesitate, the 3 would likely have found it impossible to escape. What I can do is limited. He genuinely wished for Yin Li Yuan not to be expelled, yet his father remained obstinate. Aware that Tuoba Naza was acting with intent, it was unfortunate that, at this critical moment, the other princes had yet to realize it. In such a one-sided public opinion climate, even the second prince's desire to teach Xiao Wuxia a lesson for his beloved was rendered impossible. Yun Fan's astonishing combat prowess elicited waves of astonished gasps around the martial arts square. By now, no one dared to underestimate him. Chapter 136, The Sun's Grand Ceremony. Undercurrents flowing. In the celestial sacred sect at the Dao Square, as the sun rose, brilliant rays cascaded from the heavens, adorning the entire Dao Square with a delicate golden hue. The towering martial extremity tower loomed like a divine golden sword piercing the sky, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Since the previous night, the entire celestial sacred sect had mobilized to ensure the smooth execution of the sun's grand ceremony. When the true disciples learned that the sun was Duan Jiang, there was unanimous agreement among them, because, during the direct competition, Duan Jiang had already demonstrated his formidable prowess. To the south of Tiandao Plaza, there stood an immense stone platform. Upon this platform, he soared into the air, the vast and powerful true energy within him surging forth, radiating blue-hued energy waves that spread out like the ocean. Observing Qin Yin and Along sitting atop the colossal lion beast, fixated on the convoy besieged by 20 assailants. Some passers-by even offered words of caution. The recent commotion overseas had instilled such fear in him that he dared not venture out. Yet, as the fishing endeavors delved deeper into the ocean's depths, it was merely a matter of time before this expanse of water could no longer conceal him. Gazing into the reflection in the mirror, he beheld an exceptionally striking visage. A mere smile could render the world around her dim and pale in comparison. The headless male corpse, upon its discovery, was bound with 2 male infants, who happened to be the 2 brothers of the Wu family. Shangguan Mayan's failure to eradicate the 2 infants may well have been due to the intervention of that man who had saved them. Eager spectators wished to behold this prodigious youth once more, leading to another spectacle of collective observation. After the events of the previous day, no one dared mock the young man before them, for he had indeed executed the entire set of martial arts with precision. Yu Yuan wiped the sweat from Yi Qingji's brow, who moved with unwavering steadiness, not even breaking a breath. Yu Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for him and was tempted to dismount, but given her own condition, she knew it would be unwise. Thus she allowed Yi Qingji to carry her along the path. Was there not something slightly amiss regarding the timing, location, and corresponding individuals related to this issue? Ultimately, Qin Ming had no choice but to exit the scene, yet his departure resulted in Bai Wei suffering grave injuries. Surprisingly, Sun Lang did not substitute Bai Wei, indicating his intention to rely on a miraculous suggestion. These words were less for his own ears and more a facade to demonstrate their due diligence, a self-deception of sorts. In reality, launching two boy bands simultaneously presented an overwhelming burden. A successful group requires not only capable members, but also exceptional songs and robust support from the company behind them. Xiao Jinghang would not indiscriminately offend others. Yet he also had no need to curry favor among his father's numerous concubines, nor did he wish to employ overly harsh methods that might provoke severe backlash, potentially drawing the emperor's ire and vigilance. Ji Yang ascended into the sky, meticulously surveying his surroundings, his eyes filled with incredulity and profound skepticism. This task was not challenging, as long as it was ensured that the electromagnetic waves would not be obstructed by the blood source formation and could be successfully transmitted into the array. Even without corresponding reception devices within the formation, I would find a way for them to hear the sound, Qiao Mu confidently declared. With a professional facade, Qiao Mu responded in a conventional manner, feeling a sense of relief within. Engaging in reconnaissance was not a first for Duan Lang, nor would it be the last. The wealth of practical experience allows Duan Lang to effortlessly locate advantageous spots to conceal himself while observing the enemy's movements. A gentleman does not tread upon perilous ground. Only when one ensures their own safety can they muster the energy to engage in reconnaissance. Moreover, Li Yimo's schedule is somewhat lighter this month. However, upon reaching December, it is anticipated that he will be occupied daily with travel, to say nothing of the 4 performance stages every week, which will consume 4 days. Not to mention various variety shows, commercial endeavors, and even advertisement filming. Chapter 137. Surrounded on all sides, 2 sects unite. At Tiandao Square, in the void above. Morong Changkong cast a casual glance over the thousands of occupied seats, then briefly surveyed the 7 ancient thrones at the forefront. Aside from the members of Guangdao Hall and Hehuan sect, the occupants were all esteemed elders of their respective sects, wielding supreme authority. However, when Morong Changkong's gaze fell upon an elder clad in purple robes, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What brings the sword master of 10,000 calamities here? His arrival puzzled Morong Changkong, yet soon his expression regained its serenity. I, Morong Changkong, the esteemed elder of the celestial sacred sect, at this moment, extend my heartfelt welcome to all present, he expressed with profound gratitude. He Yunfei regarded this matter with indifference. Allowing these younger individuals to lend a hand was merely fate aligning, especially the one wielding the hammer, who truly impressed him. Nevertheless, he merely cast a cursory glance before shifting his focus to the remaining half-bag of coffin nails, contemplating before deciding to stow them away. She was the sole individual capable of inflicting substantial losses upon a long-established publicly listed company in a mere second, without employing any commercial tactics, directly reaping profits. I believe in you, Mr. Miser. I wish to befriend you, Yang Fan declared. Father, I refuse to leave. What, can he truly kill me? Lu Shiqing retorted angrily. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, a sharp pain surged through his chest, followed by a rush of warmth that ascended, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. Perhaps it was fate. At this moment, Tong Baixiang fought with frenzied intensity, unleashing 5 powerful punches, each imbued with tremendous force. Fan Chongkong, caught in the throes of battle, showed no inclination to yield, exerting his utmost strength. Yet, due to his slightly inferior prowess, he was compelled to retreat 5 steps, ultimately halting just 3 paces from Ren Wuxing's left side. His face bore no semblance of flesh, with prominent brow bones and protruding eyes, presenting a particularly fearsome visage at first glance. That's enough. Let us depart, Xia Yu said, opening the door for him. With his back turned to the window, his tall silhouette maintained a level gaze ahead, striving to appear more heartless. It is rumored that His Majesty, the Second Light of Dalmatia, had a formidable yordle serving as a diplomat by his side, who still resides in Dalmatia. However, Garen, having spent little time in Silver City, has not had the opportunity to witness this firsthand. Above, Jiang Cheng and Andre observed the shifting tide of battle, exchanging glances as everything unfolded according to plan. Although the Siberian cold was harsh, the captain was already drenched in cold sweat. Everything here exuded an eerie and strange aura. With such resolve, let us take away your initial pride, he declared. Wu Yong leaned towards Hermione's petite mouth, Xinyan had no secrets from me. If Bosley had something to discuss, he should speak candidly. Sheng Jinsong resolutely replied, displaying no intention of leaving. The flight in tow continued, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, suddenly, the light before them brightened, and they burst forth from the dense fog. Although Xiao Jianyuan could not comprehend, witnessing the expressions of those around her, along with their continuous and heartfelt praise, genuine and devoid of flattery, she understood that her beloved's work would undoubtedly be extraordinary and immortalized in history. Among mortals, many revered deities, and thus, their faith transforms into pure power that enters these divine beings. The child will undoubtedly be awarded to the wife. The court would never grant custody to a person with mental illness. As numerous individuals completed their alchemical processes, the venue was instantly awash with myriad beams of light, resplendent and auspicious. In a flash of white light, Wu Yang appeared atop the tree where Shui Jin leaned, sitting on a branch, swinging his legs while enjoying a slice of watermelon. Lying on Lu Igwa's sofa, Shirtu unknowingly drifted into slumber. Fortunately, Lu Igwa's office was seldom visited, or else Shirtu would certainly be mistaken for a rogue. Today, Lu Yunyang had surprised Li Longji beyond measure. It was only at this moment that he truly regarded her. Subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 138, Extraordinary Talent, startling the world at this moment, within the heavenly sacred sect, in the center of the celestial Dao Square. Morong Chang Kong stood at the forefront, slowly surveying the thousands of guests before him. He stepped forward and suddenly broke into a smile. Today marks the grand ceremony of my heavenly sacred sect's holy son. I, Morong Chang Kong, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for gracing us with your presence. We have the exquisite morning flower clear breeze wine. Each person shall receive a cup as a token of respect. Morong Chang Kong's profound voice resonated within the hearts of every attendee, echoing throughout every corner of the heavenly sacred sect. Upon hearing these words, the thousands of guests were taken aback, and the crowd below erupted into a frenzy. What? Morning flower clear breeze wine? If memory serves me right. This wine is exclusively available at the prestigious Listening Snow Pavilion in the eastern region. He clenched his fists tightly, kicking the flower bed by the roadside in frustration before taking a deep breath and resolutely turning away. So exquisite. So utterly unbelievable. Li Yonghao was utterly astonished. He felt as though he could see those enormous flames and the vast leaves of the osmanthus tree. Mughal pondered over those two characters, his gaze momentarily enigmatic. Accustomed to the law of survival of the fittest, he found it difficult to adjust to such a humane sentiment, already burdened with negative emotions. Shunzi erupted upon hearing a sarcastic remark, rushing forward to seize Tang Chun by the collar. Just as she dodged that hefty figure, another golden wheel, accompanied by a gust of wind, flew toward her, and she effortlessly evaded it once more. The first golden wheel has returned to the hands of the infinite Dharma King. Observing that neither of the two golden wheels struck the red line, he prepared to launch the golden wheel once more. Suddenly, my injured and unconscious mother awoke, inexplicably finding the strength to carry me out of the burning house. In the midst of fear, the gray bear, with a sword in hand, fixated on Li Yonghao like a ravenous tiger. He refrained from taking any action to attack Li Yonghao according to his own will. The following day, the summer solstice dragged Wang Erju, conveying this news to Gu Beiqing. Simultaneously, she brought Gu Hongxing along, carrying gifts to Wang Dali's residence. Her private message section was always bustling, predominantly filled with fans confessing their admiration, alongside a few detractors hurling personal attacks at her. Feng Daqiang's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth but momentarily found himself at a loss for words, gasping as he turned to enter the house. Outside, the lush greenery was filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms, yet it was evident that the temperature here was decidedly warmer. Reflecting on his previous state, he recognized his lack of composure and resilience, acknowledging moments of panic, and resolved to focus on strengthening these aspects in the future. Lu Yu pondered deeply while continuously engaging in self-reflection. After eliminating one opponent, Wang Qin suddenly turned, uncertain whether it was mere coincidence. In that fleeting moment of turning, he locked eyes with his adversary, who dared not meet his gaze, bowing his head in less than 2 seconds, driven by fear and trepidation. The transcendent prodigy glanced at Lin Yi and then at her father, witnessing their shared gaze, which sent her heart racing, filling her with anxiety. Embarrassed beyond measure, disregarding the ruckus from the water, Anzi, drenched and flustered, fled, desperately trying to erase the absurd incident from his mind. Thus, one must avoid bathing in the wild, for it is fraught with peril. Wang Chun and Wu Fuming remained concealed. To be precise, there were 3 of them, including the even more secretive Dora, whom Wang Chun knew Wu Fuming was unaware of. Wang Chun placed another bid, and this time, as he announced the price, nearly everyone held their breath. Who would have anticipated that an item starting at 1 million would escalate to 5 million, or even 10 million? This group, indeed, was us. What was previously said about Elder Dong was no flattery. Now, residing in the semi-divine realm, he was truly unparalleled, with few rivals in the world. Once hunger subsided, Lu Yu seized the moment to delve into internal cultivation. The addition of these two to the battlefield would significantly alleviate the situation, at least prolonging their endurance. Now, Ran Yu's immediate task was to swiftly deal with the Night King, for only then could the tide of battle be wholly reversed. Chapter 139, A Sky Filled with Murderous Intent, prepared in advance. At this moment, all the high-ranking figures from various sects were petrified, feeling the overwhelming presence of 4 individuals emanating majestic energy from the void above, below. The disciples of the heavenly sacred sect and those from other sects and families stared blankly, as if witnessing deities or demons. Indeed, on the eve of the sacred sun ceremony, the 4 individuals, who were still at Kaiyang Peak and in the form of silkworms, simultaneously emerged from their cocoons, undergoing a profound transformation that elevated them from the mundane to the extraordinary, soaring into the skies. In that instant, they successfully transcended a minor realm, stepping directly into the early stages of the supreme celestial being, leaving Duan Jiang so startled that he spent the night inscribing the core socialist values 100 times, just to stabilize his fraying composure. Upon witnessing this, Morong Chong Kong observed Lu Yin, who sought to confirm certain matters with Instructor Lin, inquiring about what he knew regarding Lu Bu, questioning whether someone from such a special department could act with impunity, particularly individuals like Jiang Ku, who seemed to have genuinely violated military law. At that moment, Qin Ke suddenly cautioned her to remain silent, as Ping Ju spoke again from the stands. Li Shaoyi, filled with elation, grasped Feng's shoulder. This revelation was of paramount importance to him. His fallen comrades could indeed be resurrected. It was he who had led the charge to capture the Scion planet, Vegeta. Frisia had long since become one of their own. When Lin Chong mentioned the Tiger Head Mercenary Corps, his tone grew notably intense, revealing his deep-seated disdain for this mercenary group. At this juncture, Dong Chuan slowly approached the edge of the stands. Seeing this, Gao Shun assumed he was being reminded to complete his mission and was about to take action. Trembling slightly, he gazed at Ling Er. If one were to discuss backgrounds, he too was a member of the Da Yin Phoenix Dragon, a formidable presence in the realm of magical beasts, an assertion that would certainly command respect. Yet, the reality was stark. Beyond my financial acumen and the ability to flaunt my father's influence, what else did I possess? Lan Ruoxin, filled with ire, forcefully pushed aside the Wolf King Su and advanced ahead. The Wolf King Su merely chuckled, unbothered by her childish antics, and followed closely behind her up the stairs. Dizzied, he closed his eyes, and the next moment, when Hounan opened them, he was startled to find himself back in his own room. However, attempting to save Lin Chong could lead to dire consequences, plunging everyone present into extreme peril. Faced with such a multitude of third-tier magical beasts, even with Haunan's presence, their only recourse would be to flee. Li Mama, when she attempted to speak further, Su Shufang immediately interrupted her with a sharp reprimand. Ying Luo, taken aback by this, felt it futile to explain to Kakashi, actions always speak louder than words. With this thought, she casually waved her right hand, and a knife mark suddenly emerged on the previously intact wall, albeit accompanied by unsightly cracks. Observing the pained expressions of her grandfather and mother, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Upon seeing her cry, her grandfather was even more distressed and quickly embraced her, offering comfort. She was unaware of how her family had endured the past 3 weeks in the hospital, as they had all noticeably lost weight. Xiao-Chun, have you been watching too many detective dramas? Not every statement conceals the most crucial information. Su Yu refuted Xiao-Chun's assumptions. The 3rd and 4th elders of the Linghu Xuan Zone, along with the 2nd elder and acting leader of the Yin sect, were addressed by the man in black. If she hadn't taken a leave of absence, she would be in her 3rd year by now, Li Jian remarked, glancing back as she walked. Fortunately, that person surnamed Su had not pursued her. Su Feier opened her eyes and was astonished to find a single, simple tent before her. One that could easily be folded and stored. Such items are often seen on Taba, yet its appearance in this desolate wilderness was nothing short of miraculous. We took out an iron bowl, each sharing a portion, and as I picked up the wooden chopsticks and took my first bite, a rich aroma exploded in my mouth. Moments later, we arrived before several towering trees, each adorned with nests, while behind them lay numerous palaces. With each shot fired by the leader, a wild man-esque scream would echo, igniting my anger further. Chapter 140. Do you think you have us cornered? On the Fengsheng platform, Duan Jiang stood tall. His expression calm, yet a tempest of battle intent and boundless murderous intent surged in his eyes. He gazed down at the Taoist Duan Jiang, Duan Mingzi, Qi Chong, and the master of poisonous insects, his gaze as cold as frost, his murderous intent as sharp as snow, his tone grave. Tian Yi sect, Lei sect, Feng Lei Pavilion, Wandu sect, and the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps, these 5 powerful sects have joined forces. Do you think you have us cornered? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the 5 factions changed their expressions. Duan Mingzi let out a cold snort, declaring, "A Mirant dares to speak such arrogance, seeking death." No sooner had the words left his lips than Duan Mingzi unleashed a fierce roar, a tremendous oppressive force erupting from his body. Ming Wei and the others did not dare to underestimate the situation, maximizing their combat power, yet the remaining 6 demon generals, bolstered by demonic energy, had their strength elevated to the early stage of the Golden Immortal, intensifying the pressure on the Red Alliance. Zixing 213 drew a curved line on the map between his position and Dongwang City, feeling dissatisfied, and redrew it several times before finally determining his escape route. After a long while, Emma Wudao gradually calmed down, his voice softening as he said, "Currently, Golden Immortal cultivators continue to disappear. We must devise a solution." Emma Wudao understood that venting his anger would not resolve the issues at hand. Stabilizing the morale of the troops was of utmost importance. On the way back to Yunyun Mansion, Li Jinyu felt quite unhappy, sensing that Princess Yuhua had somehow become bewitched, wondering how she could have changed so suddenly. As if reading her thoughts, Gao Haoqian spoke earnestly, "I sought you out to inquire about certain matters." "Why so?" Soul Demon pondered aloud, unable to deduce the reason and ultimately giving up. "Jerry, you've already made an appointment with her. How can you casually change it?" "This is not typical of your work ethic," Tong Yin chuckled, shaking his head. Xinyan did not mention where they were headed, but an E did not ask. She simply led him forward, with Xinyun quietly following behind her. After finishing their meal, Xie Anlin and Huan Yin took Gu Juling to find an inn to stay in. As the evening drew near, the two left the inn to return to Honghua Courtyard. Qin Lai cast a puzzled glance at him, recalling that Ling Shuzi had once mentioned that to wield this sword, one must possess at least the cultivation level of the Holy Realm, capable of commanding celestial weapons. No, that is but an illusion, one of the 3 great delusions of life. The notion that one loves her, or that she loves oneself. Yin Maching stepped forward, unleashing an icy realm. And in an instant, white energy spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, enveloping everyone within this frosty expanse. The 2 attendants began to discuss what car to buy, what phone to get, engaging in topics that involved spending money on their behalf. As for Fu Rui's words, Burrow was also aware that what he had sold to Stark was pure metal, rather than ore. A valuation of 200 million was reasonable. But the shield sold raw metal ore, which was certainly not worth that price. "Should I call you Luo Qi or Luo Wui?" A voice suddenly called from behind him. Luo Wui immediately turned around, transforming the primordial wood into sharp branches that lunged toward the source of the sound. However, Lu Lang was not inclined to make light of this matter. After all, he considered Wen Jiao as a friend, akin to a sister. Casually discussing her origins seemed utterly inappropriate. He would rather perish than relinquish the throne, abruptly altering the formation of the 9 divine pillars. Luo Sheng and Luo Wui both revealed smiles, and then everyone within the barrier was drawn into an alternate space and vanished. "Sister Ying, is there anything else?" Observing Li Ying's demeanor, Lu Lang sensed that avoiding this matter would be quite challenging. As a mid-level administrator caught between ranks, I could only accept the weighty task assigned by my superior, calmly confronting the user's ire. Seeking assistance from someone higher was futile, while turning to someone lower would be deemed disgraceful, such as the essence of leadership's management skills, I mused. Yu Qingye entered from outside. Cloaked in an even more chilling aura than usual, his darkened visage seemingly capable of scraping a pot of coal. Chapter 141. The armies stand ready. Life and death at fate's mercy. The disciples of Hehuan sect were ordered to come to the aid of the celestial sacred sect, fighting to the death. In the distance, a peerless woman clad in a purple battle attire surged forth, her gaze resolute. "Disciple Ming Lan, greetings to the sect master." She respectfully bowed to Shuecheni, who stood beside Murong Cheng Kong. Shuecheni smiled and nodded, saying nothing, but a flicker of determination passed through her eyes. The army clad in beast attire also arrived before the gates of the celestial sacred sect, standing behind the elders of Tai sect and Thunder Sound sect. Thus, forces converged from all directions, an atmosphere of murderous intent enveloping the air. Today, the celestial sacred sect shall surely perish. A roar, filled with boundless killing intent, erupted from the beast-clad army. The Strongman Computer Company occupied the central position of the electronic corridor, featuring 3 consecutive storefronts. Lunan gazed at the glittering sign with a smile. "Do not move any further. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I will be able to restrain myself. I might just take you by force, the increasingly irritated monster growled, threatening me. Thus, at this moment, they naturally endeavored to preserve their tenuous lead with utmost determination. Gongsun Du, having incorporated this formidable group of frontier warriors, finally possessed the confidence to extend his dominion over the Liaodong region. Yang Feng contemplated that indeed. These individuals were the most reliable. He nodded and whispered, I fear that if the gentleman commands without precision, and if there are secret orders, it may lead to misfortune. His voice was so soft that only those present could hear him. The others, upon hearing this, silently acknowledged the truth, should he issue reckless commands. It could indeed spell disaster. Since the onset of his illness, which had begun to wane, it had been 5 or 6 days. Hearing the others speak of past events, Han Yi finally comprehended that he had been injured and unconscious for over a decade. Reflecting on how he had navigated those years, he found himself engulfed in confusion, unable to recall anything. It felt as though he had awakened from a long slumber, one that lasted a full 20 years. The cerebral collision sessions originated from business discussions. Yet after Lu Nan's restructuring, they bore little resemblance to their former selves. He mandated that all frontline researchers participate at least once a month, while project leaders were required to attend bi-weekly, with project managers responsible for coordination and documentation, archiving each session of intellectual exchange meticulously. Fushi's response delighted the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. They had not anticipated such a smooth progression, nor the fortuitous alliance with the human race. A stroke of fortune they had never dared to dream of. Hence, it was indeed challenging for people to associate the championship with this Chinese men's basketball team. Even with the presence of Wu Dawei among them, just as his body was about to succumb, he caught a glimpse of Li Meng and Qi Qing rushing to support him. Before they could reach him, a figure in a flowing blue robe swept past, and he heard 2 exclamations of surprise. Before him, the 2 beauties tumbled to the ground, while he found himself cradled in Mu Fengshua's embrace. Qin Huashu glanced at the remaining 3, who had not opposed. Among them was Kang Zhengqing, along with 2 of her grandfather's former subordinates, who maintained a good rapport with her father. Upon seeing this, Shen Buran felt a rush of realization. He gasped as he recognized the Xieyang sword. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Originally, he had planned to visit last week, but she deemed it unnecessary to traverse back and forth. Moreover, since she had recently moved back to the Qin family residence, she had not invited him, reasoning that she would visit him once she finished her tasks, though she hadn't specified when. As the 2 departed, the crescent-shaped light portal swiftly converged, restoring tranquility to the entire space as if the light portal had never existed. Standing in silence for an indeterminate time, someone suddenly embraced her from behind, a warm, damp kiss brushing against her ear, followed by a gentle nip on her earlobe, causing her to tremble slightly. He turned to see a collection of fragments suspended behind him, some of which were converging towards him. He waved his hand to sweep the fragments aside, only to find that other shards followed suit, rushing towards him. "Inin, if you like it, I shall procure one for you next time," a perceptive individual immediately remarked. Apart from the main characters present at the scene, there were several renowned stars in supporting roles, particularly a multitude of second-tier celebrities eagerly vying for participation. This speaks volumes about the formidable influence of this drama. Chapter 142. What is the situation? Soon, the remaining individuals either chose to depart or aligned themselves with Tian Xuanzai. Naturally, a few opted to join the heavenly sacred sect, but they were merely a handful, primarily monks. Duan Jiang glanced at the approaching monks, his eyes shimmering, and inquired, "Are you from the Dragon Nurturing Temple?" As soon as Duan Jiang's words fell, the monks immediately bowed in reverence and collectively responded, "We are indeed monks from the Dragon Nurturing Temple, honored to meet the Holy Son of the Heavens." Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang nodded, expressing gratitude for their allegiance to the heavenly sacred sect. However, the leading elder monk in the blue robe clasped his hands together and remarked, "Amitabha, esteemed Duan, you have misunderstood. We do not intend to join your side. Rather, we are here on behalf of—" The 2 gossiping old women on the cart also trembled with excitement upon hearing the juicy tidbits, their eyes darting eagerly towards Jiang Baoqing. Had it been anyone else, be it Hu Jianjun or Hu Mingchen, they could have confidently retorted. However, with their mother and grandmother involved, Hu Jianjun and Hu Mingchen could only acquiesce, for today was New Year's Eve, and refusing would spell trouble for their celebrations. Lu Sueki momentarily froze, then slightly parted her hand that covered her eyes, scrutinizing Han Yi. As Busebo finished speaking, he was the first to draw his long knife, charging ahead to the stable, where he mounted his steed and began directing the soldiers. "How did they perish? Did you witness anything?" Qi Shilai recognized the bodyguards of the Wan brothers instantly and seized one by the chest, demanding answers. Upon learning that Gu Junyu required a change of bandages, the steward eagerly cleared the way, gently setting Ningyu down. After a prolonged silence from Lin Xiangya, Lin Shu was the first to break the stillness. Are you looking for me? Unbeknownst to Lin Shu, her tone bore a hint of softness and trepidation, starkly contrasting with her usual brazen demeanor. With the fall of the upper echelons of Wushuang City and the assassination of several confidants, the number of defectors from Wushuang City increased significantly. Consequently, the strategic department had devised several approaches regarding the conflict with De Beers, each with its own merits and drawbacks. After all, every situation has its duality, and perfection is an unattainable ideal. As anticipated, the team searching the upper city promptly secured the courtyard, with a station personnel present. Any attempts from other teams to seize their position could be thwarted by gunfire, a common tactic in the current survival competition. The deficiency in technique was indeed a major concern, but there were other factors at play. Did you not uncover any additional insights? Jiang Hao frowned in disappointment. I am also immensely grateful to Qi Dian for providing me with an exceptional platform for writing, allowing me to liberate my dreams and gradually bring them to fruition. Here, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to my chief editor, Fei Ligua, for securing my contract, as well as to my editors, May and Orange. The unwillingness of Jiang Jinliang to extend a loan to Future Light International Industrial Company Limited does not imply that he is not envious of Sun Zixing's achievements. If there were an opportunity to profit from Sun Zixing, how could Jiang Jinliang possibly let it slip by? In recent days, Pang Dun has been anxiously awaiting news from Lin Dong at home, as his subordinates frequently call to inquire when there will be work available. He consistently tells them to wait a bit longer. However, if too much time passes, those under his command, who need to provide for their families, may seek employment elsewhere, resulting in a significant loss for him. Might it be the group led by Zhong Zihu? As it stands, Wang Hai cannot think of anyone else and suspects it is indeed the work of Zhong Zihu's crew. Yet, even if he knows who is responsible, what difference does it make? His current predicament is dire. He cannot repay Lu San, who would certainly take lethal action against him, making this a matter of life and death. Hai Shuang gazed at Zhu Lingling, his expression devoid of disdain, instead revealing a sense of gravity, and after a long pause, he sighed deeply, filled with boundless melancholy. Presently, more than half of the researchers in the laboratory are individuals who originally did not belong to Kyoto University, but were recruited by Jiang Hao through various means, a process that was quite remarkable. Chapter 143, The Scheme of Discord? At that moment, the martial artists from the Tianxin Taoist faction were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Even Xian Mingzi and the poisonous Gu master were momentarily at a loss. Just then, Qi Yongchang approached, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and discreetly transmitted his thoughts. The Tianxin Taoist indeed possesses extraordinary wisdom. To infiltrate the enemy's ranks is a remarkable strategy. I am in awe. Upon hearing this, the Tianxin Taoist could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. This cannot be real. Tianxin Taoist, what is the matter with you? The elder from the Tai sect saw his superior in such a state and hurriedly rushed over to offer support. Zhang Yun's continued, indeed, matters such as these are contingent upon fate and opportunity. They cannot be forced. If you two have the chance in the future, you should visit Longhushan. I, along with Zhang Quan, can show you around. Coughing, he added, in any case, it is wrong to resort to violence. We should engage in rational discourse. Don't you agree? Realizing that holding on to the other party was inappropriate, Lu Xian cleared his throat and released his grip. Jingshui and Wang Tong spent the entire night racking his brain to meticulously prepare a report, which he promptly delivered to the Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty the very next day. Xiaofu was taken aback, but soon erupted in fury, for some reason. His eyes turned crimson as he abruptly overturned the table, hurling it towards the young brothers, and then charged forward behind the table, igniting a frenzied brawl. After listening to his words, Wuxi turned her gaze towards Commander Shangguan. Upon noticing the fleeting embarrassment in his eyes, she felt that her previous actions were somewhat inappropriate. She gently touched her nose with her hand and offered an apologetic smile. Yang Huiping remained silent, igniting a cigarette as he squatted on the steps of Old Wu's home, awaiting notification for the village workers to arrive. Remarkably, it took Wang Junlin half a month of diligent research and exploration to achieve results through such a rudimentary method. Of course, he understood the general approach. Anyone from this era, without a clear direction, would squander time without yielding any results. As for Yin Chutian, who had vanished behind him, he believed that the latter had been left far behind, likely sweating profusely while turning in circles. Without further ado, Yin Chutian retracted his gaze and slightly closed his eyes, channeling the power of the spiritual patterns within his dantian. Strange lines began to manifest in his vision, coalescing into the form of a gigantic sword, which cast its presence upon the world as he opened his eyes. Yin Tang, clutching her neck with a hand, never anticipated that this third young master would wish her harm. Suddenly finding solid ground beneath her feet, she hurriedly distanced herself from him. Observing his intense focus on a green leaf, she noticed his face darken, causing her to retract her neck and slip out through the door. As she sang, the scene unexpectedly transitioned seamlessly to a recording of the esteemed Master Mei Lanfang. Just as they were about to send someone away, Liu Yao suddenly turned to Zhao Feng, who felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. In Tokyo's Takagi district, astute merchants even established a Red Moon Memorial Hall, gathering numerous photos depicting the Red Moon, monsters, and the anguished screams of the deranged. The enemy commander is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed, Ling Tong declared, tossing the head of a centaur knight into the air and cleaving it in two as he shouted. Qin Xiaofeng returned to the general manager's office, contemplating the future development of the newspaper, and spent a considerable amount of time writing and sketching alone. This stone was also one of the original ores of spiritual stones. Intriguingly, the spiritual stones refined from a large quantity of original or exhibited a subdued glow, devoid of brilliance. Once this Xiao Gui extricated himself, he could easily fabricate non-existent evidence to accuse him of treason, placing his entire family, numbering over a dozen, at grave risk. Surrounding the high platform were numerous onlookers, each possessing cultivation levels above the late Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 144. A greeting from the poisonous goo master. At that moment, a series of agonizing wails erupted from the rear of the crowd, chilling to the bone and causing involuntary shudders. In an instant, everyone paused their actions. All eyes were drawn to the source of the sounds, and then, in unison, the pupils of the onlookers constricted violently, trembling intensely. Only then did one notice that the hundreds of elders behind Zuini Yingzi had distorted expressions, their bodies trembling and convulsing, blood gushing uncontrollably from their mouths and noses. Each appeared as if struck by lightning, their complexions pale and their expressions filled with utmost terror, witnessing their elders resembling poisoned beasts. Chunin was hardly aware of it, yet the fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk infiltrated his nostrils. After finishing his phone call, Lin Muxin spotted Liang Mu and Lei Zi, initially taken aback. He had not anticipated their visit to his home. He tossed his phone onto the table and approached us. Feel free to speak your mind. Do not hesitate with Uncle Li. If it falls within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you, Li Du assured with a resolute tone. Wang Hui refrained from causing an uproar at first. Instead, he took the revised script to seek out Ma Yuan. During the day, I discreetly investigated the circumstances at Li Ergu's home, and indeed, as the uncle had mentioned, the family members were too fearful to emerge, all anxiously hiding in the courtyard. Consequently, on the weekend, they gathered the mushrooms they had foraged and brought them back to town to sell on their way to school, the profit sufficing for their weekly expenses. Jiang Zier sighed. She had once harbored some admiration for the medicine sect. However, after this incident, her faintly positive impression of the sect was entirely shattered. The half-saint, initially struggling to suppress himself, could no longer contain the turmoil within and let out a pained roar. Realizing the dire situation, Lin Shi made a swift decision, seizing Xia Baihe and employing the silk binding technique to lift her from the front seat to the back. The computer operator could clearly see the scale's readings, but the weight must be confirmed by the weighmaster's call. Should she detect any discrepancies in the reported data, she could request a reweighing. Despite their earlier fierce duel without mercy, it was crucial to remember that the entity was utilizing Captain Sun's body, particularly Zhao Qing, who instead displayed a concerned demeanor, checking its breath. This grand event profoundly enlightened Ling Yu that strength is the sole sovereign in this world. Early the next morning, a resonant bell tolled throughout the city, awakening all beings from their meditative states. Grim Reaper, there's nowhere left for you to run. Today, this place shall be your grave. Dekangba bellowed arrogantly. A smile from a beauty is worth a fortune. If it costs 200 million to earn her smile, so be it. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Yet now, he felt not only anxious but also terrified, wishing to distance himself as much as possible. With a commanding presence, the Buddha spoke, his voice echoing as his right palm struck towards the Emperor of the Nine Hells, unleashing a tempest akin to a dragon, scattering the souls of the shadow soldiers sent flying. At this moment, the child of destiny was consumed by fear and regret. His initial intention was to subdue the formidable Shabi corpse, to temper its malevolence. Alas, he had encountered a formidable obstacle. What about Ferrari? Do you possess a residence in Yanjing City? Ling Yu inquired tentatively, while inwardly scoffing at the absurdity of the situation. Very well, as the master suggests. So shall I act. I shall return and summon everyone to assist. Li Data readily acquiesced. We then proceeded to his abode, and by around 2 in the afternoon. With the villagers' aid, the new grave was excavated. Gong Yin nodded in acknowledgement, oblivious to the prevailing notions of the era. He appeared as though he were a research machine, silent and motionless, save for his immersion in the laboratory. Reflecting upon that period now, Gong Yin found it to be utterly astonishing. Chapter 145, The Humbling of the Venomous Goo Master. At that moment, Duan Jiang approached Murong Chong Kong, clasping his hands in respect. Elder, I suddenly find myself experiencing abdominal discomfort. I shall take my leave to the restroom. Murong Chong Kong paused, momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. With that, Duan Jiang exited with a cheerful demeanor, yet his departure did not perturb the chaotic atmosphere in the slightest. Observing that Murong Chong Kong showed no intention of lowering the barrier, the venomous Goo Master's eyes glimmered with coldness as he bellowed, Murong Chong Kong, what is your meaning? Do you presume I am akin to those worthless fools? You are not much stronger than I. Upon hearing this, Murong Chong Kong's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still and devoid of any reaction. The average elevation of the Divine Judgment Mountain Range was significantly lower than that of the Tianji Mountain Range, which lies between the regions of Leijidi Miz and the Wasteland, and it paled in comparison to the towering Tianqian Mountain Range. Uncertain of which elder from the Divine Extreme sect was present, the younger generation bowed in reverence at the entrance of the Spirit Vessel Gate. The cultivators dared not act with impudence, for the Divine Extreme sect had ascended to an 8th grade sect, and these individuals did not dare to overstep their bounds. Tang Feng looked on speechlessly at his senior sister, who smiled sweetly in response. Li Yani, while running, removed her shoes and relished the sensation of the cool sand beneath her bare feet, her mood evidently lifted. Jialong debuted at 15, shone brightly at 16. Single-handedly eliminating the 9th-ranked assassin at 17, thereby securing a position within the top 10 of the assassin rankings. At 18, he vanquished the top-ranked assassin, earning the title of the foremost figure in the assassin community. Perhaps due to the recent rainfall, the air was imbued with a chill and dampness, penetrating to the bone with the gentle breeze. The sky was thick with dark clouds, suggesting an impending downpour. In that instant, Feng Jie beheld the familiar figure of Feng La from days gone by, and he could not help but call out uncle, rather than emperor. The term emperor signifies power, devoid of personal considerations, emphasizing the greater good. Uncle, however, embodies familial bonds, transcending broader concerns, representing true kinship, united in both triumphs and tribulations. Yet this time, as they sent Su Long into the Taoist temple, the Kuan Yuan Emperor promptly shut down all major teleportation arrays, initiating a thorough investigation for any oversights. However, he must take this course of action. He cannot, out of a sense of responsibility, compel his brethren to return to the battlefield, as that would be profoundly unjust to them. Moreover, the company must continue to thrive, and the wolf's ear requires someone to tend to and protect it. Long Linger, too, harbors no desire for such an outcome, yet what recourse does she possess? Even in death, the Zhutian arrow remains capable of claiming lives. The almost unchanged visage of Circe reveals that they now inhabit entirely different realms. Yin Shun cannot deny that rationality is deeply ingrained within her. At times, she loathes her own logical disposition, yet on other occasions, she is grateful for it, as it enables her to weigh the pros and cons while addressing matters without delay or hesitation. Yes, the sight of you incites such loathing within me that I concocted a plan to make you my scapegoat, thereby eliminating you as a nuisance. Tears glistening in Fan Jingyun's eyes, she recounted the events of that day. All had been laid bare by Fan Sisi, rendering concealment utterly futile. The circumstances surrounding the Duan family are far from optimistic. Given the current trajectory, it will not be an easy task to unseat the family head. And time is of the essence, leaving no room for procrastination. Yin Shin finds herself troubled by the affairs of the Duan family. In the matter concerning Duan Li, the family is remarkably united, making it exceedingly difficult to find a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, as she grasped a bowl, Gu's mother snatched it from her hands with an air of fury, casting her a disdainful glance while muttering that she was no saint herself before retreating to the kitchen. The divine war erupted, as multitudes of new gods breached the skies of Nasford, appearing amidst a pitch-black world. All deities were acutely aware that conflict had commenced. Accustomed to wielding her right hand, she felt a sudden pang of agony reminding her that this very hand had just been ruthlessly broken by Yunshang. Engaging in combat with the Devourer felt almost like a tug-of-war, yet he displayed no defense, allowing Kronos' strikes to land upon him. With a tremor of his corpulence, he dissipated the assault, while his own counterattacks were equally potent, each blow imbued with a sense of overwhelming power. Chapter 146, An instant annihilation. The two eyes atop the white jade statue radiated an awe-inspiring, destructive brilliance, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Every formidable presence in attendance involuntarily swallowed hard at this sight. Just then, Morong Chong Kong soared within 100 meters of the white jade statue. Slightly bowing as he inquired, "Are you the esteemed master of Duan Jiang?" The white jade statue turned, feigning ignorance as it replied, "Indeed, and who might you be?" "I am the Grand Elder of the Celestial Sacred Sect, Morong Chong Kong. You may call me Little Kong," he responded. Upon hearing this, a smirk danced upon Duan Jiang's lips. Indeed, there is a reason why the Grand Elder has thrived for so many years. "So, Little Kong, where is my disciple?" Although the strikes were not lethal, they evaded perfectly and even countered, marking the first time Jian Rong encountered someone capable of opposing the Tianshan techniques. Once, the forces of the Wei Kingdom, notably during the Battle of Chue Sha, were notorious for their ferocity. They breached the Chu nation's Chufang city, slaying the esteemed General Tang Mei, and subsequently engaged in rampant pillaging and murder around Tang Yi, inciting profound enmity towards them. However, the Wei army that has arrived today appears devoid of such malevolent tendencies. "My friend, did you sleep well yesterday?" Xian Yunzi greeted Du Ming upon seeing him. In his times of desperation, it was Chen Chiwei who saved his life, allowing him to survive until now. Without this, Yugo would not have been so steadfastly loyal to Chen Chiwei. Meanwhile, Wei Ran discreetly observed the attitudes of Meng Zhong and Gong Sun Shu. While Meng Zhong contemplated the conditions proposed by Wei Ran, suddenly attacked from the flank by the cavalry of their own ally, Niu Jian. The thousands of rebel troops were left astounded and bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos, leading to their disarray as the royal army and Niu Jian's cavalry forced them into a retreat, signaling a catastrophic defeat. Shen Shiqing guardedly shielded his body, pulling the curtains to obscure himself. A pair of gunshots rang out, and the young man's body fell in two halves, instantly silencing the surroundings. She merely observed her with an indifferent demeanor, unfazed by the gun aimed at her head. In this place, numerous spirits shone brightly, adorned in vibrant colors, flowers, grasses, and trees danced, seemingly smiling at Shuize. Li Hai's gaze held no romantic inclination, but rather an appreciation akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a piece of art. Perceiving the human form as a masterpiece, devoid of the predatory nature seen in those cloaked wolves on earth, you, one of the four, have just begun to speak when that sphere of light suddenly accelerated and hurtled toward you. "I require your assistance in eliminating certain individuals and demolishing specific structures," the man stipulated. With a flourish of her hands, dark energies surged and coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal black sword over 100 meters long. Had it not been for the intoxicating potion administered by Lu Qingyin, the wayward child might have languished in a stupor until death, devoid of any ambition. Jian Wui exhaled in relief, fastening himself securely in his seat, awaiting the pirate ship's commencement. Qin Luo hesitated briefly, observing the kneeling generals who bore no signs of distress, before leaping forward to join them. Even the seemingly ordinary parents held an air of mystery. Huang Yuan was nearly certain they were not ordinary earthlings. The man, unprepared, sensed the murderous intent of Lin Feng too late to evade. He could only defend himself with crossed arms. Han Xin regarded the individual who once pledged to support him with a complex expression. Although he had not been favored, which was no fault of his own, he could not shake the feeling of being deceived, hence he merely furrowed his brow in silence. As it was their first time being so close to Matsushita Yoshimitsu, the foot soldiers were exceedingly excited, whispering among themselves. Had she not witnessed the events of the day, she might have naively believed that by persistently following him, he would eventually recognize her worth and choose to be with her. However, the suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Chapter 147. The Arrival of a Rival. Observing the calm demeanor of Liao Yuan, Duan Jiang felt a stir within. What audacity did this old monk possess? Duan Jiang pondered. While he was uncertain of Liao Yuan's capabilities, it was implausible for anyone to surpass the World Annihilator. Soon, a voice echoed in his mind. "System. The host requests to inquire about Liao Yuan's identity information." Ding, the host's request is successful, now conducting an identity query on the subject. After a brief moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Subject information panel. Name, Liao Yuan, cultivation level, 9-star Emperor, identity, guardian of the primordial continent. It appeared that the training at the Borneo Museum was quite effective, as they had swiftly acquired extensive knowledge and the capability to undertake corresponding tasks. This was due to certain individuals needing to strive for their livelihood. He wished for his life to transform from merely existing to truly living. On their first meeting, they quickly found themselves in a vehicle, soon to dine at the same table, and subsequently working under the same roof. Yiming acquired 3 top-tier magical artifacts and a 1,000-year-old ironwood primate puppet beast of mid-level strength, while the remaining high-quality artifacts were evenly divided among the 4. "Brother Bao, what happened to your injuries?" Shuiwu inquired upon noticing Bao Yuanshen's slight cough. recalling the bloodstains on his garment. Thankfully, her previous pet had been a stone. And as she wept, Chuan Yusheng marveled at her cleverness. Really? Chen Lanying exclaimed, sitting up in surprise, noticing that an Aigua's expression did not suggest deceit. Arithmetic must also be prioritized. She planned to head to town tomorrow to purchase meat for soap making, intending to bring back an abacus for the children. Regardless of where one might be in the island nation, it was utterly commonplace for seniors to bully juniors, even if the disparity in treatment was reported to the school. It would likely result in a mild reprimand, with the informer possibly facing retaliation, a stark reality. Previously, they refrained from nurturing Xiaolin, Tian Qingqing, and Dong Yongxian. And long on, as they were too young, their temperaments volatile, and their characters uncertain. Thus, no matter the circumstances, one must live with integrity, ensuring that all those with ulterior motives are thoroughly eradicated. During dinner, Matsuko encountered several unacquainted uncles and aunts alongside her parents. Upon realizing that the path forward was obstructed, and that the short passes through the center were ineffective due to the opponent's heavy guard, Salzburg Red Bull opted to retreat, hoping to lure Torino's formation forward, thereby creating ample space for their two forwards to maneuver. Sprinkling some chives for the chicks, they eagerly flocked to peck at the delectable greens. A band of natives had been watching Lu Su from several miles away, setting numerous traps, yet he didn't even cast a glance. The circular hall on the first floor was furnished with several sofas, topped with a transparent glass dome that provided ample natural light. "Spare me, great immortal. I shall never dare again," she pleaded in terror, but before her words fell silent, a burst of flame struck her, igniting her entire body. Just like now, the accumulated power of lightning within the Jade Hall of the Immortal Realm had evidently dwindled as Lu Su continued his frantic escape, necessitating the transformation of the Taiji diagram to conjure sufficient lightning, revealing the immense consumption yet insufficient offensive capability. In the past, the Chung family had aided the Qin family considerably. Although the Chung family later distanced themselves, the debts of gratitude lingered. Now, with the Chung family re-establishing contact with the Qin family, Qin father and Qin mother found it difficult to decline and thus agreed to assist Chung father in inviting Qin Ran for a meal, to the despair of the Mimitars. No matter how they attempted to break through, they found themselves trapped between two stargates, as Sin Chong and others sought to rush forward. They were already surrounded by dozens of soldiers from the Sioux regiment, barely clinging to life on the brink of death, leaving no room for escape. The two soldiers who had previously experienced hallucinations could not withstand the force of the magnetic pull and fell into madness, turning against each other. Chapter 148. Imminent confrontation. In the next moment, the black warship suddenly radiated an intense light, racing towards the horizon. This black vessel carved a long streak across the sky, moving at an unparalleled speed, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan had traveled tens of thousands of miles beyond the celestial sacred sect, sensing the approaching black warship with a sense of urgency on Ning Xianglan's face. Seeing this, Duan Jiang wasted no time. He scooped up Ning Xianglan and ascended into the heavens, as if riding on clouds. "True dragon ascension," he roared, his voice echoing like a dragon's roar that shook the very foundations of the universe. As Duan Jiang cultivated his spruce, torrents of elemental power flooded into him, constantly enhancing his comprehension of the five elements. It was crucial to note that his understanding of the five elements transcended mere rules within the realm of the universe. All cultivation techniques stemmed from branches of these laws. Suddenly, Zhan Bin, who had been watching coldly, unleashed a burst of golden flames from his hand, sweeping them over the remnants, turning the human fragments to ashes. "Master, this is impossible. We personally annihilated that family. There shouldn't be any remnants unless the flame dragon discovered our scheme and secretly sent them elsewhere," Yinlan interjected. "I see. Might I inquire if Elder Qing has ever heard of the starry strengthening pill?" Long Tianqi asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. In an instant, the stone figure retracted its spear, its body stiffening as if its power source had been severed, rendering it immobile. "If no one cultivates, the spirit control heart method is likely to become lost to time. The old man and he are not the type to stubbornly cling to their skills, refusing to share them. Martial arts must be passed down through generations to sustain their vitality. Otherwise, they will perish. Prepare the second machine." A relentless wave of ninjas surged forth from the Hidden Leaf village, charging towards the Nine Tails with fervor. With the Nine Tails departing, the ninjas of the village were able to unleash their full potential. The great serpent coiled tightly around Hualuo's body, its vigilant gaze scanning the pitch-black surroundings. In truth, the primary function of forming the golden elixir is not merely to enhance magical power, but to serve a catalytic role. "How is that possible?" Chi Chao gasped. For according to her calculations, it was impossible for ninjutsu to achieve such feats. Under the slicing force of this water flow, any material could be cleaved in twain. Towards the end of this information, the Golden Sage expressed profound regret, as the formidable beast, constrained by the beast taming staff, was unable to unleash its powerful offensive talents. As golden primordial energy continuously flowed from within to Wuqing, I eventually released my grip. Wuqing's strength had been restored to half through my assistance. And now he was gradually absorbing it. He relentlessly repeated the cycle of challenging and defeating foes, undeterred and tireless. In just a brief span of 10 days, he had unknowingly set numerous records in chaotic virtual combat games. The hair was not merely a single clump but multiplied like yarn. The doctor laboriously extracting enough hair to completely cover Hubei's upper body. Of course, I pondered, not only Zhuo Xiong, but anyone would wish for their deceased loved ones to still be alive. Though such a notion is utterly unfounded. Many would still claim to have seen their long-lost relatives in some distant place just yesterday. Guiyang wore a smile on her face, but her heart was impatient. So she beckoned Xie Junrui to sit down and asked Jing Zhu to bring food, hastily finishing the meal to send Xie Junrui away, finally allowing for some peace and quiet. Li Mu contemplated for a moment before deciding to leave. This society was more suited for Kaxiu than for a card maker. The Grand Elder, concerned that Bai Zhe might not be a match, hastily blocked the Frost Dragon King, sneering, "What of the Pegasus? It cannot defeat your Frost Giant Dragon." As he spoke, a flash of white light appeared, revealing Bai Zhe beneath the Frost Dragon King's belly, thrusting upward with his horn. Chapter 149, Defeating the Nine-Yin Emperor. The young man in the blood robe fixated his gaze on Ning Xianglan, sneering, "Thousand Leaves Sound, I wonder if you remember me?" Upon hearing this, Ning Xianglan's expression darkened. If I were to restore my strength to its peak, a mere one-star emperor like you could be extinguished with a flick of my finger." Her words were icy, and her heart was ablaze with fury. She was not afraid of a mere nine-yin emperor, but of the true pinnacle of power. The countless times stronger true masters who stood as sovereigns in the vastness of the multiverse. Upon hearing Ning Xianglan's words, the young man in the blood-red robe let out a derisive laugh, declaring, "I am well aware that you surpassed me in strength, but that was eons ago. I wonder how many moves you can withstand from me now." He also took the opportunity to introduce those accompanying him, albeit without disclosing their identities. The purple mountains loomed majestically, their grandeur unchanged from a year prior. Muli raised his hand to wipe his face. But as Ming Lan gazed intently at him with an odd expression, he silently lowered his hand, feigning nonchalance. Nie Yao nodded, resting her chin on her bent arm, relaxing as she awaited the doctor's arrival. Using herself as an example, she believed that familial bonds and emotional connections were paramount, asserting that she had sufficient funds for her living expenses. Moreover, even without that grand prize in the United States, her earnings as a fortune teller far exceeded those of ordinary families, rendering her financially secure. Yuan Wei, lost in thought, suddenly heard her words and widened his eyes in surprise, failing to comprehend her statement. However, for that primordial deity, it was merely a matter of secluding oneself in the mountains, refining a magical artifact, and perhaps visiting friends for a brief period. Yet, how did the Sheng family acquire the signed consent for the transfer of ownership when no one from the family was present? Sheng Siyuan identified a critical flaw in the narrative. There were still some matters to consider, which could wait until the afternoon. CMO, speaking softly, delicately adjusted her hair. After the cleansing banquet concluded, Wu Chuanwan escorted everyone back to the flower hall to reunite with their families, while she went to report back to her mother. "All right, the Iron Gate will open in 10 seconds, Xia Yunfei said calmly. The absence of Zhang Jing that evening only deepened his disdain for the Su family. Previously, he had refrained from attacking due to Li Shi's involvement, but tonight, all debts would be repaid by the Su family. Otherwise, he would no longer be known as Xiao Yunfei. The Lingyuan mine had been seized by the Songhai auction house, and without a continuous source of Lingyuan stones, the Song family faced dire straits. Speaking of hardship, Song Ying could scarcely hold back tears, prompting Song Yun to grimace, puzzled by his ancestors' peculiar antics. The snow had melted significantly by the second day, and Yi Ling and Yi Luan sat in the tea garden, while Tong Shuang brewed tea for them nearby. Even from a distance, the fierce winds could carry the chilling rain, splattering drops of moisture upon passers-by. Lu Chou reached out to extract a few pieces of charcoal, tossing them into the water, which hissed and released a plume of steam, bringing relief to the three misfits of the beggar clan. Xia Yunfei felt perplexed. Master Shin's analysis indeed seemed plausible. Did the Shin family face an actual crisis? Yet, given Master Shin's decades of expertise in Longhai and the family's vast intelligence network, why had there been no progress on that bomb after 2 months? At that moment, it was midday, and even the most ordinary eateries should be bustling with patrons. let alone the world-renowned Zui Xian. Lu Tong Shuang disregarded Yi Luan's subtle gestures and immediately followed after Shen Yun as soon as she departed. If Manny were to marry Xiao Yunfei, then with Xiao Yunfei's prowess, the Shen family could undoubtedly ascend to become the fourth faction in Longhai. Perhaps even the foremost among them, and conceivably, it could lead to the Shen family being the sole dominant force in Longhai in the future. The relationship between Huang Jidong and Dong Li was rather intricate. Huang Jidong had no desire to engage with Dong Li. Yet he harbored feelings for her that were difficult to articulate. In truth, when Su had not paid close attention, not even noting the color of the garments in the magazine, through recent training, when Su had mastered the art of speaking nonsense with his eyes wide open, a skill so refined that even Shi Shangjin could not discern the ruse. Chapter 150, Position exposed. My dear, are you all right? Duan Jiang inquired. A look of deep concern etched across his face. Ning Xianglan shook her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a flicker of pride ignited in her beautiful eyes. The fact that he could defeat the reincarnation of the great emperor of Nine, who had reached the pinnacle of the destroying world sovereign with his initial cultivation of the same rank, was a testament to his unparalleled talent in this life, surpassing that of his previous incarnation, giving her greater confidence in confronting her nemesis. The great emperor of Nine wiped the blood from his lips, enduring the excruciating pain as he rose, his face contorted with rage. I truly did not anticipate this. Your innate talent in this life is indeed terrifying, he exclaimed. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, your physique must be a form of divine body, characterized by a soft power, astonishing defenses, and formidable attacks. After speaking, he slammed the car door shut and immediately drove towards the factory in the eastern suburbs amidst the heavy snowfall. Yang, being a child already attending kindergarten, did not feel much estrangement upon seeing his father, whom he seldom encountered, and called out to him as he approached. Later, he was consoled. And on the day of departure, he and Tang Duo saw Wu Yo off at the airport, ignoring Lang Ruoxian entirely. Lang Ruoxian attempted to engage him in conversation, but he feigned deafness. Nie Qianqian's life philosophy was to live as simply as possible, avoiding a complicated existence. It wasn't until Shen Wanner turned 18 that Grandmother Gu and Old Master Shen discussed arranging their engagement. Are you standing here merely to see whether I return tonight? Wan Aaron looked at Lu Lan in confusion. Since you are back, let us return home together. Mo Xiangwan maintained her strained smile. You may inquire. I shall reveal all. Qin Su said, her eyes slightly reddened, unsure whether it was due to memories resurfacing or the emotions she was currently suppressing. I apologize for not recognizing you at first. Mrs. Hu's tone was exceedingly polite. Unlike that foolish Bao Yi, she understood the importance of not offending numerous individuals. Similar to Zhang Xingxing's first visit to Evelyn's office, a faint fragrance mingled with the cool breeze wafted through the air. Xingxian, Wangmu baby, decades ago, I suddenly felt a shift in my realm and went into seclusion. So, are those individuals deliberately instigating trouble? Chen Lan was momentarily taken aback and gently inquired. As an increasing number of individuals drew closer, their bodies gravitated towards Yunqing, hands instinctively encircling the joints of his arms, gripping tightly as if to affirm the words spoken moments before. This bizarre occurrence captured the attention of nations worldwide. With curious gazes directed towards Fa, E, and Yuan, their expressions laden with inquiry, questioning what antics the three of them were up to. Aunt, you are not dreaming. This is the company of the stars. The entire building is owned by the stars, and it is named the Star Immortal Building, Chen Xiying declared with a beaming smile, her tone brimming with pride. Cousin, you must be mistaken. How could you believe this fraud? Luhan expressed his disbelief. After confirming that the disciple of the Infinite Sword sect was indeed truthful, Wang Chen closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation before opening them again, gesturing for the soldiers who had restrained him to take action. While I am not entirely familiar with the power of his soul-gathering flag, the mere fact that he presented it in front of the Jade Corpse indicates that it can only capture wandering souls, and is ineffective against a corporeal spirit such as that of the Jade Corpse shopkeeper. Once this news spread, a tempest erupted within the capital of Donglai County, leaving the informed officials and families bewildered, leading to discussions and disputes surrounding the current situation. However, the bloodstains remained fixed in one location, with no trace of blood to be found elsewhere on the flying beasts. I have long been aware that you harbored concerns and knew what you wished to inquire. Lu Ju's gaze momentarily drifted, lowering his head to evade her eyes, straightening his posture with his hands tightly clasped together. Lin Yu spoke the truth. Once he departed today, everything would become irrevocable, and by the next encounter, Shun Yanran would be the lady of Shanyang, leaving the nod in Qing Chao's heart unasked and unanswered. Chapter 151, The Thousand-Leaf Butterfly. As she spoke, tears glistened in Ning Xianglan's eyes, cascading down as she clutched Duan Jiang tightly, murmuring, "Husband, Do you truly not wish to know the reasons behind all this? As she spoke, tears fell freely. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang fell silent for a moment before responding. If you do not speak, I shall not inquire. Leaning against Duan Jiang's embrace, Ning Xianglan felt the warmth and solidity of his chest, and her once cold heart found a flicker of solace. Then, raising her head, she playfully remarked, I don't care, after all. It was you who clung to me back then. With that, Ning Xianglan wrapped her arms around Duan Jiang's, adopting a childlike demeanor of affection. The establishment of a fire brigade has become a commendable initiative, bringing joy to the populace. And many provinces are now beginning to emulate Longjiang Province's approach by organizing their own fire brigades. Amidst this affirmation, Li Zicheng couldn't help but smile inwardly. It is precisely individuals like Qing Dequan who can compel Huang Xing to wield a gun against Yuan, and similarly, such unarmed individuals can fulfill their own needs. At this very moment, Xiamian and I were engaged in a game of chase as 2 or 3 bullets engulfed in purple flames occasionally soared past me with a fierce whistle. In a state of astonishment, Yunmu felt a pang of regret. The girl in the flowing white dress possessed such an exquisite voice, yet her singing was so off-key that he estimated Lu Ye's vocal talent to be less than 20. At that moment, Hu Xiaoli, with her head slightly bowed, suddenly comprehended why Wang Ziyuan had sought a meeting with Fu Damu. He intended to leverage Fu Damu against the Lingyun group. Guo Zhuoqing recalled from his past life that the Vietnamese military had indeed recalled a small contingent of troops from Cambodia to relieve the siege of Lang Son. But they were repelled by our military's ambush forces. The upper echelons of Vietnam misjudged that our army would seize the opportunity to advance on Hanoi, and thus refrained from further offensives, instead concentrating their forces around the capital and ceasing reinforcements to Haijiang and Lang Son. Under such circumstances, Yunmu surmised that his uncle should be eloquently articulating a multitude of thoughts. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Guowei's subordinates, witnessing the valiant troops adopting a stance of support, were overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, the arrival of any additional force would bolster their already confident morale. Although I had expressed such criticism towards him, I ultimately found myself unable to resist the pitiable gaze of Misaka's younger sister. Power arises from the barrel of a gun. Perhaps I do not wish to engage in politics or governance, yet as long as I wield the guns of 3 divisions, even Yuan Shikai in the future would have to afford me some measure of respect. How many individuals had they dispatched in total? General Kane, intrigued, quickly inquired further, as the extensive and intricate images brought by Jawal were simply too numerous to scrutinize individually, taken from various angles and devices at different times. What should I do? I can't shake the feeling that my elder brother is about to encounter a calamity, Zhang Fei suddenly realized. For some reason, Li Xueqing felt that since her arrival, an increasing number of gazes seemed to be subtly directed towards her. As the last staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau finished work, the gatekeeper locked the door, and Li Yunzi suddenly felt an urge to smile. However, Joel unrelentingly approached, the distance between them merely 5 feet, akin to 2 wolves poised to clash. Initially, the forum's attention was confined to domestic interests, but once the university announced Gu Cheng's participation, foreign media reporters arrived at Xanadu University the following day. Although Pei Shirin was a bit distant, she could still clearly hear the doctor's words. Her previously cold heart felt even chillier. Gu Cheng's peripheral vision caught sight of Meng Na grabbing a bottle of drink and closing the refrigerator, causing him to hastily seize a nearby cushion, adopting a tactical concealment stance, suppressing his weapon. It was a uniquely intense male visual impact. Thud, thud, thud. Wan Jun, untouched by the world, instinctively felt her heart race. Realizing she could not divert her gaze from that man, her breathing quickening, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Given that the elven continent was predominantly enveloped in dense primeval forests for the nature-loving elven race, traversing the woods was akin to strolling through their own backyard. However, this was not the case for Sales and his companions. Chapter 152, The Dark Demon God. At this moment, amidst the starry sky, on that fragment of a shattered continent, Duan Jiang and Ning Xianglan finally parted ways, exchanging a glance. A smile graced Duan Jiang's lips as he said, "My dear wife, since we can't escape, let us not run. I wish to see who seeks your demise." As he spoke, taking advantage of Ning Xianglan's momentary distraction, he gently pressed 2 fingers against her neck. Instantly, her body went limp, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. In contemplating his life's aspirations, Duan Jiang sought neither wealth nor power, nor the pinnacle of martial prowess, nor the quest for eternal life. His sole desire was to live freely, without regrets. However, a bitter expression crossed his face as he lamented the abruptness of his fate. The colonel was taken aback, questioning how Gansu's strength could reside below a star god. Yet amidst the debris of bullets, a long, Conical ice blue star god illuminated the scene. Within the translucent heart, graceful silhouettes seemed to emerge, hinting at the miraculous essence it was nurturing, even before it fully manifested. After overcoming her morning sickness, Shen Qingwu developed a hearty appetite, craving sour flavors. It was late autumn, the season of ripe oranges. Along their route, Gu Jingfeng had procured a bountiful supply of oranges from an orchard for her. While others might have found such an indulgence overwhelming enough to sour their teeth, she felt no such discomfort. Were they truly to discuss a collaboration? As the young man departed, Lan Ying, donned in a flowing blue dress, turned her gaze toward Yinxing. She suddenly realized that this individual, who fancied himself a savior, possessed remarkable leadership qualities. After exchanging a knowing glance, Su Xian and Su Ge presented the delicacies they had brought: steaming candied chestnuts, osmanthus sugar cakes, rock sugar bird's nest, and coconut red bean cake. Each item selected to please the palate of Ni Chang, as well as Shen Qingwu. Simultaneously, the electric tide whirl was recognized as the most challenging technique in the hunt for the phoenix butterfly. This was the first time participating in the grand competition, and due to recent events, Tingshu had opted to unveil this technique ahead of schedule. Upon entering the room, burdened by apprehension, the martial artist began to probe Tingshu's stance. Tingshu, not lacking in perception, discerned the intent behind the inquiries and deftly deflected them with casual responses, feigning a concern solely for Tai Yi's safety. As Yinxing dodged, he had no time for reflection. That immense beastly fist descended once more, akin to a meteor crashing down, accompanied by a fearsome gust of wind, aimed directly at him. Zhang Hongyu inspected the flower pot and indeed discovered a sound transmission array concealed at the bottom, her expression darkening further. Ren Fifan leaned against the wall, his eyes betraying no emotion, yet this very calmness instilled a sense of unease in those around him. He noticed the disappointment in Xiang Qing's eyes, recognizing her overwhelming lack of confidence, to the point where she lacked the courage to wait for Zi Xian to awaken. As Qin Tian stood up to search again, he found himself unable to locate the other party. He quickly moved to Lucy's side, anxious to protect her from any potential danger. Today's event is undoubtedly a celebration of the grand opening. However, she yearned for Sun Jiashi to articulate a reason that would seamlessly connect with her previous statement. Frustrated, she, with good intentions, feared that his aloof demeanor might be compromised. Even if he did not appreciate her concern, must he engage with such a sarcastic tone? As Qin Tian assisted Lucy with her examination, Lucy gazed at the busy Qin Tian with a tender expression, concealing the fact that she was not genuinely injured. The so-called injury was merely a facade to disguise the after-effects of the previous night's revelry, and she wished to keep this matter from Qin Tian. Therefore, Wang Zheng naturally did not oppose Uncle Zhang's actions to expand the population and living space of their ethnicity. This also elucidated his relentless pursuit of opportunities for forced memory modification while weaving an extensive network throughout Southeast Asia. Shang Puqi possessed an appealing visage, or rather, he bore a certain handsomeness, clad in a plain shirt and tie, his hair meticulously arranged, his fair complexion unmistakably resembling that of a suitor. Chapter 153, The Azure-Robed Martial Emperor. No worries, they cannot escape. A chilling voice echoed through the void, brimming with unwavering confidence and authority. At this moment, amidst the vast expanse of the Great Ling Koan star domain, two magnificent figures stood tall, both adorned in azure robes, their appearances striking and ethereal, gazes tranquil. The dark demon had met his demise. One of the azure-clad men spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other man in azure slightly furrowed his brow, paused in silence, and shook his head, responding, "It might have been the work of others. That is of no concern, united as brothers. Even those initial stage heavenly emperors cannot contend with us. Moreover, we have a formidable presence backing us." Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently passed by Luo Juanzhong without noticing him. It was only when she heard someone call her name that Xin snapped out of her trance-like state. "Very well, perhaps you have not had friends before. But from this moment forth, you shall have one, and that friend is me. Do you understand?" Lin Baoshu continued to speak. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a terrifying surge of blood energy and chaotic forces that erupted with a thunderous bang, fracturing the space around the source into numerous rifts. With the Lin family head absent, she boldly voiced her thoughts, unafraid of servants relaying her words to the master. "What if it were for you? Perhaps Dongfeng Yueming is not inherently cold-blooded, but it is not surprising that he would act in such a manner for your sake," he said to Lin Baoshu. "However, what I seek is not merely a warm bedmate. You may choose only one, a companion for the bed or the person I trust most." Tang Ning's words were deliberate, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. On this day, news of Zhuge Kongming finally reached Longzhou. Liu Bei was naturally overjoyed and immediately took his two brothers to pay a visit the following day. It was a clear morning, having rained the night before. The sunlight particularly radiant, and the sky a vivid blue. Zhao Shiyan donned a robe of jade-green silk, intricately woven with silver threads that shimmered with every graceful movement he made. Behind him, several cotton trees burst into bloom, their vibrant blossoms radiating a dazzling brilliance that was almost disorienting. After a brief interval of half an hour, Zhang Shouren arrived in haste. Upon reaching the courtyard of the Bingbei Dao government office, which served as Lu Jingyao's private residence, he found Lu Jingyao awaiting him at the ceremonial gate. Zhang Shouren promptly bowed in apology, repeatedly expressing his contrition. Indeed, the lord in question was none other than Sun Quan, who, a month prior, had forged a brotherly bond with Lu Feng and Ma Chao. Sun Quan, the younger brother of the warlord Sun Tzu. Xingyu wore a triumphant expression. Ji Xian felt a profound sense of disappointment. She had believed she had finally found a male friend, a close companion, one she could proudly showcase wherever she went. A veritable idol. Yet, within mere days, their connection had vanished. It was said that the blood of the divine envoy Kulan possessed remarkable efficacy, and due to its rarity, it often attracted the covetous gaze of those with ulterior motives. Thus, the identity of the divine envoy from the Kulan kingdom remained shrouded in secrecy, known only to members of the royal family. With her head bowed in silence, Mo refrained from further inquiries, though the furrow of worry on her brow deepened. After contemplating for a considerable time, she glanced at the young master lying beside her, whether in a stupor or in slumber, and then at Ruo Xin. Finally, as if a realization dawned upon her, she exhaled a long sigh. However, recent whispers within the alliance had grown tense, with many martial stars maintaining a stoic silence, leaving fans' questions unanswered. Previously, Cha Min had directly ascended to the Spirit Mountain to meet with the two figures, Junti and Jiang. Discovering that their magical abilities had progressed to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal and that they could adeptly refine spiritual treasures. For any practitioner, the foremost priority was the safeguarding of the Sea of Consciousness. As long as that remained intact, everything else was manageable, for no defense is utterly flawless. Sadu could only manage a wry smile as he pointed to the large footprint on Duke's waist, shrugging helplessly. My name is Luhan, hailing from the distant land of Huaishua. It is a pleasure to meet you. Luhan quickly composed himself, exuding politeness. Chapter 154. The severely wounded green-robed martial emperor with a thunderous roar, a palm struck down, shaking the heavens and earth. The void erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a wave of destructive force that swept in all directions, causing the very fabric of reality to twist violently. Witnessing this scene, the green-robed martial emperor's gaze darkened. He had not anticipated that Duan Jiang would unleash such an assault. Youngster, you seek death, he bellowed, as an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from his being. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, his body suddenly swayed, and he transformed into two colossal phantoms, appearing behind Duan Jiang in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, both figures struck towards Duan Jiang with a mighty palm. As the palm came crashing down, it demanded his utmost concentration, requiring him to focus all his mental faculties to meticulously observe his lower body, searching for the precise moment to strike. Wang Yi and Zhu Cheng offered a few words of comfort before departing the hospital. As sure we could clearly identify the perpetrator, the police were able to directly detain the suspect and search for evidence. For a man of such stature to be his father, and for him to be an illegitimate child, this revelation was an unparalleled irony for Qi Hongan. Zhou Zikai and Tang Bingyu politely acknowledged the applause of the audience, at which point it seemed as if the entire venue belonged to them. Upon reaching the dining table where they had originally been seated, the restaurant manager approached. The items in his possession were typically limited to the ceiling heavenly pearl, while the rest remained securely stored away as a last resort, seldom utilized. Upon arriving at the palace, Xiang Ning immediately set to work, only remembering by evening that his ceremonial gifts had yet to be arranged. The return of the young master did not incite much commotion. He patiently waited in line to enter the city for over half an hour. The soldiers guarding the city gate, upon seeing the insignia on the Wen family carriage, respectfully saluted and graciously permitted passage. For carriages entered in succession, proceeding directly to the Wen ancestral residence. A soft sound echoed as a radiant sword burst forth from the narrow space. After breakfast, and Ran and Gongsun re-entered Carl's room. The first order of business was to prepare medicine, which they then entrusted to Linda for boiling. Ultimately, the production team bid farewell to the village chief, departing under his reluctant gaze, while the road construction crew from the Zhou family remained in the village, beginning to usher in new changes. To outsiders, Pavlov might be seen as a rising star in the Soviet Red Army over recent years. Like Zhukov, who triumphed in the Battle of Namenhin, Pavlov served as one of the commanders of the Soviet Union's earliest tank regiments. To the astonishment of the dragon-subduing Arhit, He had yet to discover the critical point of the Five Peaks sect's protective formation, while Qi Tianqiu had already elucidated it for him. Behind him trailed a dozen burly men, each wielding a knife at their waist and cradling several water pouches in their hands. Following me, Wuda. Feng Lin arrived at the inner courtyard of the palace, which had been transformed, now filled with an array of iron plates that resembled a labyrinth of pipes. Let us continue with the king's actions and clear away the last remnants of dust from Italy. Our nation should have long since followed the example of the Third Reich. Abolishing the monarchy and allowing leaders chosen by the people to govern, Rossi remarked with a relaxed smile. Had she not lived to this day, she mused, she might have believed she would never encounter such genuine wonders. She deliberately cast a glance at the pterosaur, which continued to soar through the sky, flapping its wings with a series of soft thuds as it glided gracefully. Although she could not definitively ascertain whether the liquid within the translucent vessels of white, gold, blue, and purple glass was indeed the juice of the peaches of immortality, the contents appeared to be anything but ordinary. Driven by loyalty, Zhu Xiaolian planned to return to the painted wall world, and with the assistance of the immovable monk, he, along with Hou Xia and Meng Longtan, entered the realm of immortals. Chapter 155. The Supreme God of Infinity. How can you possibly harm me? Your cultivation is merely at the peak of the Emperor realm. How could you possess the strength of a mid-stage heavenly emperor? The blue-robed martial emperor exclaimed in astonishment, his face ashen, utterly perplexed. Duan Jiang offered no response. His gaze as frigid as ice, coldly sweeping over the blue-robed martial emperor. Sensing the intensity of the moment, the blue-robed martial emperor's heart trembled as he implored. Friend, we are merely sparring. There is no need for such a complete annihilation. Moreover, we are followers of the Supreme God of Infinity. Do you not fear repercussions from him? Repercussions? Huh. He lacks the qualifications to trouble me. Duan Jiang retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed martial emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated such arrogance from Duan Jiang, who so openly scorned the Supreme God of Infinity. In an instant, the courtyard of the illusory state king was thrown into chaos, with all present, save for the two, rendered speechless. Without hesitation, the malevolent dragon, much like before, once again chose to evade the blade's radiance. Wei Yapeng, witnessing Liu Bo still conscious, charged forth to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Meanwhile, the drivers received a significant piece of news. The mayor of Dongdan City was scheduled to visit Yingshan Pharmaceuticals the following day. Having observed everything with a calm demeanor and a hint of a smile, the young boy who had just been mentioned was a gift he had personally prepared for her. Despite her nonchalant tone, the tremor in Rendai's voice betrayed her fear. Shi Yi's spiritual sense could not penetrate the barrier to discern the situation within, suggesting that this villa was likely the hiding place of Lislina, nearly certain. Murderers typically kill for wealth, fame, or power. Yet these victims possessed little and had not engaged in life-threatening disputes, nor were they high-ranking individuals privy to any secrets. It now appeared that their demise might have deeper, undisclosed motives. Did not you, and assert that to govern the Subulok Desert, one must generate economic benefits? Then, as you suggested, we should cultivate materials like sand willows in the Subulok Desert that could be utilized by Yingshan Pharmaceuticals. Would that not yield economic profit? Before the thought could be fully articulated, a prolonged beeping emanated from the mobile phone, abruptly followed by a sharp tone. The common folk of Nightfall were predominantly men. As Field had initially purchased male slaves for labor, Qin Feng pressed his silver sword against the assassin's throat. A mere inch more would sever the head from the body. The scenes of yesteryear felt as vivid as yesterday, with memories of lively laughter still fresh, yet others now informed her that Annie had been deceased for a year. Zhao Mu whispered a few words into the sixth prince's ear, prompting a peculiar smile to twist upon the prince's lips. There was even a lingering thought that Jiang Nian might have a brother of formidable status who could emerge unexpectedly one day. Yet, 3 days prior, after concluding his second meeting, he had clearly shown signs of physical exhaustion, necessitating a respite in the lounge to recover. Fu Xing gazed at him with an icy demeanor. Though no words escaped her lips, the atmosphere brimmed with an unmistakable threat. You'll regret this. I'll settle the score later. Hao Chunwu spat out coldly between clenched teeth. The profits are withdrawable, yet Lu Chenqing had no intention of cashing out. She had ample funds for the moment and resolved to wait until her earnings exceeded 10,000 before making a withdrawal. Beneath her feet lay an unfathomable sea. And Jiyue took a deep breath, gradually channeling the spiritual energy within her. A ripple emanated from the water's surface where her foot rested, spreading outward. However, her once promising disciple, now her arch-nemesis, Jiyue Jiao's brother, was far across the ocean in the Eagle Nation, while her mentor's influence remained primarily in the Dragon Nation. unable to extend to the protective umbrella company in the Eagle Nation, leaving her in a state of anxious frustration. The high priest had a profound connection with the natural world, and the dolphins surely sensed that aura emanating from her. Director Hu, is there a mission? Bai Yang could not contain his frown as he inquired after Zhou Yu exited the office. The dragon koi, recently struck by electricity, sank into the depths. Not resurfacing but instead turning away, attempting to flee into the distance. The injury it sustained was indeed severe. After being struck by Mo Air, it had sought revenge. But following the lightning strike from McCrae, it dared not retaliate, consumed solely by the instinct to escape. Chapter 156, The Collapse of the Infinite God King. Boom. In the next instant, two astonishing attacks collided, producing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that surged like a tempest in all directions. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the pitch-black demonic shadow shattered, transforming into boundless demonic energy that swept outward. Duan Jiang was forcefully pushed back thousands of feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Humph! Insignificant insects, your demise is fated to occur here today. Boom! As the words of the infinite God King fell, he waved his demonic banner, and instantly, endless demonic clouds rolled forth, morphing into a colossal black dragon that roared toward Duan Jiang, intent on obliteration. Chang Ning recalled the words Kangxi had posed to him in Tanja Temple, a wave of regret washing over him, yet there was no path for retreat. Kangxi had likely forgotten this matter, but Chang Ning remembered it vividly. Each time he thought of how he had unwittingly sent the one he cherished into the palace, his heart ached with a profound pain. Meanwhile, a few fighting-type Pokemon, having received Ethan's approval, conferred with one another, designating the agile Chavalang as their representative to battle against Freya. Each time she overheard discussions about sons, a profound sense of pride swelled within the mother's heart. Typically, aerial vehicles like helicopters were prohibited from flying within urban areas. Among them was their turtle messenger, while the other figure was notably unique, as it was a severely disabled individual, entirely without legs. Both Hong and Lan shook their heads, having never heard of such a thing. Regarding the enigmatic figures of Liu Bang, Wang Meng, and Xiao Chao, Chen Che remains rather indifferent. However, the enthusiasm of the blue shadow individual is palpable. Despite the invisibility of his expression, one can surmise from his incessant nodding that he possesses an unwavering belief in the existence of deities. This desire may merely flicker as an unrealistic thought, yet under the influence of the jade plaque, it takes root and flourishes deep within the holder's heart. Each recollection of this yearning becomes irresistible, ultimately leading one to believe that this aspiration must be fulfilled, transforming into an obsession that one is reluctant to abandon. Nevertheless, Yi Ji's strides do not falter. He has forged a profound cooperative agreement with Google, acquiring the copyrights to certain non-open source technologies, and publicly announced the development of an entirely new compiler. It has previously been stated that the Phoenix now ranks among the world's rarest colossal creatures, standing at the pinnacle of individual combat prowess. With the exchange of a mythical artifact, Milan Chi-Chi secures unrestricted access to a Nelkana, a transaction of remarkable value. Just before Balak consumed the corpse of the beast spirit shaman prophet, Mixius extended his hands, adorned with the soul power gloves, and gently tugged at the air. The soul of the beast spirit shaman prophet was extracted from his body and consumed by the gloves, thus preserved. This is the audacity befitting the illustrious Chun. Li Weiyang snapped her fingers at Emperor Chen Qing, her face beaming with delight. The source of this sound was none other than Bai Hong, who had been seated behind Yi Chai, prompting surprise from Hua Feiwu, who sat beside her. Within the venue, the injured, among them Qiu Li, Hua Qiandai, with varying degrees of cultivation, began to awaken. This operation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Over 6 members of the Red Gang in the university town were severely injured by the Black Tiger Gang, with the more fortunate ones facing a hospital stay of 1 to 2 months. Emperor Chen Qing even beheld a half-human tall spirit herb, resembling a true dragon soaring into the sky, radiating a purple luminescence that clearly indicated it was no ordinary specimen. As the dust settled from Emperor Chen Qing's battle, the previously tumultuous environment gradually calmed. Wait a moment, let's set that aside for now. I simply wish to know if you truly evolved from the Star Moon table. How can I perceive your presence so distinctly, even to the extent of seeing you clearly? Tang Jin impatiently interrupted. Chapter 157, The Fall of the Divine Monarch Fool. Nothing is impossible, Duan Jiang mocked, before swinging the Tongtian sword forcefully towards the Wujigod. Damn it! Sensing the momentum of Duan Jiang's blade, the Wujigod's expression changed dramatically. He swung the demonic banner once more, summoning a fearsome demonic statue that roared skyward, confronting the onslaught of Duan Jiang's sword. Boom. The collision reverberated through the heavens. As both combatants unleashed their full strength, their terrifying assaults clashing with a thunderous roar. Boundless power swept across the realm, shattering the surrounding stars as if they were mere dust. Remarkable. This is the level of a divine being. When Rome felt genuinely fatigued, her spirit was already low. And with her pregnancy, it wasn't long before she succumbed to a deep slumber. The practice of sensing fetal breath requires utmost tranquility, and once one enters a meditative state, awakening becomes exceedingly difficult. Qi Yanhong was taken aback to find this scene upon opening his eyes. Jiang Ning reassured herself to remain calm. As the act of abduction was merely a cyclical endeavor, she could endure until the end of her shift. Jiang Su stood amidst the deep pit, his vitality surging, his body trembling slightly, with a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Gazing around, the entire mountain was shrouded in swirling clouds, almost materializing before one's eyes. Li Yang did not hasten into the mountains but chose to circle around the southern peak first. Jiang Yi was drawn to sit beside the Empress Dowager, who engaged her in conversation, occasionally laughing and displaying great affection towards Jiang Yu. However, only a fraction of individuals were willing to labor. The majority preferred to scavenge for grains contaminated by dust rather than toil with their own hands for survival. Fan Yanan, whose heart had long been sealed off from love, had not experienced such a naive and domineering affection in ages. She smiled gently as she playfully brushed Han Jia's nose, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. Shen Wan's porcelain-white face first expressed shock, then flushed vibrantly, as if a rouge box had been overturned, wishing to vanish into the ground. In Han City, Tian Chongyuan's situation had become precarious. Natasha's overwhelming demonic aura posed a significant threat to humanity's well-being. Even the immortal Tian Chongyuan could not escape its grasp. Though he fared better than ordinary mortals, being able to summon celestial energy to ward off the demonic essence, Su Bei was reluctant to wade through this murky water. Yet it was imperative to conceal matters from the Ninth Master for the time being. He glanced aside. The reason for my suspicion arose from your words in my room that day, which alerted me to something amiss. I did not expect your schemes to be so impressive. Winning so decisively and confidently, could it be that young Master Yang has indeed grasped more than half of the truth rapidly, driven by the desire for freedom? Bai Yusin and the Five, after scheduling their reunion, departed for the Shui family's main establishment in Yanlong City. This place did not engage in any commercial activities. It served as a venue for the Shui family to host dignitaries and conduct meetings with local officials. The notion of a division indeed sounds formidable, likely comprising at least 10,000 individuals. However, do you believe that a division in this nation can compare to a regiment of the Germans during World War II? Dunan spoke with an air of indifference. Gradually, silence enveloped the gathering. Within the assembly hall, a consensus emerged. Today, the tides were shifting for the Sea Dragon Gang. With a third-tier power enhancement, alongside various other augmentations, one's strength could potentially increase tenfold. Yet Yin Yun's power had already reached the second tier, exceeding sixfold. For the first time, he realized the astonishing magnitude of the sheep's strength. This was certainly not a mere act of startling a snake in the grass, but rather the act of startling a lizard, which, in turn, would flush out the true serpent. After Grandfather Shi and Shi shouting departed, she learned that Shi Mushin would be at home today, and without hesitation, she grabbed her bag and hurried away. Dongfang Ruo Xue felt a surge of joy. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't Miss Zhoma mentioned that transforming into the Tuhua Tianxin beast could only result in two forms, that of an orangutan or a giant wolf? Yet, her partner appeared in a form that was half wolf and half human, seemingly retaining consciousness. Could this be connected to his status as a special player? Chapter 158. A single sword defeats 3 emperors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a deity-level warrior. Reward of 10 million comprehension points awarded. The host requests to expend comprehension points to enhance cultivation. Request successful. Cultivation enhancement in progress. After a brief moment, Duan Jiang opened his eyes, murmuring, "Is it the initial stage of the deity?" In the next instant, his gaze shifted, coldly focusing on a particular direction. "Do you also seek to seize the chaos, Qinglian?" Upon hearing this, Tiangong Daoist, Heiyu Tiandi, and Xinjue Goody all exchanged cold smiles. The chaos, Qinglian, is a primordial treasure. How could it possibly be yours to claim? Today, let us join forces to eliminate you and seize the chaos, Qinglian. Duan Jiang was steadfast in his belief that she would never trust that her fiancé could commit such indecorous acts behind her back, especially given the profound trust and reliance she had placed in him, now utterly unshakable. Blood Shadow lazily rose, intending to head towards the dragon vein, but suddenly paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. If one overlooked his emaciated hands and his bloodshot eyes, Wei was taken aback, preparing to defend herself. Yet Zisu had already fallen behind her, engaging in battle with the blood beast that charged forward. Ling Siyue's eyes twinkled with mirth as he sat down with Tang Ming, who finally felt completely at ease. Negotiations were always preferable to bloodshed. Indeed. There seems to be none, Ning Luo replied with a resigned smile, gently taking Lian Xiao's hand, which felt equally cold as his own. We will have such adorable children in the future, Chu Hang whispered in Luo Yan's ear. Where has Ning Luo gone? Why is he still not here so late? Ouyang Qiming suddenly inquired. Reaching out to dryly Air's tears, Sang Li's apricot-colored lips parted slightly, but as she opened her mouth, no words came forth. Turning away. An air of resolute coldness and farewell enveloped her. For the past 5 years, apart from the servants attending the Changlu Palace and Chongzheng Hall, Nguyen had meticulously shielded Sang Li from any prying eyes, ensuring no one could take advantage of her. Shu Qi felt a burning sensation in her stomach and glanced at the table, where a pot of fresh soup seemed to suit her appetite. She reached out to ladle some for herself, only to realize the ladle had been resting against the flaming pot, making it quite hot to the touch. Xiaoping suppressed his surprise, taking advantage of the solitude to close his eyes and feign contemplation, while truly delving into his consciousness space to examine the treasures he had acquired. Before the bodyguard could let out a cry, Qin Lang delivered a sharp elbow strike, forcefully crashing it into the bridge of the nearby bodyguard's nose. Without a doubt, under the game's enhancement, this seemingly fragile rice paper proves to be less delicate than one might imagine. I wish for you to understand the meaning of unwavering resolve. Before Yu Shi could finish her threatening words, she was interrupted by a kiss from Xiaomingyi. However, no matter how Lulu pondered, she felt that there was no way Xiaomingyi could connect with the leader of the opposing side, realizing that her previous feelings were merely her own delusions. As the year draws to a close, many are preparing to switch jobs, and I must stabilize the company's morale while also seeking talent from other firms, especially in the realms of the internet and entertainment, where recruitment proves particularly challenging, Niet Sai remarked. While Xiaoping sat in contemplation, Fiona, having finished her cup of tea, approached him with her long legs. In any case, once all matters were settled, Lu Zhizong felt quite fatigued while at the hotel. In truth, Xiaomingyi merely wished to share a kiss, without any further intentions. With only a year left to live, it would be truly beastly to bring harm to another. Taylor looked up at the others, contemplating that the students were vying not only for the right to pass through the door. Have the volunteers been gathered? Xinzheng hesitated, as this was his first encounter with the dangers of a transmission experiment involving living subjects. Chapter 159, The War Above. Upon hearing this, Duan Jiang's brows furrowed, and his gaze turned cold. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant it. With that, Duan Jiang raised his right hand and sliced through the void. In an instant, the space trembled violently, and a pitch-black long spear materialized, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction as it struck towards the 3 ancient emperors of Qianjue. What a fearsome presence! This spear seemed capable of piercing through anything, and sensing the dreadful energy radiating from Duan Jiang. The 3 ancient emperors trembled and hurriedly summoned all their powers to meet the attack. The ground rumbled. At that moment, Robin and the others had arrived. But Luffy and his companions had long since vanished. Before Shui Hao could express his astonishment, a man from the ear appeared before them, behind whom stood a stone gate, 2 men wide and tall. Flanking the gate were 2 towering pillars intricately carved with ravenous ghosts and azures, their lifelike forms sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, the massive door, which had converged from both sides, was merely 3 or 4 meters away, and although many soldiers had already entered, most remained outside, including Nku and his companions. Of course, with the album already produced, endorsements signed, and second quarter tasks established, she found herself with ample time to organize these matters. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Zhu Wushi uttered these cold, merciless words. There's no need. I am not particularly hungry. Luo quietly responded, then leaned against the main mast with his knife in hand, intending to rest briefly. The gazes of the onlookers flitted back and forth between the holy son of the Fire Clan and Wang Yidong, eager to see if the former would attempt to seize Wang's reincarnation vermilion fruit. At that moment, Major General Qin regarded Lin Fei with an air of mystery that startled him slightly. Wang Yi burst into a bizarre laugh, striding confidently to the bedside, seizing his opponent's attire and pulling it forcefully. Du Chifeng and Xin Yan ran, frightened, immediately knelt on the ground, followed suit by several children. However, the disciples of the Chan sect would promptly report any defeat to the Bio Palace. Tomorrow, when Xunyu encounters Ding Yuan, he should realize the disparity and voluntarily withdraw. To eradicate such a figure, one would need not only equally powerful adversaries, but also extensive destructive capabilities. Moreover, there were limitless spending privileges and instant transactions among various supreme rights. Zhou observed as she distributed the tea, ensuring all 13 cups matched the preferences of the executives without a single error. just as he felt a sense of satisfaction with this assistant. Xin Yin sipped his coffee and spoke during a pause in the meeting. Much like their previous match against Ajax, Bayern's forward pressure could create a forceful encirclement. His expression darkened significantly. He never anticipated that this seemingly useless prince was, in fact, not so. Meanwhile, the Jiuzhou automobile factory was meticulously preparing for upcoming products and production capacity according to Su Yifan's developmental plan. She was clearly someone who feigned ignorance while harboring great strength, yet chose the most arduous path to live. With a heart filled with longing, she recalled a profound saying from the water-moon flow, a peculiar sensation enveloping her mind. As if she grasped something elusive, yet, this fleeting epiphany slipped away like a game of hide and seek, leaving her vexed. The man bore several layers of bandages on his head, a result of being struck by Li Xiang that fateful night. Now, the words escaping his lips struck Li Xiang like a bolt from the blue. What did he mean? Could it be that Han Nin had encountered misfortune? This was a luxurious appointment ceremony, attended not only by the heads of the county committee and government, but also by leaders from the Municipal Standing Committee and Public Security Bureau. It was evident to the discerning that the purpose of this gathering was to bolster the image of the newly appointed director. Chapter 160. The grand conclusion. As the years flowed by, 1,000,000 years had passed. A river of time, spanning endless dimensions, drifted across the starry skies of myriad worlds. Upon this river, blinding radiance circulated, emanating boundless flames of the great Tao, incinerating all heavens and enacting cycles of rebirth. On the far side of the starry sky, Duan Jiang, with hair as white as snow and a face lined with deep creases, sat alone, gazing toward the other end of the black hole, murmuring softly, "Xianglan, are you well in heaven? I have broken my promise." In the cataclysmic battle of 100 millennia ago, Duan Jiang was besieged by 10 celestial sovereigns. The ferocity of that confrontation was unparalleled, resulting in him being utterly obliterated, his corporeal form shattered and on the brink of death. Yet, in the final moments, he invoked a clandestine technique to anchor his remaining soul within a system, thus narrowly escaping demise. The 10 celestial sovereigns, over the course of these 10 millennia, have remained ensconced within the crystalline snowfields, guarding the inner sanctum. The resplendent ice, as translucent as glass, clings to the palace walls, while outside, a tempest rages. Biting is winter, yet within lies a serene tranquility akin to an ethereal realm. Ilan cast an irritable glance at Li Chao, then retrieved a stack of currency from her bag, addressing Xiao Yufang. "Lord Qing Ji would not truly harm me. I shall attempt to impede him for a moment longer. Perhaps if I endure just a second more, the outcome of the battle will reveal itself," Tao Tu declared earnestly, while Tina had already intervened on behalf of Jiang Li. She could not bear to stand idly by as Jiang Li was apprehended and brought before a military tribunal. "Thank you." The veil obscured Li Hui's expression, but the crescent shape of her now curved eyes betrayed her exuberance. The matter would have to await Han Dongchen's return for resolution. And with certain court officials amenable to cooperation, she found herself in need of a trustworthy physician, especially since she was expecting twins and required the care of a highly skilled doctor. The Lakers' initial offensive was orchestrated by Ingram, confronted by his counterpart Klay Thompson's defense. Ingram leveraged his height and reach, executing a jump shot that secured the Lakers' first points. Ahem, good afternoon to all the reporters. As you can see, we have convened this press conference immediately upon our arrival in Oakland, in accordance with Allen's request. Treston spoke, undoubtedly referencing Paul Allen. Tianze winked at Xiao Qiao, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson before he stepped into the room. And then there was Zhang Ying, who had been inseparable from Yin Hong lately. Could it be that all of this was mere deception, an attempt to distract everyone? Sweet potatoes, in fact, could be considered a type of fruit, and compared to other fruits, they possess the advantage of a longer shelf life. Prince Paris, I have interacted with all the minstrels in the city, several of whom were once my friends. Except for a few obstinate individuals, many are eager to approach the noble Prince Paris, Gus said. In a fit of rage, I seized her hair and yanked it forcefully, eliciting a groan as I pulled the wretched creature from the air. I feigned an embrace, flipping her over and pinning her beneath me, my fingers pressing against her forehead. With a guttural sound, he moved his lips, swallowing a bloody morsel whole. Upon seeing her, I was taken aback. My first reaction was disbelief. She had been dead for several days. How could she still linger in this world, a restless spirit? My second reaction was confusion. What was she doing here, and why was she alongside Mu Qian? Had she somehow used her will to manipulate Mu Qian into leading me here? Had she known that Yang Cheng was once the renowned #1 archer in the world, perhaps her astonishment would have been diminished. When it comes to causing harm, few could rival Yang Cheng's notoriety. The elderly man, with disheveled white hair, scratched his head and regarded me with a serious expression before finally stating, Follow me. With that, he turned and began to walk ahead, including yesterday. Zhao Sanjiang had been absent for 2 days, claiming to be investigating the connections between the 4 elders and Jialianquan. Yet, who could ascertain the progress of his inquiries? Gazing at the crimson sun on the horizon, she stood in a daze, speechless for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of cold resolve appeared in her eyes. Then, under the watchful gaze of those along the path, she strode forward with determined steps.